On January 1st, 2031, thick clouds obscured the sun, and the sky was shrouded in a gray silence. But when the clouds were finally torn apart, the sun appeared in the form of a blood-red disk. It all started with the appearance of zombies, which devoured everything around them crazily. Fathers bit their sons, husbands bit their wives, and the crazy scene instantly destroyed the hope of mankind. In less than half a year, the once orderly, prosperous, and brilliant Earth fell into endless darkness. Civilization collapsed, replaced by the ruthless law of the jungle, where the survival of the fittest became the only truth, ruling the once prosperous society. I luckily survived the disaster, but in this desolate wasteland, I couldn't completely relax. Even when I was sleeping, I had to stay alert and keep one eye open, because the moment you close your eyes, it may mean you will never be able to open them again. About a year later, humans discovered more and more mutated creatures. Giant ants as big as Coke bottles, giant dogs as strong as bulls, and strange trees that devour humans. There are giant mosquitoes that can penetrate a human body in an instant, and even mammoths as big as great white sharks. Living space is becoming increasingly narrow, and panic is sweeping the whole society. Morality is declining, and humanity is disappearing. In order to get a sip of water or a piece of bread, some people are even willing to sell everything they have. In this extreme environment, some people actually regard human flesh as a delicacy. I lived in this ruin for 5 years, brushing shoulders with death every day. However, during one of my adventures, a mutant giant dog as big as a bull quietly attacked and ended my life. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn 1 year before the end of the world and even connected to a strange system called the strongest base vehicle system of the end of the world. At this time, in the school cafeteria, the word Doomsday Chariot instantly popped up in my mind. I was completely immersed in the drawing in front of me, unable to extricate myself. This is a huge vehicle with a net weight of 49 tons, far exceeding the weight of an ordinary heavy truck. Its carriage is even larger than a container several dozen meters long, and the interior space is as spacious as a large house of 100 square meters. The drawings show that one of the largest rooms is marked as a storage room, apparently designed for storing supplies. Next to it is a spacious living room, kitchen, and bathroom, as well as a training room, master bedroom, and second bedroom. The entire layout is extremely spacious, far exceeding the design of ordinary RVs. What's even more amazing is that the interior of the tank is equipped with many high-tech facilities. For example, rainwater purification devices, armed detection radars, thermal imagers, fully automatic driving central control, internal circulation air system, oxygen supply device, outdoor panoramic night vision monitoring system, and ultra-efficient solar panels. What attracted me most was the rainwater purification device. I knew clearly that in the Doomsday world, it would be a luxury and happiness to be able to take a clean, hot shower. The second is the super efficient solar panel. The blueprint states that it can provide energy for a whole month after absorbing enough sunlight in 1 day. In addition, refrigerators, washing machines, and other home appliances are also available, and the engine of the Doomsday vehicle is undoubtedly one of the highlights. The power system of the Doomsday vehicle subverts the traditional concept of energy. Its engine does not rely on gasoline or diesel, but uses water as a power source, using the hydrogen element in the water to drive the entire system. According to the drawings, the Chariot can use this energy to travel at an astonishing speed and can even carry 100 tons of weight and speed at a speed of 180 miles per hour. The tires of this Doomsday vehicle are also an innovation that transcends the times. When driving on the highway, it uses rubber anti-riot tires, which can maintain speed and ensure comfort. These tires are not only extremely wear-resistant, but also have the comfort and quietness comparable to Michelin. One tire can even be used for 10 years. When encountering special terrain such as mountains or sand, the owner can retract the rubber tires and use the internal tank tracks instead, allowing the vehicle to move as if on flat ground and cross all difficult terrains, although the speed will be reduced. In addition, the sealing and waterproofness of the Doomsday Chariot are comparable to those of submarine. A propeller is designed at the rear of the Chariot, allowing it to maintain strong power and move forward smoothly in the water. If this Doomsday vehicle can really be built according to the blueprint and has such amazing performance, I have no doubt that I can spend a long time in the Doomsday safely and comfortably. Even in the Doomsday world, I can still maintain a high standard of living. After all, the living conditions before Doomsday are what all Doomsday survivors yearn for the most. For example, the entertainment methods that people enjoyed easily before the apocalypse, such as playing games and holding parties, have almost become a luxury after the apocalypse. Those stars who were the most popular before the apocalypse also lost their value in the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, if you give them a meal, they will do whatever you want them to do. This is the true portrayal of the apocalypse. At this moment, I seem to have found my goal. I must build this chariot with my own hands before the end of the world. So I flipped through the drawings and quickly looked for relevant information. Finally, I found a method for making the Doomsday Chariot. 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, 100 tons of gold, 50 tons of titanium alloy, 10 tons of meteorite iron. After reading these requirements, I couldn't help but be stunned. The production method seems simple and crude. Just need to find these materials and submit them to the tank design for absorption. But the problem is that 10,000 tons of gray cast iron is easy to find, and large iron foundries can be found everywhere. However, 100 tons of gold and 50 tons of titanium alloy are not ordinary materials. The value of titanium alloy even exceeds that of gold, and it is extremely scarce in the market. Especially 50 tons of titanium alloy. The price is so high that it is prohibitive. Although gold can be purchased with funds, the price of titanium alloy is staggering. As for meteorites from outer space, I feel a little more at ease. After all, I remember that before the end of the world, there was a large-scale meteor shower, and a certain military enterprise had discovered a large amount of extraterrestrial iron from it, and it was listed as an SSS-level protected area by the state. 10 tons of extraterrestrial iron should be found there. Never mind, let's make money first. These materials require a lot of money, and we have to collect as many precious medicinal materials as possible, such as 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old tortoise shells, which also cost money. I gently rubbed my head, which was aching from information overload, and decided to make money. Lots and lots of money. It is worth mentioning that precious medicinal materials, such as 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old tortoise shell, will become extremely important after the end of the world. They can help humans practice, and I just happen to know the practice methods. In fact, every survivor of the Doomsday is accumulating cultivation resources and mastering such a cultivation method. In the early stage, it is relatively easy to cultivate a first or second level warrior with sufficient food and some training. But in the later stages, the improvement of cultivation requires a large amount of precious medicinal materials as assistance. I also lost my life in an expedition because of this. At that time, I found a place full of natural treasures and wanted to go there to collect them, but I couldn't escape the disaster. I know that it is precisely because of the lack of natural resources that my cultivation has stopped at the 5th level warrior. If I had enough resources, I might be able to surpass my current level and even approach the only 8 innate warriors in the world. After the apocalypse, the Earth has undergone tremendous changes, and human beings have become extremely strong. Even a 5th level warrior has a physical strength, speed, and power far beyond that of an ordinary person, enough to survive the apocalypse. Therefore, I decided to accumulate these precious resources in advance and strive to surpass everyone when the Doomsday comes. Become the king of the Doomsday. Yeehaw, what's wrong with you? Are you full? Drink some water quickly. Don't be anxious. Didn't I tell you not to be anxious? Laoli saw me suddenly stop swallowing, and I was stunned from eating like a hungry wolf. He thought something happened to me and immediately stopped scolding me, with a trace of concern on his face. Oh, it's okay, big head. Do you know where to buy lottery tickets nearby? I came back to my senses from my thoughts, was slightly stunned, and then I reacted and asked, lottery tickets? Yes, there is one near Snack Street. What's wrong with you? Are you planning to buy a lottery ticket? Big-headed Oldly looked at me with a puzzled look on his face and felt that I was different today than usual. Although I looked like the familiar Yeehaw, he vaguely felt that my aura had changed and I seemed like a completely different person, especially my series of behaviors today, which really made people puzzled. He unconsciously reached out his hand and was about to touch my forehead to see if I had a fever. However, I suddenly grabbed his hand, my eyes turned cold, and whispered, "What do you want to do?" Big-headed Oldly was stunned for a moment, totally unable to react. He stood there for a moment before explaining in a trembling voice, "I just wanted to see if you had a fever. You looked a little strange today." He was really frightened. My cold eyes pierced through his vision like a knife, as if threatening him. If he made any move, he would be counterattacked immediately. After hearing Lao Li's explanation, I let go of his hand. In fact, I know that if you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must first learn to protect yourself. My first rule for survival in the end of the world: it is better to rely on yourself than on heaven, earth, or others. Only you will never betray yourself, and you are the only reliable support. Actually, this rule was taught to me by Big Head Lao Li, my best friend in the dormitory. He was lucky enough to survive the Doomsday. We had been through a difficult time together until one day when he was in a life-or-death crisis. He chose to run away alone to save his life, leaving me alone. At that moment, I no longer trusted anyone. However, as the years passed in the Doomsday, I was not angry at Lao Li for abandoning me. Instead, I was grateful that he taught me the rules of survival. Otherwise, I might have died by then. My second survival rule: nice guys die the fastest, so first make sure you survive. That's the best way to survive. If you don't work for yourself, you'll be punished by heaven and earth. Being a nice guy will only bring you endless troubles. Many heroes eventually die because of their own kindness, leaving behind nothing but an empty thank you. I will remember your kindness, and in the blink of an eye, they will completely forget this thank you. After all, it is not easy to survive in the apocalypse, and there is no time to remember the dead. So, although I was very upset about Lao Li's abandonment at the beginning, slowly, I understood his choice. As long as I survived, there was nothing wrong. At least, Lao Li didn't stab someone in the back like the others did when they were escaping, so he made sure he was safe before leaving. In the apocalypse, such things happen every day. Humanity and morality no longer exist, and surviving is the only way. Of course, if I can help others without causing any threat or loss to myself, I will lend a helping hand. After all, as survivors of the apocalypse, who doesn't want to live longer? But once the other party threatens me, whether verbally or physically, I will not hesitate to take the initiative and eliminate potential dangers before they arise. Thank you for your hospitality. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After I said that, I stood up and left without any explanation, walking straight toward the cafeteria exit. Oldly stared blankly at me, disappearing in the crowd, his eyes full of complexity, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Today's changes obviously gave him a big shock, as if something bad was approaching. I didn't look back, and walked alone as usual. In the 5 years of the apocalypse, I had already gotten used to being alone. I sorted out my thoughts, and then walked in one direction. Hidden away on the bustling snack street in District N of F City is a popular lottery shop. I walked into the store and saw a group of people smoking and staring at the trend chart intently, discussing the numbers most likely to win in the next draw. Looking at their analysis, I couldn't help but shake my head. If this method could really win the jackpot, the lottery company would have closed down long ago. At this time, a middle-aged boss with a greasy face noticed me, walked over enthusiastically, looked me up and down with a smile, and asked, "Young man, do you want to try your luck too? How many bets do you want to play?" I nodded and asked, "Are there any big prizes coming up soon?" The boss's eyes sparkled, and the smile on his face became even brighter. It seems that you're going to win the jackpot. Today is Thursday, and the lottery draw will be held at 9:30 p.m. The prize pool is $850 million. Do you want to try? After hearing this, I decided to choose my own numbers and whispered 05, 07, 12, 18, 04, 19, 13 by 2 bets, 03, 05, 09, 01, 28, 15, 04 by 2 more bets, 07, 08, 16, 19, 25, 14, 01, 1 bet. In fact, this experience of picking numbers is not unfamiliar to me. When I was in the ruins of the apocalypse, I used to kill time by flipping through magazines and memorizing the winning numbers of each issue of the double color ball. Unexpectedly, today, these numbers that I memorized when I was bored actually came in handy. When the boss handed me the lottery ticket, I confirmed the numbers, paid, and left. According to my memory, today's double color ball first prize is as high as 7,853,219 yuan. 2 first prizes, nearly 8 million yuan. After deducting taxes, there will be nearly 13 million yuan in income, which is exactly the first pot of gold I prepared for myself. After walking out of the lottery shop, I did not stay in the store to continue studying the numbers like other lottery players, but left directly, thinking about my next arrangements in my mind. "Boss, business is good today. Several students came to buy lottery tickets." I'll open a store nearby one day. It's easiest to make money from students. A customer in the store said with a smile. The boss also responded with a smile. No, there are many students, but it's not easy to make money. The guy just spent only 10 yuan. It's not easy to make money from them. There was a burst of laughter in the store. No one would have thought that I had quietly become a multi-millionaire. If they knew, they would probably sell everything they had to buy a bet, but they were not reborn, and there was no regret medicine in the world. After leaving the lottery shop, I immediately called a taxi to the city center. The lottery draw time for the two-color ball is 9:30 p.m., and I still have plenty of time to claim the prize within the claim period. Tomorrow morning, I can go directly to claim the prize. In addition, I also plan to find a new place to live. The student dormitory is crowded and noisy, which is not suitable for cultivation. I need a quiet place to improve my strength as much as possible before the end of the world. Even if I can't become a congenital warrior, I must at least reach the peak level of a warrior. In this way, when the end of the world comes, I can protect myself and strive to become the king who rules the end of the world. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I am sitting in the car, shuttling through this bustling downtown, and I can hear the driver constantly telling his various experiences and stories about this city. Taxi drivers like this are basically the most knowledgeable people in the city. They come into contact with all kinds of passengers every day and know the secrets of every corner of the city, which is exactly the information I need to master. After understanding the basic layout of various industries in City F, I plan to buy the items I need directly as soon as I get my bonus tomorrow. In order to make the most of this opportunity, I hired a driver to take me around for the whole afternoon. After all, in my previous life, I had just entered the university campus and had not yet familiarized myself with the city when the end came. Today was my first time to systematically visit around the city. The driver seemed happy and willing to share, telling me incessantly about his knowledge of the city. Whether it's an entertainment city that caters to a specific customer group, or a store in which neighborhood, the driver will explain in detail what the prices are, which store is the most fair, and which place is easiest to be ripped off. I carefully wrote down the information he mentioned that was useful to me, especially several century-old stores, which will become an important part of my next plan. In the car, I began to try to practice. Although I could practice before the apocalypse, it was obviously not as easy as after the apocalypse. I don't know the specific reason, but as long as I can practice, I am satisfied. As for the difficulties, solve them with natural resources. As long as there is enough money, these precious resources can be purchased continuously. After the apocalypse, money has become almost worthless, but today it can still come in handy. This was my former rich life. I used to use bundles of $100 bills as firewood, and it became a way for me to kill the lonely time at the end of the world. Time passed quickly, and the afternoon was gone in a flash. I asked the driver to take me to a nice hotel. Before leaving, he handed me his business card and told me to call him anytime if I needed anything. After receiving the business card, I turned around and went into the hotel, throwing it into the trash can. My whereabouts should not be known to others, especially to drivers like me who can tell anything. It is not difficult to get a taxi, so there's no need to write down unnecessary numbers. Hello, sir. Do you need accommodation? The front desk clerk asked politely. Although the hotel is not a five-star hotel, the environment is quite good, clean and tidy, and it makes people feel comfortable. For me, living in such a place is enough, and there is no need for a luxurious hotel or a luxurious presidential suite. After all, after the apocalypse, it became common to spend the night in caves, the wilderness, or even in trees. Okay, give me a quiet single room. I nodded. Okay. The waiter nodded and started to process the registration. After paying the money and getting the room card, I followed the waiter to my room. Once inside, I began to check out the layout of the room. I had heard that some hotels might have hidden cameras, and I didn't want my secret to be revealed. After checking and finding nothing abnormal, I closed the curtains with confidence and began my first practice after my rebirth. Sit cross-legged on the bed, with your hands naturally placed on your knees, palms facing up, just like a Taoist priest meditating. There are two ways to practice. One is to train the mind, and the other is to train the body. Training the mind emphasizes letting go of everything, entering a meditative state, feeling the world around you, and guiding the spiritual substances in the air into the body to temper the bone marrow. Physical training involves high-intensity physical training, which is similar to the training of national athletes, but more intense. It is the most effective way to improve strength, focusing on strengthening the skin and flesh and strengthening the tendons and bones. Cultivation takes time, and soon, 3 hours passed. I opened my eyes and shook my head slightly. The spiritual substances in the air before the end of the world were too scarce, and the effect of 3 hours of cultivation was not even as good as half an hour of cultivation at the end of the world. However, some effect is better than no effect. At least it proves that I can continue to practice before the end of the world. After receiving the bonus tomorrow, the effect should be better when I practice with the help of natural materials and treasures. Practicing is very physically demanding. Suddenly, I felt hungry and prepared to go downstairs to buy something to eat. In the end of the world, starvation is inevitable. But before the end of the world, I must not endure hunger. Thinking this in my heart, I stood up and prepared to go out. Just as I was leaving, a crackling sound suddenly came. How is this possible? My body has become so strong. I felt my body carefully. Although it was far from my peak state as a 5th-level warrior after the apocalypse, it was obviously much stronger than before I started practicing. After some thought, I realized that although the effect of these 3 hours of meditation and training the mind cannot be compared to the half hour after the end of the world, the improvement in physical strength is equivalent to the effect of meditating for 1 hour after the end of the world. I don't know the specific reason, but it must be related to the spiritual substance I inhaled into my body or the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot in my mind. Gurgle. A feeling of hunger swept over me, and my internal organs were clearly rebelling. I don't want to think too much about why my body strength has increased so much. For me, as long as I'm getting stronger, everything is getting better. When I walked out of the room, I found that I could order food in the hotel. I was too lazy to bother, so I ordered 9 dishes, chicken, and 2 bottles of cold beer, and then returned to the room. Soon, the food we ordered was delivered, filling the table. The last 2 bottles of beer had to be placed on the floor because there was no place to put them. Looking at the delicious food in front of me, I was stunned for a moment. The food that I had to work hard to get in the apocalypse is now easily available. It is really worth the money. Money is nothing. Being able to eat is the most important thing. In a short while, I had eaten up all the food on the table. Oh, how cool. Life at Doomsday can't compare to the enjoyment we have now. After drinking 2 bottles of cold beer, I burped with satisfaction, and then couldn't help cursing Doomsday again. If Doomsday comes in half a year, I will never be able to enjoy such a life again. After dinner, I was too lazy to clean up, so I just lay down to rest. It's extremely difficult to get a good night's sleep during the apocalypse, as you need to be alert to all the threats around you. Now, I can finally relax and enjoy a good night's sleep. However, despite this, I remained alert and would react immediately if I heard any unusual sounds. This was an instinct I developed during my 5 years of struggle in the apocalypse. I slept extremely soundly and comfortably that night and didn't want to wake up. After waking up early in the morning and washing up, I checked out of the hotel, called a taxi, and went straight to the award center. On the way, I checked the results of last night's double color ball lottery. The winning numbers are 0, 5, 0, 7, 12, 18, 0, 4, 19, 13. However, the number of winners increased from 8, as I remember, to 10, and the single bet prize increased from 7,853,219 yuan to 6,952,114 yuan. Seeing this change, I couldn't help but frown. Obviously, this change was related to me because the 2 extra bets were bought by me. Fortunately, although the single bet bonus has been reduced, the 2 bets still add up to nearly 14 million yuan. After tax deduction, I can get more than 11 million yuan. This wealth is rich enough for me. But for me, money really doesn't have any special feeling. It's just like a string of numbers. Soon, the taxi took me to the prize collection center. In the car, the driver tried to ask me several times if I was there to claim the prize. I responded calmly and said nothing more. The driver saw me like this and didn't ask any more questions. But he guessed in his heart that this person looked too calm to be a lucky winner. Usually, people who win big prizes are either very excited or try to keep a low profile, but I don't seem to have that kind of expression at all. After getting off the car, I walked directly to the awards ceremony hall where many reporters had gathered. They were obviously waiting for the winner of the $1 million prize to appear, especially the one who won 2 tens of millions of prizes, who was the focus of the day. Yet, as I walked past them, no reporter came up to ask questions. I acted too calmly, not at all like someone who had won the lottery. Of course I won't tell them that I am the lucky one. After finding the welfare lottery staff and explaining my purpose, a group of staff members looked surprised. You said you won 2 first prizes? Where are your lottery tickets? A staff member who looked older than me looked at me carefully, still couldn't believe it, and exclaimed. I ignored his suspicion and responded calmly. Do you want me to check you out? Oh no, I mean, as soon as the man finished speaking, he was stunned. He was just a receptionist in the lobby and was not responsible for checking the winning lottery tickets. But he still couldn't believe that a real winner would be so calm and not show any excitement like ordinary people after winning the jackpot. However, he didn't have enough reasons to stop me. He stammered and said a lot, but in the end, he couldn't give a clear reason. He just turned around with a reluctant look on his face and took me to the inner room. As the man was shouting, everyone's eyes were on me. But I didn't look like a lucky winner, so no one came to interview me. After following the man into the inner room, the reporters outside began to joke. Young people nowadays are so brainless that they actually became famous by falsely claiming $1 million prize. It's really heartbreaking to see. That's right, if you want to pretend, you have to pretend to be convincing. How can you be someone who has won $1 million prize if you don't even look this excited? Your acting skills are ridiculous. 2 years ago, I met an internet celebrity here who claimed that she had won a lottery. Her acting was so amazing that everyone believed her and thought she really had won the lottery. It caused a lot of commotion. As the reporters were talking, they stopped paying attention to me and turned their attention to the internet celebrity, and even started talking about other bizarre stories of people who had falsely claimed $1 million prizes. Meanwhile, I had come to the lottery inspection center and took out my winning lottery ticket. The staff looked at me with a doubtful expression. Their first reaction was to suspect that I was here to claim the grand prize, because I didn't behave like someone who had won a grand prize at all. Lao Wang, come and take a look. Is this lottery ticket real or fake? The staff almost concluded from the beginning that the lottery ticket I had was a fake. But when they checked carefully, they felt something was wrong, and soon, cold sweat began to seep out of their foreheads. So they decided to find a more experienced colleague to help confirm it. The 2 staff members carefully checked the lottery ticket over and over again for more than 10 minutes, and finally they nodded to each other. The older staff stared at me for a long time before slowly speaking. Sir, do you know how much you won? He seemed to think that I was either a fool but didn't know I had won the first prize for being so calm. But seeing how calm I was, he obviously thought I was the latter. I know, probably more than 10 million after tax. My indifferent answer almost suffocated them. You know you've won a multi-million-dollar prize. Why aren't you excited at all? They almost blurted out, but looking at my calm expression, they already knew in their hearts that this multimillionaire is someone who must not be provoked. The man who brought me here looked like he had seen a ghost, and the shock and fear in his eyes almost made him collapse. He suddenly realized that if I was really the winner of the multi-million jackpot, and his behavior just now made him angry with me, then his job might be over. After all, the multi-millionaire's methods of punishment are more than just words, and he is completely powerless to resist what money can do. Thinking of this, the man suddenly knelt down with a plop and begged, I'm sorry. I was really blind just now and misunderstood you. Please let me go. Just treat me as someone who has no sense and forgive me this time. My whole family will be grateful to you in the future. He kowtowed and banged his head hard on the ground, and the sound was so frightening that it made people feel creepy. This scene stunned everyone, but no one dared to step forward to persuade them. Everyone just watched coldly, fearing that they would be implicated. I looked at the man with regret, but I wasn't angry. I just said calmly, get up and get things done. I didn't blame him. In fact, I had barely paid any attention to him from the beginning till now. I just wanted to complete the formalities as soon as possible and start my next plan after receiving the bonus. Okay, sir, please follow me. I will arrange the rest of the procedure right away. The man stood up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and led the way in a humble tone. He hoped to make up for his mistake in this way and let him go. In fact, at this point, I didn't need him to lead the way at all because the staff had already arranged the next steps for me, and the matter of the multi-million-dollar prize had attracted the attention of the superiors who were rushing over. Soon, I was surrounded by a group of people and brought to the finance department. When the finance staff of the sports lottery center saw so many people, they immediately understood what had happened. When the financial department was calculating the bonus, the lottery leader took me into the press conference hall. For such $1 million prize, media exposure and photo taking are essential. Although I didn't want to be too high profile, this was the process and there was nothing to be shy about, so I didn't refuse. The reporters in the hall were stunned when they saw me. It's him. The reporter's expressions froze for a moment, and an awkward atmosphere spread, especially those reporters who had talked so much about me. They felt that every word was like a slap in the face, and they couldn't help but frown in pain. There was even a moment when everyone forgot to continue filming until the welfare lottery staff coughed a few times to remind them, and then they gradually came back to their senses. Then, all the cameras were pointed at me, flashbulbs flashed, and clicks sounded one after another. I still maintained a cold expression, and my only reaction was to squint slightly when the flash came on. I seemed a little uncomfortable, but soon returned to normal. Before my rebirth, I was just a person struggling for survival in the Doomsday. I had never experienced such an interview, and this was also my first time facing a reporter. After all this trouble, half an hour later, the leader of the welfare lottery personally handed me a check worth more than 11 million. I took the check and reporters gathered around me again. Sir, do you buy lottery tickets casually? Or do you have any secret tips? Can you share them with us? Mr. Yi Hao, I'm a reporter from the Jojo Daily. Can you accept our brief interview with you? Mr. Yi, could you tell us about your family background? Why are you so calm, even though you won a multi-million-dollar prize? A series of questions came one after another, and all the reporters' eyes were focused on me, waiting for my answer. I need to go to the bathroom. Please make way. I said expressionlessly. The reporters were stunned for a moment. It was obvious that this answer was far from their expectations. But what does the expectations of the reporters have to do with me? As soon as I finished speaking, I turned and walked towards the toilet. Ahem, fellow journalists, please understand that people have 3 urgent needs. Our lucky winner has been busy until now. The toilet is on the 2nd floor. Please wait in the lobby. He will not run away. The man who led the way before explained to me enthusiastically. It was obvious that he hoped to win my favor in this way and get some tips by the way. Although the reporters did not actually chase him to the toilet. As the man said, the toilet was on the 2nd floor, and there was only one exit in the hall. They could see me as long as they waited in the hall. After all, everyone has 3 urgent needs, and everyone can understand that. However, they didn't know that I jumped out of the window directly after going to the toilet. The window was about 3 meters above the ground. I rolled when I landed, cleverly consuming the impact force, and stood up steadily. While the reporters were still waiting in the lobby, I'd already gone to a nearby bank with the check. Because the amount was huge, I didn't have to wait in line, and the bank lobby manager took me directly to the VIP area. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle in the lobby, and the silence was a bit uncomfortable. Hello, sir. How can I help you? The account manager in the VIP area is a pretty woman who looks particularly professional compared to the ordinary employees in the hall. However, I don't care about these. To me, wealth has nothing to do with people. Everything in the Doomsday is just a battle between life and death. I want to transfer the money from this check to my bank card, I said coldly. Okay, considering that the check amount exceeds 10 million, interbank transfers will incur a considerable handling fee. We recommend that you open a gold card from our bank to enjoy more discounts and features. What do you think? The account manager's sweet smile is hard to refuse. But these are not very attractive to me. In the apocalypse, beautiful women become a disaster. Okay, just be quick. I still responded calmly. Okay, please wait. Her smile became even brighter. Sure enough, the bank VIP was very efficient, and my business was done in just 3 minutes. At this moment, I finally had tens of millions of wealth, and my plan was about to begin. Jujo Real Estate, a leader in the field of housing transactions, has a very high reputation and high-quality services, and I'm currently standing in this top real estate company. Hello, sir. Are you planning to buy a property or rent a house? We have a wide range of choices to meet all your needs. A good-looking young female salesperson introduced to me with a smile. I want to rent an independent villa with a beautiful, spacious, and quiet environment. I nodded. As soon as I finished speaking, the other salesmen all turned their eyes to me. They saw that I was dressed simply and did not realize that I might be a big customer with the ability to buy a house, so they did not dare to take the initiative to receive me. Finally, the young female saleswoman Mile came forward to receive me. However, when she heard my need to rent a villa, the experienced salesman around her immediately realized that this transaction meant a considerable commission. The transaction amount of villa rental is usually high, which can bring at least hundreds of thousands of commission rewards. Sure enough, a saleswoman wearing heavy makeup quickly walked up to me and said with a smile, "Sir, do you want to rent a detached villa? We have many houses suitable for you. You can sit down first, and I will introduce them to you in detail." After that, she turned to Mile, who was standing beside her, and said with a smile, "Mile, go pour a cup of tea for the guest." Miley I had just graduated and was still an intern. She gritted her teeth, her face showing anger. It was obvious that the saleswoman meant that she had already taken over the client, and the subsequent commission would naturally belong to her, and had nothing to do with Miley I. Under this industry's unwritten rules, if Mile dares to speak out in resistance, and the contract is not signed in the end, the company's losses may cause her to be punished or even face dismissal. "Mile, why aren't you going yet? Are you keeping the customers waiting?" the saleswoman urged coldly. Before she finished her words, I said coldly, "Go get some water, I'll talk to Mile." This sentence was brief, but irrefutable. The saleswoman's expression froze instantly, and she stood there in a daze for several seconds. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" I glanced at her with disdain and spoke in a cold tone. No, I'll go right away." The saleswoman was frightened, and her face changed. She turned around and left in a hurry, but when she passed by Mile, she glared at her fiercely. Her expression was full of hostility, especially when she said the words, "treat you well." Her tone was particularly heavy. Mile did not back down, but looked at her firmly, with a hint of stubbornness on her face. She had long been accustomed to the bullying of these old salesmen. Otherwise, she would have opened the order long ago. Why would she be criticized by the boss every time in the company meeting? "Thank you, sir. I will continue to recommend suitable houses for you," Mile said gratefully, with gratitude in her eyes. I nodded and didn't say anything more. Actually, I didn't help Mile out of kindness. First, I was dissatisfied with the saleswoman's behavior. Second, she kept recommending overpriced properties to me. Although I have money, and it is money that I have earned relatively easily, it does not mean that I am willing to let others take advantage of me. The house that Mile recommended to me was obviously much cheaper than the one introduced by the female salesperson. There was even a villa that was originally expensive, but it was reduced by 10,000 yuan per month at Miles. "Let's just use this one. Swipe the card," I said calmly. "Huh? Sir, you haven't inspected the house in person yet. Would you like to go and see the house first?" Mile asked with a little surprise. According to her previous experience, the usual rental process is to introduce the house first, then conduct an on-site inspection, and finally negotiate the price. However, I obviously don't intend to waste time. "No, that's it." I smiled and looked at her silly face. After saying so much, she still thought I would hesitate. Mile wanted to say something else, but seeing how determined I was and the unfriendly look from her boss, she finally swallowed her words silently. I didn't waste any time, so I paid the rent decisively and rented the entire villa in one go. The landlord saw how decisive I was, and with Mile's help, the transaction was successfully completed on the same day. After the rent was paid, I moved directly into the villa. This villa is located in a prosperous area of City F, not far from the city center. The surrounding environment is pleasant, and there is a fairly spacious open space between each villa, making it very private. Of course, the rent for such a villa is not cheap. The house of more than 300 square meters plus the courtyard of nearly 50 square meters has a monthly rent of 50,000 yuan, with a minimum lease of half a year. The rent must be paid in one lump sum, and a deposit of 100,000 yuan must be paid to the landlord. The whole thing, including the agency fee, cost a total of 725,000 yuan, but it was all worth it. After moving into the villa, I sat on the sofa, took out my mobile phone, and suddenly remembered that the World Cup was going on. When I opened the webpage, the first piece of news I saw made me laugh and cry. The headline read, $1 million grand prize winner, Lung Mo-ge. Everyone is looking for Lung Mo-ge. It turned out that I was extremely lucky, and the news of my winning the jackpot had spread all over the internet. In particular, my act of escaping from the toilet window on the second floor, as if I had disappeared from the face of the earth, attracted the attention of countless people. This made me instantly famous on the internet, and coupled with my cold attitude when receiving the award, netizens gave me a nickname, Cold Brother. Seeing these comments, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile helplessly. I always wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect to attract so much discussion. However, this is to be expected. Information changes rapidly these days, and this kind of heat will be replaced by new topics in a few days, and netizens who like to join the fun will soon forget about me. I can't continue on the path of winning the lottery. The next focus is the World Cup. I thought to myself. Scrolling through more information, I quickly discovered a ton of posts related to the World Cup. However, most of the content reports on matches and results, with very little information on World Cup betting, and the few articles that were found could not be opened. Suddenly, I remembered the situation in the previous World Cups. Kyushu once ranked first in the world in terms of gambling amount, especially in 2013, when Kyushu ranked first in the world in terms of gambling amount, with 2.15 trillion euros, far exceeding other countries. In recent years, Kyushu has seen a number of reports of World Cup wins and losses being manipulated by betting companies, prompting the government to step up its crackdown. In fact, I have some understanding of these situations. Due to the odds, bookmakers always make money in World Cup betting. For example, in a match between Germany and Portugal, the odds are Germany wins at 0.78 and Portugal wins or draws at 1.12. If the total bet amount is 1.8 million, the bookmaker will make a huge profit no matter what. What is even more shocking is that bookmakers can manipulate the results of games at critical moments by controlling some players. But none of this matters to me. I now know the results of the World Cup matches and can reap huge rewards by betting on them. Haha, bookmakers, your huge profit system and sophisticated team are indeed powerful, but you have met me, and I came from the end of the world. Looking at this situation, I probably won't be able to place bets domestically. It seems I can only choose foreign markets. I thought silently to myself. For me, betting on foreign markets is actually a good choice. First, it is not easy to be noticed. Second, it is possible to win foreigners' money. That feeling is simply amazing. Thinking about this, I started to operate quickly. After several attempts and climbing over the wall, I finally successfully logged into the foreign disk. Tonight, at 2300 hours Kyushu time, the group match between Portugal and Spain will be held. I remember this match clearly, even though it was just an ordinary match in the entire World Cup. But for Ronaldo, it was a classic moment that made fans all over the world crazy, because that night, Portugal and Spain tied 4:4. I remember clearly that it was because of this unexpected result that the bookmaker made a net profit of 10 billion euros in one night. There are still 4 hours before the competition starts. There is enough time. I looked at the time, quickly registered an account, and recharged all 10 million yuan into it. Before the game started, almost no one would bet on a 4:4 draw between Portugal and Spain, so the odds were very high, reaching 120 times. Without hesitation, I bet all the tens of millions I had just recharged on a 4:4 draw with Portugal. With this bet, the odds dropped from 120 times to 105 times. But no matter how the odds change, the moment I bet, it is 120 times, and the final reward will also be 120 times. After confirming the bet, I closed the software and stopped paying attention to the game. It was already past 7 in the evening, and my stomach had already started to growl after a busy day. Taking my cell phone, I left the villa. Walking out of the community, I came to a row of high-end hotels. Today was my first time here, and I hadn't tried any of the hotels before, so I just randomly went into one. After a day's spending, the more than 11 million yuan I had on hand was almost gone, with only a few 100,000 left. The money is really too little. It won't last long. I shook my head and sighed, then began to wolf down the dozen or so dishes in front of me. The people around me were amazed at how I devoured the food. But I don't care. After all, if they have experienced the apocalypse and rebirth, their eating habits will probably not be much better than mine. In the apocalypse, food is not considered human food. In 10 minutes, I had finished more than 10 dishes without even a grain of rice left. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. I paid the bill and walked out of the hotel without hesitation. When the hotel owner saw me leave, he still had a lingering fear on his face. Oh, I was really scared. Fortunately, it wasn't a buffet. At this time, a marketing manager came over with a report in his hand. Boss, this is the steak buffet project I just made. It is estimated that our benefits can be increased by 5%. The boss glanced at him and his face darkened. You can go home now. The marketing manager was stunned for a moment, thinking that the boss felt sorry for him working too much overtime, and said with a smile, Boss, it's okay. I can stay in the hotel, no problem. The boss gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing how I ate, how could he dare to open a buffet again, he suddenly yelled, Get out of here. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. The marketing manager was stunned for a moment. He had never seen his boss so angry, and he couldn't figure out what mistake he had made. You're not leaving yet? You wanted to send you off. The boss was furious. He looked at the manager, standing there stupidly, and was almost ready to take action. The manager was so scared that he fell to the ground and ran out of the hotel on his hands and feet. not even daring to take his own things. Damn, it's not easy to run a hotel. Why are there always people who want to harm me? The boss cursed. I had no idea what was happening in the hotel, and at this point, I had arrived at a busy street. Although it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening, the streets were still brightly lit and full of pedestrians. I followed the instructions given by the taxi driver yesterday and found the Chinese herbal medicine store I had marked. According to the taxi driver's description that day, this is a traditional Chinese medicine store with a century-old history, which displays various precious Chinese herbal medicines. Against the backdrop of the impending Doomsday, traditional Chinese medicine, which had long been suppressed by Western medicine, has experienced an astonishing reversal, with Western medicine being almost ignored. The rise of traditional Chinese medicine is precisely because it can play a huge therapeutic role in an environment where viruses are rampant. Western medicine is helpless in the face of viral infections. For the survivors of the Doomsday, minor illnesses and pains are no longer a big problem, and the physical fitness of many people has been greatly improved. Even without medication, the body can heal itself, and even if Western medicine is used, its effect is limited and can only slightly speed up recovery. However, the magic of Chinese medicine lies in the fact that it contains countless medicinal herbs that are beneficial to the body, can strengthen the body, and consolidate the foundation. In particular, some ancient medicinal herbs that were hundreds of years old played a crucial role for the only 8 remaining innate warriors in the world at that time. I clearly remember that someone once presented a 200-year-old medicinal herb to a congenital warrior in Jojo State, asking him to help deal with a powerful enemy. The next day, this powerful enemy completely disappeared. This incident shocked all the survivors in the apocalypse, and everyone realized the infinite efficacy of these natural treasures. The rise of Chinese medicine marks a change in the world pattern after the apocalypse, especially in Kyushu, where 2 of the 8 innate warriors came from. The role of Chinese medicine is undoubtedly the key to all this. I pondered silently and walked into the pharmacy. As expected, this pharmacy looked very old. As soon as I stepped into it, I could smell the rich aroma of Chinese herbal medicine. "Hello, what medicine do you need?" The clerk greeted me warmly as soon as he saw me come in. Before the end of the world, the status of traditional Chinese medicine was far inferior to that of Western medicine, but this store was crowded with customers and business was booming. Some people in the store were having acupuncture, some were having cupping, and some were queuing up, waiting for a white-haired old man to take their pulse. "I want to get some herbs that can nourish the body and strengthen the bones and muscles," I replied. I don't know much about Chinese medicine. Although I know that some precious herbs are very helpful for cultivation, I don't know how to make prescriptions. I didn't have the conditions to try before the end of the world, but now I can only explore through practice. Fortunately, the early stages of cultivation do not require rare medicines, such as natural treasures. Ordinary Chinese medicinal materials are sufficient. My savings are limited now, and I cannot buy a large amount of precious medicinal materials at one time. So I plan to start with some herbs with good medicinal effects, and observe the effects slowly along with the practice methods. When we have sufficient funds, we will consider purchasing more rare medicinal materials. You must be a trainer or an athlete if you want to strengthen your muscles and bones. We have special tonic prescriptions for people who do high-intensity training. You can take a look at these. The clerk handed me a few prescriptions. I took a quick look, and although I didn't quite understand the specific formula, I knew that these medicines would be of great help in cultivation. "Just grab 5 servings and try the results," I replied. At present, I can only try different herbs slowly. After all, most of these herbs are good for nourishing the body. After I try them, I will make adjustments based on the effects. Then I will ask the store clerk for improvement plans. "Okay, please wait. These medicines are best used in medicinal baths, and these need to be brewed with hot water before taking." The clerk explained in detail how to use the several medicines. I nodded to show that I understood. Soon after, the clerk handed me the packaged herbs. After paying, I walked out of the pharmacy. Next, I went to a nearby fitness equipment store, bought some necessary equipment, hired a car to load it up, and brought it directly back to the villa. Although there is only half a year, I must make good use of every minute. I converted the garage of the villa into a gym. There are 2 types of cultivation: training the mind and training the body. Now, I'm going to train the body. Physical training stimulates the potential of the body through high-intensity training. I tied lead blocks to my hands, feet, and waist, put on a lead vest, and then started running, punching, lifting barbells. Each time I trained to the limit, I recover through a medicinal bath. The combination of the medicinal effect and the mental method makes the effect twice as good as the result with half the effort. Physical training and mental training complement each other. The effect of mental training will be greatly improved during physical training, and mental methods can accelerate the recovery and toughness of the body. This is my current practice method, simple but effective. Chapter 13. In fact, compared to my cultivation in the apocalypse, the current cultivation conditions are much better. There was no gym equipment available during the apocalypse, so I often had to tie rocks to my body or stuff them into my clothes to do my physical training. Unlike smooth lead blocks, the surface of stones is uneven, and after each training session, my body would be scratched and covered with scars. Without a barbell, I lifted various large stones or carried thick tree stumps. Sometimes, if I wasn't careful, stones or wood would fall on me, causing serious injuries. However, after being injured, I had almost no medicine or treatment. The only thing I could do was to endure and always be vigilant against sneak attacks from others. It's not just me. Every survivor in the apocalypse has to struggle like this. In that world, if you're not strong enough, you will become someone else's slave or even food. Many athletes claim to have undergone inhuman training, but compared to those who desperately struggle to survive in the apocalypse, they will never understand what true inhumanity means. Only in a true life and death situation can human potential be fully stimulated. At least, when you're still complaining about being tired, it means you have not reached your limit. While I was practicing, the whole world's attention was focused on another scene. The match between Portugal and Spain had begun. The Portuguese team is still supported by that king-like player. Today, Ronaldo's performance was perfect. In the match against Spain, he broke through the penalty area and was knocked down. The referee awarded a penalty without hesitation. Then, with sharp eyes, Ronaldo sent a classic banana penalty into the net, and Portugal led 1 o'clock, getting off to a dream start. The game entered a white-hot stage, and the Spanish team finally equalized the score 1-1. However, Portugal did not relax. In the 43rd minute, Gages made a clever pass at the top of the penalty area, and Ronaldo scored with a low left-foot shot. Portugal ended the first half with a 3-1 lead. In the second half, Spain exploded and scored consecutive goals, changing the score to 4-3. In the 87th minute, Ronaldo was fouled again at the top of the penalty area, and Portugal got a free kick in an excellent position. Ronaldo took the penalty and shot accurately, and the ball went straight to the right corner for 4. The game ended in a draw. Although it was not their home game, fans from both teams cheered wildly, especially Ronaldo, who scored 4 goals and received the warmest applause and cheers from the audience. Fans around the world went crazy, and countless people jumped from several floors due to excessive excitement, and their lives were in danger. After the game, there was a lot of heated discussion about the result. 4-4, Ronaldo's last goal, so awesome. If I had known this would be the result, I would have bet on 4-4, which is 100 times the odds. This is much more valuable than my bet on a draw between Portugal and France. I actually bet on Portugal 2-3, but Ronaldo scored another goal in the end. I was so upset. The result of the match caused a sensation around the world. Fans of both the win and loss were regretting not buying Portugal 4-4 early on. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Everything is destined. At the same time, my practice also ended. Time passed by that day like water. After 5 hours of practice, I relaxed my body in the medicinal bath, and the pain gradually disappeared. This medicinal bath is really effective. A lot of the aches and pains in my body have disappeared. I stood up and stepped out of the bathtub. With every movement of the body, which was originally no different from that of an ordinary person, gradually showed distinct muscles, fierce and powerful, just like a cheetah. My physical condition was also excellent, completely different from the exhausted state I had been an hour ago. Bang! I punched the dynamometer hard, and the pointer spun rapidly. After more than 10 circles, it gradually stopped and finally showed 78 kilograms. The punching force of a middle heavyweight boxer is about 80 to 90 kilograms, and my punching force has reached this standard, although my weight is far from light heavyweight. This means I am more than capable of crushing those light heavyweight boxers. However, my face remained calm. After all, before my rebirth, my punching power could reach about 370 kilograms. Although I'm still far from my peak self, I'm already close to the heavyweight level of Mu Zilong and am far from reaching the limits of the human body. Of course, I have just started practicing, and it is already very good to achieve such a result. In the near future, it should not be a problem to reach a heavy punch of 157 kilograms. If the athletes of the national team knew about these progress, they would be shocked. It took them several years, or even more than 10 years of training to achieve the results, but I was able to catch up in just a few hours. The speed of this progress cannot be described as astonishing. Chapter 15, Gambling with Life. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Building a strong enough body is the best guarantee for surviving the Doomsday. Of course, Yihao had never forgotten the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot in his mind, but now he had no way to collect all the materials needed to build the Doomsday Chariot. First, there's not enough money to purchase those materials. Second, the meteor shower in memory has not yet arrived, and meteorite iron is difficult to find on this planet. So at this stage, Yihao plans to accumulate as much funds as possible, while also carrying out corresponding training. After all, only when one is strong can one be truly strong. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Yihao's phone rang. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and someone was calling. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was a call from Mr. Lee, the big-headed boy in the dormitory. Hey, Yihao, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? The counselor came to check the dormitory just now and found you not there, so he asked you to go find him tomorrow. Also, Brother Lingma, you won such a big prize. Don't you plan to treat me to a meal? When the phone was connected, the voice of Big Head Lao Li was heard, along with the noise of other people in the dormitory. Obviously, the news that Yihao won a multi-million jackpot in the lottery has probably spread around the campus. He did not cover his face when taking the photo. So many reporters took photos and uploaded them to the internet. After various reposts and publicity, it was normal for his classmates to know about it. Actually, Yihao is still a freshman in school. The school has not yet closed for vacation, but the final exams are in a few days. I understand, but I'm busy here. Tell the counselor that I won't go back. When I'm free, I'll treat you to a big meal again. Yihao responded indifferently. The end of the world is only half a year away. Going back to school now is probably something only a person with a brain kicked by a donkey would do. In a doomsday, the diplomas that are valued by people today will not play any role at all. Only truly useful people will be valued by powerful people and will be able to survive in the doomsday. Another thing is that he is really busy now and cannot afford to waste any time in the next 6 months. As for inviting Big Head Lao Li and others to dinner, it was no big deal. He was not a stingy person, and a meal didn't cost much money. But the prerequisite was that he had to have time, and he obviously didn't have any time to waste now. After hearing his reply, Big Head Oldly on the other end of the phone fell silent. Obviously, Big Head Oldly did not expect Yihao to reply to him like this. Oh, you just won 10 million. Do you really think you're so awesome? You act like you are as busy as the top management. But they don't know that in the eyes of truly rich people, it means nothing at all. Any bigger and better villa can be sold for tens of millions. Forget it. This poor guy thinks he is so great just because he has some money and looks down on us ordinary people. Besides, it's just a meal. I just made hundreds of thousands of dollars playing the World Cup, so I could just take everyone out for a meal. Another person's sinister voice came from the phone. Yihao recognized it as a rich second-generation man from the next dormitory, named Li Wei. My family is a real estate developer. When I first came to school, I said I wanted to be the boss of the freshman year, and I was rich and pretentious in every way. Although they lived in the dormitory next door, Yihao had never provoked him. The two of them were just familiar with each other and had not spoken a word to each other throughout the entire semester. Obviously, when Big Headley called just now, Li Wei was in their dormitory, and Big Headley turned on the speaker, so everyone in the dormitory heard his words. Ahem, Yihao, the final exam is coming up in a few days. Are you really not going to come back to school? You have to get a diploma after entering college. Big-headed Oldly said somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't expect Li Wei to speak suddenly and directly attack Yihao. In fact, he didn't know that Li Wei came to their dormitory just for Yihao. Today, almost the entire school was discussing two things. One was the World Cup, which was in full swing, and the other was that Yihao from their school was extremely lucky and won a prize worth tens of millions. Li Wei, who usually likes to show off, was completely overshadowed by Yihao today. This made him very unhappy, so he came to make trouble for Yihao on purpose. Moreover, his family is in the real estate business, and in his opinion, 10 million is really nothing. In order to avoid further escalation of the conflict, Big Head Li has turned off the speakerphone. However, the shouting of Li Wei's followers could still be heard, all of which were mocking Yi Hao and praising Li Wei. Especially the fact that Li Wei had just won hundreds of thousands of dollars by betting on the World Cup was exaggerated by them. However, if they knew that Yi Hao had just won more than $1 billion in the World Cup, they would probably be so shocked that they would be speechless. I'm not going back. I can't learn the really useful things in college. Yi Hao said lightly, without any emotional ups and downs. For Yi Hao, who survived the Doomsday, sarcasm and ridicule have no effect on him at all. After all, he won't lose any meat if he is criticized a few times. But if anyone dares to attack him, it would be a gamble with his life, and only one party can die completely. After all, people who survive in the Doomsday don't like to leave any potential hidden dangers to threaten themselves. This is a bit similar to the red-haired Shanks in the bingo anime Pirate King that Yi Hao had watched before. Shanks would not pay any attention to what others said. But once the other party used a knife or a weapon, it meant that they were gambling with him and would have to pay the price with their life. Only those who have crawled out of the sea of blood and corpses know what the real fatal injury is. Chapter 16, The Butterfly Effect. Seeing that Yi Hao had made his position clear, Li Wei's younger brothers in the dormitory continued to clamor. Big-headed Li was worried that the situation would escalate, so he gave Yi Hao a few instructions, asking him to come back and see everyone when he was free, and then hung up the phone. Yi Hao didn't say another word until the call was hung up. Regarding these things that would have made a hot-blooded boy of 18 or 19 years old furious, he acted very calmly instead, with a calmness that was completely unbefitting of his age group. This is also an experience Yi Hao learned after experiencing the Doomsday. Impulse is really an evil spirit, especially in the Doomsday. If you are impulsive, you may lose your life in the next second, and no one will feel sorry for it. Yi Hao, who wanted to put away his phone and take a rest, suddenly remembered the $10 million he bet on the World Cup after being reminded by Li Wei, so he logged into his account to check. Congratulations on betting that Portugal will draw with France 3:3. The $1.2 billion prize money has been transferred to your account. Please check it. When you log into your account, you'll see a prompt message like this. Even though Yi Hao was called the Cold Brother by countless people, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. 10 million multiplied by 120 times and became 1.2 billion in just a few hours. Such a huge fortune was something Yi Hao had never thought of in his previous life. It was also the huge wealth that countless young people in Jojo country dreamed of obtaining. Now it appeared directly in Yi Hao's account. If it were someone else, they would have been so excited that they couldn't sleep for several nights. However, Yi Hao could only see a slight smile on his face. I'm afraid not many people in the world can possess this ability to remain calm in the face of adversity. You have to know that not long ago, Yi Hao was just a poor boy who could barely afford to go to college with the compensation from his parents, and even in the future, he had to do various part-time jobs. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a billionaire envied by countless people. What caused Yi Hao to have such a huge change was naturally the Doomsday experience, and his view on these money was completely different from that of others. In his eyes, this money was just a tool for him to collect various necessary reserve materials and various materials needed to build the Doomsday Chariot. It had no other substantial use. At the same time, he was even more reluctant to use the money to build a business empire, because in the Doomsday, the treasure hunting, JD.com, real estate, and other industries that were popular in Kyushu all collapsed overnight. Therefore, using all the money to build a business empire with only half a year left is completely idiotic. Of the $1.2 billion in prize money, after deducting taxes and commissions, there was still more than $1.1 billion left. Yi Hao cashed out all the prize money as he was not going to bet on another World Cup. Even though he already knew that the next World Cup match would be between Argentina and Iceland, Messi performed poorly and his penalty was saved by Haldorsen. He failed to carry the entire national team like Ronaldo, and the team ended up drawing 1-1 with Iceland. The reason why Yi Hao chose not to bet on this game was because he found that many things had changed in the just concluded battle between Portugal and Centrala. In addition to some slight changes in the odds of each score, there were also some slight changes in the time when the 6 goals were scored by Portugal and France. Especially Ronaldo's final goal, which was 1 minute later than the time recorded in the magazine that Yi Hao read before his rebirth. The goal should have been scored in the 86th minute, but it was not scored until the 87th minute. Similar to the time when Yi Hao won a jackpot worth tens of millions, The final single prize money was nearly 1 million Kyushu currency, less than the amount recorded in the magazine he read before his death, and the number of winners changed from 8 to 10. This is a horrible thing. For Yi Hao, his greatest reliance is his understanding of his past life after his rebirth. But now, because of his rebirth, the change in behavior seems to have had a certain impact on the world. This kind of influence is completely out of Yi Hao's control. No one knows what the final result will be. If I have to say, it's a bit like the butterfly effect. A butterfly that has deviated from its original life trajectory can cause a huge wave on the other side of the ocean by gently flapping its wings. Yi Hao is now equivalent to that butterfly. He has escaped from the established life of Yi Hao in his previous life, and appeared in places where Yi Hao had never appeared in his previous life, and obtained things that Yi Hao had never obtained in his previous life. Such changes may seem very small now, but if they continue, they may really cause huge changes in the world because of Yi Hao, and even the end of the world may come early. Therefore, Yi Hao is not planning to continue betting on the next World Cup match, and now, with the 1.1 billion in hand, he can start taking the next related actions. The emergence of those uncertainties made him feel that time was running out and the situation was becoming more and more urgent. However, Yi Hao will not stop there. Since he has been reborn, the changes already indicated that some unpredictable changes are about to happen in this world. Even if Yi Hao does nothing, this situation will occur because his rebirth is the biggest change. The best way to avoid being affected by such unforeseen changes is to never change things a second time. So Yi Hao withdrew all the winning amount without hesitation, and finally he had more than 1.1 billion in his account. With a fortune of more than 1.1 billion, Yi Hao can be considered a rich man if he no longer considers the impending Doomsday in half a year. But Yi Hao naturally would not do that. Even if he wanted to support a young model or a popular female star, it would be possible after the Doomsday, and it would even be easier. It is enough to provide them with a safe place to stay and some food. Yi Hao had personally encountered such a thing in the Doomsday. It was a mutant evolver with an extremely ugly appearance, whose strength was equivalent to that of a warrior of about the 5th level. They will do whatever you want them to do without any resistance, because resistance means death in the Doomsday. As for her eldest daughter's temper, it had already been exhausted. With the 1.1 billion yuan in funds arrived, Yi Hao's next move can finally begin. According to the time, that thing should have already started. Chapter 17, Rare Metals. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and many people who had gotten up early to exercise had gathered in the park. Yi Hao also slowly came out of his mental training state. Phew, the morning hours are so short. Yi Hao slowly exhaled the foul air that had accumulated in his chest. Practice Jiwu in the morning and Sanfu at night. Absorb the essence of the sun and the moon every day, strengthen the body, and train the mind. This is what Yi Hao must do every day. At this time, the spiritual substances in the world are the purest and cleanest, but this time is very short. Especially as more and more people leave their homes, the spiritual substances will be diluted and the effect of cultivation will decline. Cultivation is never something that can be achieved overnight. The most important thing is perseverance and accumulation over time. After washing up, Yi Hao left the villa. He already had plans for today. However, breakfast is still a very important thing for Yi Hao. It still follows the Doomsday law. The world is big, but eating is the most important. After a hearty meal, Yi Hao called a car and headed for his destination. At the F-City Securities Exchange, hundreds of thousands of veteran stock addicts gather here every day, waiting for the stock market to open at 9:30 every day. Old Lee, how was it yesterday? Did the 2 stocks you were watching go up yesterday? It's a little bit older. Fortunately, I listened to your advice and didn't try to get money from Changfei Group. Otherwise, I would have lost so much money that I couldn't even afford to eat. Speaking of which, the stock of Changfei Group is also strange. I have never seen a military-industrial enterprise hit the limit down for nearly a month. Who knows? Anyway, I don't dare to touch this stock. It's too evil. But fortunately, I sold my shares when I lost a little money, so I didn't suffer too much loss. You are smarter than the devil. You sell as soon as you see the situation is not good. I have never seen you get stuck. As soon as Yi Hao entered the securities firm, he heard 2 people talking like this, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. Today he came here just for the stock of Changfei Group. Yi Hao is not a stock investor, but he still remembers one thing clearly before the Doomsday. Changfei Group, a military-industrial enterprise, is a promising company that specializes in manufacturing drones and has always been very stable. Suddenly one day, affected by unknown factors, the stock hit the limit down for more than a month. No matter whether the market went up or down, the stock would hit the limit down every day. The price fell from nearly 100 Jojo national currency per share to 1 Jojo national currency per share, and the market value shrunk by more than 10 billion. When everyone thought that this military-industrial enterprise was about to go bankrupt, it was suddenly reported that the enterprise had obtained a rare metal with huge development potential. Then, the stock that had been hitting the limit-down price experienced a dramatic change. It hit the limit-up price for nearly 50 consecutive days, and the price of 1 Jojo national currency per share turned into 100 Jojo national currency per share. However, the stock was still growing madly, but it rarely hit the limit-down price. This incident became a hot topic among all investors at the time, and they all said that they had never seen such a strange stock. Many of these investors regretted not buying when the stock price was at its lowest and missed out on consecutive daily limit increases. Those who couldn't bear it and sold their stocks at the lowest price also regretted it and lost a lot of money in vain. Yihao had no idea what the specific reason for this incident was, but this was the most widely circulated statement at the time. The stock of this military-industrial enterprise was manipulated by external forces. It was said that a large consortium directly invested 10 billion yuan and forced the stock to hit the limit down for more than a month. After that, the consortium became the largest shareholder of this military-industrial enterprise, which was regarded as a disguised way of saying that they were fed up with this military-industrial enterprise. The purpose of the consortium doing this was to target the rare metals that were later discovered by the company. Later, it turned out that the metal was a meteorite with super high strength, hardness, rigidity, and a mysterious power. Specific related reports say that it did not appear until the end of the world. However, Yihao once saw a very powerful leader. The armor worn by their members was made of a metal that he had never seen before. Later, after inquiring from many sources, he learned that it was made of the rare metal that Chang Fei's group had discovered. No one knows what its specific function is. Yihao only knows that the armor made of rare metal can defend against sniper weapons and even armor-piercing bullets. Even the only 8 innate warriors at that time found it difficult to break this kind of metal. They could only use their strong internal strength to shatter the person inside the armor. You should know that the most powerful warrior before Yihao's rebirth was a congenital warrior. An innate warrior can easily crush hundreds of 10th level warriors, but he cannot directly smash the armor made of rare metals. After this incident, that boss suddenly became one of the 10 most powerful bosses in the world at that time. It was precisely because of this incident that Yihao secretly investigated the boss and the rare metal at the end of the world. The purpose of Yihao's coming to the securities exchange today was for that rare metal. That is, the stock of Chang Fei Group that had been hitting the daily limit for more than a month. He guessed that the so-called rare metal was most likely the meteorite iron needed to build the Doomsday Chariot. "Hello, how can I help you?" As soon as Yihao entered the securities service center, the staff came to greet him. "Help me open an account." Yihao responded calmly. Chapter 18, 550 million shares. When Yihao transferred more than 1.1 billion Jojo national currency into his bank card, he was automatically upgraded to the bank's SS level VIP, with more functions and permissions. When a special manager of the bank called Yihao to introduce the information, he only remembered the extremely high confidentiality. Only with an access warrant issued by the most authoritative agency of the country could his bank information be accessed. Otherwise, the agency could not access it at will. For Yihao, confidentiality is what he values most. The fact that he is a reborn person must not be known by anyone. When opening the account just now, Yihao once again learned about the permissions and functions that the bank's SS level VIP has. When the staff of the security service center learned that Yihao's bank card was an SS level VIP, they immediately took Yihao to a luxuriously decorated conference room and replaced him with a professional manager to serve Yihao. How to put it, it was a green light throughout the process. It originally required all kinds of cumbersome procedures, but Yihao only had to wait for 5 minutes and everything was done for him, and various permissions were also open for Yihao's account. For example, an amount that originally took 2 working days to arrive in the account can now be credited to the account in 2 hours at most. Another thing is that there is no upper limit on the amount required to purchase any stock. Of course, once you buy at the lower or upper limit, you can no longer continue trading. There are many other functions that Yi Hao did not remember, but after all, he has many more privileges than ordinary shareholders. Mr. Yi, I hope you have fun. After everything was done, Yi Hao left the service center and came to the stock hall. The market was about to open at 9:30. Yi Hao entered the internal stock app software that the staff had downloaded for him. It contained many special lectures by famous teachers, expert analysis, and various high-quality stock recommendations and other functions. However, Yi Hao was not interested in these things at all. It was very simple. If they could really make a lot of money, would others announce it so easily? After all, experts are charged. Another thing is that he didn't care about other stocks at all. He came here just for Chung Fei Group. The operation of the app is very simple. Yi Hao quickly found the stock of Chung Fei Group and looked through the past data. Did it reach 29 state currency per share yesterday? Opening the past stock chart of Chung Fei Group, you will soon see that for more than a month, this stock has been hitting the limit down like a bursting waterfall, without rebounding once. Currently, this stock is still 2.99 billion yuan per share. According to my memory, this stock will continue to hit the limit today, decreasing by another 10% to 1.89 billion yuan per share. Yi Hao now has more than 1.1 billion Jiuzhou national currency. If he invests all his money at this time, he can immediately become the largest shareholder of this company. Although it will continue to fall for a few more days, the difference won't be that big. After a little thought, Yi Hao decided to wait until the price hits the lower limit today and then invest all 1 billion Jiuzhou national currency into it. He would have other uses for the remaining 100 million Jiuzhou national currency. As for waiting a few more days until the stock price drops to 1 Jiuzhou national currency per share, Yi Hao had no such idea. With his appearance, the world has been quietly changing. Maybe this stock will be affected and may not necessarily fall to 1 Kyushu national currency per share. Moreover, the difference between 1.89 state currency and 1.99 state currency is only 1.8 times. Although this is not the most cost-effective time to buy, it is not a big problem. As long as you can become the largest shareholder of this stock, your goal will be achieved. After all, nothing can be perfect, and a little imperfection is completely acceptable. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The stock exchange's opening bell rang, and all investors' attention was drawn to the battle for stocks today. Today's stock market battle has begun again. Holy crap, why did this stock open so high? I heard that the country is going to cooperate with America, which will require a lot of steel. The steel industry should see a surge, right? The Russians have taken control of the chips and will no longer sell them to Kyushu. The stocks in the electronics industry will probably be in turmoil. You definitely can't buy them anymore. Fuck, Chung Fei Group has hit the limit down again. Damn, it hits the limit down every day when it opens, and I can't even sell it. Which local tyrant can help me get these 1,000 shares? I bought 50 per share, and now I'm selling it at 1.80 per share. Brother, you are overthinking it. Who would buy the stock of Chung Fei Group, a company that is about to go bankrupt? I bought in at 80 per share to catch the dip, but once I got in, it was like going into a deep sea. I haven't sold out until now. Damn it, I'm going to die from the fall. As soon as the stock market opened, all kinds of noisy sounds were heard continuously. Those who sold stocks whose prices had risen looked excited, while those who sold stocks whose prices had fallen looked gloomy. No matter who they were, they all looked the same. Ignoring the shouting of the people around him, Yi Hao waited until Chung Fei Group hit the limit down again as it had done overdue, and then he started to operate as he knew how to do. You will spend 1 billion Jiuzhou national currency to purchase Chung Fei Group shares. Please confirm whether to continue the operation. Yi Hao did not hesitate at all for the operation of 1 billion Jiuzhou national currency and directly clicked the confirm button. What the hell, what's going on? Someone is actually buying Chung Fei Group. Wait, let me see how many shares there are. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. More than 555 million shares? Which loser spent 1 billion on this stock? The Bodhisattva appeared, the god of wealth appeared, and I finally sold my 1,000 shares of Chung Fei Group. It's really a waste of life. He actually spent 1 billion Jiuzhou national currency to buy a company that is about to go bankrupt. Alas, it really proves the saying that rich people are stupid. Chapter 19, There's Trouble. As Yi Hao slammed 1 billion Jiuzhou national currency into Chung Fei Group's shares, The number of shares sold that had been accumulated for a long time was decreasing at an extremely fast speed, just like ice and snow melting. Isn't the Chung Fei Group going to rise? At this moment, the originally noisy stock hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at Chung Fei Group shares as if they had seen a spirit. The direct transaction of more than 550 million shares has only occurred a few times in the entire history of Kyushu stocks. The change in numbers is really scary. It's rising. Suddenly a voice was heard, and everyone's eyes turned to the number of shares bought and sold on the right. The originally accumulated sell shares of more than 400 million were all cleared out in just a few minutes, leaving only a few scattered sell shares, and the buy shares were left with more than 100 million. Fuck, Chung Fei Group's stock price has reached its daily limit? Then another voice was heard. The Chung Fei Group shares, which had originally reached the bottom of the valley, suddenly grew rapidly with an unstoppable momentum and instantly turned red to the top, reaching the daily limit. Everyone in the stock hall was dumbfounded. Such drastic changes in stocks were unprecedented in their lives. At the same time, at the headquarters of a Taiwanese consortium, a group of IT elites were all looking at the data in front of them with astonishment. This price has reached its daily limit? Soon the commotion here alarmed higher-level leadership, and a group of executives came over, surrounding a woman. The woman's name is Li Rushuang, and she is the CEO of this consortium. What happened? Li Rushuang asked with a cold face. Chung Fei Group is the largest move of their consortium this year. In order to short this company, they have drawn in 10 billion Jojo national currency from 100 Jojo national currency per share and have been operating up to 2 Jojo national currency per share, which is very close to their expected 1 Jojo national currency per share. But at this moment, someone suddenly threw in 1 billion, raising the price of 1.89 state currency per share to 2.29 state currency per share, and it even hit the daily limit. Boss, many shareholders of Chung Fei Group have stopped selling. If we want to short sell again and reach our original goal, we need to add 1 billion Jojo national currency. Zhou Jinxin, the manager in charge of this project, said with a grim expression. What? An additional 10 billion Jojo national currency? Are you all just eating for free? Li Rushuang shouted angrily. Although the total market value of their consortium is terrifying, they do not have much liquid funds. After withdrawing 10 billion Jojo national currency, the consortium has encountered operational problems in many places. If it were not for the consortium's strong background, it is very likely that there would be a break in the capital chain. For a huge consortium, a break in the capital chain is a very terrifying thing. If it is not handled properly, it may lead to the bankruptcy of the company. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. Countless people are watching their consortium, waiting for them to be weak and then launching a fatal blow. If the news she received earlier had not been so shocking, even Li Rushuang would not have made up her mind to do this, let alone convince the major shareholders of the board of directors. However, at such a critical moment, such a huge mistake occurred. Someone took the lead in closing in on them and snatched away the fruits of their victory. Can we close the net now? Li Rushuang suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a cold voice, if we close the net now, not only will we fail to achieve the expected results, but we will also be unable to collect the shares held by other shareholders. Our initial investment will most likely go down the drain. Also, even if we add another 1 billion Jojo national currency now, we may still not be able to become the largest shareholder of Chung Fei Group by then. Just a few words seemed to have used up all of Zhou Jinxin's strength. When he finished speaking these words, tremblingly, his entire body was wet, and he could hardly stand steadily. If his assistant hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground. After hearing these words, Li Rushuang's beautiful face turned a little ferocious, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. She is the CEO of the consortium, and she understood what Zhou Jinxin said just now. This project has been considered a failure. Under normal circumstances, they can no longer become the largest shareholder of Chung Fei Group, let alone achieve controlling stake. I will give you another 1 billion Jojo national currency. You must get all the remaining shares. If any unexpected situation occurs again, you'll all be fed to wild dogs. Also, find out who is against us as quickly as possible. Li Rushuang forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart. The reason why she could successfully take the position of CEO of the consortium at such a young age was not only because of her family background, but more importantly, her scheming. After all, she was not the only descendant in the family. We have just checked through our connections, but the Securities Exchange has restricted their access rights, so we can't find that person. Zhou Jinxin said tremblingly, his heart in his throat. He had no doubt about what Li Rushuang had just said about throwing them to feed the wild dogs. This consortium was involved in both law and crime, so killing people was a piece of cake. Pour a person into a concrete pillar and then sink it to the bottom of the sea. That person will disappear and no one will be able to find him. Snort. Hearing another piece of bad news, Li Rushuang's face became even uglier. If it wasn't a critical period now, she really wanted to throw this good-for-nothing person to feed the stray dogs. However, she understood that she could not blame Zhou Jinxin for checking the identity of that person. To be able to do this, the other party must be a person with connections and influence. It would be strange if it was so easy to find out. However, Li Rushuang still did not give up. After all, the power of connections is mutual. There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains better than you. Li Rushuang took out her cell phone and made a call. After speaking a few words, she hung up. After a long time, I finally received a message. The content was very simple, just 2 words and no more information. Yi Hao. Looking at this name, Li Rushuang's eyes became even colder. You dare to take food from my mouth? No matter who you are, I will find you and tear you to pieces no matter where you are. Chapter 20. Start purchasing medicinal materials. 10 minutes later, the 1 billion Zhuzhou national currency that Yi Hao invested was finally successfully traded. Due to Yi Hao's sudden intervention, Chang Fei Group's limit down was pushed to the limit up, and the transaction price changed. So Yi Hao finally got more than 551 million shares. Even so, he is still the largest shareholder of Chang Fei Group. Yi Hao still attaches great importance to this identity, because it is related to the authority he will have after Chang Fei Group finds rare metals in the future. But now Yi Hao has no intention of exposing his identity. At this stage, being able to hide in the dark is his greatest reliance. Because once he appears in the open, everyone will notice him, and then no matter what he does, he will be identified by others, which will definitely be much more troublesome than it is now. He is not afraid of trouble, but he does not want to cause trouble. Everything we have now will be reduced to ashes in half a year. Instead of solving problems, it is better to make more preparations for Doomsday. Doomsday, the end of this world and the beginning of a new world, and the arrival of the new world cannot be resisted. It was precisely because of Yi Hao's idea that he gained a lot of preparation time in the Doomsday and gained a lot of crazy materials. At the same time, it helped him avoid a lot of troubles, which greatly extended the time for Li Rushuang to find him. After the matter was settled, Yi Hao had no intention of staying in the securities hall any longer, as he still had many important things to deal with immediately. Walking in the crowd, Yi Hao was almost no different from other ordinary people except for his handsome appearance. He was dressed very ordinary, even not as luxuriously and decently as many of his peers. You couldn't even find the Adidas or Nike brand logos on him. No one would have thought that such an ordinary person would actually be a billionaire. And just now, he spent 10 billion to buy shares of Chang Fei Group and became the company's current largest shareholder. In fact, before his rebirth, Yi Hao, like most of his peers, had a strong desire for high-end, ordinary brand clothing and related supplies. But after experiencing the end of the world, this idea had long been thrown out of his mind. In the Doomsday, the more flashy and brightly you dress, the easier it is to be discovered by people, zombies, and mutant beasts, and death will follow. So except for the very beginning of the apocalypse, when you could occasionally see some bright and fancy clothes, no one dressed like that afterwards. Instead, durable camouflage uniforms, thick jeans, and the like were popular among the people of the apocalypse. Because in the Doomsday, only things that can protect yourself and help you hide are truly good things. Yi Hao has already formed a habit of this. He even bought a few sets of camouflage combat uniforms when he bought sports equipment before. After leaving the securities firm, Yi Hao went to the pharmacy he had visited yesterday. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The clerk who received Yi Hao yesterday greeted Yi Hao again when he entered the pharmacy. "Those kinds of herbs for strengthening the cervical vertebrae that I caught yesterday did have some effect, but the efficacy is still not ideal. Help me get some older herbs with stronger efficacy. Also, let me see what these aged herbs have." Yi Hao calmly stated his needs. He still had more than 100 million Kyushu national currency in his bank card, so he could use better medicinal herbs to assist in his physical training and increase the effect of his practice. After all, he only has half a year left, and he needs to improve his strength as much as possible during this half year. His current goal is to cultivate to the 10th level warrior. However, this goal is not easy to achieve. It is much more difficult than his small goal of earning 100 million. Even now, he can barely be regarded as a first-level warrior in the Doomsday. Relatively speaking, it is easier to make progress in the early stages of cultivation. As long as you use the exercises and are willing to work hard, most people can advance, and they may not even need help in the process. However, as one progresses to the later stages of cultivation, the difficulty of cultivation increases exponentially. Yi Hao himself is a real example. Before his rebirth and after the Doomsday, it took Yi Hao less than 2 months to become a first-level warrior. It took him half a year to become a second-level warrior. It took him more than half a year to become a third-level warrior. It took him nearly a year to become a fourth-level warrior. It took him nearly 2 years to become a fifth-level warrior. Moreover, he felt that the subsequent practice was becoming more and more difficult, and he needed the help of geniuses and treasures to make progress. Therefore, Yi Hao wanted to use half a year to upgrade to a 10th-level warrior. The difficulty can be imagined. Fortunately, it is not the end of the world now. There are not so many survival crises, and he can easily get help from various rare treasures. It only costs a little money. Sir, please wait a moment. If you need a large amount of medicinal materials, I will ask the owner to discuss with you. The clerk responded politely. Yi Hao nodded slightly and found a place to sit down. At this time, there are a lot fewer people in the pharmacy than yesterday. After all, most people now go to Western medicine for treatment when they have a cold or cough. Not long after, the old man with white hair and beard that Yi Hao had met yesterday walked over. Hello, sir. My surname is Hong, and I am the owner of this pharmacy. I heard that you want to buy a large quantity of old medicinal materials. Chapter 21. Give me a truckload of this medicine. I need a lot of high-quality medicinal materials that can strengthen the cervical spine, and I also want to buy some high-quality medicines that have been aged. Yi Hao nodded, looked at Mr. Hong, and expressed his needs. Judging from his appearance, Mr. Hong should be in his 70s or 80s, but he is in very good health. I have the best prescriptions and herbs for strengthening the cervical spine, but the effect is very strong. It is not recommended for those who are not regular trainers. Old Hong stared at Yi Hao for a few more seconds before speaking. Obviously, he didn't think that Yi Hao, who was so handsome that he almost looked like a pretty boy, could be a martial artist who practiced martial arts from morning till night. Yi Hao smiled and did not respond directly. Instead, he walked towards the wooden stake in the corner of the pharmacy and said, "Do you mind if I practice here for a while?" Mr. Hong was stunned when he heard this and realized that Yi Hao wanted to speak with his own strength. But he really didn't think that Yi Hao would be a poor martial artist. At least Yi Hao's body shape didn't look like that. Compared with normal people, Yi Hao has a moderate body shape, neither fat nor thin, but compared with martial artists who have been practicing for many years, he looks a little thin. Moreover, his wooden stakes were all made of solid old mountain wood and were as hard as solid walls. When one punched on them, it was like hitting a wall. Most people could not stand the pain that would be fed back. That wooden stake is made of solid wood and is extremely strong. Are you sure you want to practice? Hearing this, Yi Hao didn't say anything else and just punched the wooden pillar. Boom! With a punch, the solid wood stake hit the wall directly, making a loud bang. Mr. Hong was immediately shocked. He usually hits the wooden stake himself to strengthen his cervical spine, and he is very familiar with the condition of the wooden stake. The wooden stake is not big, about the same height as a person, a little less than 1.7 meters. The entire wooden stake weighs nearly 200 kilograms. It is possible to shake the wooden stake, but even Mr. Hong himself cannot knock it away with one punch. Of course, he could have done the same by kicking sideways with his foot, but Yi Hao didn't use his foot and only used a punch. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of other people in the store and caused a burst of discussion. "Master, this wooden stake has been hit with fist marks." The clerk quickly came over to check the situation and then said in great surprise. He had practiced with this solid wooden stake of old Shansha in the same way as Master Hong. Not to mention knocking the stake away, even practicing normally with the stake would make his fists and palms red and swollen and painful every time. What? Fist mark? Old Hong was also shocked, and walked over quickly to check. There was indeed a fist mark on the wooden stake. Although it was very shallow, it was real. What does this mean? It is like punching a solid wall and leaving a mark. If this hits a person, broken bones are inevitable. It's just a matter of how many. The power of Yi Hao's punch is now similar to that of a professionally trained middle heavyweight boxer. If an ordinary person encounters a middle heavyweight boxer, he will naturally be crushed. Please forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing that you are a master of traditional Chinese martial arts. Old Hong bowed to Yi Hao and said apologetically. Yi Hao was not sure whether he was a master or not. It was apparently a term used among people who practice martial arts. However, he had already achieved the purpose of proving his strength. I will compensate you for the cost if the wooden stake is broken. Can you give me those powerful herbs and prescriptions for strengthening the cervical bones? Yi Hao said calmly. Yi Hao was not angry at Mr. Hong's previous contempt for him. He understood that it was a responsibility to himself and was worried that his body could not withstand the strong effect of the medicine and would suffer backlash instead. Such responsible doctors are rare, not to mention in the end times, even in today's society. Some unscrupulous doctors don't care about the specific conditions of the patients and just recommend whatever herbs can make money. It is indeed rare to find someone as outspoken and ethical as Mr. Hong, which made Yi Hao feel a little respect for him. But that's all. Having experienced the cruelty of the end of the world, he won't have too many emotions towards anyone, because those are all burdens in the end of the world. Master, you've already said that wooden stakes are meant to be used for hitting, not just for display. There's no need to talk about compensation. I'll prepare the appropriate herbs for you right away. Seeing that Yi Hao did not pursue the inappropriateness of his previous words, Mr. Hong couldn't help but have a good feeling towards Yi Hao because of his casual temperament. Hello, Mr. Hong. I would like to ask, is there a corresponding classification for the efficacy of Chinese medicine? Yi Hao asked the question in his mind. From what Mr. Hong said before, we can conclude that some medicinal herbs are suitable for people who exercise regularly, while some are not suitable and may even have counterproductive effects if used improperly. Mr. Hong gave the clerk a few instructions, asking him to fetch the herbs, then turned around and responded to Yi Hao. Master, you don't know that the old saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the right disease. It refers not only to the disease, but also to the physical strength of the person taking the medicine, as well as the body's absorption capacity. There is no one kind of medicine that can be used by everyone. The same is true for the medicinal herbs for physical training. The medicinal herbs my disciple gave you yesterday are only for people who like to exercise and keep fit. They are effective, but the efficacy is not very good. I think the master has some experience in this. The herbs I'm prescribing to you now are specially made for martial artists, and considering your own strength, I've increased their efficacy. I think you'll see good results after using them. Traditional Chinese medicine is an ancient medical discipline passed down in Kyushu. It has developed from Shennong tasting hundreds of herbs to the present day. The principles contained in it are not something that ordinary people can fully understand. Many people say that traditional Chinese medicine is not as good as Western medicine. But here's a simple question. How many years has Western medicine been passed down? How many years has Chinese medicine been passed down? Saying that Western medicine is inferior to Chinese medicine is just because this society is different. People pursue a fast pace and ignore the role of Chinese medicine in strengthening the body and improving physical fitness. In addition, Western medicine is good at publicity, while traditional Chinese medicine tends to save lives in a practical way. In fact, many cancer patients cannot be cured well by Western medicine, but Chinese medicine has had many successful treatment cases. It's just that the publicity is not enough. Moreover, cancer treatment is not 100% successful, but there are indeed successful examples. Soon, the clerk brought out the package prescription and handed it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and said, "Give me a truckload of this kind of medicine." Chapter 22, Improving Strength. Ahem, Master, do you mean we need a large 8-wheel truck to fill up a whole truck? Mr. Hong and the clerk were all shocked. I've never seen anyone buy medicine like this. Most people buy several doses or several courses of treatment, but he is so awesome, he just bought a truckload. However, Yi Hao ignored their strange looks, nodded, and continued. Well, bring me a truckload first. As long as the efficacy is guaranteed, I will take as much of this medicine as you want. There is no limit. He came here today to purchase medicinal herbs. These things will become priceless treasures after the end of the world. Now, they can be purchased with money. Naturally, he can take as many as he wants. Money is a bastard. You can earn it even if you lose it. But medicinal herbs need to grow slowly, especially those that are old. One less plant after another will become less and less. In the Doomsday, they are treasures that can only be exchanged for one's life. Master, I don't have that many medicinal herbs in stock, but if you really need them, you can go to the medicinal herbs auction to be held in H City the day after tomorrow. There are all kinds of medicinal herbs there, and the reserves are huge, and there are also many good vintage medicines. Mr. Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, "It's really outrageous. Purchasing medicinal materials without limit. Even their century-old store doesn't dare to do this. Medicinal herbs auction? Sure, but bring all the herbs you have in the store to me. In addition, can you recommend to me which herbs are of great benefit for strengthening muscles and bones, and what are the effects of those aged herbs?" Yihao pondered for a moment and said. He suddenly realized that he knew too little about medicinal materials and needed to make up for it. Otherwise, if he encountered various good medicines in the future, he might not be able to recognize them. That's no problem. I have a few ancient books here that detail the effects of various medicinal herbs. They're all passed down from our ancestors. I happen to have a few rubbings here. If you want, Master, you could take it back and read it first. If you don't understand, we could discuss it later. Old Hong nodded and automatically ignored the fact that Yihao used the word drag to buy medicinal materials. As for what to discuss, it was obvious that he was giving face to Yihao and did not directly use the word ask for advice. Yihao was delighted, as if someone was giving him a pillow just when he was sleepy. It can be seen that Mr. Hong has a comprehensive understanding of various medicinal materials and is an old Chinese medicine practitioner who has made great achievements in this field. After another round of communication, Yihao paid 500,000 yuan for the medicine and returned to the villa with several copies of detailed explanations of the medicinal materials and half a truck full of medicinal materials. Today's outing was very effective. I successfully became the largest shareholder of Cheng Fei Group, swept up a large amount of medicinal materials, and obtained several books with detailed explanations of medicinal materials. The search for meteorite iron needed to build the Doomsday Chariot can come to an end for the time being, as long as Cheng Fei Group discovers the rare metal. With the help of most of the medicinal materials with better efficacy, Yihao does not have to worry about the problem of medicinal materials for his cultivation for the time being. At least according to what Old Hong said, there is no need to change the prescription until he cultivates to the 5th level of warrior. Now, apart from cultivation, the most important thing to do is to remember the detailed explanations of those medicinal materials in the books, so that it will be convenient to sweep up various precious medicinal materials at the medicinal materials auction in a few days. The medicinal herbs unloaded from the truck filled up a large master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Yihao has already planned that before the Doomsday Chariot is produced, the 2nd floor will be used as a strategic resource reserve base. After finishing all these, the takeaway meal Yihao ordered arrived, and he feasted on it again. After eating and drinking, Yihao flipped through the books with detailed explanations of medicinal materials. Chinese medicine mainly originated in Kyushu. In addition to plant medicine, there are also animal medicines, such as snake gallbladder and deer antler. Mineral medicines, such as dragon bone and magnet, are all excellent Chinese medicines. Many of these medicinal materials are precious because they are rare. The top 10 precious Chinese medicines in Jiuzhou: Uniderma lucidum, which has the effects of nourishing and strengthening the body, strengthening the body's foundation and strengthening the body's health. Ambergris, which has the effects of activating blood circulation, benefiting the essence and marrow, helping the yang channel, and promoting blood circulation. Polygonum multiflorum, which has the effects of nourishing the liver and kidneys, benefiting the essence and blood, blackening the hair, promoting hair growth, and strengthening the tendons and bones. Looking at the various Chinese herbal medicines recorded in the book, especially the top 10 precious Chinese medicines in Jiuzhou, Yihao was instantly immersed in it. He clearly remembered that in the Doomsday, the 10 most precious Chinese medicines of Jiuzhou Kingdom all had the power to bring people back to life. Not only could they help people break through their physical limits, they could also save lives at critical moments. In addition to these 10 precious Chinese medicines, there are many other precious medicinal materials, such as donkey hide gelatin, gastrodia elata, shark fin, musk, snow lotus, saffron, etc. Yihao felt like he had discovered a huge treasure. The 10 most precious Chinese medicines had always been his main goal in collecting medicinal materials, But now he discovered that in addition to the 10 most famous Kyushu Chinese medicines that everyone knew, there were also many unknown and excellent medicines. This reading lasted for 5 hours, and I read through several books with detailed explanations of medicinal materials and gained a comprehensive understanding of Kyushu Chinese medicine. Although his current knowledge in this area is still not as good as that of Mr. Hong, who has studied various Chinese medicine for many years, but compared with his previous knowledge, he has made great progress. At least as long as he sees these medicinal materials, he can recognize them at a glance. Time passed quickly. In the past few days, in addition to his daily practice, Yihao was concentrating on studying the detailed explanations of medicinal materials. He circled all the things he didn't understand and asked Old Hong about them. Because before in the Doomsday, when he was bored, he liked to recite various things, and his memory was very good. Besides, his soul as a 5th-level warrior was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although he could not reach the level of photographic memory, his memory was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. Soon he had written down all the contents of several books on detailed explanations of medicinal materials, and his understanding of various medicinal materials was no less than that of ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners. In addition, with the help of new powerful medicinal herbs, his strength has also made a huge improvement. Now he's a genuine 1st-level warrior, strong enough to sweep all middle and heavyweight boxers. Moreover, his progress every day is very obvious. Yihao believes that it won't be long before he can become a 2nd-level warrior. The auction will be tomorrow. Chapter 23, Discovering the Century-Old Medicine. After summing up what he had gained during this period, Yihao sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice his mind. His current cultivation speed is much faster than in the apocalypse. First, it was due to the fact that he was originally the soul of a 5th-level warrior, and he knew how to practice and strengthen himself. Second, the medicinal herbs that Mr. Hong provided played a huge role. After physical training every day, Yihao would soak in a medicinal bath for several hours to absorb the essence contained in the bath. After a few days, the consumption of medicinal materials was also terrifying. The amount that was originally enough for nearly a year had been consumed by 1/20th, and it seemed that it could only last for about a month. When it comes to the use of medicinal materials, Yihao has no idea of saving them. As long as his body can digest them, he will keep trying to absorb them. After the body is saturated, he will then use all his strength to control the body to absorb these essential substances that have entered the body. Compared with the spiritual substances in the air, the essence substances contained in the medicines are of greater help to cultivation, and the energy concentration contained in them is also much higher than that of spiritual substances. This is the conclusion Yihao came to after several days of practice. This kind of practice method is actually very dangerous. If you're not careful, it is easy to go astray. Fortunately, Yihao's soul is strong enough. He has experienced 5 years of extremely cruel Doomsday survival. His mind is extremely tough, and there is no unstable state of mind. However, the road after the 5th level is relatively more difficult, and he needs to slowly grope his way forward. In the blink of an eye, an entire night had passed. After a night of mental training, Yihao found that his cultivation had improved again. Master Hong's prescription is really good. It has such an effect even without using those aged medicines. If we replace them with those precious herbs, it should be able to play a role in the future training of 5th-level warriors. Practicing mind training when you're most tired is also one of the extreme training methods. It can speed up the training process and enhance the tenacity of the soul. Yihao had heard in the end times that the training of innate warriors focused on tempering the soul, which would result in some special abilities. For example, increasing attack power, speed, and jumping ability. It is even rumored that some innate warriors can spit out innate true fire, which can directly melt steel. Even compared with the legendary land immortals, there is not much difference. After the training, it is time for the extremely important meal every day. After washing up, Yihao went directly to the breakfast shop and ordered enough food for 10 people. As his cultivation level increased, his body became stronger and his demand for food gradually increased. After breakfast, he was going to head to H City to attend the upcoming medicinal materials auction. Mr. Hong can't come over today. There are too many patients at the pharmacy, so he needs to see patients here. Another reason is that many medicinal materials were sold to Yihao, and many medicinal materials and prescriptions were in short supply. so a new batch of medicinal materials was ordered immediately. The logistics department called and said that they would arrive today. So Mr. Hong directly gave the invitation letter to Yi Hao with the address clearly written on it, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. Yi Hao did not force it. They had just met by chance, and Mr. Hong had helped him enough. Fortunately, he has gained enough knowledge about various medicinal materials in the past few days. In addition, the auction will identify various medicinal materials and explain their efficacy, so will not have much impact whether Mr. Hong comes or not. City H is larger than City F and has a more prosperous economy, and is considered an upper-tier, second-tier city. The medicinal materials auction was held in a city convention and exhibition center and was quite large in scale. After all, the status of traditional Chinese medicine in China is not high now. The fact that they can apply for the Xiaoshu Convention and Exhibition Center as the venue for this auction shows that the organizer is very strong. At the same time, there are many good things in this auction. Not long after, Yi Hao arrived at the Convention and Exhibition Center in H City. There was about an hour and a half left before the auction started. Many promotional posters have been hung outside the venue, all of which are various precious Chinese herbal medicines, including many vintage precious medicines. The most eye-catching ones are two 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum plants. Hisho Wu has the effects of nourishing the liver and kidneys, improving blood and essence, darkening hair, promoting hair growth, and strengthening tendons and bones. The liver corresponds to the wood element in the 5 elements, symbolizing growth, reproduction, gentleness, and smoothness and comfort. The kidneys correspond to water in the 5 elements, symbolizing coldness and moisture. Both have a huge effect on the body. Strengthening these 2 organs can enhance vitality and strengthen muscles and bones. The 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum can already be called a great medicine. It is of great help to the body, especially for people with liver and kidney failure. It can be said to be a life-saving medicine. In addition to the 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum, there are many other precious medicinal materials that are decades old. In today's world where technology is highly developed and human footprints are everywhere, medicinal materials that are more than 10 years old are very scarce, let alone those that are decades or hundreds of years old. I made the right decision to come today. Seeing these brochures, Yi Hao couldn't help but smile. No matter what time, century-old medicines are hard to come by, but relatively speaking, there are relatively few people in this world who pursue century-old medicines. If it happened after Doomsday, the appearance of a century-old medicine would definitely attract the attention of all innate warriors, especially since Polygonum multiflorum is one of the top 10 precious Chinese medicines in Kyushu. Once it is discovered, it will definitely cause a scramble from all sides, and deaths are inevitable. However, now you only need to spend a certain amount of money to buy it, which is really a good deal. There's a saying that goes, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. In the past, Yi Hao thought that people who said this were just pretending to be cool and showing off their wealth, but now he actually agrees with this statement. Compared to risking life and death, it is much easier to solve the problem just by spending money. Oh my god, I can find these bumpkins everywhere. Just as Yi Hao was immersed in the joy of discovering a century-old medicine, a harsh voice came. Chapter 24, Annoying Flies. Yi Hao ignored the harsh voice and turned around to walk into the convention center. I'm talking to you, you bumpkin. Stop right there. Seeing that Yi Hao ignored him, the person behind him seemed even more angry. He rushed to Yi Hao and blocked his way. At this time, Yi Hao finally raised his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. It was Li Wei, a rich second-generation boy from the next dormitory. Country bumpkin, I'm talking to you, why are you running? I didn't say I was going to hit you, don't panic. Li Wei said sarcastically with a playful smile on his face. Get out of the way. Yi Hao responded coldly. Oh, what's your attitude? Do you really think you're great just because you won 10 million and that you're a big shot? Are you not happy when I say you're a bumpkin? Li Wei continued to provoke. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men and women in gorgeous clothes walked over, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. Weier, do you know him? The middle-aged man asked. The middle-aged man is Li Wei's father, named Li Dingsheng. He is mainly engaged in the real estate industry. He knows many people in both the black and white worlds and has a considerable fortune. Haha, there's a country bumpkin in the dormitory next to me, the poor guy who won 10 million in lottery not long ago. He thought he was great just because he had 10 million, and now he doesn't even go to school anymore. I really don't know that there are always people who are better than you. I am worth over 100 million yuan. Do you think I'm arrogant? Do you think I didn't go to school? You stop right there. I haven't finished talking yet. Li Wei said this very proudly. In his opinion, Yi Hao is alone now, and besides his parents, there are two burly bodyguards beside him. As long as Yi Hao dares to make a move first, he will definitely be turned into a real dog today. The reason why Li Wei hated Yi Hao so much was completely due to the competitive spirit of a young man. Ever since Yi Hao won the jackpot worth tens of millions, many people in the school have been talking about him. Especially when they learned that Yi Hao simply ignored his counselor and would not come to school, many people thought he was awesome. This situation directly threatened Li Wei's status as the top freshman in school. Many people said that he was not as awesome as Yi Hao, so at least he didn't dare to drop out of school and not come to school. This made Li Wei always want to make trouble for Yi Hao, but he could never find the opportunity. In fact, after several days, he couldn't even find a shadow of Yi Hao. Since he had encountered this today, Li Wei thought that he must get back at the enemy so that he could brag about it when he returned to school. However, just as he was getting excited, Yi Hao seemed not to hear his words and walked around him into the convention center. He really didn't want to pay attention to this kind of idiot. There was no sense of accomplishment in abusing him, and it would only bring him some trouble. It's like a fly. If you slap it to death, you might end up with shit on your hands. But if you don't torture it, it will make a lot of noise. Don't you think it's annoying? Having experienced 5 years of Doomsday life, Yi Hao knows how to be patient. Now there are many people around, and once he takes action, he must kill people with no room for maneuver. It is definitely not okay to do it here in broad daylight. After all, this is not the end of the world yet. We still live in a society ruled by law, and anyone who kills someone must be wanted. However, Yi Hao was not willing to spend his limited time dealing with security, especially since he had to take a picture of the century-old Polygonum multiflorum and had no time to pay attention to the annoying flies. However, it was his inaction that made Li Wei even angrier, and he started yelling without caring about the venue or his identity. Weier, be careful about the impact. Li Dingsheng frowned as he looked at the strange looks from the people around him, and spoke up to stop his son from making noisy behavior. Li Wei came to his senses from his anger and realized his own gaffe. Although he had been calling Yi Hao a bumpkin, his behavior made people think that he was a bumpkin and had no manners. Weier, you are still too young. He is in prison, not running away. You have to save face when everyone is watching. Li Dingsheng saw that his son was unhappy and shook his head helplessly to comfort him. Hearing this, Li Wei thought about it and then understood what his father meant. Since Yi Hao came here and entered the convention and exhibition center, he must be here to participate in the auction. At that time, he just needs to see what medicinal herbs he wants to bid for, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he can bid a higher price to buy that medicinal herb. Such behavior can not only avenge one's hatred, but also make others respect oneself. This is the truly wise approach, which is far better than making a big fuss here. Moreover, if they really wanted to teach Yi Hao a lesson, they could send someone to follow him, get him out of his residence early, and abuse him at any time. After figuring out all these things, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Li Wei's face, which was originally full of anger. Yi Hao, aren't you arrogant? Wait and see how I kill you. However, Li Wei and Li Dingrangxing did not expect that it was their idea that caused their Li family to fall into an irreparable situation. Chapter 25, the auction begins. Entering the exhibition center, there are more people in front of us. Most of them were elderly men gathered inside. They naturally exuded the fragrance of various herbs. It was obvious that they were people who had been with herbs for many years. They might all be Chinese medicine practitioners. In addition to those old Chinese medicine practitioners, there were also some wealthy people dressed in gorgeous clothes. It seemed that they either came for today's auction items or were invited by the organizers to show off their talents. After all, such a large-scale auction requires the presence of some prominent figures. Otherwise, if only some old Chinese medicine practitioners are present, it will always seem a bit shabby. In addition, there are some young people who were probably brought by their families to broaden their horizons and join in the fun. After a delay outside the door, the auction was about to begin. Yi Hao handed the invitation letter to the doorman and was arranged to sit in the ordinary seat. There are 3 types of audience seats for this auction. The front row is where the invited guests appraise treasures. All the invited guests are extremely famous people in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and they are considered to be the leaders and experts in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. The 2 rows at the back were VIP seats, which were occupied by people of social status or wealthy people. Li Dingqing's family was arranged to sit in these VIP seats. The last seats left were the ordinary seats, which also had the largest number of seats in the entire venue. Most of the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners were arranged in this area. Yihao did not pay much attention to the seating arrangement. Whether it was ordinary seats, VIP seats, or guest treasure appraisal seats, they were just seats. At most, they would just add a few cushions to the front rows of seats. There was not much practical significance. And relatively speaking, Yihao prefers to stay with those old Chinese medicine practitioners. Obviously, they are more familiar with the various medicines being auctioned today and the corresponding market conditions. Although it will be a bit noisy, he can get more information. Without stopping for too long, Yihao took his number plate, found his seat in the ordinary seats, and waited for the auction to begin. Oldly, I didn't expect you to come today. What treasure did you take a fancy to? Haha, there are 2 medicinal herbs that are about to be auctioned. They're exactly what a patient of mine needs. I came here to try my luck. I also want to take a look at that century-old Polygonum multiflorum. I also came here for the 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such a precious medicine. Hisho Wu, this is a palace medicine. When my grandfather was an imperial physician in the palace, he once took me to see a 50-year-old Hisho Wu, which was specially used to nourish the emperor's kidneys. However, this is the first time I have seen a 100-year-old Hisho Wu. As soon as he sat down, he heard the conversations between the old Chinese medicine practitioners. Yi Haoan sat among them and listened quietly, learning some strange stories. At the same time, Yi Hao suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Looking in that direction, he saw that it was Li Wei, the fly sitting in the VIP seat, who was looking at him with a playful expression. Yi Hao really hated this guy. He provoked him again and again. If this was the end of the world, he would have killed this annoying fly long ago. Seeing Yi Hao's gaze looking at him, Li Wei did not dodge at all. Instead, he stretched out his thumb, then moved it down and slid his thumb across his throat, performing a classic set of provocative moves. Then he smiled proudly and started communicating with the people around him. Dad, look, that bumpkin is sitting in the noisy, ordinary seat. Qiongling really thinks he's a big shot after winning a jackpot worth tens of millions. It's so fucking funny. He's still sitting in an ordinary seat now. It's so funny. Hearing this, Li Dingxing looked in the direction of Li Wei's finger and found Yi Hao sitting among a group of veteran Chinese medicine practitioners. He smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued to chat and laugh with several company CEOs beside him. Originally, Li Dingxing was a little confused about Yi Hao's background. After all, Yi Hao had been very calm just now, which made him feel that Yi Hao didn't seem to take them seriously. He couldn't help but worry whether Yi Hao had some big background. But now seeing Yi Hao sitting in an ordinary seat at the back, he felt relieved, thinking that he was indeed a bumpkin who didn't know that there are always people better than you. So there would be nothing wrong in letting his son teach him a lesson. After all, if his son is in the spotlight, it will also make his father proud, right? Thinking this in his mind, he did not take Yi Hao's affairs to heart and focused on his son. Anyway, the other party's total assets were only 10 million, so he really didn't take it seriously. On the other side, Yi Hao glanced at Li Wei and his son and ignored them. Such people did not pose any substantial threat to him. However, several old Chinese doctors beside him saw what was going on. One of them looked at Yi Hao and asked, "Little brother, who is your master? Is there a conflict with the person in the VIP seat in front?" Before Yi Hao could respond, another old man beside him started shouting indignantly. "Humph, what a bullshit VIP seat. They're just full of money. I don't know why they were invited to such a good pharmaceutical auction. And the treasure appraisers are all masters in the human world. They know nothing about Chinese medicine. People like Mr. Hong were not invited. This shows how deep the water is." Speaking of this matter, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the old men around all started shouting in indignation. Humph, truly respected traditional Chinese medicine practitioners all abide by their duties and follow the right path. They would never jump like those people. Judging the level of a Chinese medicine practitioner's ability based on their diploma is the funniest thing I've ever heard. The discussions here were getting louder and louder, but they still could not have the slightest impact on this auction. With the sound of a gong, the auction officially began. Chapter 26 Goblin. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet when the sound of the gong rang out, and then a young and beautiful woman dressed in ancient style came out. It's Miss Ling Long. They actually invited Miss Ling Long to host this auction. It seems that this auction is most likely held by the Sidhu family. No wonder the standards are so high. From this, it seems that the medicines auction this time must have been approved by the Sidhu family. I don't think there will be any surprises. I was wondering why they invited those famous treasure appraisers. It turns out they were just there to make up the numbers. There is no need for others to confirm the items that have been appraised by the Sidhu family. The appearance of the woman on the stage caused a brief silence at the scene, and then an even louder discussion broke out. It was obvious that most people present knew this woman named Ling Long, especially those old Chinese medicine practitioners. After seeing Ling Long appear, all their previous dissatisfaction disappeared. Yi Hao listened in the crowd for a long time before he finally understood. The woman on the stage is called Situ Ling Long, the daughter of the head of the Sidhu family. Although she is young, she has made considerable achievements in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. She has inherited most of the Sidhu family's medical heritage and is now the representative successor of the Sidhu family. The Sidhu family is an ancient family in Jiuzhou State. They have been practicing medicine for generations. In ancient times, people from generation to generation entered the palace to serve as imperial doctors and serve the emperor. They can be regarded as a family that has achieved success in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Their reputation and strength are second to none. Yi Hao had never been exposed to the traditional Chinese medicine community in Jiuzhou Kingdom before. This was the first time he knew that there was such a Situ family in Jiuzhou Kingdom. After the discussion at the scene continued for a while, it suddenly became quiet as Situ Ling Long took out the first auction item. Everyone, today's first auction item is a 50-year-old ginseng, which has reached the level of a goblin. It is the best medicine for strengthening the body and prolonging life. The starting price is 500,000 Jiuzhou national currency. After a moment of silence, the noisy sound started again. Ginseng is actually divided into different grades. Most of the ginseng sold in pharmacies is less than 10 years old. The price of this kind of ginseng ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands, which can fully meet the normal needs of ordinary people. It is also one of the most popular precious medicinal materials currently sold. However, this kind of ginseng is just ordinary ginseng. It was discovered too early by herbalists, and its medicinal effects cannot be fully exerted. Only 30-year-old ginseng can be called Polygonatum sibiricum. Its medicinal effect is more significant than that of ordinary ginseng, and its effect is several times that of ordinary ginseng. The price needs to be several times higher, generally ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. The ginseng known as goblin ginseng needs to be more than 50 years old and is regarded as a treasure of the earth. After taking it, it can achieve the effect of prolonging life. The market price ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. Ginseng that is over 80 years old is called a magical herb. Legend has it that it possesses a certain divinity that is hard to come by. A weak person can regain his health by eating a small piece of the root. It is called a life-saving medicine by many Chinese medicine practitioners and is in great demand. Once it appears, it will be snatched by countless people. The last time a ginseng of the divine herb level appeared was more than 20 years ago. It was the finale of the auction at that time. The final transaction price was more than 15 million Jiuzhou national currency, and that was only a small part of the divine herb, about 100 grams. 550,000, 600,000, 700,000. After a brief silence, bidding sounds began to ring out one after another. For a goblin-grade ginseng, the starting price of 500,000 was already very low. And since it was the first item to be auctioned, there were voices of various biddings coming one after another, and the price kept climbing up. In just a blink of an eye, it had doubled to 1.2 million. After this, the number of bidders began to decrease gradually. The estimated value of this goblin was exactly 1.2 million, and there was not much point in increasing the price any further. 2 million. Yi Hao, who had kept his eyes slightly closed, finally spoke. As soon as his voice was heard, the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone around him looked at him. Who is this guy? Doesn't he know that this goblin plant is worth 1.5 million? He actually asked for 2 million right away. Is he crazy? Unless you need it urgently, you will definitely have to spend this much money on it. This young man is too impulsive and has a poor eye for things. If the teachers at home knew that he bid like this, they would definitely be furious. Yi Hao ignored the discussions of the people around him. He had already taken a fancy to this goblin. Such treasures will definitely cause a scramble for them in the Doomsday. It is even more precious than the rare treasure he risked his life to snatch. Now, he can get it by spending a little money. There is no reason to let it go. 2,100,000. Just when everyone was shocked by Yi Hao's bid of 2 million, someone suddenly shouted out a higher price. Looking for the source of the voice, it was Li Wei, who was sitting in the VIP seat, who called out this price. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Hao with a playful expression on his face, as if asking, "What can you do to me?" Yi Hao glanced at him calmly, ignoring his provocative look, and spoke again. Chapter 27. Spending a lot of money. 3 million. As soon as this bid came out, everyone at the scene fell silent again. 3 million was already far beyond the market price of this goblin. Most of the people who can come to participate in this auction are those who understand the market, especially the old Chinese medicine practitioners. Their sources of income are very limited, and the price of each medicine is very strict. As long as the price exceeds the estimated value in their minds, they will never increase the price because they cannot afford the loss. But they didn't expect that the price of a goblin that could only be sold for a maximum of 1.5 million would double in the blink of an eye and directly reach 3 million. You should know that this is only the first auction item, and there are many good things that have not yet started to be auctioned. It can be said that anyone with a little auction experience would not bid like this. Sidu Linglong on the stage was also looking at Yi Hao at this time. The price of 3 million was nothing to their Sidu family, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Yi Hao raising the price. Moreover, how could such a generous person sit in an ordinary seat? At this time, everyone in the Sidu family was also investigating Yi Hao's background. Anyone who could spend money like this was definitely not an ordinary person. 3,100,000. Just when everyone was shocked by Yi Hao's horrific way of raising the price, a sinister voice sounded again. It was Li Wei again. "Oh my God, is that guy crazy? He only adds 10,000 to the price people quote every time. Isn't that embarrassing? And he's sitting in the VIP seat. I hate people like this who have no ability, but like to join in the fun. Could it be that the auction house deliberately invited this idiot? The auction house won't invite such an idiot. He is just a disgusting thing." Listening to the constant discussions coming from people around him, Li Wei looked a little ugly. He had already learned that the market value of the goblin was at most 1.5 million. He raised the price purely to disgust Yi Hao. At the same time, he didn't want to be a sucker and let the auction house get a bargain for nothing. So he only added 10,000 to Yi Hao's price. But I didn't expect that it would arouse the indignation and disdain of the public. Ahem, Weier, stop fooling around and be serious, Li Dingchang said after a few dry coughs. The place they are sitting in now is the VIP seat. Maybe not many people know Li Wei, but most of the others know him, Li Dingchang. What Li Wei did just now was indeed inappropriate. If Li Dingchang was not there, Li Wei could do whatever he wanted. But now he is sitting next to him, so he has to pay attention to the impact. After hearing his father's words, Li Wei nodded with a grim expression. He understood what his father meant. If he wanted to get back at his father, he should be a manly man. 5 million. Just when everyone was looking at Li Wei with strange eyes, Yi Hao's voice was heard again. The scene suddenly became quiet again. These two are freaks, right? Do you understand the rules of the auction house? Today I have really opened my eyes to what it means to spend money lavishly. That kid in the VIP seat is probably going to get his face slapped. This isn't a slap in the face. This is just a waste of money. This guy is pretty handsome. If he can throw money at me like this, let alone slap me in the face, he can slap me anywhere. Yi Hao still ignored the strange looks from the people around him. After all, eyes can't kill. He didn't care about the rules of the auction house. He just wanted to buy the goblin. As for money, he never took it seriously. After all, it would just be a pile of waste paper in half a year. But this goblin would be a priceless treasure in half a year. Others naturally didn't know what Yi Hao was thinking. At this moment, everyone regarded him as some awesome rich second generation. Some even thought that he was using this method to pursue Sidu Linglong on the stage, spending a huge sum of money just to make the beauty smile. In fact, Sidu Linglong also had such an idea, and she unconsciously looked down on Yi Hao in her heart. She despised this kind of lecher who was obsessed with sex the most. But on the surface, she still looked at Yi Hao with a smile on her face, and even deliberately winked at him and nodded. In fact, given her status in the Sidu family, it is impossible for her to host this auction. The reason why she was asked to host it is that the family wanted her to gain some experience. After all, she is the only biological daughter of the current head of the Sidu family. 7 million. Li Bei suddenly ruarad ludli. He found that everyone's attention was on Yi Hao, and they treated him as a joke. In particular, the contemptuous looks displayed by other people in the VIP seats hurt his soul and made him almost crazy. My net worth is obviously much higher than that bumpkin. Why do people look down on me? You are wrong. You are wrong. I am the real second-generation rich. And that guy's total net worth is only 10 million. Li Wei was almost going crazy at this moment. His pair of angry eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. If looks could kill, Yi Hao would have died 1,000 times by now. He believed that everything he was going through now was caused by Yi Hao, so he must defeat Yi Hao in front of everyone. As soon as the offer of 7 million came out, Li Dingqing's eyelids twitched unconsciously, but he didn't say anything more. Now Li Wei represented himself. But Li Wei is not himself after all. If he were Li Wei, he would never put himself in this situation. In his opinion, there are at least 100 ways to kill Yi Hao, and it is definitely not as unplanned as Li Wei. Alas, Wei is still too young. He needs to gain more experience in the future. Li Dingqing thought so in his heart and continued to talk with other people in the VIP seats. 10 million. Chapter 28 can't pay? Wow. When Yi Hao's voice was heard, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that the competition for the first auction item would be so fierce. No one expected that a goblin that could be sold for a maximum of 1.5 million would be bid up to 10 million. Even Li Dingqing's face twitched unconsciously when he heard the voice. He is a businessman who will not do anything without profit. He cares most about the value of the transaction and how much profit he can make. At this point, the goblin no longer had any intention of fighting any further. This was clearly a business that would result in a loss of money, a huge loss. Although he is rich, it is not something that came from sudden fortune, but rather it is money that he has worked hard for bit by bit. It is no exaggeration to call it hard-earned money. If it was just a few million more, he could totally afford it. But if he had to add more now, it would be a waste of more than 10 million. Although he has assets worth more than 10 billion, most of them are real estate. He does not have much liquid funds, only tens of millions. If he really loses more than 10 million because of this matter, he still feels reluctant. Just when he was about to speak, he found Li Wei looking at him with a pleading face, and his heart trembled suddenly. He understood his son's thoughts. Yi Hao's entire net worth was only over 10 million. If the price was raised again, Yi Hao would definitely not dare to follow. After thinking for a long time, Li Dingqing nodded with a dark face. Li Wei was his son, and he had to support him. Moreover, there were so many people in the circle around him. If he retreated, he would become a joke in the eyes of others. But this matter will not end like this. The 10 million yuan will not be wasted in vain. After nodding, Li Dingqing turned around and whispered a few words into the bodyguard's ear. Then he started chatting and laughing with others again, as if nothing had happened. 11,000 and 500,000. After getting his father's support, Li Wei seemed very happy. He knew that he had completely defeated Yi Hao. Before Yi Hao won the tens of millions of jackpot, he had done relevant investigation and knew that Yi Hao's final prize was only about 11.2 million. So he now called out 11.5 million, which would definitely be enough to beat Yi Hao. You country bumpkin, I want to see you trying to show off. If you have the guts to raise the price, then. Just as he was thinking this, a devilish voice sounded again. 13 million. Although Yi Hao's expression remained as calm as before, no one around him dared to make any comments. Everyone has hundreds of thousands or millions, and no one cares. If you have a few million more than most people, people will care about you, but they will definitely not be afraid of you. But someone who can easily spend more than 10 million is definitely not someone that ordinary people like them can afford to provoke. An aura of majesty without anger instantly spread among everyone. Yi Hao was still the same Yi Hao, but the eyes of everyone looking at him were already filled with fear. Impossible. He can't possibly have that much money. He's definitely making a wild call. Suddenly, a sharp roar was heard, coming from Li Wei. At this time, he had completely fallen into a state of madness and was yelling and screaming like a madman. Bang! Li Dingqing slapped his son in the face, then frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Calm down. Li Wei was stunned by the sudden slap and looked at his father in disbelief. Since he was a child, he could remember that his father had never hit him. But now, in front of so many people, his father actually slapped him hard. However, looking at Li Dingqing's angry face, he dared not say a word. He sat alone with his face covered, as if he had lost his soul. Sir, how can I help you? The people from the auction house had been keeping an eye on them and Yi Hao for a long time. When they saw something was wrong with Li Wei, they immediately rushed over. Li Dingxing whispered a few words to the people at the auction house, and the auction house staff's face immediately changed. They hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie to report to their leader. Everyone sitting next to Li Dingxing knew what he had said to the people from the auction house. The general idea was that Yi Hao was here to cause trouble, and he simply couldn't afford the 13 million. This is the kind of situation that major auction houses are most worried about. Not only do they not pay for the items they bid on, but they also disrupt other buyers' interest in the auction. The news here spread quickly from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100. In a moment, everyone knew that Yi Hao was here to cause trouble. I was wondering if he was really that rich. How could he sit in an ordinary seat? Turns out he's a liar. No wonder this guy bids so easily. It turns out he was already prepared to pay for it. How could a young man do such a thing? You can't judge a person by his appearance. Disciples, you must not learn from him. Otherwise, if I find out, I will expel you from the sect immediately. In an instant, everyone looked at Yi Hao with contempt. Just now, they were all frightened by Yi Hao's lavish spending momentum, and now they realized that he was just bluffing. Their faces immediately turned ugly, and some people even started pointing fingers. However, Yi Hao's expression remained calm, as if he could not hear the voices of the people around him, nor could he see the contemptuous looks they gave him. Sir, I'm very sorry. Due to some unexpected circumstances, you need to pay the price of the item you just bid for immediately. To express our apology, our auction house will make an exception and give you a 10% discount. And we will give you a 10% discount on all the items you bid today. Do you want to pay by credit card or bank transfer? The auction house staff said respectfully, but many auction house security guards had already surrounded Yi Hao to prevent him from escaping suddenly. Now, the people at the auction house don't know Yi Hao's background, so they made double preparations. If Yi Hao can't afford the money, they are willing to give Yi Hao a 10% discount on all the goods he sells to express their apology. But if Yi Hao really came to the auction house to make trouble, the 10% discount would immediately become a huge discount. In addition, the auction here is also playing a trick. Even if the 13 million is discounted by 10%, it will still cost 11.7 million. If Yi Hao only has around 11.2 million, he definitely cannot afford it. Yi Hao glanced at them and stood up calmly. Chapter 29, this is your role model. Haha, you're still pretending. I'm really impressed. Why would you send an invitation to someone like this? I'm afraid I'm going to get my bones broken by the people at the auction house. My disciples, please be careful. When you go out, you must keep a low profile and never show off. Not only will you be struck by lightning, but you will also get your bones broken. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with eager eyes. No one sympathized with him. They all expected to see how he would make a fool of himself. Sidu Linglong on the stage also completely revealed her thoughts at this time, looking at Yi Hao, who was surrounded by people with contempt. Li Wei, who was originally depressed, suddenly seemed to have taken a panacea and looked at Yi Hao, who was about to make a fool of himself, with high spirits. At the same time, he also understood the purpose of his father's actions just now. A man must be calm and composed at all times. The more panicked he is, the more likely he is to get into trouble. If he hadn't been stunned by the slap from his father just now, he would have been the one being dragged out by the security guards and made a fool of himself. Thinking this in my heart, I couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for my father. That's what a man should be like. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Hao took out his bank card and handed it to the auction house staff, asking them to insert it into the POS machine. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yi Hao's performance was so calm, without a trace of panic, that one could not help but believe that he could afford the money. The smiles on the faces of Li Wei and Li Dingxiang, both father and son, began to stiffen gradually, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. The auction house staff also looked at Yi Hao in disbelief as he was entering the password. In fact, the fact that they came to Yi Hao at this time had already shown that they did not believe that Yi Hao could afford the money. In their opinion, if Yi Hao was really the kind of person who could spend a lot of money, he would never sit in the extremely noisy ordinary area. In addition, Yi Hao's auction style, just now, which seemed to not care about money at all, also made them very suspicious. Under normal circumstances, who would spend 13 million to buy a goblin that is worth at most 1.5 million? Please let me pack it. While everyone was stunned, Yi Hao had already entered the password and the bank card transaction was completed. He just said something lightly and sat back in his seat. Is this really a done deal? Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a spendthrift, never seen someone who played by the rules so unconventionally, and never seen someone who slapped someone in the face so hard. No, impossible. He can't possibly have that much money. Li Wei, who had calmed down, fell into a crazy state again and started yelling like a madman. I have clearly checked Yi Hao's background. He is an orphan without parents and no one to rely on. He went to college by relying on the compensation money left by his parents in a car accident. If he hadn't won a multi-million lottery a few days ago, he would definitely be the poorest of the poor. Not only Li Wei, Li Dingqing's face also turned dark at this time. Li Wei's embarrassment would affect him, but now he showed up in person and was slapped in the face. Let's go. Li Dinggen snurta coldly. He couldn't stay here any longer. He really couldn't afford to lose face like that. The other people in the VIP seats looked at Li Dingqing and his family, who left in embarrassment with a joking look on their faces, and at the same time looked at Yi Hao curiously. This mysterious young man who could spend money lavishly had no influence on them at all, but he was able to completely defeat Li Dingqing and his son, which made them very eager to get to know him. Mr. Yi, on behalf of our auction house, I apologize again for what happened just now. All the items you auctioned today will be discounted by 20%. In addition, please move to the VIP seats in the front. The person in charge of the auction house was also shocked at this time. A person who can easily pay tens of millions on hand is definitely worth over 100 million. A person who can spend money lavishly without blinking, and I must have a great background and great power. The auction house knew very well how much the goblin was worth. If they could get 3 million, they would have doubled their profit. They had to know the limits in dealing with people and doing things, otherwise they would get into trouble. Giving Yi Hao a 20% discount on all the items auctioned was their way of expressing their apology again, so that Yi Hao would not be able to pursue the auction house's fault any further. Another thing is that Yi Hao has already paid more than 10 million yuan, so how much money does he have left to auction other things? After all, it is impossible for anyone to carry tens of millions of yuan with him when he goes out. So even if Yi Hao holds an auction next, he won't be able to sell many things. In this way, they acted as good people, made money, and preserved their reputation, killing two birds with one stone. It can be said that no businessman is a fool, especially those who can make a lot of money, who are more shrewd than each other. I'm not going to go anymore. Let's continue the auction. Yi Hao said with a calm expression, but if you look closely, you can see a curve at the corner of his mouth. He has more than 10 million on him, and the things he values far exceed this 50-year-old goblin. If the auction house gives him a 20% discount on all the items he buys, he will definitely lose a lot of money. After the incident, the auction continued as planned, as if nothing had happened just now, except that a few irrelevant people left. However, the way everyone at the scene looked at Yi Hao was completely different. Their eyes were full of awe and curiosity. See, this is a real young hero. He is calm in the face of adversity and neither humble nor overbearing. You should all learn from him. If you could be half as good as him, I, the master, will wake up laughing even when I fall asleep. The young are formidable. With such a boldness in spending money lavishly, this person will surely be extraordinary in the future. What is young and rich? This is young and rich, isn't it? See, if you want to find a partner, you have to look for someone like this. In a moment, all the discussions coming from the surroundings had changed, but Yi Hao was still as calm as before, and no emotion could be seen from his face at all. Soon, the second item for auction came out. It was 30-year-old ambergris, which could invigorate blood circulation, benefit the essence, and clear the blood vessels. The starting price was 200,000. 400,000. Yi Hao spoke first, and the whole audience fell silent. Chapter 30, Sweeping the Auction. After what happened just now, no one dared to underestimate Yi Hao, nor were they willing to provoke him, a man whose true background was unclear. But one thing is certain, anyone who can spend a lot of money at will is definitely not someone who is easy to mess with. Besides, the auction house has already made it clear that it will give Yi Hao a 20% discount on all the items he bid today. Who would be willing to compete with him in spending money when they have nothing better to do? So an extremely embarrassing scene occurred at the auction. After Sita Linglong on the stage introduced the second auction item and announced the starting price. After Yi Hao was the first to shout out 400,000, no one raised the price. Mr. Yi Hao offered 400,000 yuan. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Seeing that no one offered to raise the price, Situ Linglong spoke somewhat awkwardly. Since no one is bidding higher, this 30-year-old ambergris will be obtained by Mr. Yi Hao. After waiting for a while and finding that still no one offered to raise the price, Situ Linglong looked a little unnatural, but she finally picked up the small hammer in her hand, knocked lightly on the seat, and decided on the buyer. Situ Linglong, who comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, knows very well how much this 30-year-old ambergris is worth. Although it is not as good as the first auction item, the 50-year-old goblin, it is still no problem for this ambergris to be sold for 700,000. It was auctioned off for a price of 400,000, which can only be considered a bad deal. Moreover, Yi Hao also enjoyed a 20% discount, so he only had to spend 320,000 yuan to successfully buy this ambergris worth 700,000 yuan. Fortunately, Yi Hao paid nearly 10 million more for the first auction item, so there's nothing to feel sorry about even if this ambergris is given to Yi Hao. Other people at the scene had the same idea. They all understood that Yi Hao had spent tens of millions of Jiuzhou currency. Although they did not show anything on their faces, they were definitely hurt in their hearts. So they were unwilling to jump out and target Yi Hao at this time to avoid being blamed. Besides, it's just a 30-year-old ambergris. There's no need to offend Yi Hao for this. Now let me introduce the third lot of this auction, the 30-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus, which can regulate the body's pH and enhance the body's immunity. It also has anti-fatigue and anti-aging effects. The starting price is 300,000. Situ Linglong adjusted her state and introduced the third auction item in detail, hoping to arouse everyone's desire to bid through this method. 600,000. Yi Hao spoke again with a calm expression. Then the whole place fell silent again, and everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Yi Hao, who was sitting in an ordinary seat. Seeing this, the embarrassment on Situ Linglong's face on the stage was already obvious, and her eyes quickly scanned everyone in the audience. There were indeed some people who were interested in the Tianshan Snow Lotus, especially some wealthy people who came with their wives. Tianshan Snow Lotus is something that can be used by both men and women, but it is more effective for women. For example, the anti-aging effect. What woman doesn't love beauty? Doesn't she want to stay young forever? Moreover, Tianshan Snow Lotus can also regulate women's menstruation. However, those rich people took a look at Yi Hao, who was sitting in the ordinary seats, and finally did not raise the price. They all knew that the Tianshan Snow Lotus was worth about 1 million yuan, and now that it was only 600,000 yuan, it was definitely worth a bid. However, they were unwilling to be the first person to speak and unwilling to be the first to offend Yi Hao. Moreover, even if they started to compare prices, they didn't think they could beat Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao had a 20% discount, while they did not. The final result was that after a round of bidding, they raised the price. The auction house benefited from it, but they offended Yi Hao. No one with a little bit of intelligence would want to do such a thankless task. Everyone could only pray in their hearts that Yi Hao did not bring that much money, and after auctioning off a few items he liked, he would stop bidding. In the end, no one bid for the third item. Yi Hao bought the 30-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus, which was worth about 1 million yuan, for 600,000 yuan. The fourth auction item is a 20-year-old deer antler, which has the functions of nourishing the body and strengthening the divine level. The starting price is 200,000 yuan, and it is worth about 500,000 yuan. It was bought by Yi Hao for 300,000 yuan. The fifth is sixth. Before anyone knew it, an extremely strange scene occurred at this auction, with nearly 1,000 people in the audience. However, only Yi Hao was seen bidding, and he bought various precious medicinal materials at prices lower than the market price. The entire auction seemed to have turned into Yi Hao's personal acquisition conference. He was the first to make a bid for every item to be auctioned. No one competed with him, and the items were sold at extremely low prices. The other people at the scene were already stunned, all wondering how much money Yi Hao had brought with him, and at the same time were shocked by his background. This situation made it even more difficult for anyone to bid against him. You should know that the total value of those precious and valuable medicinal materials that Yi Hao bought in succession was close to 20 million. Adding the more than 10 million he had spent at the beginning, he spent a total of more than 30 million in this auction and swept all the auction items. The person in charge of the auction had green eyes. Situ Linglong's pretty face turned purple, and her eyes kept emitting captivating light, as if she wanted to eat people. However, Yi Hao's expression remained calm, and he seemed slightly happy. 30 million swept the entire auction, including nearly 50 rare medicinal materials that were more than 30 years old and 8 medicinal materials that were more than 50 years old. In particular, he successfully bought the last auction item, a 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum, for 5 million yuan. A 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum is a great medicine that is absolutely hard to come by. It is of great help to strong people at the innate warrior level. How could this not make him happy? It was this auction that laid the foundation for Yi Hao's future as a powerful figure. Chapitre 31 d'enregistrique. After the auction, Yi Hao made a fortune. When he was swiping his card backstage, the auction house manager and Situ Linglong's faces turned green. They originally hoped that Yi Hao did not have so much money on him. As long as Yi Hao could not pay the total price of all the auction items, they would have an excuse to interrupt the auction and at least keep the 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum. That was a precious medicine. If 7 or 8 million were thrown out, it would definitely cause countless people to scramble for it. But Yi Hao bought it at an ultra-low price of 5 million. How could they not go crazy? Seeing Yi Hao paying the money and then arbitrarily packing up all the auction items and hauling them away in a car, the person in charge of the auction house wanted to slap himself twice. Fuck that 20% discount. He knew very well why the latter situation occurred. It was because of the 20% discount that made no one want to compete with Yi Hao. Especially the last auction item, a 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum. Someone finally couldn't hold back and started bidding. But when they saw that Yi Hao still dared to raise the price sharply, everyone chose to back off. It's still the same logic. No one is a fool. When it is clear that Yi Hao still has a lot of money, bidding against him is nothing more than driving up the price. In the end, the auction house makes a profit, but they have provoked an opponent whose strength is unfathomable. Moreover, Yi Hao enjoys a yimi discount. If he bids out the same 10 million, Yi Hao only needs to subdue 8 million. How can he compete in the bidding? So no one would intentionally do something that is completely detrimental to others and not beneficial to oneself. In addition, they were not originally enemies of Yi Hao, and they were not real friends of the auction house. Everything was driven by interests, so no one would offend Yi Hao for the auction house. After paying the money, Yi Hao called a car and took the car back to City F with all kinds of precious medicinal materials. He truly won a great victory today, and at the same time, he stole the limelight and attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. However, if possible, Yi Hao would rather not have this kind of attention. What he wants is to continue to make a fortune quietly in the next 6 months, prepare as much supplies as possible, and strengthen himself. Watching him leave, the auction house director and Situ Linglong's faces became extremely ugly. Check, find out his background for me. If you take something from our Situ family, you have to be alive to use it. Situ Linglong said to the men beside her with a livid face. She had completely failed at today's auction. Even though her father is the head of the family, she will still be pointed at by the elders, and her prestige in the family will drop greatly. After all, the Situ family is far more than just their branch. There are several other branches that are eyeing them covetously, waiting for them to make a mistake. Moreover, in their lineage, up to Situ Linglong's generation, she is the only one left, which is already very disadvantageous. Some people in the family had already expressed that the position of head of the family could not be passed on to a woman like her. Thinking about how those people in the family would jump out and point at her next, Situ Linglong's face became increasingly uglier, and her hatred towards Yi Hao became even stronger. However, Yi Hao ignored their thoughts. The end of the world will come in half a year. All the conspiracies, famous families, and important figures will become nothing. Only by becoming strong can you dominate the end of the world. Overall, Yi Hao is very satisfied with today's gains. With these rare treasures, his chances of cultivating to a 10th level warrior before the end of the world were greatly increased. Especially the 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum, which could definitely enable him to leap forward to a great level. Other precious and valuable medicinal materials are also rare treasures. If you put any of these herbs into Doomsday, countless people will fight for it. But now you only need to pay some money to get it, and it only costs 30 million. The market value of these medicinal materials is more than that. When I got home, it was already evening. Yi Hao moved the medicinal herbs into the storage room on the 2nd floor and ordered a large takeout to reward himself. After everything was packed up, the takeaway arrived soon. Why do you feel this way? Just as Yi Hao was about to open the door to receive the takeaway, he suddenly felt a huge sense of danger in his heart. This is a special ability he developed through his 5 years of struggle in the apocalypse before his rebirth. Once some kind of huge crisis occurs, the body will be warned in advance. It is this mysterious special ability that allows him to avoid several fatal crises in the Doomsday. In fact, most people who survive the Doomsday have this ability, but those who cannot keep their eyes and ears open and detect various dangers in advance all die in the Doomsday. Yihao has always believed in this special ability, and he immediately realized that there was something wrong with the delivery man outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yihao, your takeaway has arrived. Please come out and get it. Seeing that Yihao did not respond, a voice came from outside the door again. Yihao did not respond. He quietly went to the training room and took down the bar in the middle of the dumbbells. This is a weighted dumbbell bar made of solid stainless steel, weighing more than 100 kilograms. However, in Yihao's hands, it is as light as an ordinary wooden stick. Holding the dumbbell bar, Yihao's face gradually turned cold. Chapter 32 Kill. Stealth is also a skill that everyone who survives the apocalypse must learn, because most zombies and mutant beasts rely on hearing to detect their targets. Some of the best ones can even change the aura they emit to achieve perfect unity with the surrounding environment. Yihao, who had survived the Doomsday for 5 years, naturally mastered this ability. He came to the second-floor corridor silently like a weightless soul and slightly stuck out half of his head to look at the situation outside the door. When he saw this, his eyes suddenly became sharp and a cold air came out of his body. If there were other Doomsday survivors present who knew Yihao, they would be able to understand at a glance that he was determined to kill. The person standing at the door of the villa and knocking was indeed a man wearing takeaway clothes. He held the takeaway in one hand, and the other hand was hidden behind his back, tightly holding a sharp knife. Beside him, there were 2 rows of people holding steel pipes and machetes, clinging tightly to the wall and staring at the gate of the villa. Yihao had no doubt at all that if he had opened the door directly just now, these people would definitely attack him with the weapons in their hands at the first moment. Even though he was agile and quick to react, and was able to dodge the man and take away clothes in the first place, he was unable to avoid the simultaneous attacks from the other 2 rows of people. As long as he was hit once or slowed down for a moment, the weapons in everyone's hands would be waiting for him. Those guys were all equipped with steel pipes, machetes, sharp knives, and other extremely lethal objects. You can imagine the damage they could cause to your body. Even though Yihao's body is now much stronger, it is still far from being immune to physical damage. Fortunately, Jojo has strict management over weapons, and it seems that these people do not have any weapons hidden on them. Bang, bang, bang! After understanding the current situation, Yihao jumped directly from the second floor without any hesitation. While in the air, he swung the dumbbell in his hand. The first target was the head of the man, wearing takeaway clothes and holding a sharp knife. With just one blow, the man's head was splattered like a watermelon hit by a dumbbell bar. The man in delivery man's clothes didn't even have time to turn around and react. He fell directly to the ground. Red and white things splattered all over the ground. It was obvious that he was not going to survive, and he didn't understand what was going on until his death. The others were also stunned by this sudden scene. Just as they were about to turn around and look at Yihao, an extremely stiff steel rod quickly enlarged in their eyes. The first few people who were hit didn't even have a chance to react. They watched helplessly as the dumbbell bar hit their faces. Then, a scene of a watermelon being smashed open by the dumbbell bar appeared. Heart-wrenching screams came from other people's mouths. They're all gangsters and are considered ruthless and villains in the eyes of most people. But now they were all terrified, having never seen such a bloody scene. Even those of them who were in the underworld had never seen such a cruel person. When they are out there, they also fight and fight, but they all know how to control the severity of the situation. Unless it is absolutely necessary and their lives are at stake, they will never think of killing someone. After all, killing someone means paying with your life. But Yihao was completely different from them. He would fight to the death as soon as he started. Especially the scene where Dahao's head was smashed like a watermelon was even more terrifying. Bang, bang, bang! Yihao ignored their screams, turned the dumbbell bar in his hand, and continued to hit another row of people. Now the situation is still that the enemy outnumbers us, which is very unfavorable to Yihao. In a one-on-one match, Yihao was confident that he could defeat them without using the dumbbell bar, but there were nearly 20 people on the other side, and they would not be stupid enough to challenge Yi Hao one-on-one. Therefore, he had to kill as many of them as possible while they were in a daze. Yes, there is no such thing as being injured. It's just beating someone to the point where they have no ability to resist. As long as he takes action, he will not think of sparing their lives. Rooting out the evil is his Doomsday survival rule. Only dead people will not be in danger, and he will never allow any potential threats to exist. Moreover, sooner or later you will have to pay for what you have done. If they want to kill me, they must be prepared to be killed. All of this was already destined when they came here to take action against Yi Hao. The 20 people were all frightened by Yi Hao's crazy scene. Some people even peed their pants. Some people would say it is impossible, as people in gangs cannot be so cowardly. That's because it's not the time to face death. In front of death, everyone is a coward. After all, people only have one life. It's okay for them to bully the weak by relying on their numbers. But when they really face the threat of death, their reaction will not be much better than that of ordinary people. Especially when they met Yi Hao. When they saw Yi Hao falling from the sky and his fierce and cold eyes, they knew that they were doomed. Most of these people who hang out outside are scary, and few of them really dare to kill anyone. After all, killing someone means paying with your life. The reason why so many people came with various weapons was to scare Yi Hao and make him surrender. At most, they would just break a few bones and scare him, as long as they could scare Yi Hao. After all, they are here to do business, not to kill people. This can be seen from the order in which the people on both sides are arranged. Except for the first person wearing delivery clothes, the other people in the front were holding steel pipes in their hands. It is not easy to kill people with steel pipes, but knives might kill people. It was precisely because of this that they were doomed to a tragic end. Yi Hao never thought about scaring people or anything like that. As far as he was concerned, once he took action, he was aiming to take people's lives. This is exactly the change that life in the 5 years of the apocalypse has brought to Yi Hao Zhao. There's no such thing as scaring others in the Doomsday. It's either you die or I die. So as long as others don't attack Yi Hao, he can tolerate any ridicule or provocation. But once the other party attacks him, it will be a fight to the death. Kill! A wild and frantic roar like that of a wild beast came out from Yi Hao's throat. Chapter 33, Cold-Blooded. In fact, the outcome of this battle was determined the moment Yi Hao jumped from the air. Although there were 20 people on the other side, after Yi Hao killed several of them cleanly, neatly, and bloodily, the remaining people had become cowardly and had lost all will to fight. Many people dare to fight, but killing can only remain in imagination or games. Who dares to kill in real life? However, there were a few people who seemed to be the leaders. They reacted quickly and screamed wildly at everyone to calm down and resist, and shouted at the rest of them to join in. As a result, they naturally became Yi Hao's primary targets of attack. When the others were just about to react and prepare to respond to the call, Yi Hao suddenly swung the dumbbell bar several times. Every time the bar was swung, a good head would be smashed into pieces like a watermelon, and the one that was hit in the body would directly have a big hole in it, with blood gushing out, and it was obvious that the person would not survive. You have to know that Yi Hao's punch has a force of 100 kilograms. Even if he uses his fist directly, he can kill someone, let alone using a solid dumbbell bar made of stainless steel. This kind of heavy lethal weapon, in Yi Hao's hands, will cause injuries if it touches someone and kill anyone who is hit by it. After the death of several leaders, the remaining 10 or so people were completely panicked. They didn't dare to attack Yi Hao anymore and ran out like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few more muffled sounds, and several people who were rushing out of the villa were directly hit to death by the dumbbell bar in Yi Hao's hand. Then Yi Hao yelled, "Let's see who dares to move." Immediately, those who were about to rush out stopped, threw away their weapons, knelt on the ground, and cried for mercy. "Please, please, let us go. We won't dare to do it again. We were asked to come here by others. We just came to make up the numbers. Please don't kill us. Please, please be magnanimous and let us go. We will never dare to do it again. We will never tell anyone. Sir, please let us go. I have elderly and children at home, and we're just trying to make a living." 7 or 8 strong men all knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Yi Hao desperately, begging him to let them go and spare their lives. Some of them were so scared that they almost shit themselves. I was really scared to death. Just imagine that the life that was just alive turned into red and white things on the ground in the blink of an eye, and your body was also covered with a lot of stains. You might be the next one to die. Who wouldn't be scared? In this situation, it is normal for people with poor mental quality to suffer from urinary and fecal incontinence. The other few people cried and begged for mercy while vomiting wildly, and even vomited out yellow bile. It's really like finely shredded tofu, with blood vessels and all that stuff appearing in front of you and hanging on your body. Few people can bear it. In fact, these gangsters are considered to have strong mental qualities. If they were ordinary people, they would have been scared to death. Stop howling, everyone. If you don't want to die, answer my question. Yi Hao roared again. The only 7 or 8 people left immediately stopped their actions and stopped the sounds they were about to make, for fear that they would anger Yi Hao and bring about fatal disaster. They no longer had any doubt whether Yi Hao would kill anyone, as those few lives had just fallen beside them. The first question is, who sent you here? The first person to answer will not die. There was no emotion in Yi Hao's eyes, and he had no reaction when he saw the red and white things on the ground. It's not that he was born with strong psychological qualities, but the 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, the zombies that dragged their intestines around, his companions who were bitten to death by mutant beasts, and similar bloody scenes have already made him vomit out everything he can. And for him who had experienced the tragedy of Doomsday, today's scene was just a scene that could not be any smaller. I'll tell you, Li Dingchang sent us here. He said he wanted to make sure you never show off again. He asked us to cripple you and take you back to them for disposal. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, someone kneeling on the ground shouted, "Okay, you don't have to die for now. Go clean this place first." If you chase him away, Yi Hao glanced at the man with cold eyes and didn't say the rest. However, everyone understood that the end of chasing him away would be death. The man immediately stood up, as if he had been pardoned, and went to clean the dirty yard while suppressing his nausea. He had been scared away by Yi Hao and didn't dare to be angry with Yi Hao or have any resistance at all. As for cleaning up the broken bodies on the ground, it was because Yi Hao would continue to live here in the future, so he naturally could not leave broken pieces such as intestines here. After all, there is still half a year before the end of the world. If he is found to have committed murder now, he will inevitably get into all kinds of trouble, and he does not have extra time to deal with these troubles. After glancing at the man, Yi Hao ignored him. If he dared to make any other move, Yi Hao would definitely smash his head in the first place. The second question is, who knows where Li Dingxing lives and the way to get there? Yi Hao said with a still cold expression. I know, his home is in Tianfu Garden. I've been there before. As soon as his voice fell, someone immediately responded loudly. Okay, you don't have to die for now. Go and help clean up. Yi Hao glanced at him. The man immediately became excited and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, picking up the organs scattered on the ground with his hands, completely forgetting about the things inside the bodies of these brothers. Just when he was halfway there, he heard screams again. Looking back, he saw that all the gangster brothers who had just kneeled with him were dead. The screams just now were made by them. Hurry up and finish this. I'm gonna go eat the takeaway first. Besides, I don't like waiting for people. A bone-chilling voice came out of Yi Hao's mouth. Eat takeout. Vomit. The 2 people who had managed to suppress their nausea suddenly began to vomit uncontrollably. Now the yard was full of corpses and all kinds of internal organs. When they thought of eating here, they couldn't control the violently churning stomach acid in their bodies. Sorry, we will deal with it immediately. The 2 of them had just vomited for a while when they noticed Yi Hao's cold eyes staring at them. They immediately swallowed the food in their mouths and knelt on the ground to apologize. Yi Hao sat down, ignored them, and started enjoying the takeaway he ordered. It's still the same rule of survival in the Doomsday. The world is big, but eating is the most important. As for those things on the ground, they could not have any effect on him at all. In Doomsday, such situations were too common. Yi Hao even once hid in an iron cage, surrounded by groups of zombies with hideous faces and various organs dragging on the ground. In order to survive, he must eat the remaining food in the iron cage to replenish his energy and find a chance to break out of the zombie siege. Chapter 34. No Overnight Revenge. Needless to say, how fast Yi Hao eats. It only took him a dozen minutes to finish the takeout enough for 10 people, while the 2 hooligans were still cleaning the yard. Yi Hao warned them that if they ran away, they would die. Then he went into the house alone to wash up. Although he was not hurt at all in the fight just now, his body was splashed with a lot of red and white substances, and blood kept dripping down from the corners of his clothes. making him look a little scary. Besides, the sticky clothes were very uncomfortable to wear, and he had to go out soon. Yi Hao had no intention of caring about what Li Dingxing and his son did at the auction house. After all, he didn't like to cause trouble, and he had made a lot of money at the auction house, so he was in a good mood. But those two people were extremely suicidal and came to him and even sent people to kill him. For Yi Hao, there was naturally no need for such a scourge to continue living. Yi Hao went straight into the house to wash up. Would those two thugs run away? The answer is no. They had already been frightened by Yi Hao's ferocity. In their opinion, Yi Hao is definitely an evil spirit, an extremely bloodthirsty evil spirit, an evil spirit who regards human life as worthless. In their entire lives, they had never seen such a ruthless person who could kill nearly 20 people without even frowning. In fact, they don't know that in Yi Hao's eyes, they're no different from the zombies in the Doomsday. They are all enemies, and the enemies deserve to die. The method of smashing the head with a dumbbell cylinder is exactly what Yi Hao often uses to deal with zombies in the Doomsday. Only by smashing the zombies' heads can you completely eliminate them. So we had the scene just now, with a dumbbell bar hit the head like smashing a watermelon. Intimidated by Yi Hao's ferocious power, and the fact that the gate of the villa had been tightly closed when they came in to conceal their whereabouts, it would take them a certain amount of time to escape at this time. And this time might very well be the time when Yi Hao would kill them. When Yi Hao finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, and appeared in front of the two hooligans, they were all stunned. Before, Yi Hao jumped directly from the second-floor balcony. Before he landed on the ground, he had already killed a person. Then he killed another person. When they saw Yi Hao clearly, his body and face were already stained with blood, and they could not see his original appearance clearly. Now that the cleaning was completed, the two hooligans were shocked to find that Yi Hao was very young, no more than 20 years old, with fair skin and a bit of a pretty boy look. After changing into clean clothes, he looked as clean and refreshed as a big boy next door. But it was this big boy who looked harmless, who just now wiped out more than 20 of their fellow gang members. If they could not still see Yi Hao's cold eyes without any emotion, they would never have thought that this was the killing god from before. How long will it take you? I don't like waiting, Yi Hao said coldly when he saw that the yard had not been cleaned up yet. My lord, it will be done in a moment. We have almost cleaned up the other places. We could just throw these things into the car. Hearing Yi Hao's familiar yet cold voice, the two hooligans suddenly felt as if they were struck by a bolt of lightning. Their bodies shuddered instantly, and they immediately responded with horror on their faces. When talking about the things on the ground that no longer looked like humans, the gangster who spoke hesitated for a moment and finally decided that it would be more appropriate to describe them as things. Because there really is no human being. Yi Hao didn't say anything. He glanced at the two of them coldly and finally nodded. He had no intention of letting these two men live any longer. If they were slightly frightened, they would confess everything they knew. Once caught, they would certainly give him away, which would bring him into a lot of trouble. Trouble is what Yi Hao hates the most, because it will delay the little time he has left to become stronger. This is also the biggest difference between before and after the Doomsday. After the Doomsday, no one will care about murder, robbery, and bank robbery. There is no need to worry as much as there is now. It took nearly an hour to clean up. The villa where Yi Hao lived had a built-in sprinkler system for watering the flowers. Otherwise, it would have been extremely troublesome to clean up the bloodstains. Drive, take me to Li Dingxing's house. After cleaning up the scene, Yi Hao said in a cold voice, for him, as long as it is not too difficult or troublesome, he will never take revenge overnight. A good man should take revenge when he has revenge. The two hooligans had already been frightened by Yi Hao, so how could they dare to resist? After hearing Yi Hao's words, they immediately took action, started the car they had taken when they came, which was now full of corpses, and drove towards Tianfu Garden Community where Li Dingxing and his son were, taking Yi Hao with them. Tianfu Garden Community is a famous high-end community in City F. It is in no way worse than the place where Yi Hao lives. All those who can live there are rich and powerful people. Likewise, wealthy and powerful people tend to be very secretive, and in order to ensure the privacy of the residents, each villa is separated by a long distance. For example, if a villa is holding a party all night long, only very faint sounds can be heard in another villa that is closest to it. And this also made it convenient for Yi Hao to kill people. Chapter 35, The God of Death, is coming. At midnight in Tianfu Garden, Li Dingxing and his son were still awake. They were waiting for the people they had sent out to come back. Why did it take so long? Were they caught by security? Li Wei looked at his father with some concern and asked, "Don't worry. With so many people there, it's impossible that we can't handle that kid. Wait a little longer. You should be back soon." Li Dingcheng picked up the teacup in front of him, drank it, and said calmly. He didn't think at all that a freshman could cause any trouble after seeing so many gangsters with weapons. He was considered brave enough, as he didn't pee his pants out of fear. "By the way, waiter, have all the servants in the house left?" Li Dingcheng suddenly put down his teacup and asked. He has something to do tonight, so naturally he can't let other people see him. "Well, I asked Aunt Li and the others to go home. We're the only family members here." Li Wei responded. Li Wei admires his father very much. He started from scratch, worked hard for 10 years, was meticulous and ruthless, and had connections in both the white and black worlds. It was precisely because of this that all of his family's former competitors died. "Well, try to keep your voice down and don't disturb your mother." Li Dingxing nodded and said. Li Wei's mother Wang Yin couldn't stand seeing the father and son doing these things, but she could do nothing about it. After all, one was her husband and the other was her son. She could only close the door and go to sleep, not to worry about it. Ding ding. Just at this moment, Li Dingxing and his son, who had been waiting for a long time, heard the sound of a car horn. "Haha, here I come. I'll go open the door." Hearing this voice, Li Wei and his son knew that it must have been done. The kid who made them look bad in front of so many people at the auction had been brought here. Alas, what a sin. Bodhisattva, please bless us. Bodhisattva, please bless us. Wang Yin in the bedroom knew very well what was going to happen today. She couldn't sleep at all and kept praying and chanting in her room, begging those people not to catch Yi Hao. But the car horn still sounded, and Wang Yin couldn't help but show a look of pain and sadness on her face. But she knew very well that there was nothing she could do. She could only pray and chant sutras continuously, asking the Buddha to forgive her family's mistakes. However, she didn't know that the Bodhisattva might have heard her prayers, but did not choose to forgive her. Instead, he sent a god of death to their home. In the yard, Li Wei opened the gate and let the vehicles outside in. "Uncle Don, what took you so long? I thought you ran into security guards." Li Wei walked towards the vehicles, entering the yard with a smile on his face, and joked with a smile, looking very relaxed. The Uncle Dong he mentioned was a good friend of his father, who had helped his father solve many obstacles in the business world. He often came here to discuss various shady matters with Li Dingxiang, and as time went by, Li Wei also got to know him. This time, the team was led by the man he called Uncle Dong. However, he didn't know that the so-called Uncle Dong had already had his head smashed by Yi Hao, and he didn't realize that he was approaching death. At this time, Li Dingxing also came out and watched the car slowly stop. Bang! The car door opened, and what came out was not Uncle Dong, but a huge dumbbell bar, which hit Li Wei's smiling head. Li Wei's head shattered completely in front of the dumbbell bar like an egg, and the things inside flew far away. Until his death, Li Wei never understood what was going on. Wire! Li Dingxing on the side was also frightened. After being stunned for a long time, he finally reacted. As if he had used up all the strength in his body, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious, and the raging anger in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Li Wei is his only son, and all his career will be handed over to Li Wei in the future. But now his only son had his head smashed in by a Scylla soldier right in front of him. How could he not be angry and crazy? This would mean that he would have no descendants. "Fuck you." Li Dingcheng rushed towards Li Wei, who was lying on the ground like a madman, and roared angrily at the car. However, before he could finish his next words, the huge dumbbell bar came crashing down on him. For a moment, Li Dingcheng was frightened to death. He witnessed with his own eyes how Li Wei died. If he was hit by this, he would die in the same way. In a split second, Li Dingcheng's potential exploded. When the dumbbell bar was about to hit his head, he managed to move his head a little distance and stretched out his hand to block the dumbbell bar. Ah! A heart-wrenching cry of pain came from Li Dingcheng's mouth. Is a dumbbell bar that Yi Hao smashed out actually that easy to catch? When Li Dingcheng's palm just touched the dumbbell bar, his entire arm was completely broken and his palm was shattered. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the entire palm was directly shattered. Even Li Dingcheng, who was knowledgeable, broke out in a cold sweat and almost fainted from the pain. Yi Hao ignored all this and slowly walked out of the car. "It's you? Why haven't you been abolished yet?" The incident happened so quickly that there was no time to react. Li Dingxing watched Yi Hao get out of the car safely, his eyes wide open with disbelief on his face. His brain was spinning wildly, but he still couldn't figure out why this situation had occurred. It was obvious that Yi Hao in front of him was just a freshman, and he looked so harmless. Ah, there's so many people who want to touch me. Who do you think you are? Yi Hao responded coldly. Chapter 36, No Future Trouble. As Yi Hao got out of the car, the other two thugs also got out of the car. Looking at this familiar yet terrifying scene, their whole bodies trembled. Wait, where's Doomsday? Li Dingxing was almost going crazy with the pain. When he saw only two hooligans getting out of the car, he was shocked again. A bad premonition came to his mind, and he squeezed out these incoherent words from between his teeth. Ah, no. Wang Yin in the bedroom heard Li Dingxing's miserable scream and walked down from upstairs in confusion. Then she saw the most horrifying scene in her life. My son's body was covered in blood, and he collapsed helplessly in the yard. His good head looked like a rotten watermelon, no longer the same as before. The husband, who was also covered in blood, knelt on the ground, his hands hanging limply downwards, staring at a young man who looked like a devil with an angry face. It was not until the young man turned around and looked at her that she finally saw clearly that the demon-like young man was Yi Hao, whom her husband had ordered to capture. The development of the matter was completely beyond her imagination, and she had no idea why it turned out like this. However, with her exclamation, Li Dingxing became much more sober. Doomsday did not get out of the car, and he was probably killed by Yi Hao. He might also die at Yi Hao's hands next. Yi Hao, please let me go. I'm willing to give you all my property. You know, I have a lot of money. As long as you can let me go, I can give it to you, and I will never seek revenge on you in the future. I will leave this city, return my hometown, and never come out again. Li Dingxing knelt on the ground and kept begging. Even when his head was bleeding, he did not stop, hoping that Yi Hao would let him go. He knew very well that only if he survived today could he find a way to avenge his son. So now, in order to survive, he would do anything. I'll kill you. Just at this moment, Wang Yin took out a pair of scissors from somewhere and rushed towards Yi Hao. Yinner, stop it. Run. Li Dingxing, who kept kowtowing, was frightened by the scene. He knew Yi Hao's strength very well, and Wang Yin would definitely not be his opponent. Bang! However, as soon as he shouted, the dumbbell bar in Yi Hao's hand hit Wang Yin's head directly. It was as if a similar scene just now was happening again, and Wang Yin finally understood why her son's head looked like that. Witnessing such a scene again, Li Dingxing, who was kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eye sockets. In just a few minutes, his son and daughter-in-law all died tragically in front of him. If he had known this would be the result, he would never have let his son provoke Yi Hao. The moment he saw Yi Hao, he would have taken his entire family and left the city, because that person was not a human being, but a devil. He clearly saw that Yi Hao did not feel any psychological pressure when he was killing people, as if the dumbbell bar was just smashing a watermelon. Human life was insignificant to him. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. The moment he took action against Yi Hao, the outcome was already determined. Yi Hao, you let me go. I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Li Dingxing's whole body was shaking violently, and he said this through gritted teeth. His hatred for Yi Hao had long been as fierce as a tsunami, but he endured it. Only if he survived today could he avenge his wife and son. Hearing what he said, Yi Hao glanced at him and said calmly, "You don't want to die? Then what are you going to use to buy your life?" Upon hearing this, Li Dingxing knew that he might really have a chance to survive, as long as what he said was enough to impress Yi Hao. I own 10 apartments, 5 luxury cars worth more than 1 million yuan, and I also run a real estate company with an annual income of tens of millions. I have 50 million yuan in reserve funds in my bank account. Li Dingxing quickly told Yi Hao everything he thought would impress him. He had made up his mind that as long as he could survive, he would do it no matter what the cost. Well, it's really good. Yi Hao nodded. But just as the fire of hope was about to ignite in Li Dingxing's eyes, the dumbbell bar in Yi Hao's hand smashed towards his head. Bang! Li Dingxing's head was also scattered all over the ground like a smashed watermelon. His constantly shaking body finally lost all its strength and fell to the ground. Until his death, he never understood why Yi Hao suddenly attacked him. His eyeballs flew out, but were still staring at Yi Hao. But I don't like any potential threats. After Li Dingcheng fell down, Yi Hao said these words lightly. The two hooligans standing by were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Clean up this place and pour gasoline on it. Yi Hao glanced at them and said lightly. So many people died overnight. Especially since Li Dingcheng was a billionaire, it would inevitably attract the attention of security authorities, so the bodies had to be destroyed. This is also the reason why Yi Hao is determined to kill all these people. Once the news leaks out, it will inevitably bring him endless troubles. And in the 6 months before the end of the world, what he least wanted to encounter was trouble. Chapter 37. Human heart is the most terrifying since ancient times. When the two hooligans heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately took action as required. But this time there was something else in their eyes. Yi Hao's words just now that he didn't like any potential threats finally made them wake up. Dongzi and others who went with them were all killed by Yi Hao. Li Dingqing's family was also killed in front of them. They witnessed the entire process of Yi Hao killing dozens of people. In this way, they are definitely a huge threat to Yi Hao. Although the two hooligans are not very smart, they are not stupid either. If they still can't see their own situation clearly at this moment, they would be extremely stupid. The two men were seen splashing gasoline everywhere while thinking in their minds how to escape from Yi Hao. In a moment, the two hooligans were covered in sweat. They really couldn't think of a feasible way to escape from Yi Hao. Suddenly, they both looked at the gasoline in their hands at the same time, and an idea came to them. Attack with fire. No matter how powerful Yi Hao is, he is still just a human being, not a monster. As long as gasoline is poured on him and then set on fire, he will be burned to death. Under normal circumstances, no matter whether they're ordinary people or street thugs, no one would think of killing people. But the situation is special now. It has come to a situation where it's either you die or I die. At this time, they naturally make the decision to kill. What is this? A lighter? Just as the two of them were about to pour the gasoline in their hands at Yi Hao, a lit lighter was thrown towards the gasoline pouring under their feet. Boom! When the gasoline meets the lighter, it is instantly ignited and a hot flame breaks out instantly. You evil spirit. I will kill you. Let's die together. The two thugs were the closest to the vehicle, each holding a gasoline barrel in their hands. The flames followed the continuously pouring gasoline and climbed directly into the gasoline barrel. The flame entered the gasoline barrel and it immediately exploded. The two gangsters were blown far away by the blast wave, and their bodies were covered with burning gasoline. In an instant, the two gangsters turned into firemen. The fire burned them both, causing them to roar in pain, and using the last bit of their strength, they rushed directly towards Yi Hao. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds were heard. This time, Yi Hao did not hit their heads, but knocked them away. One fell near Li Dingcheng, and the other fell next to a car full of gangsters. Suddenly, the two of them were like two fireballs, instantly igniting the car and Li Dingcheng's family. The flames erupted violently again, and the scorching fire waves baked the entire villa. Boom! An even more violent explosion sounded, and the entire car was set on fire. A violent explosion occurred, and the flames rose more than 10 meters high. Just as the villa was being burned by fire, Yi Hao had already left that place. Walking in Tianfu Garden, every house had already turned off the lights, and people who were in deep sleep were suddenly awakened. Although the villas were far apart, it was impossible not to be alarmed by such a violent explosion and raging flames. Several residents who lived nearby had already opened their doors and were looking at the burning villa of Li Dingqing's family. Some were calling for fire help, some were making phone calls, and some were taking videos of the scene. At the same time, Yi Hao had already left Tianfu Garden. When the two thugs were pouring gasoline in the villa, Yi Hao was watching them from the side. When their movements were a little slow, he guessed what was in their minds. For Yi Hao, these two people must be killed because they know too much. Once they're caught by the security department, they will definitely give him away. Another thing is, these two guys were originally two of the gang of thugs who came to deal with him. Letting them live a few more hours was already a great treat for them. After leaving Tianfu Garden, Yi Hao came to a place without surveillance as if nothing had happened, hailed a taxi on the side of the road, got into the back seat, and left. On the way, we met a convoy of firefighters coming to put out the fire. Wow, so many fire trucks, there must be another fire somewhere. The taxi driver exclaimed in surprise. Taxis like these who work the night shift are very bored. They usually either listen to the car radio or play loud music to avoid falling asleep. Encountering fire trucks at night is also a fun way for them to pass the long and boring time. There must have been a fire. Yihao responded indifferently and didn't say anything else. The taxi driver was very skilled, and Yihao arrived home an hour later. It is already past 3 in the morning, and daybreak will come in a few hours. Yihao did not continue practicing. He washed up and went to bed. He looked almost the same as usual, without any of the anxiety or tossing and turning that ordinary people would have after killing someone. After 5 years of struggling in the apocalypse, many lives have been taken on his hands, including zombies, mutant beasts, and also survivors struggling to survive in the apocalypse. For people living in the Doomsday, zombies and mutant beasts are certainly scary, but the scariest things are the remaining survivors, because no one knows when the people around them will stab them. Another thing is that zombies and mutant animals have limited intelligence, and only fellow human survivors know how to disguise themselves, so they could deliver a fatal blow when people are least prepared. Human heart has been the most terrifying thing since ancient times. Chapter 38, Investigation. The next day, Yihao got up and practiced as usual, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, as well as the spiritual substances between heaven and earth. In the yard, after a night of washing by water, there was no trace of bloody smell, as if the fierce battle had never taken place last night, and nearly 20 people had not died here. As for Yihao, he didn't even take what happened last night to heart. What happened last night was just a small episode. What's really important is the coming Doomsday. As for killing Li Dingxing and those people, he really had no psychological burden, because when the Doomsday comes in half a year, the population of this planet will drop by 2/3. Therefore, for the coming Doomsday, having more or less soldiers like Li Dingxing will not make any difference at all. After finishing his training, Yihao came to a breakfast spot he often visited and ordered one more portion of breakfast than before. As his strength increased, the amount of food he needed to consume every day also increased. Before his rebirth, Yihao, who was a 5th-rank warrior, could eat half a mutant pig weighing several tons a day. Now, eating this little bit is naturally nothing to him. According to the on-site report, a fire broke out in Tianfu Garden in the early hours of last night. A villa was burned down. According to preliminary statistics, more than 20 people were killed. The owner of the villa, entrepreneur Li Dingsheng, also died in the fire. Just as Yihao was sweeping the food in front of him, a piece of information attracted the attention of the people around him. Yihao also listened to a few words. The media only reported some basic circumstances, but did not reveal the specific cause of the fire or the cause of death of the more than 20 people. At the F-City Security Bureau, all the members of the Serious Crimes Squad gathered together and were reviewing relevant information about the Tianfu Garden fire scene. After preliminary investigation, it has been determined that this was a revenge killing. The heads of the owner Li Dingxing and his family were all blown up with heavy weapons. The criminal's method of committing the crime was extremely brutal. In addition, a small passenger car was found at the fire scene, with nearly 20 people found inside. The cause of death was basically that their heads were blown up by heavy weapons. According to preliminary investigation, these 20 people are suspected to be a local gang involved in organized crime. The specific situation is still under investigation. 2 of them suffered the most serious burns, but their heads were not blown up. However, their ribs were fractured, suspected to be caused by violent blows with blunt objects, and then burned to death in the fire. This case is the most brutal and the one with the highest death toll in our city in recent decades. We have now set up a special task force to solve this case. In addition, this case has caused a huge social discussion, and we must solve it in the shortest possible time. A head of the Serious Crime Squad on the stage introduced the case to the members of the task force and explained the seriousness of the case. The members of the task force all frowned unconsciously when they looked at the photos of the victim in their hands. Not to mention F-City, even in the entire Kyushu country, there hasn't been such a major case for a long time. Now, not only the city is paying attention to it, but the province is also focusing on this major case. This is too cruel. First, they smashed the person's head and then burned it with gasoline. What kind of hatred and grudge is this? Said a female police officer with a gloomy face. Just seeing these miserable photos of death makes people feel nauseous and terrified. I just checked. The victim, named Li Dingxing, has a complicated background and has connections with many gangsters in City F. In addition, he also did business in an unruly manner. There have been several reports of cases against him, generally saying that he used abnormal means to deal with his business competitors and gain profits from them. But in the end, no case was filed due to insufficient evidence. However, there are many such reports, which means it is definitely not groundless. So, I think the possibility of revenge is the greatest. An experienced special security manager reviewed some case reports and expressed his opinion. The security guards present had solved many major cases before and were experienced in handling cases. They quickly determined the direction of the case investigation and began to visit and take action. Start investigating among those who have had disputes with Li Dingcheng in recent times. Wang Xiaoran, a graduate of the Special Security Management University, has been in the security management system for more than a year. She has a good figure and is a standard policewoman. She has participated in the detection of several major and minor cases and has good overall abilities. At this time, Wang Xiaoran came to the auction where Yi Hao and Li Dingcheng participated yesterday to conduct relevant visits and investigations. Oh, this Li Dingcheng is really a talent. He can even challenge a freshman who is less than 20 years old. After listening to the auction house's introduction to yesterday's events, Wang Xiaoran shook his head and sighed. She was really annoyed with Li Dingcheng. The more she investigated, the more she found that he was not a good person. He had done so many bad things and had so many enemies that she couldn't even count them. This caused great trouble for them in solving the case. After putting away the transcript she had just retrieved, Wang Xiaoran left the auction house. As for the dispute between Yi Hao and Li Dingcheng, she simply put out her mind. It's very simple. A college student in his 20s would never do such a thing. First, the strength is not enough. The other side has more than 20 people. The second reason is that the hatred value is not enough. Killing is not a simple matter. Unless the hatred reaches a certain level, no one would want to kill. Moreover, more than 20 lives are killed at a time. It is just a small dispute at the auction, and it would never reach this extent. So Wang Xiaoran quickly ruled out Yi Hao as a suspect. In fact, anyone with a little bit of intelligence would think this way. They couldn't believe that a college student under the age of 20 would do such a cruel thing. Similarly, they could not imagine that Yi Hao would be a person who was reborn from the Doomsday. Having seen all kinds of tragic scenes in the Doomsday, this kind of thing is nothing strange. At least Yi Hao has long been accustomed to it. As soon as Wang Xiaoran left, the person in charge of the auction house called Sidu Linglong and told her the news of the tragic death of Li Dingcheng's family. Just after a little conflict, Li Dingcheng's family died tragically. I'm afraid this Yi Hao is not just a student. After hanging up the phone, Sidu Linglong frowned and thought. Chapter 39. The end of the world is coming early? After what happened yesterday, Sidu Linglong has begun to investigate Yi Hao's background. However, the results of the investigation made her unbelievable. Yi Hao's previous background was much cleaner than a blank piece of paper. From his birth, to his parents' car accident, to the multi-million lottery win he had won not long ago, all of them were discovered by Sidu Linglong. Everything was plain, simple, and ordinary, and there was almost nothing suspicious about it. And this is really the biggest suspicion. First of all, we can find many things that don't make sense from this survey. According to the investigation she had, Yi Hao should have only more than 10 million in his hand, but yesterday he directly paid 300 to 400 million and swept the entire auction house for medicinal materials. This alone shows that there are many problems with this investigation report. After all, there is absolutely no way for a college student to turn 10 million into tens of millions in just a few days. In addition, Sidu Linglong had just received the news of the tragic death of Li Dingcheng's family. She couldn't understand how a college student under 20 years old could be capable of killing Li Dingcheng's family and more than 20 gangsters in society. Even though the gangsters can't show off their fighting, they're definitely not easy to deal with. After all, there are people who have to take their heads off their belts. There is absolutely no way that Yi Hao alone can kill these people. However, no other relevant information could be found, which made Sidu Linglong very distressed. Could it be? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. It was not that Yi Hao's background was simple, but the power of their Situ family. They could not find out the force behind Yi Hao. When Sidu Linglong thought of this possibility, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The Sidu family could not find the power behind Yi Hao, which meant that they were not at the same level as Yi Hao. If she continued to investigate, it was very likely to anger the other party and bring fatal disaster to their Sidu family. Li Dingcheng's family is a lesson for us. After figuring out everything, Sidu Linglong immediately called back the people she had sent out and reported the matter to her father, the head of the Sidu family. Her father made the same decision as her. If you can't afford to offend someone, don't offend them. The money you lose can be earned back, but if you lose your life, then you have nothing. Indeed, it was this decision that saved a member of their Sidu family. Yihao is not a good man. Anyone who threatens him will die. In fact, it's not their fault that they couldn't find out Yihao's background. If they had to count, the biggest background behind Yihao was the entire Doomsday. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yihao called a taxi and drove to the largest steel factory in City F. With a large number of precious and valuable medicinal materials bought back from the auction house yesterday, the matter of medicinal materials can come to a temporary end. Now he needs to start building the Doomsday Chariot. The materials needed to build the Doomsday Chariot are terrifying: 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, 100 tons of gold, 50 tons of titanium alloy, 10 tons of meteorite iron. Gray cast iron is easy to get. Although the quantity is terrifyingly large, it is easy to find, and you can get it by spending some money. 100 tons of gold. This requires Yi to find a gold mining plant. Moreover, he would need to find many gold mines to get 100 tons. Titanium alloy has become a strategic reserve resource for various countries and is strictly controlled. It is impossible to find it through normal searches. As for meteorite iron from outer space, we can only obtain it after Chungfei Group discovers rare metals. It is estimated that there is none on this planet at present. Even if there is, it is under the strict control of various countries, and it is extremely difficult for Yihao to get close to it. Boom! What the hell? What the hell? There are meteors during the day. A meteorite is going to hit the Earth. Suddenly, all kinds of noisy noises were heard, and the taxi Yihao was riding in also stopped. Yihao quickly opened the car door and looked up at the sky. It was indeed a meteor shower. The originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, and many meteorites that rubbed against the atmosphere and burned with flames suddenly appeared in the sky with long tails. When Yihao saw this situation, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He knew about this meteor shower, but he didn't expect that would appear a week earlier than he remembered. Could it be that my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect? Yihao pondered secretly in his heart. Soon he thought of a very terrifying situation. Since the meteor shower had appeared ahead of time, would the end of the world also come ahead of time? When Yihao thought of this question, his face suddenly changed. It is not impossible. Since meteor showers can appear in advance, why can't the end of the world come in advance? Thinking of this, Yihao's heart suddenly sank. It had only been about a week since he was reborn, and such a shocking change had already happened. It's the end of the world. I haven't enjoyed this comfortable and fulfilling life enough. Yihao cursed fiercely at the sky. Chapter 40: Change of Plan. Stop looking and drive to the steel mill. Yihao's face looked very bad, and he spoke coldly to the taxi driver. The taxi driver was stunned and wanted to say something, but when he saw Yihao's murderous eyes, he wisely kept silent, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards the steel plant. Sitting in the car, Yihao's expression was still extremely ugly. The early appearance of the meteor shower disrupted his original plan. Many things had to be accelerated, and he had to use some abnormal means to achieve his goals. For example, Yihao originally planned to rent a factory first, and then use the money to purchase the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron. After all, he still has tens of millions of dollars in his pocket, so he can afford it, and making money is not a difficult task for him. But now the situation has changed. He doesn't have time to deal with these gray cast irons, and the tens of millions he's have other uses. However, if abnormal means are taken to achieve the goal, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary troubles, and these troubles may very likely put Yihao in the spotlight. However, plans cannot keep up with changes, and Doomsday may come early, which poses a huge threat to him. At the same time, the original training plan also needs to be changed. According to the current training speed, it is absolutely impossible to reach the 10th level warrior if the Doomsday comes early, so he has to increase his efforts. He needs to make good use of every minute and every second to practice to the fullest extent. The difference between the previous extreme training and the full extreme training is that the full extreme training means that except for the time necessary for eating, all the rest of the 24 hours a day are used for training. Even sleeping can be replaced by mind training. Yihao was forced to use this method during the Doomsday. It was very tiring and painful, but very effective. Fortunately, now I don't have to worry about my own comfort all the time while practicing to the limit like in the Doomsday. At the same time, he already had a lot of medicinal herbs as reserves, which were enough to support his full-limit magic-like training for a long period of time. But before that, he needs to make some other preparations. For example, if we go to a steel plant now, we will scout the site, and when we get a chance, we will sneak in and steal all 10,000 tons of gray cast iron. Fortunately, the Doomsday Chariot blueprint in my mind has a function that can absorb all kinds of materials needed to manufacture the Doomsday Chariot. Otherwise, even if he collected the 4 required materials, he would not be able to successfully build the Doomsday Chariot by himself. He had done a test before, placing 100 kilograms of gray cast iron on the ground. With a thought, he was able to make the Doomsday Chariot blueprint absorb the gray cast iron. The absorbed gray cast iron can be found in the detailed list of the 4 materials needed to manufacture the Doomsday Chariot. For example, the column for gray cast iron shows 0.999.9 tons. 0.1 tons represents the existing quantity, and 9,999.9 tons represents the required quantity. The quantities in the corresponding columns for the other 3 materials all show 0 tons. Soon, the taxi arrived at the gate of the steel plant. Yi Hao paid the fare and got out of the taxi. After explaining to the security guard at the door that he was there to buy steel, he was let in directly, and someone was assigned to lead the way for him. Yi Hao did not refuse, and, under the guidance of the security guard, came to the deputy factory director's office. The deputy factory director is a man in his 50s named Wu Ingue, who is in charge of steel sales in the factory. As soon as Yi Hao entered the office, Wu Ingue looked Yi Hao up and down, and the confusion in his eyes was self-evident. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Yi Hao directly stated his purpose. He needed to order 10,000 tons of gray cast iron from the steel plant, and all of it had to be produced within 5 days. 5 days later, Yi Hao will send a car to tow away the gray cast iron. When the deputy factory director heard this, he realized that Yi Hao came to do business with him, and it was a large order of 10,000 tons. Immediately, his expression became a little serious, and he became much more polite when he spoke. Since Yi Hao needed it urgently and did not lower the price too much, the deputy factory director quickly agreed. However, the quantity of 10,000 tons of gray cast iron is too large, so Yi Hao needs to pay a deposit of 1 million first. Yi Hao nodded in agreement, signed the contract on the spot, and paid the deposit by credit card. Accompanied by the deputy factory director, Yi Hao began to visit the steel plant. In fact, he just wanted to get familiar with the route and know where everything was piled. The tour lasted more than half an hour. Deputy Director Wu, with a belly as big as that of a pregnant woman in her 7th or 8th month, was already flushed and out of breath. "Boss Yi, you have such a great body. You walk for such a long time without even breathing hard. I am really old and cannot compare with you young people. But you can rest assured about the strength of our steel plant. Not to mention F-City, it is also the best in the whole province. Choosing to cooperate with us is definitely the wisest decision." Deputy Director Wu said with a smile on his face, without any arrogance in his words. If he knew that Yi Hao was just a freshman a week ago, he would definitely be shocked. But what he just said was not a lie. Yi Hao had heard about this steel plant from a taxi driver before. It is very powerful and is indeed ranked among the best in the province. It was for this reason that he chose this steel plant, and the 5-day delivery time was a preliminary estimate based on their strength. After the field survey just now, Yi Hao has already recorded the approximate layout of the steel plant in his mind, especially the several warehouses storing gray cast iron, which are clearly remembered by him. As his body and strength continue to grow stronger, Yi Hao's memory is even better than before. Remembering things like the route to the steel mill is no problem at all. After finishing things here, Yi Hao declined the deputy factory director's invitation to have lunch together, because the end of the world might come early and he still had a lot of things to do. After leaving the steel plant, Yi Hao took a taxi directly to the beach. He wanted to find an uninhabited island. Chapter 41, The First Territory. City F is a coastal city with a very developed port industry and many isolated islands around it. Yi Hao now sets his sights on these uninhabited islands. The end of the world is coming, and it is obviously a bit unrealistic to want to build a force that can dominate the end of the world by one's own strength. So he needs to cultivate a loyal group to make early preparations for his Doomsday Empire. Choosing an uninhabited island as a base is undoubtedly the best option. Similarly, this isolated island will become his first territory in half a year. After renting a yacht and sailing on the sea for more than an hour, Yihao finally found a relatively suitable isolated island. This is an island with an area of 1.9 square kilometers. The water depth in the nearby waters is 6 to 12 meters, and the visibility in the water can reach about 8 meters. It stands alone in the vast ocean. It is about 25 nautical miles away from the nearest island and about 57 nautical miles away from the land. The island was covered with lush trees and some small animals. Yihao walked around and did not find any large carnivores. Yihao didn't know what the original name of the island was, nor did he want to know. He simply gave the island a very meaningful name, Independence Island. When Doomsday breaks out in half a year, this island will belong to Yihao's personal territory. And the independent island will indeed emit a brilliant light after Doomsday, laying the foundation for Yihao to dominate the Doomsday. A field survey on the island took more than 4 hours. During this time, Yihao was hungry, so he caught a few pheasants on the island and roasted them for food. Hunting in the wild is a skill that all Doomsday survivors must master, because those who fail to master it will all die. It is worth mentioning that Yihao's skill in grilling pheasants is quite good. Of course, his appetite is even better. He ate all 5 big pheasants by himself. After leaving Independence Island, Yihao called a car and went directly to the city orphanage. There are several large orphanages in City F, and Yihao chose the largest one, Angel Hall Welfare Home. The name is beautiful, but the children who live here all have a tragic past. Some were abandoned, some their parents died, or some were abandoned by their relatives. A group of children live here, receiving help from people from all walks of life. Every time kind-hearted people come here, they remind them that they are orphans, abandoned children, and are inferior to other children. After Yihao's parents had a car accident, an orphanage approached him and wanted to take him there, but he directly refused. Yihao was only 12 years old at that time. Although his parents left him in a car accident, he was unwilling to go to an orphanage and be labeled as inferior. From then on, Yihao began to be the master of his own house and shouldered many burdens of life that far exceeded what a child of his age should bear. So he matured very early, much earlier than other children of the same age. While other children were enjoying the love of their parents, he had already started learning how to cook by looking at his mobile phone because he promised his parents that he would live well. Fate gave him an imperfect childhood, making him endure far more than other children of his age should endure. It was precisely because of these experiences that he was able to survive alone in the apocalypse for a full 5 years. And this rebirth gave him the opportunity to change his destiny. Thinking about this in his mind, Yihao entered the Angel Hall Welfare Home. The children were so young, yet so lonely. There is no longer any childish brilliance in their eyes that is supposed to belong to their age group. Beat him to death. Let him make us stand in the corner as punishment. Suddenly, a noisy sound was heard, and I looked in the direction of the sound. A group of children in their teens were surrounding a child and beating him up. The child who was beaten completely ignored the fists and kicks hitting his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and his little hands were tightly pinching the other child who was pressed under him. "Stop it, everyone! Stop it! Do you want to be locked up in a small dark room? Ollie, why are you here again? Let go! Xiaowei is going to be strangled to death." Just at this moment, several welfare home staff members rushed over and pulled apart the children who were fighting together, but they were unable to pull apart the child named Ollie. Several staff members looked at Xiaowei, who was being pressed down by Ollie. His little face had turned purple, and he was about to die. Several staff members suddenly became very anxious. A male staff member raised his fist and hit Ollie on the head, hoping that this method would make him let go, or at best knock him out. I wonder who dares to touch him. Suddenly, Yihao, who was standing aside, walked forward quickly and grabbed the fist of the male staff member who was hitting Ollie. For a moment, everyone looked at him in surprise. Even Ollie, who was strangling Xiaowei's neck with bloodshot eyes, turned his head to look at Yihao and subconsciously loosened the strength in his hands. Xiaowei, who was pressed under him, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but dared not move again. "Hiss! It hurts! Who are you? Let go!" Just as everyone was in a daze, the male staff member whose fist was pinched by Yihao yelled in pain, his face flushed red. "Who are you, sir? How did you get into our welfare home? Could you please let our colleague go?" After hearing his voice, The other welfare home staff finally reacted and began to persuade Yi Hao. Some even took out their cell phones to report safety. Whoever dares to touch him will be killed by me. Yi Hao glanced at several staff members with cold eyes. Then he looked at the male staff member whose fist he had clenched and said coldly, "Do you understand?" I understand. The male staff member originally wanted to try to get back some face by being stubborn, but when he saw Yi Hao's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. His intuition told him that if he dared to say one more word, he would most likely be crippled by this man who was younger than him. Chapter 42, Madman Ali. After seeing the male staff member give in, Yi Hao glanced at him with contempt before finally letting go of his hand. The man immediately covered the fist that Yi Hao had pinched, and when he opened his hand, he saw blood all over the bony fingers, and the joints were almost deformed. He looked at Yi Hao fiercely, but the man didn't dare to say a single harsh word in the end. He covered his hand and left angrily. It seemed that he was going to find someone to check his hand. "Sir, what do you want to do in our welfare home?" After seeing the miserable condition of their male colleague, the other staff members were also a little afraid of Yi Hao. Finally, a person dressed like a nun looked at Yi Hao timidly and asked, "I want to adopt Ali." Yi Hao responded calmly, but without the fierce momentum from before. Several welfare home staff members were all stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Hao would actually want to adopt Ali. Ali was a notorious troublemaker in their welfare home. Especially when a fight started, he was like a madman and would beat anyone he caught to death. If the staff had not discovered it in time, Ali would have almost beaten other children in the welfare home to death several times. Not only that, Ali has many other bad habits, such as never refusing to call others mom and dad. Just think about it. Among those who come to the welfare home to adopt children, who doesn't want to raise them as their own children so that they can take care of them in their old age? But Ali refused to ask the adoptive parents to be his parents. So who would adopt him? So Ali stayed in the welfare home for several years. Except for a few children with congenital defects, the rest of the children who came with him were adopted out in waves, but no one was willing to adopt him. As a result, Ali's personality became even more eccentric, and he gradually became too lazy to pay attention to those who came to adopt children. They had been fighting just now because someone wanted to come to the welfare home to adopt a child. The director asked all the children to go over, but Ali refused to go. When his stubborn temper flared up, he started fighting with the child who came to call him. This was the scene that Yi Hao had just seen. The reason why Yi Hao wanted to adopt Ali was entirely because he recognized Ali. Before he was reborn, he once met a very powerful young man in a force. At that time, he himself was a 4th-rank warrior, while the young man, who was younger than him, had already become a 6th-rank warrior. Although there were powerful forces behind his cultivation, it also showed that the young man had enormous potential. After all, there were many people cultivated by various powerful forces, but only a few could stand out in the end. That young man had a characteristic. Once he started fighting, his eyes would turn blood red, and he would look like a demon possessed, fighting without caring about his life. The young man was called Crazy Ali, and he was the Ali in front of us. When he discovered Ali, Yi Hao's heart suddenly moved, and he had the idea of winning Ali over and making him work for him in the future. The Independence Island has been determined to be his first territory, but he would never be willing to own only such a small territory. After all, his goal is to dominate the Doomsday. Therefore, he will definitely conquer other territories, but the Independent Island also needs someone to manage it, and Ali in front of him is a good candidate. As long as Ali can be loyal to him, the affairs of Independence Island can be left to him. Therefore, Yi Hao had some thoughts which led to the scene just now. At this time, Ali was still young, and it was easiest to win him back. After he was trained, he would be the least likely to betray him. Compared to trusting adults, Yi Hao prefers to trust children. Of course, this is only relative. The person he trusts most is always himself. This is why he was able to survive alone for 5 years in the Doomsday. When Yi Hao said that he wanted to adopt Ali, who was riding on Xiaowei, was also stunned. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Hao in disbelief. His little face was covered with bruises from being beaten by those kids just now. However, his little face was full of confusion, and at the same time, there was a hint of joy that was hard to conceal. All the children in the welfare home hope that they can be adopted by kind-hearted people. To this end, they often pretend to be good babies and be considerate and sensible. The purpose is to leave the welfare home, a place where people are treated as inferior and their dignity is trampled upon. Some people may say that such young children have no idea what dignity is. The answer is that they may not be able to clearly express what kind of emotion it is, but they definitely feel uncomfortable in their hearts. No one wants to be born inferior to others. At the same time, leaving the welfare home means they no longer have to squeeze into a room with a dozen other children and no longer have to fight for candy and other snacks every day. There's no need to pretend to be something they do not belong to every time caring people in the society come to donate. This is true even for Ollie, because he had long been in this welfare home and was longing for life outside. At the same time, he hated those so-called kind-hearted people because they always asked him to cooperate in publicity, often holding money in one hand and a camera in the other, and then asked him to put on a humble look as if he was receiving favor. This feeling of inferiority made him very unhappy. But just now, he got a different feeling from Yihao. When Yihao reached out and grabbed the fist that was about to hit his head, he unexpectedly felt a long-lost sense of security, as warm and secure as when he was once protected by his parents. It seemed as if as long as Yihao was there, no one would be able to hurt him anymore. Chapter 43, Adopting Ollie. Well, sir, if you want to adopt Ollie, you need the consent of our dean. The dean is over here. I'll take you there. Although several welfare home staff members were somewhat surprised that Yihao wanted to adopt Ollie, they reacted quickly. For them, being able to send Ollie away was definitely a good thing, so they immediately led the way for Yihao. If you can still move, just stand up and walk like a warrior, Yihao said to Ollie. Then he turned around and left. Ollie's eyes flashed a few times, and finally he stood up while enduring the pain in his body, followed behind Yihao, staring at him without blinking. Yihao didn't even look back at him. A true warrior is always lonely and brave, and this kind of character needs to be cultivated from childhood. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Yihao and Ollie came to the dean's office. Why'd you take so long? Did Ollie get into a fight with someone again? The dean was a middle-aged man in his 50s. When he saw the staff coming in, he started asking questions. But before he could finish his words, he saw Yihao coming in with the dirty Ollie behind him. He immediately swallowed back the words he had not finished, put on a smile, and said, "Who is this gentleman?" "Dean, Mr. Yihao wants to adopt Ollie," the staff explained. Ollie? Ollie is a good kid. He has been in our welfare home for a long time. We all like him very much. However, he is a little withdrawn and refuses to call others mom or dad. Does Mr. Yihao know this? The dean was used to this kind of thing, and he really wanted to send Ollie away. He was really annoyed with Ollie. When he got into a fight, he would beat people to death. There were even several times when he almost beat up all the staff in the hospital. However, he would not tell these things to Yihao. First, it was to maintain the image of the welfare home, and second, good children were more likely to be adopted. Even if he didn't like Ollie, he had to say a few good words for Ollie. In fact, if his introverted personality and refusal to call people mom and dad were not so easy to see through, he would not have said it. At the same time, when this question was asked, Ollie, who was standing behind Yihao and staring at him without blinking, clenched his hands instantly and stared at him intently, as if he was afraid that Yihao would disappear in the next second. But he was too stubborn to say a word, revealing a hint of desire and longing. In fact, before this, many people wanted to adopt him. After all, he was healthy and looked good. But because he refused to call those people mom and dad, they abandoned him and chose other children. Gradually, he became withdrawn and started fighting, hoping to defend his dignity in this way. When Ollie was sent to the welfare home, he was almost 8 years old. His original name was Jolie, and he had already started to remember things. He remembered that his family used to be very poor, but his parents had always been very good to him and never let him suffer any injustice, and the family lived happily together. Later, his parents left him in an accident, but in his young heart, he had already made up his mind that his parents would always be his biological parents, and no one else. But are there any real saints in the world? Even if there are, they are extremely rare. The so-called kind-hearted people who come here to adopt children naturally have their own selfish motives, and what they cannot tolerate the most is that the adopted children do not recognize them as their parents. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to adopt Ollie, especially now that he was over 10 years old and began to understand many things, and no one was willing to adopt him. "I know. He will be my brother from now on." Yihao looked back at Ollie and responded lightly without any hesitation. In fact, he had similar experiences to Ollie, but when his parents left him, he was a few years older than Ollie and had a certain sense of independence. Otherwise, he would have been sent to an orphanage, and then he would have been in a similar situation to Ollie now. Because he wouldn't call anyone else's parents either. When Yihao said this, crystal tears suddenly fell from Ollie's stubborn eyes, and he began to cry silently. I don't know if he was crying for his past, or because he could finally leave this place, or because he finally had someone he could rely on from now on. Maybe these were the reasons why he was crying. Okay, Xiaowei, take Ollie to clean up and change into clean clothes. We will take a family photo later. Seeing Yihao nodded in agreement, the director seemed very happy and told Xiaowei to take Yihao to wash up. In fact, this is also a tradition when children are adopted from a welfare home, to dress the children up beautifully and then leave with the adoptive parents. Then, Mr. Yi, let's go through the formalities here. Give me your ID. After Ollie left, the dean smiled and spoke to Yihao. In fact, these were things that should have been done before the adoption. In addition, according to the procedure, Yihao's adoption ability had to be evaluated. However, the director wanted to send Ollie out of the welfare home as soon as possible, so these things were simplified in advance. No rush. I still want to adopt 99 more children. Yihao glanced at the dean and said slowly. Chapter 44, Establishing Hope Primary School. Mr. Yihao, you may not know the rules of our welfare home. We have a policy for adopting children. A family can only. Hearing Yihao's words, the dean was stunned at first and then began to explain. But before he could finish his words, Yihao interrupted him and said, It's not easy to run a welfare home. I am willing to invest 1 million to help the welfare home improve its living conditions. The dean was stunned again, looked at him in surprise, and then shouted angrily. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be a child trafficker. I'm sorry, Ollie, you can't adopt the child. Our welfare home is responsible for these children. You'd better leave before I call the security guard. Yihao ignored him and said calmly, I will donate 3 million to help the welfare home improve its living conditions. Besides, I am not a child trafficker. The dean was stunned again, and the anger on his face subsided slightly. He said, This is not a matter of money. We do have rules and regulations to enforce. Can I ask what Mr. Yi is planning to do by adopting so many children? Yihao glanced at him and smiled contemptuously. Although the other party's words were still a rejection, he gave a topic to talk about next, which clearly meant that the money given was not enough. I want to build a Hope Primary School so that children in welfare institutions who are over 8 years old and not easily adopted can receive education from me and acquire the ability to survive in the future. Building a Hope Primary School requires a large amount of funds, but the conditions at your welfare home are indeed a bit shabby. I am willing to invest 5 million to help the welfare home improve its conditions. If that doesn't work, I will contact other welfare homes. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no trace of anger on the dean's face. Instead, he was filled with smiles. It turns out that Mr. Yi is also a caring person. Since you want to build a Hope Primary School to help these children, our welfare home will definitely strongly support it. What he said was equivalent to agreeing to Yihao's request. He was just speaking in official language. However, he did not know that Yihao's Hope Primary School was a real Hope Primary School. With less than half a year left before the Doomsday, Independence Island would become a real land of hope. Yihao naturally wouldn't tell him these things, so he nodded and said, I will take Ollie away tonight, and I will come to pick up the other 99 children tomorrow. Ollie will become his right-hand man in the future, and even the Independent Island may be handed over to him for management in the future. Naturally, his treatment will be different from that of other children. After the two of them discussed it, they signed the relevant contract. Except for Ollie, the contract stated that the other children were not adopted, but that the welfare home and Yihao cooperated in running schools. However, this had no impact on Yihao's adoption of the 99 children. This is the end of the matter. These 100 children will all be sent to Independence Island, and they will become Yihao's first batch of subordinates. In fact, Yihao had not originally planned to adopt these children from the welfare home. First, the target was too big, and second, the relevant procedures were very troublesome to handle. It was far less convenient than looking for homeless children on the streets. But now the end of the world may come early, forcing him to make changes. It would take a lot of time to adopt 100 homeless children on the street, and it might also cause disputes with some local gangs, causing unnecessary trouble. There's not enough time now, let alone time to deal with those troubles. I came up with this solution as a last resort. It costs a little more money, but can solve the problem quickly. Money is really not important to Yi Hao. It will be just paper after the end of the world. And these 100 children will become a great help to him at that time. Comparing the two, there is naturally no reluctance. As soon as Yi Hao finished signing the contract, Ollie was brought over after he had washed up and changed into clean clothes. Except for the bruises on his face, Ollie is much more energetic than before. Although his body is a little thin, he is full of explosive power. There is not a piece of excess fat on his body. To use the old saying, he has amazing bones. Yi Hao nodded with satisfaction. After some more greetings, Yi Hao took Ollie and left the welfare home. One is 20 years old and the other is 12 years old. They're really a bit like older and younger brothers. After leaving the welfare home, Yi Hao took Ollie directly to a restaurant, asked for a private room, and ordered a large table of dishes. Yi Hao had been running around the whole day today and had only eaten a few roasted chickens at noon. Now that he was at the restaurant again, his stomach started to growl again. That brother Yi Hao, I can't eat that much, no. No need to order so much. Ollie looked at the table full of dishes. Although his saliva was already flowing and his eyes were shining, he still spoke timidly. Ollie was only 12 years old, and which child wouldn't be greedy? Especially since he had lived in a welfare home for such a long time, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen so many delicious foods. So how could he not be greedy? However, today was his first time getting along with Yi Hao, so naturally, he wanted to act sensible. After all, leaving the welfare home did not mean there was no possibility of being sent back. Ollie naturally didn't want to go back to the welfare home. Order whatever you want to eat. I'll start eating first. Yi Hao glanced at him, threw the menu to him, and then started to eat everything in whirlwind. Ollie was completely stunned and speechless for a while. He thought that Yi Hao ordered so many delicious food just because of him. However, after hearing Yi Hao's words, he realized that these were all ordered by Yi Hao for himself, and his share was not included. Ollie wanted to say something immediately, but before he could finish his words, he was shocked by Yi Hao's horrific eating habits. Not only does Yi Hao have the appetite to eat as much as more than a dozen people, he can also finish the food as fast as more than a dozen people. After all, in the Doomsday, no one will clink glasses with you when you eat. Everything will be snatched away directly, and if you are slow, the food will be gone. After a long pause, Ollie swallowed his saliva, too lazy to order anything else, picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him, and started fighting with Yi Hao for the food. Don't grab it, you little brat. I ordered this for myself. Can't you order it yourself if you want to eat it? Yi Hao roared as he swallowed the food frantically. I'm a child, okay? You're such a grown-up, and you're trying to snatch food from a child. Do you have any shame? Ollie was not to be outdone, and frantically scrambled for the various new delicacies in front of him. At the same time, he no longer pretended to be a good boy, and started to shout at Yi Hao without any courtesy. For a moment, the private room was noisy, with saliva flying everywhere. The two people were eating as loudly as more than a dozen people. The two of them, one big and one small, were actually like brothers at the dinner table, carefree, without regard for age, and having a great time. Chapter 45, The Real Reason Why I Can't Become Stronger. After the meal, the relationship between Yi Hao and Ollie seemed to have become much closer. At least there was no more of the formality as before. Both of them were very full, especially Ollie. His belly was so round and bulging, like a fully inflated balloon, as if it would burst if poked slightly. On the way back, Yi Hao bought a few suitable clothes for Ollie. Although Ollie acted very reluctant, there was always a smile on his face. When they got home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Ollie still looked very energetic. Yi Hao asked him to choose a room and then ignored him, leaving him to do whatever he wanted. In the Doomsday, taking care of yourself is a lesson that must be learned. Yi Hao has already instilled some Doomsday survival knowledge and living habits into Ollie. Ignoring Ollie, Yi Hao came to the training room, converted from the garage, and started his extreme training for the day. Doomsday is like a mountain, weighing on Yi Hao's heart. No matter how much preparation he has made, he still feels very insecure. Because the Doomsday is so cruel, the civilization built over thousands of years of human civilization collapsed completely in just a few months. Humans, who were originally at the top of the food chain, seem to have become the global enemy. Zombies want to kill people, mutant beasts want to kill people, mutated plants want to kill people, the harsh environment wants to destroy humans, and even humans themselves want to destroy humans. The so-called mountains of corpses and seas of blood are totally inadequate to describe the horror of Doomsday. It might be more appropriate to describe it as a human extinction plan. The end of the world is like a judgment on the high and mighty human beings, a judgment on the technological civilization that human beings are proud of, and a judgment on everything on this planet. Brother Yihao, what are you doing? Training? Can you teach me? Just after Yihao entered the extreme training mode, Ollie, who had been tossing around his room, suddenly came to the training room. Boom! Yihao threw the 300-kilogram dumbbell to the ground, making a loud noise. You want to learn? You can't complain about the hardship or the tiredness. Are you sure you want to learn? Yihao glanced at him and said, I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I want to become strong as you. Ollie said with a determined look on his face. Haha, if you want to be as strong as me, then you have to see if you're qualified. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 deadlifts, 100 bench presses, and 100 squats. If you can finish them, I will teach you, Yihao said calmly. Ollie was frightened. He was only 12 years old. It might be possible for him to complete 100 push-ups, but 100 sit-ups was definitely beyond his limit. 100 other things were even more impossible for him to complete. Just when he was about to say something, Yihao looked at him with a contemptuous smile, ignored him, picked up a 400-kilogram dumbbell next to him, and placed it on the bench press support rack. Ollie was completely dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that when Yihao was doing the 300-kilogram dumbbell, just now, his hands had begun to tremble. Obviously, the endurance of his arms had reached its limit, but now he managed to lift the 400-kilogram dumbbell. As soon as the 400-kilogram dumbbell was lifted, Yihao's handsome face turned deep red. Even Ollie could see that Yihao had reached his limit. But Yihao did not stop. He lay on the bench, stretched out his arms, and tremblingly lifted the 400-kilogram dumbbell again. Then he started doing bench press directly. Every time he moved up and down, he let out a roar like a wild beast, and the blue veins on his forehead were directly highlighted. It is never easy to stimulate the body's potential. Without such extreme training, don't even think about developing your potential. That's just a joke. Ollie, who was standing aside in shock, suddenly seemed to understand something. Without saying a word, he went to the other side of the training room and started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ollie counted every time he did it. When he counted to about 50, his arms were shaking violently, and he looked like he might fall to the ground at any time, but he did not stop. When he counted to about 80, his body was already soaked with sweat. His face was flushed red. Tiny blue veins were prominent on his forehead, and he was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. But his expression remained stubborn. He clenched his teeth and continued to do push-ups. When he counted to more than 90, he had to hold on there for a long time after each repetition, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping onto the ground. Doing 100 push-ups in a row sounds easy, but when you actually do it, you will find out how difficult it is. By the time you do it, your arms will feel like they are no longer your own. Not to mention a 12-year-old child. Ollie is now supported only by his willpower. Every time he went down and stood up again, it seemed as if he had used up all his strength. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned red, his breathing became heavier, and a beast-like roar came from his throat. Then he forced himself to do 100 push-ups with his trembling body. Boom! After finishing 100 push-ups, Ollie fell directly to the ground, making a muffled sound as his body hit the ground. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, without any movement. Yihao ignored him. At this time, he had already finished 8 sets of 400-kilogram bench presses, 20 reps in each set. Then he picked up the 600-kilogram dumbbell bar and started doing squats. In Doomsday, if you want to become stronger, you can only rely on your own efforts. If you don't work hard and have no backing, you will all die within half a year. For 12-year-old Ollie, his training intensity is indeed very high. But unfortunately, the Doomsday does not distinguish between ages, old and young, and eliminates the vast majority, leaving only a very small number of people to continue struggling to survive in the Doomsday. Being young is never an excuse to be weak. The real reason why you cannot become strong is because you are unwilling to push yourself hard. At this moment, Ollie, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved his fingers. Then he supported himself with his hands, knelt on one knee, and gradually stood up. The blood-red color in his eyes became even more intense. Chapter 46, The First Mad Demon General. When Ollie stood up from the ground again, The aura he exuded had obviously changed, and an extremely crazy emotion filled his eyes. Yihao became stronger by gritting his teeth and working hard, while Ollie became stronger by relying on madness. Ollie stood up from the ground, and without stopping, he lay on the sit-up chair and started doing sit-ups quickly. Just like the push-ups just now, after doing 50 or 60, he was running out of energy, and the speed of his sit-ups gradually became very slow, but he kept persisting, and in the end, he could only complete one sit-up in 1 minute. After finishing 100 sit-ups, Ollie came to the horizontal bar and did push-ups like a wild beast. Soon, exhaustion appeared again. He hung on the horizontal bar, unable to raise his chin above the bar for a long time. A hoarse roar erupted from him again, and his body seemed to have broken through some limit and began to move upward against biological common sense. With this inexplicable power, he actually finished the remaining 100 pull-ups in one breath. Then came 100 bench presses and 100 squats. Ollie was like a crazy little lion. His body's potential was constantly being stimulated. Finally, with the last roar coming out of his young body, he finally completed the last 100 squats. As a result, he also fell to the ground and could not stand up again. Yihao on the side still ignored him and continued to do his extreme training. Roars came out of his throat and echoed throughout the training room. In the Doomsday, when you are exhausted, you have to stand up by yourself. When others come to help you, it may be the time to kill you. Teach me how to train. Ollie, lying on the ground, tried more than 10 times but still couldn't stand up. Finally, he crawled towards the direction where Yihao was. Boom! Yihao threw the 200-kilogram dumbbells in his hands to the ground, glanced at Ollie, who was lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes, and roared. What the hell? If I ask you to do 100 of each project, you will just finish the 100 and then do other projects. Are you stupid? Can't you do 50 of each project first, and then do 50 of each project? Ollie was dumbfounded again. The blood red in his eyes faded quickly, as if he was thinking about what Yihao had just said, and found that he seemed to be really stubborn. Then a burst of rage burst out from his heart, and he also yelled at Yihao, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Puff! Suddenly, Yihao, who was always indifferent, burst out laughing. The task he gave last night could have been done in 2, 3, 4, or 5 times, but Ollie wanted to finish it all at once. This was the most tiring method, but also the one that could best squeeze out the body's potential. Ollie persisted, and Yihao clearly felt that his breath became much stronger. After he had rested, it would not be so strenuous to do the same thing again. You little lunatic, stand up and come with me to take a medicinal bath. Yihao threw him a sentence and left here alone. In the bathroom, Yihao was still sitting in the big bathtub, in which various medicinal herbs were soaked. Not far from him, Ollie was sitting in a huge barrel with various medicinal herbs soaked in it. At this time, Ollie was staring at Yihao with an extremely unfriendly expression, and he looked like he was being abused. Obviously, he didn't like this huge bucket of his and wanted a spacious and high-end bathtub like Yihao's. Don't look at me. I don't know you anything. Don't I need to practice? Very good. I will only recite the mantra once. Yihao rolled his eyes at Ollie, who was pouting, and scolded with a smile. Then he told Ollie the mantra for training the mind and the method of cultivation. As for how much Ollie could understand and master, he didn't care at all. He forgot everything else and started to train his mind. Ollie frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand what Yihao said. In the end, he was too lazy to think about it, and just followed Yihao's example and started his first mind training. The master can only lead you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. Everyone uses the same method to train their mind, but there are some differences in what they comprehend. For example, Yihao comprehended strength, but the madman Ollie in the Doomsday was able to spit fire. Whether it is comprehending power or breathing fire, there is no absolute strong or weak. If the power is strong enough, one force can defeat 10 skills. No matter if it can spit fire or water, blood will be spurted out by one punch. So it may seem that fire breathing is very cool and maybe a superpower, but in the end, they're all just an ability to kill the enemy. As long as you can successfully kill the opponent, that's enough. An hour later, Yihao, who was in a state of mind training, opened his eyes and glanced at Ollie, who was sitting cross-legged in the bucket. At this time, his eyes were closed, as if he had entered another world. Yihao knew that he was in a state of meditation. Unless his life is in danger, He will not wake up. Yi Hao got up from the bathtub, took out a small bag of powder made from 50-year-old ginseng goblin, hesitated for a moment, poured 1/10 of it into Ali's bucket, and poured the rest into his own bathtub. Goblin powder is very expensive. Yi Hao only has 50 small packages of this kind. He has already used up 7 or 8 of them, so there are not many left. Originally, he didn't want to give it to Ali, but if he could have the help of a rare treasure like goblin powder during his first practice, the benefits would be much greater. The damage to the body caused by breaking the physical limit will be repaired greatly with the help of goblin powder, and it can also play a certain role in building the foundation. In addition, Yi Hao now needs Ali to become stronger quickly, so that Ali can help him control the independent island and train the other 99 children. This is also the reason why Yi Hao is so good to Ali, because Ali is useful to him, otherwise, let alone the precious goblin powder, even a medicinal bath might not be given to Ali. After all, in Doomsday, if you want to own anything, you have to exchange it with your life. And all these things that Yi Hao has now were earned by himself. There is no reason for him to give them to others for no reason. But Ali didn't know all this. After all, he was still a child. After a day of getting along, he gradually regarded Yi Hao as his only relative. In the future, Ali will indeed become Yi Hao's right-hand man, the first crazy general under his command and loyal to him. Chapter 47, The First Indigenous Residents of the Independent Island. During cultivation, there is no time. When Yi Hao opened his eyes again, a warm sun had risen. Yi Hao stood up from the bathtub. The originally pitch-black bathtub now turned into clear water, and all the essential substances inside were absorbed by him. He stretched slightly, and a crackling sound came from his body. A breakthrough. Yi Hao suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly and found that his physical fitness was stronger than before. Has the spiritual substance in the air increased? After some comparison, Yi Hao discovered that his breakthrough was not only helped by drugs such as goblin powder, but also because the spiritual substances in the air now increased a lot more than before. Taking the spiritual substances in the air at Doomsday as one for comparison, before the meteor shower, the spiritual substances in the air were only 0.01. After the meteor shower yesterday, the spiritual substances in the air surged to 0.1, and the concentration increased by nearly 10 times. Does that mean that when the spiritual matter in the air approaches 1, the end of the world will come? Yi Hao frowned and thought about it, feeling that this was very possible. This was a major discovery that could give him an early warning so that he wouldn't be too hasty when Doomsday came. Brother Yi Hao, is the training over? Suddenly, Ali, who was in the state of mind training, woke up, stared at Yi Hao beside him, with some confusion in his eyes. It was obvious that he had not fully mastered the state of mind training. However, it seems that Ali is in much better spirits than yesterday. At least he no longer looks tired. No, go and do another 100 of the same set as yesterday. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Oh." Ali was a little reluctant, but for some reason, he finally agreed, as if he really didn't want Yi Hao to be angry. Do 100 push-ups in one breath without blushing or getting heartbroken. After 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 bench presses, and finally 100 squats, Ali finally looked a little tired. Brother Yi Hao, I just finished all of that in one breath. Ali said in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. After all, those 5 projects yesterday almost cost him his life. Compared with yesterday, he now finds it easy to do these 5 sets of projects. Well, congratulations on entering the next stage. Do 1,000 in each set. Yi Hao glanced at him and nodded. Ali was completely shocked. Oh, what? If you don't want to become stronger, don't practice. Yi Hao didn't indulge his bad habits and said directly, I'll practice now. Ali was scared. He was worried that Yi Hao would not teach him in the future, so he just lay down and did another 1,000 of those 5 sets of items. Don't practice for now. Wash up and go out for breakfast. We still have a lot of things to do today. Yi Hao stopped him. He did have a lot of things to deal with today, such as the food and accommodation issues for 100 kids, as well as the later training plans. They are not Ali. Yi Hao would never teach them like that, and they couldn't bear it. At the same time, it was impossible for Yi Hao to provide those precious medicinal materials to all the children. In his opinion, it was already good enough to provide them with the medicines obtained from Old Hong. Moreover, he did not intend to focus on training all of these 100 people. He only wanted to select some talented children from them and train them intensively. After all, not everyone can survive the Doomsday. What Yi Hao needs are the strong ones among them, those who can still become strong after the Doomsday comes. Only such people can be his helpers in the future. This is a very tedious task, but Doomsday did not give Yihao time to slowly explore it. He could only handle these things as quickly as possible, but not necessarily with the best solution. Boss, double the amount. Taking Ollie to the breakfast shop they often go to, Yihao ordered a table full of breakfast. Haha, young people just have big appetites. Yihao often comes to this restaurant to eat, and the boss already knows him. After all, with Yihao's horrible appetite, it is impossible not to attract attention. Soon, fried dough sticks, soy milk, hemp rice noodles, and other foods were all served, and the table was filled with a hearty morning meal. Ollie had already seen Yihao's appetite, and although his face looked a little embarrassed, he was not as shocked as he was yesterday. Then, the two, one big and one small, frantically swept up the food on the table under the strange gazes of the people around them. Sure enough, as his strength increased, Yihao's appetite increased again, and now he can eat the amount for 15 people. Ollie's appetite has also increased, almost catching up with the appetite of 2 adults. After a full meal, Yihao took Ollie to a wilderness survival store. It is obviously unrealistic to build a house on an independent island in a short period of time. By the time the house is built, the end of the world will basically have come. So Yihao chose a simple and convenient method, a tent. Survival tents are obviously not effective in the Doomsday, as they cannot provide any protection against zombies and mutant beasts. However, the Doomsday has not yet come, so there is no threat in this regard. 100 children around 10 years old don't need many tents, and they don't cost much. In addition, Yihao also purchased 100 large wooden barrels, which he could use for medicinal baths. Then I went to buy some daily necessities. After all the trouble, it was noon. After dinner, Yihao rented a bus and took Ollie directly to the Angel Hall welfare home. The dean had already prepared 99 children. Yihao talked with the dean, took a few so-called family photos, and then left with the 100 children for the port. The ship had already been prepared, and the goods that Yihao had purchased in the morning had been loaded onto the ship by the workers at the dock. Sitting on the boat, the group headed towards Independence Island in a mighty manner. The crew members saw that Yihao and his crew had a tent, many wilderness survival tools, and so many children, and thought that Yihao and his crew were planning to go camping, so they didn't ask any more questions. In this world, money may not necessarily make people work, but it can definitely make people shut up. After these crew members sent Yihao and his companions to their destination, they left directly. Yihao took 100 children and entered the independent island, surrounded by the sea. These 100 people will be the first indigenous inhabitants of the Independence Island. Chapter 48, Training begins. Listen carefully, I will only say this once. Carry your own luggage and follow me. If you fall behind, catch up. If you can't catch up, I won't come back to look for you. If you can't find the team, you'll have to perish on your own on this island. Yihao glanced at the group of children around 10 years old in front of him and said coldly, "These children, the youngest of whom is 8 years old and the oldest is 13, are all traveling so far away for the first time. And it is also their first time to come to Independence Island. Many of them thought that they would really go to a Hope primary school with brand new classrooms, beautiful teachers, swings, seesaws, and everything was just like what was shown on TV. But now after hearing Yihao's words, they were suddenly dumbfounded, as if that Hope primary school was very different from what they had imagined. However, all the 100 children were a little afraid of Yihao. Even Ollie, who had been with Yihao for a day, was a little afraid of him at this time. In addition, he was in an unfamiliar environment, so he felt a little uneasy. 100 children lined up in a long line, with the younger ones walking in front and the older ones walking behind, all following Yihao closely. Many children had tears in their eyes, but they did not dare to cry out loud for fear of causing Yihao's dissatisfaction. Yihao slowed down his pace a little slower than an adult, but faster than a child of around 10 years old, so that the children behind him needed to focus all their attention on hurrying, otherwise they would fall behind. Children around 10 years old are the most playful age. If he doesn't do this, many children will be distracted and do other things, and may really get lost. After all, Yihao is only one person, and it would be very troublesome to take care of 100 children, so he came up with this method. So far, the effect is quite good, and no child has been left behind. Of course, if someone really fell behind, Yihao would really ignore them and just take the rest of the children away. He didn't want these children to take care of him in his old age, but he needed them to become an armed department that belonged exclusively to his people. Therefore, he must establish his authority in front of all the children, never regret what he said, and must do what he said. Moreover, there is no need to continue training children who cannot complete such a simple task, no matter what the reason, because they will be the first to die in the Doomsday. The Doomsday is ruthless and will never give anyone a second chance, nor will it deliberately distinguish between men, women, young and old. Moreover, zombies bite people regardless of gender, age, or status. Once bitten, you will definitely die. Now that they can't even keep up with the pace of walking, they will definitely be the first to be bitten to death by the zombies. Yihao has no interest in wasting his time and experience on these people. After walking for an hour, Yihao brought them to a relatively flat area. Except for a few like Ollie, all the 100 children were panting. The relatively younger children who were originally walking in the front of the team had now fallen to the end of the team, but no one fell behind and they all followed. At this point, they have passed the first mission, which also means that they have saved their lives for the time being. Now I will teach you how to pitch a tent. I will only teach you once. If you don't learn it, you can ask others. But whether they are willing to teach you is up to you. Yihao's expression was still extremely cold, and he did not feel the slightest bit happy about their completion of their first task. Hearing his words, the other children, who had just been about to relax, became tense again and all stared at Yihao without blinking. Their intuition told them that Yihao seemed to really do what he said. It is actually not difficult to set up a tent. Just pass 2 crossed iron bars through the fixed net of the tent, and then prop it up. Yihao did not need help from others, and he put up the tent in a little more than a minute. The reason why it took so much time was that he had never set up a tent before. After all, tents are useless in the Doomsday. However, there is no problem in using it to shelter these children from wind and rain, and it is also the most convenient method now. You now have 10 minutes to set up the tent. Yihao said calmly. In 10 minutes, most of these children can build it as long as they are not too stupid and have studied hard. Of course, there are some problems, such as they may not have enough strength. However, Yihao still would not help, because these children could solve this problem in many ways, such as banding together to help each other, or becoming the younger brothers of the strong and asking for help. If you want to survive in the Doomsday, you not only need great strength, but you also need to use your brain. In the Doomsday, it is common for the strong to die at the hands of the weak. Now, Yihao is training them by imitating a simple Doomsday survival environment. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of children all started to take action and began to build tents according to the steps he had just followed. However, they soon discovered the problem. Their arms were not as long as Yihao's, so they could not grab both ends of the iron pillars. Moreover, they did not have enough strength to bend the 2 iron pillars. Some children's faces turned red with anxiety. Some children frowned and tried to find solutions. And some children just burst into tears, hoping to gain other people's sympathy and help in this way. Yihao just watched them coldly, with no intention of stepping forward to help. Among these 100 people, he estimated that there were only 3 to 5 who would actually require him to spend time and medicinal herbs to cultivate. The rest will become ordinary residents here, and will need to engage in various kinds of labor in exchange for the opportunity to continue to survive. For example, growing vegetables, farming, and even in the future they will be asked to grow various medicinal herbs. In the Doomsday, all kinds of creatures mutated or evolved. Animals became stronger, more ferocious, and more brutal. The medicinal properties of various natural treasures have also increased exponentially, and some century-old medicines are even showing a tendency to evolve into medicinal materials in myths and legends. For example, before his rebirth, Yihao had the good fortune to see a medicinal herb that could run on the ground. It looked like a 1,000-year-old ginseng that had become a spirit. He chased for a distance, but his speed was not as fast as that of the ginseng spirit. Moreover, he vaguely saw that the ginseng seemed to have mastered the art of escaping underground and could travel underground. While he was stunned, a large number of people rushed towards him from all directions. Among them were 2 innate warriors. With one step, they jumped over 100 feet away, a bit like they were shrinking the distance into an inch, and they disappeared with every step. That was also the first time he witnessed the demeanor of innate warriors with his own eyes. It was not an exaggeration to call them land immortals. Yihao naturally attaches great importance to the medicinal herbs that these people are madly pursuing. He had no way to get them before his rebirth, but now that he is reborn, he naturally has to prepare for this matter. As long as he comes across this kind of century-old medicine, He will get it at any cost, regardless of whether it can continue to grow. However, this kind of thing depends on chance, and century-old medicine can only be found by chance. However, some other preparatory work can be done first. For example, it is not easy for these children nowadays to become qualified Doomsday residents, because wanting to survive in the apocalypse is the biggest problem. No matter for the strong or the weak, it is equally difficult. Chapter 49, Innate Instinct. Yihao's eyes kept scanning the group of children between 8 and 13 years old in front of him, watching them staring at the tent in front of them with frowns on their faces. When the children who had hoped to get help by crying saw that no one paid any attention to them, and Yihao didn't even look at them, they stopped crying and started thinking of a solution. Building tents is the first skill these children must master because they will live in tents for a long time in the future. This situation of trying to find a solution continued for a while, and finally someone began to think of a solution. The first one is Ollie. After yesterday's training, his strength has been greatly enhanced. At least bending the hollow steel pipe supporting the tent is not a problem for him. The only thing that troubled him was that his arms were not long enough, but this problem was quickly solved. He took the tent and walked towards a big tree. He placed one end of the hollow steel pipe against the bottom of the tree, held the other end of the hollow steel pipe in his hand, and then moved towards the middle. Soon his tent was built. He was also the first one among the 100 children to complete the construction. When the other children saw that Ollie had successfully built the tent, they followed suit. However, their strength was far inferior to Ollie's. Most of the children failed. Knowing that this method was not suitable for them, they began to think of other ways. Only a few older children with a little brute force took some effort and finally managed to build the tent using this method, but they were all exhausted and out of breath. The smarter ones among the other children had already thought of cooperating with each other. Two of them grabbed the two ends of the tent and propped it up. There were also some opportunistic children who found Ollie and several other children who had already built the building, hoping that they could help them. Ollie was a loner by nature, and although he had the ability to help these people, he did not do so. Only two children who were a little kinder at heart nodded and agreed to help them. At the same time, they looked with disdain at Ollie and others who were unwilling to help these children. Obviously, they're being blamed for not knowing how to help others and understand that everyone has a responsibility. A few children turned their heads away in embarrassment, but a few others, like Ollie, glanced at them coldly, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. After spending time with Yihao yesterday, Ollie understood that there were deep-seated reasons behind many of the things Yihao did, some of which he did not understand, but he chose to believe in Yihao. So since Yihao didn't ask him to help, he wouldn't help. Yihao saw all of this without any sense of good or bad, or right or wrong. Those who help other children can gain the respect of those children. Those who choose not to help can preserve their own strength and be ready to deal with the next tasks and challenges at any time. However, in Doomsday, those who choose to preserve their own strength often live the longest, because human hearts are the most complicated things. When you help others, you may get a reward or a stab in the back. Soon, 10 minutes passed. More than 50 out of the 100 children had built their tents, 20 were about to be built, and the remaining children were in the process of building or still waiting for help from others. The time is up. Stop everything you are doing. Follow me back to the shore and carry your respective wooden barrels over. After saying that, Yihao ignored everything else and walked straight to the shore. Ollie and other quick-witted children immediately followed. Some children who were building the tents were dumbfounded. They didn't know whether to put down the tents they were building or follow Yihao. Some children wanted to say something, but when they saw that Yihao ignored them, they burst into tears in panic. Eventually, more than 80 children followed. By the time Yihao and his companions carried the wooden barrel back from the shore, a dozen children were standing there at a loss. Some were crying loudly, and some were continuing to build the tent. However, they have already been eliminated by Yihao. At least they no longer have the chance to enjoy the medicinal bath. Let's go hunting. There are pheasants, rabbits, and many edible plants on the island. You can eat whatever you find. If you don't find anything, you'll go hungry today. After saying that, Yihao ignored everyone else and turned directly into the forest inside the island to start hunting. Ollie and other children with sharp eyes quickly followed. They understood that on this island, the only way to survive was to follow Yihao's footsteps. The remaining children were still in a daze. They had never cooked for themselves before. In a welfare home, they had just fought for some candies and the like. But now they were asked to find food for themselves. They were completely confused. Some children just burst into tears. They felt the greatest injustice and fear they had ever experienced, and they shouted that they wanted to go back to the orphanage. But they were now in the center of the island, surrounded by dense forests. When they came here just now, they all followed Yi Hao closely and did not bother to remember the way. So now, they could not find the way to the beach at all. And even if they were lucky enough to return to the beach, they were on an island surrounded by the sea and could not swim to the shore with their physical strength. It was also easier to get lost in the sea, and there were more dangers. Leaving the island would mean death. Yi Hao would not even pay attention to them. Those who are waiting for rescue in Doomsday will always be the ones who die the fastest. Only those who struggle hard to survive can continue to survive. If these children really refused to take action, Yi Hao would not feel the slightest bit sad, even if they died, because they would still have to die after the Doomsday. Now, they would only die half a year earlier, and could even avoid facing the terrifying Doomsday. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. He believed that some of these children would indeed die, but most would survive because the struggle for survival is an innate instinct for human beings, regardless of age. This instinct will prompt them to unleash the huge potential in their bodies, but they have not yet reached that limit. When the first child dies in front of them, they will truly understand this truth and will have an even stronger desire to survive. And that is when the training really begins. Chapter 50, If You Are Not Afraid of Death, Come Here. Hunting was extremely easy for Yi Hao, a man who had been reborn from the Doomsday. In a short while, he had caught 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits. Ollie and others who were following behind him were all stunned. Yi Hao's movements were quick, and his timing was very good. Facing Yi Hao, it was as if those wild animals were standing there waiting to be caught. Yi Hao glanced at the children behind him, ignored them, walked to a pond, and started to deal with the food in his hands. Some children saw Yi Hao catching so many pheasants and rabbits and thought that they would get their share, so they all followed him eagerly, hoping that Yi Hao would reward them with something to eat after he had eaten his fill. Ollie, who had seen Yi Hao's appetite, completely scoffed at this idea. Not to mention that there were only 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits. Even if there were twice as many, Yi Hao could eat them all. As for wanting to get food from Yi Hao, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. It's impossible to get any food from Yi Hao without snatching it. Now these little brats are all afraid of Yi Hao. How can they snatch food from Yi Hao? Even if they're given some bear gall, they probably won't have that idea. Moreover, Ollie discovered that Yi Hao treated him a little differently today than he did yesterday. Maybe Yi Hao treated him as a child yesterday, but today Yi Hao treated him as a soldier who needed to struggle desperately for survival. So Ollie didn't stay for too long and rushed directly into the forest to look for food. He knew very well that there were fewer people hunting now, so the probability of successful hunting would be much greater. Once the hunter hides, the difficulty of hunting will naturally increase, and he must also be careful that others may steal his food. After realizing this, Ollie immediately imitated what Yi Hao had done just now and started hunting for food. Ollie soon discovered that although it seemed easy for Yi Hao to hunt those animals, it was extremely difficult to actually do so. For example, a slight noise when approaching prey may alarm the prey and scare it away. Or maybe the timing of the capture is wrong or the action is not fast enough, so the prey cannot be captured successfully. After several attempts, Ollie fell several times, his body was covered with mud and dead leaves, his clothes were torn in many places, and in the end, he didn't even touch a chicken feather. However, Ollie did not choose to give up, or rather, the word give up does not exist in the dictionary of this crazy Ollie. For a moment, there was all sorts of chaos in the jungle, and Alina was in a miserable state. On the other side, Yi Hao had already eaten 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits in front of a group of children who were staring at him eagerly, even chewing the bones into crumbs. A group of children were drooling all over the floor, but no one dared to step forward and snatch a piece of food from Yi Hao. A few Lolas, relying on their petite and cute appearance, bravely stepped forward to beg Yi Hao to give them something to eat, even if it was just bones. However, Yi Hao glared back at them, and they almost fell to the ground. They immediately felt extremely wronged and burst into tears. However, Yi Hao did not show any sympathy to them. He ate everything in front of them and burped comfortably at the end. He did not leave any delicious food, such as chicken legs and chicken wings, for them like other adults would. A group of children either cried or begged, but when they saw that there was no effect at all, they stared at Yi Hao with resentment for a while. then turned and went into the forest and began hunting. Just now, when they were watching Yi Hao eating those delicacies, their stomachs had been rumbling for a long time. Now their eyes were glowing green, and they started hunting frantically after entering the forest. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to catch any prey and instead fell down with bruises on their faces. Just at this moment, Ollie, who had gone hunting earlier, came over with a pheasant and a hare. For a moment, a group of children's eyes glowed green, and a fierce look appeared on their young faces. They were in awe of Yi Hao and did not dare to do anything excessive, but when facing Ollie, who was about the same age as them, they naturally would not have such thoughts. Ollie, who had successfully hunted 2 preys, was very excited, but when he saw the group of people blocking his way in front of him, the expression on his face gradually dimmed. He was very familiar with the look in that group of people's eyes. In the orphanage, they had the same expression when they snatched the candies given by kind people, but now it was more ferocious. He glanced at Yi Hao, who was sitting aside watching the show, and found that he did not seem to come over to persuade him. Ollie immediately understood that this time there would be no way to resolve it peacefully. He threw the 2 badly injured prey in his hands to the ground, then took a step forward and roared at the group of children in front of him who were about his age. "Come on, come here if you are not afraid of death." If Yi Hao had yelled like this, they would definitely be scared away. But if it was Ollie, who was about the same age as them, they would be so hungry that there was no way they would be afraid. They turned their heads to look at Yi Hao, and seeing that he showed no sign of trying to stop them, the ferocity in their eyes immediately burst out. And this is also destined to happen a tragedy. Chapter 51, Ollie Li Wei. There were 12 children blocking Ollie's way, and they were no weaker than Ollie in age or body shape. They were extremely hungry at this time. When Ollie shouted that sentence, they were not afraid at all, but pounced on him like a group of hungry wolves. Yi Hao, who was sitting aside, looked at them coldly. They have to fight this one. First, tell them the rules of survival in the Doomsday. Food is life, and it needs to be fought for with life, and it needs to be defended with life. The second is to let Ollie establish his authority and select the leader of the independent island. Of course, this is what Yi Hao thought. Whether Ollie can establish his authority depends on his next performance. If he can knock these people down and keep his food, he will naturally be able to establish his authority. And he will let Ollie become the leader of this group of people at that time, and let them obey Ollie. If there is any dissatisfaction, let Ollie solve it himself. Relatively speaking, Yi Hao would rather let Ollie become the leader of this group. After all, he has already seen the potential of the crazy Ollie, and his future achievements will not be low. That's why he specially brought Ollie back home yesterday. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he taught Ollie some things through actions. He even added a little goblin powder to Ollie's medicinal bath to help Ollie improve his strength and pave the way for Ollie to become the boss of the independent island. However, all this was just his preliminary arrangement. Whether Ollie could really become the boss of the Independence Island depended on whether he could defeat these 12 children and successfully protect his food. If you want to become a boss, you must have the strength to convince others, and the best way to test your strength is actual combat. If you win and convince others, you have naturally proved your strength. Of course, Yi Hao would be even happier if there were other children who could defeat Ollie, because it meant that the child had greater potential and his future achievements would definitely not be low. Yi Hao was watching them with great interest as Ollie and the 12 kids were already wrestling with each other. After yesterday's extreme training and the nourishment of the medicinal bath, Ollie's strength has increased a lot. He knocked the first boy who rushed over to him to the ground with one punch, and then kicked out again, actually kicking a 12-year-old child away, knocking down 2 or 3 other children along the way. However, in terms of numbers, Ollie is still at a disadvantage. There were 12 people rushing over, 3 of whom he had just knocked down, and the 9 under him all pounced on him. Countless punches and kicks were thrown directly at Ollie. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention that he was surrounded by nearly 10 people. Ollie blocked some of the punches and kicks, but many of them still landed on him, making muffled sounds. Normally these kids wouldn't be so crazy and wouldn't be so cruel, but today they've been feeling depressed for too long, with all the negative emotions in their hearts unable to be vented. Plus now they're extremely hungry. Their eyes are already glowing with an alluring green light, so naturally they won't hold back at all when they attack, and every punch goes to the flesh. You have to know that real group fights are not like those on TV, where people come up to be beaten one by one. Instead, everyone approaches at the same time and attacks each other together. Ollie was indeed ferocious. He ignored the punches and kicks coming at him and rushed directly to the strongest child on the opposite side, pressing on him and beating him hard. Soon the child under him lost the ability to move, and Ollie was kicked all over by the other children. He was punched several times in the face, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. Even if he can withstand the attacks of others and kill a few more children, he will be knocked down by the other children in the end, and the food he hunted with great effort will be snatched away, and he will be left with injuries. Roar! Suddenly, a roar like a wild beast came from Ollie's throat, and his eyes had turned completely blood-red. Then Ollie was seen rushing towards the other children like a madman. All his strength erupted instantly. Every time he threw a punch, someone would fall down, and he would also be kicked several times. But those punches and kicks seemed to have no effect on him at all and had absolutely no influence on his movements. He was seen charging around among the remaining children like an angry lion. For a while, screams were heard continuously, all from the children. Once they were targeted by Ollie, they would be torn to pieces in no time. When the mad Ollie hit people, his whole body turned into a weapon. He punched with his fists, dug out large chunks of flesh with his nails, and banged his head like a sledgehammer. His elbows, soles of feet, knees, etc. all became sharp weapons to attack the enemies. For a moment, the children who had been attacking Ollie madly were frightened. They had never seen such a desperate person who did not want to live and would not let others live. Immediately, several children wanted to run away, but they had already attacked Ollie, so how could they run away? Moreover, running away would already doom them to failure. The crazy Ollie chased after them in just a few steps, pounced on them, and started hitting and grabbing them. Immediately, a group of children fell to the ground with blood all over their bodies, groaning in pain and crying faintly. They were convinced. They were completely defeated by Ollie. In the end, only Ollie was still standing there, and the rest had all fallen to the ground. In fact, Ollie suffered more injuries than them, and he was a little shaky when he walked, but he endured it and won the final victory. When the other children saw the situation here, especially the eyes they looked at Ollie, they all flashed with fear. It was obvious that Ollie had succeeded in establishing his authority today, and the other children were afraid of him. Yi Hao, who had been watching from the side, had no expression on his face. He did not feel the slightest bit of happiness for Ollie's victory, nor was he the slightest bit surprised. This was exactly what he had expected. Even Ollie's performance today had not reached the level he expected. Compared with the madman Ollie in the Doomsday period, the current Ollie is far less crazy and ruthless. There is absolutely no such ferocity as to take someone's life once he strikes. But it's not his fault. The end of the world has not yet come, and killing is still something that many people cannot accept. Ollie's performance is already pretty good. From now on, Ollie is your leader. If you don't obey me, just fight me. You can use any method you want. Whoever beats him will be the new leader. Yi Hao lazily stood up from the ground, ignoring the children lying on the ground and ignoring the wounded Ollie. After saying this, he turned around and left without even looking at them. Chapter 52, but you have to live for 2 years first. An hour later, some of the children cooperated with each other to hunt some wild animals. Some found some wild fruits, but most of the children did not find any food. When they gathered near the tent site, the first large-scale fight broke out. Many people had their food taken away, but a small number of people managed to defend their food. But no one dared to snatch Ollie's food anymore. Ollie ignored them. While those people were fighting there, he just watched coldly like Yi Hao did before, and at the same time enjoyed the delicious food he got from hunting. At this time, Ollie still didn't understand why Yi Hao did this. He even felt for the first time that Yi Hao might be a bad person, letting these kids kill each other here. At the same time, he also had some complaints. Yi Hao was too cold-blooded and ruthless, and even completely ignored his life and death. However, he did not ask Yi Hao why he did this. After spending time with him yesterday, he knew that even if he asked, he would not get an answer. Moreover, he discovered that Yi Hao always liked to let him feel and understand things on his own, rather than giving empty explanations. This practice is cruel, so cruel that they need to pay the price of blood to understand. Yi Hao saw all of this. Perhaps many people would say that he was cold-blooded, but he would not care. Because only in this way can these children's minds grow quickly and learn the ability to survive before the end of the world. Ollie, I'll give you 2 minutes to get everyone together, Yi Hao said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it reached Ali's ears clearly. Hearing his words, Ali's whole body shuddered, as if he jumped up from the ground like a spring. He looked at Yi Hao coldly, and then rushed directly towards those who were eating or fighting. "Gather!" Rushing in front of these children who were about his age, Ali yelled. The group of children were stunned for a moment, and then some timid children obeyed his order, but most of the children ignored him and continued to do their own things. Seeing this, Ali did not repeat his pale words. His eyes turned blood red, and he rushed towards the children who were sitting there motionless like crazy. Seeing him like this, some frightened children ran away directly, while a large number of children stared at him fiercely, as if they were ready to fight at the slightest disagreement and refused to give in at all. Not everyone saw the scene where Ali defeated those 12 people all by himself just now. They only heard about it later and knew that Yi Hao made him the leader of this group of children. However, there are many people who do not obey him, such as those who do not obey his orders now. What should we do with these people? One word: beat them. Beat him until he surrenders. Boom! Ali pounced on the children who disobeyed him like an angry lion. In one encounter, he knocked down 3 strong boys. Then he pounced on other people without stopping, and immediately noises and cries of pain were heard. This time, Ali fought against 20 people alone, and his attack was very vicious. There was no chance that any child could withstand his attack. If we have to count, there were 3 other children who dodged a few of his moves. Although the best of them was quickly knocked down by him, it can still be considered that they fought with him. 3 minutes later, Ali returned to Yi Hao, bringing all the children with him. Bang! Yi Hao glanced at Ali, then slapped him in the face, actually sending him flying, with blood foam flying from his mouth and nose. This slap directly sent Ali flying 2 meters away. Everyone was stunned. The children who had been beaten by Ali just now couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on their faces, thinking that Yi Hao would teach Ali a lesson like the nuns in the orphanage and avenge them. There were even a few brave ones who cheered directly. Spit! Ali, who was knocked away, spat out a mouthful of blood and several teeth. He stared at Yi Hao with extremely cold eyes, which had turned red. With bloodshot eyes, Ali pounced towards Yi Hao madly, looking like he was fighting for his life. Bang! But just as he rushed to Yi Hao's side, he was kicked away by Yi Hao. He flew 5 or 6 meters in the air before falling to the ground with a bang. Then, blood spurted out of Ali's mouth as if he was risking his life. It was obvious that the previous blow had seriously injured him. The rest of the children were all stunned. Even those who had been beaten by Ali just now were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Hao to be so cruel. They saw the scene just now very clearly. If Yi Hao's 2 attacks had hit them, they would have been dead by now. When the group of children looked at Yi Hao, their eyes were full of fear, and some timid children had even wet their pants. Their intuition told them that if they made Yi Hao angry, they would really be killed. On the other side, Ali, who was lying on the ground spurting blood, tried several times to stand up, but failed every time. As long as you apply the slightest force, you will feel a piercing pain. He didn't know how many ribs were broken, and even when he took a slight breath, his face twitched, and the pain was so piercing that it was far beyond his ability to endure. You wasted a minute. If you do it again, I will kill you. Yi Hao glanced at Ali, who was lying on the ground with his body stained with blood, and said in a cold voice. As soon as he finished speaking, all the children present couldn't help but tremble all over. Fear. Unprecedented fear. It was only 1 minute late, but Yi Hao actually hit Ali like this. What if he made a bigger mistake? At this moment, all the children remembered one sentence firmly. Never disobey Yi Hao. Give me 2 years and I will definitely kill you. Suddenly, Ali, who was lying on the ground, roared out these words with blood foam in his mouth. He clenched his small fists tightly, as if this sentence had exhausted all his strength. Okay, but you have to live for 2 years first. Yi Hao looked at him without any emotion in his eyes. All the children thought that Yi Hao was saying that they could survive in his hands for 2 years. At this time, no one knew that Yi Hao was talking about them being able to survive the apocalypse. Chapter 53, Survival Instinct. Yi Hao wanted to train the best of these children to become a sharp knife in his hands. The first requirement is to be able to control this sharp knife. Now these children have completely obeyed him, and no one dares to go against his wishes. The belief that military orders are as heavy as mountains quietly took root in this place. Of course, There are also a very small number of children who want to kill Yi Hao, and the most representative one among them is Ollie. At this time, Ollie's hatred for Yi Hao reached an unprecedented peak, but he also did not dare to go against Yi Hao's wishes again. His intuition told him that if it happened again, Yi Hao would really kill him. At this moment, the 12-year-old Ollie began to turn into a madman. As long as Yi Hao gave the order, he would complete it by any means necessary, even if it meant killing people or massacring the city, because he didn't want to die. The instinct for survival is powerful, but also very mysterious. It is precisely because of this instinct that these children, who are around 10 years old, have developed some of the appearance of special forces, and their mental abilities are rapidly improving. Without my order, you will live on this island from now on. If anyone escapes from here, I will kill all of you. Without paying any more attention to Ollie, who was lying on the ground, unable to move, Yi Hao glanced at the other 99 children. What happens here cannot be known by other people, at least not within half a year before the end of the world. Otherwise, it will cause him huge trouble. Originally, Yi Hao had thought about sending the children who were eliminated back to the welfare home, but this idea only flashed through his mind. The children who have received training here are no longer children. If they return to the orphanage, they will easily be noticed to be different. In addition, children are the most vulnerable to corruption. If what happens here is known to the management authorities, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, in order to prevent these children from revealing the secret, they have to stay here until the end of the world. As for when the end of the world comes, they probably won't be willing to leave. 2 minutes, those who have wooden barrels all get inside them. Yi Hao glanced at the group of children in front of him again, and finally glanced at Ollie, who was still lying on the ground, and finally said coldly. This time, all the children quickly obeyed Yi Hao's instructions without any hesitation. However, some children were dumbfounded. They did not follow Yi Hao back to the beach to move their wooden barrels here. Now they were the ones who did not have wooden barrels. In an instant, the children burst into tears, worried that Yi Hao would kill them in rage. At this moment, a roar was heard, and Ollie, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He really didn't have the strength to support himself to get up, and finally he crawled slowly on the ground towards the direction of his wooden barrel. Everywhere he passed was stained red with blood. All the children looked at him. They could see that Ollie was in great pain, and his life seemed to be at its last moment. Several girls felt a little sorry for the scene, but no one dared to step forward to help. The fear of Yi Hao was greater than all the emotions in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Hao was also looking at Ollie. It was just a task to enter a wooden barrel, but he gave 2 minutes, and this time was for Ollie. Ollie is at the last moment of his life. If he cannot climb into the barrel within 2 minutes, today will be the day he dies. However, Yi Hao will not come forward to help him, nor will he allow anyone to help him. If he wants to survive, he can only rely on himself to fight for it. If it were the end of the world, Ollie wouldn't even have these 2 minutes. In fact, this can be considered as Yi Hao letting the opponent win. But whether Ollie can survive in the end depends on himself. If he fell down now, he would fall down forever, and there would be no chance for him to get up again. Ollie naturally had no idea of Yi Hao's thoughts and intentions. He only knew that after they entered the wooden barrel, Yi Hao most likely wanted to give them a medicinal bath. He had experienced the effects of the medicinal bath yesterday, and realized that if he wanted to survive now, he had to enter the wooden barrel and receive the medicinal bath treatment within 2 minutes. So, he used up all his remaining strength, ignoring his skin that was worn by the ground, the few white bones outside, and the pain that was beyond imagination. His only goal was to get into the wooden barrel. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As he moved, a long bloodstain appeared on the ground, but Ollie ignored it. All he had in his eyes was the wooden barrel standing there, which was the hope of life. Bang! Finally, Ollie used up the last bit of his strength and held on to the outer wall of the barrel with his fingernails. Even though his hands were covered in blood, he refused to let go, because he knew that once he let go, he would no longer have the strength to get up, and he would die here today. When he was finally exhausted, he finally rolled over and fell into the wooden barrel. He was in pain, tired, and had lost too much blood. As soon as he fell into the barrel, he fainted completely. All the children were shocked by this scene. They never thought that a 12-year-old child could achieve this. I never thought there would be someone as crazy as Ollie in this world. Most of the children's eyes were filled with awe for Ollie. A small number of people had tears in their eyes and looked extremely sympathetic and terrified. I don't know whether they are sympathizing with Ollie or with themselves, because sooner or later, they will encounter such a situation, but they don't know whether they can successfully enter the wooden barrel like Ollie. The time is up. Those who don't have wooden barrels, pour clean water for those who enter the wooden barrels. Yihao said expressionlessly. Then he took out the already wrapped prescriptions from the backpack he carried and put them into each wooden barrel. Until the time when it came to Ollie's barrel, Yihao added 1/3 more goblin powder. Chapter 54. Enduring the cruelty of Doomsday in advance. As soon as 1/3 of the goblin powder in the medicine bag was poured into the wooden barrel, changes began to appear in Ollie. The black medicinal bath was like boiling water, with bubbles constantly coming out quickly and bursts of black smoke drifting out from it, which was weird and terrifying. Suddenly a roar was heard, and Ollie, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. However, he only uttered this one roar, and no more sound came out. Yihao took one look at him and knew that he had survived. As for the extent to which he can recover, or whether he can seize the opportunity and rely on the powerful medicinal effect of the goblin powder to break through again, it all depends on his own luck. Indeed, Ollie is now experiencing the biggest crisis of his life. Many of his bones were broken. Crawling all the way and finally falling headfirst into the barrel had caused damage to his internal organs, and he was bleeding profusely. If he fails to resist this time, even with the help of the goblin powder, he will most likely become a useless person. However, if he can hold on, he will gain unprecedented benefits, because Yihao's final fatal blow deliberately hit his run and do meridians. If he could seize the opportunity and take advantage of it to open up his run and do meridians, his strength would definitely increase dramatically. Ollie didn't know this, but he could feel that he was in a life and death moment. So when he woke up with the help of the medicinal effect of the goblin powder, he just subconsciously let out a roar, and then began to practice the cultivation method that Yihao had taught him before with all his strength, trying his best to refine the huge medicinal power contained in the medicinal bath. The rest of the children were all staring at this sight in a daze, not knowing the reason for such a change. However, a few sharp-eyed children noticed that Yihao had added something extra to Ollie's wooden barrel, which caused changes in Ollie that were different from theirs. This thing is called goblin powder. It can increase the effect of the medicinal bath by more than 3 times. Only the leader among you can enjoy it. If you want it, become the leader. Yihao raised the goblin powder in his hand and shouted loudly to all the children. How much the effect of the medicinal bath can be improved depends not only on the effect of the goblin powder, but also on how much the user can absorb. In addition, the situation today is special. Yihao used 1/3 of the goblin powder in the medicine bag for Ollie. He would definitely not give him so much in the future. It would be good enough if he could give him 1/20th of it. However, even if it is only 1/20th, it can still increase the effect of the medicinal bath by more than 3 times. And Ollie's medicinal bath today has increased the effect by more than 10 times, and the specific amount depends on how much Ollie can absorb and refine. Swish! As soon as Yihao's voice fell, all the children's eyes were fixed on the goblin powder in his hand. At this time, these children have already understood the rules of survival here. The strong are respected, and only those with strength can survive. Obtaining the help of goblin powder and improving the effect of medicinal bath is undoubtedly a very good way to improve your strength. If you want to get goblin powder, you need to become the new leader. The only way to become the new leader is to kill the current leader, Ollie. Soon, the eyes of the children looking at Ollie changed from shock and sympathy to hostility. However, many children quickly gave up this idea. They had already witnessed how terrifying Ollie was. If they provoked him again, they would undoubtedly be courting death. However, what they didn't know was that when they gave up this idea, they had already been eliminated. If you want to continue to survive in the Doomsday, you must work hard to improve your own strength and never give up any way to improve your strength. As the saying goes, if you don't advance, you will retreat. When others are stronger than you may be killed at any time. Being weak is not scary. What is really scary is not having the courage to become stronger. If you can't win alone, you can call a group of people. If you still can't win with a group of people, you can play dirty. After all, lions also take naps sometimes. So as long as you dare to try, you may succeed. There are always more solutions than problems. Similarly, if the lion wants to remain the king of beasts forever, it must have the ability to face all challenges without being defeated. Only in this way can we shock the heroes. Most of the 99 children chose to retreat, but there was still a small number of children with strong, murderous glare in their eyes, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone saw how serious Ali's injuries were just now, and it was a question whether he could continue to survive. And even if he survived, he would probably be seriously injured, and this is the best time to get rid of him. Yihao saw all the performances of these children. He would not stop them. In fact, this was exactly the effect he needed. Protecting your position from being shaken is an indispensable skill that must be learned in the Doomsday. If Ali wants to become the leader of these children, he must prove his strength and make them absolutely convinced of his strength. How to prove it? Beat them a few more times until they surrender, even if you beat them hard enough to death. After all, in the Doomsday, it's either you die or I die. Not to mention the position of leader. Even a piece of bread may lead to a bloody fight. As for Yihao, he only needs the strongest few who survived. The rest of the eliminated people will become the labor force on the independent island. The independent island provides them with protection from the dangers of zombies and mutant beasts, and they need to work in exchange for this protection. In fact, by letting these children experience the cruelty of the Doomsday on the independent island in advance, they will definitely be the first to become familiar with the Doomsday survival environment, and it will be easier for them to survive the Doomsday. This is the true meaning of Yihao's Hope Primary School. I will teach you a profound training method, but I will only teach you once. How much you can master depends entirely on you. After taking a look at the performance of all the children, Yihao said calmly, "These children did not know that the advanced training method Yihao gave them was exactly the method of cultivation in Doomsday. However, they all ignored the source of this training method, but instead focused all their attention on the training method that Yihao gave them, because they all know that this will be their biggest reliance for becoming stronger. As long as they master one more point, they will be able to gain a little more possibility of becoming stronger. As for the source, who has time to care?" Chapter 55, Strength in Mind. There was no time limit during cultivation. All the children were immersed in training their minds. Even those children who did not have wooden barrels followed Yihao's example, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to practice. Among the 100 children around 10 years old in the audience, not one cried or shouted or acted like a spoiled brat by lying on the ground, because they knew very well that the methods that were useful against parents and relatives were useless on this island. Even if you cry your throat out, you won't get any food you want, and you might even get yourself killed if you're not careful. In just one day, these children around 10 years old seemed to have grown several years older in an instant. Their minds went from being fragile to being strong, and they even surpassed ordinary adults in some aspects. For example, they have already understood that here, everything depends on themselves, and try to gain sympathy from others will only lead to ridicule and bullying. In addition, they have a deep understanding of the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. After all, the food that many children had worked so hard to find was snatched away by the other children in the end. Crying will not win anyone's sympathy or help here. The only thing that can really help is your own clenched fists. Those who can survive the Doomsday are all people with strong will. Similarly, if these children want to survive on the independent island, the first thing they need to change is their fragile minds and their ignorant desire for help from kind people. Therefore, Yihao tried his best to simulate the environment of Independence Island after the end of the world, so that these children could learn how to protect their own food and snatch other people's food. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. This is a well-known saying, but it actually depends on the situation. At least in the Doomsday, this saying is not so correct. People die for money because once they have a full stomach and no food to survive, money and other things will become external things to their body. Food is the only thing that can stimulate human instinct. People who are extremely hungry can do anything. This is also the reason why Yihao has always insisted on his Doomsday Law. The sky is big, the earth is big, and food is the biggest. Only those who have truly experienced hunger will understand how important the most ordinary food is. Now Yihao is going to instill this Doomsday Law into these children around 10 years old. It sounds cruel, but it has to be done. After all, the Doomsday will not give people any chance to bargain, and the Doomsday is coming soon, and they cannot afford to grow slowly. Only hunger, the most primitive instinctive feeling, can drive these ignorant children crazy and make them mature quickly and become stronger. Therefore, one of the supreme rules of Independence Island is, if you want to have enough food, you must be strong enough. Today is only the first day, and the hunger level of these children has not yet reached its limit. At the same time, Yihao only let them get familiar with the survival rules of the Independent Island first. After their hunger instinct stimulated a strong desire to survive, the real stuff would begin. After leading these children in mental training for a period of time, I was able to lead them onto this path. As for how much they could understand, Yihao didn't care. He has given these children everything they should have given, and as for what they will become in the end, that is their own business. After all, no matter when, there are always people who make a leap forward, and there are also people who always stay at the bottom, and Yihao only needs the strongest among them to use for himself. Silently, Yihao left this place. His own extreme training had just begun. In fact, the biggest change that the Doomsday brought to Yihao was his determination not to be moved by other things. If it were in the past, and he had not experienced the end of the world, he would never be able to make full use of every minute and every second to achieve a goal like he does now. He would also be like most people, fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2 days, messing around here and there. So, Doomsday can make people progress, but it's too cruel. As Yihao's strength gradually increased, conventional training had gradually begun to lose its effect on him, and he needed to adopt a more powerful training method. For example, he had been wearing a 300-kilogram lead block tied to his body, which had extremely limited effect on his current cultivation. Tying lead blocks all over the body can increase gravity to the body, as if it is in a gravity field several times greater than that. This is Yihao's regular training method. As long as you tie these lead blocks, whether walking, waving your hands, or kicking your legs, it is considered training and can enhance your strength. At first, Yihao could only bear a weight of 100 kilograms, and every time he raised his legs and swung his arms, he would consume a great deal of physical energy. Basically, running 1 lap was his limit. This undoubtedly greatly enhanced the efficiency of his extreme training. After all, he had too little time. If he wanted to achieve something within half a year, he had to make good use of every minute and every second. In this way, Yihao tied 100 kilograms of lead blocks to his body and began to perform various exercises. After waving his hands and lifting his legs countless times, he slowly began to get used to the weight. He carried 100 kilograms of lead on his back, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Yihao increased the weight of the lead block. Gradually, the lead blocks on his body became more and more numerous and heavier, until now, he could no longer add any more lead blocks on his body. At the same time, he could do everything perfectly while carrying 300 kilograms of lead blocks. For example, today he had been carrying these 300-kilogram lead blocks for a whole day, but it had no effect on his movements and the children did not notice it. If a normal person had so many lead blocks tied to his body, he would definitely have to lie on the ground, unable to move. 300 kilograms is no joke. A lead block weighing only 300 kilograms is already the limit of the weight that Yihao can bear. It's not that he doesn't have enough strength, but because now, except for his head, his entire body is tied with heavy lead blocks. If he ties more lead blocks, it will seriously affect his speed. So he needs to change this training method now. Boom! Not long after, Yihao came to a huge waterfall. From afar he could hear the waterfall swooping down from a very high place, hitting the huge rocks, making a deafening roar. This is where he chose to train in the future. Chapter 56, Extreme Weight Training. Yihao took off his outer clothes, and the lead blocks of all sizes tied all over his body were clearly visible. From a distance, he even looked a bit like Iron Man. He once thought that if he tied these lead blocks to his body, they might become a good piece of armor. Even if weapons hit the body, they will be blocked by these lead blocks. Just protect the head from being hit by weapons. After all, these lead blocks are all solid. However, this is just an idea and needs further improvement. At least, these lead blocks should not hinder his movements when attacking the enemy. As for the Iron Man suit, he also wanted it, but he did not have the corresponding technology. But his intuition told him that the Doomsday Chariot in his mind might not be weaker than the iron armor. Of course, these are things to come later. If you want to make a comparison, you have to wait until he builds the Doomsday Chariot. What Yihao needs to do now is to change the weight-bearing training method. The method he thought of is to stand at the bottom of the waterfall falling from high altitude and use his body to withstand the huge water pressure. He had already used this method in Doomsday, and the inspiration came from a magazine he saw. The magazine wrote that according to relevant scientific calculations, if humans can train at the bottom of a waterfall, it is equivalent to being in a natural gravity doubling magnetic field. The multiple of gravity increase is determined by the height of the waterfall and the magnitude of the water pressure. The conditions in Doomsday are not as good as they are now, and there are not so many lead blocks for Yeehaw to use. So he can only keep looking for various ways to strengthen himself. But after he read this magazine, he had some ideas. At that time, he was able to easily lift a boulder weighing 4 to 500 kilograms. At the same time, he also discovered that the training method of lifting a boulder was not good. It could only exercise the arm, waist, and leg strength, but could not flexibly exercise every muscle in the body. So there was the first attempt to enter the waterfall. At that time, he happened to encounter a waterfall that was hundreds of feet high. As a 4th-level warrior, he was very skilled and brave. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly to the bottom of the waterfall. As a result, he was knocked down by the unimaginable water pressure. He was almost crushed to death that time. Then, after countless attempts, I was finally able to stand up straight under the huge pressure of the waterfall. Then he began to try swinging his arms and lifting his legs at the bottom of the waterfall. Under the terrifying water pressure, it was extremely difficult to move a finger, let alone swinging arms and raising legs, which were large-scale movements. But he did not give up. After countless failures, he was finally able to swing his arms and lift his legs normally and walk slowly under the waterfall. Just like that, after practicing under the waterfall for more than half a year, he successfully broke through to the ranks of a 5th-level warrior. The ability to withstand blows, the ability of the legs to bear weight, and the agility of the body have all undergone earth-shaking changes. One punch he throws weighs more than 350 kilograms, and it is no problem to kill a tiger with one punch. When it hits a person's body, it's like a cannonball. Even if they're also 5th-level warriors, few people can withstand his punches and kicks. Now Yeehaw is going to adopt this method, using the huge water pressure from the waterfall as a natural supergravity magnetic field to perform weight training in it. What is different from before is that this time Yeehaw has to wear a 300-kilogram lead block on his body to enter the bottom of the waterfall, which will undoubtedly increase the gravity again. The training effect will naturally be better, but it is also very dangerous. However, the end of the world is approaching. No matter how dangerous it is, he can only risk his life to try. Otherwise, he can only rely on his own personal strength. When the end of the world comes, he will definitely be surpassed by those big conglomerates in the country. Before his rebirth, he had had enough of the miserable life at the bottom of the Doomsday. This time, when he is reborn, he must dominate the Doomsday. Without thinking too much, Yeehaw entered the bottom of the waterfall wearing a 300-kilogram lead block. Boom! As soon as he entered, Yeehaw felt as if his body was hit by a mountain. He didn't even have a second to resist and was knocked down by the terrifying water pressure. Fortunately, this waterfall is less than 100 feet high. Although the water pressure is terrifying, it is not as great as the unimaginable water pressure brought by the hundreds of feet high waterfall when he was practicing in the Doomsday. This is also the reason why he chose to enter the bottom of the waterfall wearing a 300-kilogram lead block, because he was worried that the water pressure generated by this waterfall that was less than 100 feet high would be far from enough. After this attempt, Yeehaw realized that he had underestimated the power of nature. He almost died from the attack just now. If he fainted at the bottom of the waterfall, his body would lose the ability to resist the water pressure, and his torso would quickly be deformed and his internal organs would be crushed. By then, Yeehaw would probably die here. Fortunately, he held on. Although he was knocked down, he did not faint. This was also due to his similar experience, which allowed him to keep his mind steady when he reached the bottom of the waterfall. A roar came from Yeehaw's throat. Being pressed down by the water flow was not a posture he liked. As the roar was uttered, Yeehaw's arms were already propped up, and then his body began to bend, and then he exerted force with his thighs and clenched his teeth. He used up all his strength and finally stood up slowly. Boom! After holding on for less than a minute, Yeehaw was once again knocked down by the huge water pressure and was directly washed into the pool. After being washed away, Yeehaw's body had suffered multiple injuries. Coupled with the 300-kilogram lead block on his body, he sank directly to the bottom of the water once he was washed into the pond. After a long time, He finally climbed ashore and collapsed powerlessly on the shore. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, he climbed up again and went to the bottom of the waterfall. Boom! Once again, he was crushed down by the huge water pressure. Stand up again, being pressed down again. Simple movements were repeated continuously until Yi Hao could no longer move. He finally stopped this almost self-abuse training, collapsed powerlessly on the shore, and began to practice mental training silently. In a place that Yi Hao didn't see, a small figure was watching him. Chapter 57: Ali's Transformation. Not long after Yi Hao left, Ali, who had broken bones and tendons, woke up. Thick blood scabs have formed on the broken parts of the body, and the broken bones of the body have basically recovered with the help of mental training and medicinal baths. The black medicinal bath in the wooden barrel has turned into clear water. Ali checked his body. Although he was seriously injured in many places, his body was much stronger than before the injury. However, he ignored all this. After looking around with hatred, he did not find Yi Hao. Instead of staying in the wooden barrel, Ali changed his clothes and began to look for Yi Hao. He wanted to kill the man who almost killed him. After searching in vain, Ali became more and more annoyed. Just then, a familiar roar came from afar. Ali was immediately delighted, guessing that the voice was most likely made by Yi Hao. He immediately looked in the direction of the voice and groped his way over quietly. As a result, Ali saw the figure that made him hate so much, who was at the bottom of the waterfall. He was knocked down again and again by the huge water pressure, but he stood up stubbornly every time. He was knocked down again and stood up again and again. The figure he hated so much never retreated once. Suddenly, Ali felt a little confused and thought to himself, "Is this person sick? He is cruel to us and even crueler to himself." Just like this, Ali kept hiding there and secretly observing Yi Hao until Yi Hao could no longer move. He knew that now was definitely the best time to kill Yi Hao. Just as he sneaked over and was about to take action, his body inexplicably refused to obey his commands, and he could not move. At this moment, he recalled every scene he had with Yi Hao yesterday, from when he was in the orphanage, when Yi Hao helped him teach the welfare staff, to when he adopted him, took him to the restaurant, snatched food from him, and taught him how to train. The two of them didn't spend much time together, just a little more than a day at most. Yi Hao gave Ali a sense of security that he had never had before. After hesitating, Ali began to wonder whether he should take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Yi Hao. I'll see what you want to do." After hesitating for a long time, Ali finally left this place quietly, but in the end, he still couldn't do it. However, what he didn't know was that his retreat did not save Yi Hao's life, but saved his own life. At first, Yi Hao really didn't know where Ali was hiding, nor did he expect that he would wake up so soon. But Ali was still too young and had not learned how to hide his murderous intent. When his hateful gaze fell on Yi Hao immediately shuddered and realized that someone was spying on him. However, he did not look back immediately, but continued with his extreme weight training. However, when he was washed into the pool by the huge water pressure, he found Ali hiding behind a rock. So he played along, staged a scene of complete detachment after an ultra-extreme training, and waited for Ali to take the bait. If he really dared to come closer, Yi Hao would definitely not hesitate at all and would kill him directly. Because to him, his own life is always the most important. Anyone who threatens his life will be killed by him. So when he pretended to collapse powerlessly on the shore, he actually had a small piece of iron hidden in his hand. Once Ali got close enough to threaten him, that would be the end of Ali's death. Fortunately, Ali did not do so. He let Yi Hao go and save himself. At the end of the world, Yi Hao had already developed a character that would never truly trust someone. His suspicion was simply outrageous. It was also because of this that he was able to survive the cruel Doomsday for 5 years. Ali walked away, and after Yi Hao rested for a while, he got up and returned to the gathering place where the children were. At this time, most of the children have woken up. The physical injuries caused by fighting for food have all recovered, and their strength has even improved. At that moment, some brave people turned their eyes to Ali, because as long as they defeated him, they could become the leader and enjoy the medicinal bath that would enhance their power by more than 3 times. At that moment, many children quietly approached the wooden barrel where Ali was. Because they woke up late, they didn't know that Ali had come out of the barrel. When they approached the barrel where Ali was, Ali just came back from the waterfall. "Are you looking for me?" Ali glanced coldly at the children surrounding his wooden barrel and said in a cold voice, "Ollie, why are you there? Aren't you?" Seeing Ollie appear from behind, all the children were startled. However, when they saw the scars on Ollie's body that could not be covered by his clothes, a malicious smile suddenly appeared on their faces again. "Go ahead, as long as we defeat him. We can become the leader." A child in the crowd suddenly yelled, and then a large group of children rushed towards Ollie like crazy. Some cunning children picked up some stones from the ground and held them in their hands when they rushed over, ready to throw them at Ollie's head at any time. Ollie looked at the group of children rushing towards him with contempt, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. He faced more than 20 people alone without any retreat and went straight to them. Those children would not be afraid of Ollie, who was alone, and they had just improved their strength, and it was time for them to show their skills. At once, more than 20 children rushed towards Ollie like wolves and tigers. Both sides are unwilling to give in. What good will come of them rushing together? Immediately, shouts of fighting and killing were heard. 20 people surrounded Ollie and started smashing and kicking him. They were young to begin with, and after having been baptized by the law of Doomsday for a whole day, they showed no mercy in their attacks. All of them aimed at the vital parts. However, Ollie, who had always been ruthless, had undergone an unprecedented transformation after today's ordeal, especially when he saw Yi Hao, who was already so powerful and was still training himself so madly. He was deeply touched. Although he didn't know why Yi Hao did this, he understood that working hard to become stronger was the most important thing at the moment. So he was even crazier than those 20 children. He rushed forward and killed a child who rushed towards him. Chapter 58 Plan. He beat someone to death. Ollie beat someone to death. Wow. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to leave. The fists, kicks, and stones that were raining down on Ollie all stopped at the same time as the child killed by Ollie fell to the ground. Just now, a large group of them rushed towards Ollie, and they didn't think about killing anyone. In their opinion, as long as they beat the other party, it would be fine. When this scene appeared, everyone was stunned, especially since Ollie used his fists, one punch after another, to beat the child to death in front of everyone. The bloody scene would scare the children to death. Not to mention the children. Even adults would pee their pants instantly when they saw it. Red and white substances kept dripping from Ollie's fist, and his pair of scarlet eyes coldly glanced at the group of children opposite him. Who else is dissatisfied? A murderous roar came out of Ollie's mouth. The 20 or so children who were originally watching with eager eyes were frightened and took several steps back. Several children who were less able to endure the pressure mentally started to cry. "Brother Yi Hao, Ollie has killed someone. Let's report the safety quickly. Ollie has killed someone. Brother Yi Hao, Ollie has killed someone." Just at this moment, Yi Hao walked out leisurely from the forest. When a group of children saw him, they all rushed over as if they had seen a savior, crying and shouting to him. In their opinion, although Yi Hao was awe-inspiring, he had never beaten them. He just let them destroy themselves. At most, he hit Ollie a few times, but he didn't kill him and brought him back to life. So they thought that Yi Hao might not kill them, at least not with his own hands, and Yi Hao really disliked Ollie. If they complained now, perhaps Yi Hao could deal with Ollie, or even kill Ollie. In an instant, Yi Hao became the savior of these people. They really didn't dare to stay with Ollie, who was a murderer. "Oh, just kill him," Yi Hao said indifferently. The group of children were stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Hao in disbelief, as if they had just heard it wrong. Murder was committed. What does it mean to kill? Just kill. Fear. A great fear filled the hearts of all the children. Now, they finally understood how terrifying this independent island was. Killing people here doesn't seem to be against the rules, or even a mistake. Immediately, many children who were not yet determined enough cried and shouted, wanting to leave here. "Ollie, give him 2 minutes to stop making noise." Also, no one can be allowed to leave this island. Otherwise, as a leader, you will be punished by death for not being able to discipline your subordinates. Yi Hao said expressionlessly. As for the incident of Ollie beating someone to death just now, he seemed to be completely unaware of it and ignored it completely. In fact, he really didn't want to care about this kind of thing. It's just beating someone to death. How fresh, as if people never die. And when the Doomsday comes, God knows how many people will die. Only one child died now, but there's still 99, right? And after a while, he will bring some more children from other welfare institutions. "I will kill anyone who cries again. I will kill anyone who lets me know that you want to leave this island." Ali glanced at the other children and said in a cold voice. Ali now has gradually become a bit like Yi Hao, as if he has no emotions at all, and at the same time, he is extremely indifferent to life. After hearing what he said, the other children stopped crying or talking about leaving the island. They are really afraid of Ali now because he can really kill people. Yi Hao nodded and ignored all this, letting the children do whatever they wanted. As long as these children do not leave here, the outside world will not be able to know the situation here, and there will be no trouble finding him, and he can do what he planned. Knowing that the end of the world might come earlier, Yi Hao changed many of his plans. It is impossible for there to be only 100 children on such a large independent island. He also needs to bring several groups of children over from welfare homes in other cities. Eventually, he will select 10 to 20 children from these children as his real subordinates. When the Doomsday comes and he needs to fight for his country, these 10 to 20 subordinates will play their roles. As for the remaining children, they are the residents of the island. The first thing they need to learn is planting. They need to plant both food and herbs. These things are very sought-after treasures in the Doomsday, and are also the basis for Yi Hao to occupy other places. However, this will take some time before it can be implemented. Now we need to train them first so that they can master how to survive in the Doomsday and obey the leader's command. The territory Yi Hao planned for himself was far more than just an independent island, but the entire Doomsday. He was not in a mood to pay attention to all his subordinates. All he needed to control were the leaders of various places, such as Ali now. Controlling Ali was equivalent to controlling the entire independent island. This is why he always told Ali to do things for him and ignored other children. In addition to these, the Doomsday Chariot must be manufactured quickly. The horror of Doomsday can never be understood by those who have not experienced it personally, with natural disasters, man-made calamities, zombies, and mutated monsters running rampant. Only by building the Doomsday Chariot can Yi Hao ensure that he can survive safely in the Doomsday. An order for 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, the 4 raw materials for making the Doomsday Chariot, has been placed and can be secretly taken away in a few days. The meteor shower has landed on this planet. The next step is to wait for Chung Fei Group to discover that rare metal, and then it will basically be confirmed that it is meteorite iron from outer space. In the end, only 100 tons of gold and 50 tons of titanium alloy were left. 100 tons of gold can be obtained by diving into a few more gold mines and then using the Doomsday blueprint in the mine to absorb raw materials. 50 tons of titanium alloy is a troublesome matter. It is a strategic reserve material controlled by the armed forces and cannot be bought or sold on the market. Therefore, we now need to solve the problem of titanium alloy, and then we must make every effort to stockpile various Doomsday materials, including water, medicinal materials, and food. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Hao stood up and looked up at the sky. Damn Doomsday, the starry sky is so beautiful. Chapter 59 Action again. The next day, before the sky was fully light, bursts of extremely loud and noisy sounds were already heard from the Independence Island. Fuck you. How dare you steal my things? I'll beat you to death today. Let go, you damn it. Let go. If you don't let go, I will beat you to death. Oh no. Help. Someone is going to be beaten to death. Yi Hao, who was originally practicing mind training, frowned slightly, exited the training state, and walked out of the tent. At a glance, the entire gathering place was in chaos, with fights happening everywhere. Some people were desperately trying to protect their belongings. Some were snatching other people's food with ferocious faces, and some children were crying and begging for help. As soon as he saw this situation, Yi Hao understood that after the whole day yesterday, especially after training their minds, they had consumed a lot of their body's reserve energy. Hunger finally made these children explode. They all started fighting for food and survival. The children who were originally fighting with weapons subconsciously stopped what they were doing when they saw Yi Hao coming out of the tent and stared at him with some fear. Ali, who was sitting aside enjoying the sumptuous meal, also glanced at Yi Hao. There was no friendliness or respect at all, but rather a hint of hostility. The strange thing is that, while other places were in chaos, no one dared to approach Ali. They all stayed away, and no one dared to snatch the food from his hands. Although these children shouted to kill each other during the fight, they did not dare to actually kill each other, at least not yet. But Ali really killed someone, and if someone provoked him, he would most likely kill again. So all the children avoided him. Even though they were so hungry that their eyes were green, no one dared to provoke him or snatch food from him. The feeling of hunger is indeed uncomfortable, but won't kill you, at least not so quickly. However, once you provoke Ali, you will most likely be killed in the next second. Yi Hao understood all these things, because the current situation was exactly what he wanted to see. Hunger has driven these children crazy. Fighting and scrambling for food are common occurrences in the apocalypse. What he needs is to be able to survive in such an environment and have good children, such as Ali, who no one dares to mess with now. Ignoring the children who were fighting, Yi Hao walked towards Ali with an expressionless face. Ali immediately became alert, hiding the food in his hand behind his back, staring at Yi Hao with cold eyes. Except Yi Hao, Ali is not afraid of anyone at all. I won't steal your things. I'll be out for a while. You watch them. Yi Hao glanced at him and said indifferently, in the Doomsday, food is life. No matter who it is, if someone wants to snatch food from someone else, it means cutting off that person's chance of survival. In this situation, you have to fight for your life. So Ali's reaction of protecting his food, instead of angering Yi Hao, was exactly what he wanted. After saying this, Yi Hao turned and left. Not until he walked away did Ali finally relax his guard and continue to enjoy the food in his hand. The rest of the children started fighting and scrambling again, and the noisy scene just now happened again. After leaving here, Yi Hao came to the shore and drove away in a rented yacht. This is the only means to leave the entire island. Yi Hao has always had the key with him. Besides, the children don't know how to drive a yacht, so even if they are given the key, they cannot drive out. However, he was still careful and placed the yacht in a place where it was not easily found and lowered it when needed. Leaving the independent island means returning to the civilized and law-abiding world. Although it is only a little after 6 o'clock, there are already many people gathered at the dock, and there's a constant stream of boats coming and going. Yi Hao randomly found a restaurant on the road and ordered a lot of food. This is a civilized world. You don't have to fight for your life to get food. You can get it by spending a little money. Yi Hao will naturally not treat himself badly. Money is nothing to him. After yesterday's extreme weight training, his strength has increased again, and his food intake has also increased from the amount for 15 people to nearly 20 people. The people around him were all dumbfounded as they watched him slowly eat up a large table of food. The people at the dock are basically hard laborers. They usually do heavy work and eat more than the average person. The skilled ones can even eat the amount of 4 or 5 people by themselves. However, this was the first time they had seen someone with such a big appetite like Yi Hao. They all looked at him strangely, secretly calling him a pervert. However, no one came to ask Yi Hao specifically. After all, eating more was not against the rules, and people also paid for it. After eating and drinking, Yi Hao left by car under the strange gazes of people around him. The training of Ali's group of 100 children has shown some initial results. But 100 children were too few, so he had to go to other urban areas to bring more children. The solution is to seek cooperation with the director of the welfare home. His time is very short right now, so he is unwilling to waste time on things that can be solved with money. In addition, he also planned to visit Mr. Hong in the pharmacy, firstly to purchase another batch of medicinal herbs for medicinal baths, and also to inquire about how to grow these medicinal herbs. Hundreds of children need to take a medicinal bath. Even if Yi Hao divides a portion of medicinal materials into 4 or 5 parts, the materials will still be consumed quickly. Moreover, hundreds of children will be added soon, so the medicinal materials will be consumed even faster. Therefore, they have to be stockpiled now. Moreover, there is no limit to the amount of medicinal herbs he can get. Relatively speaking, in Doomsday, medicinal herbs are much more precious than food because they are related to enhancing strength. If you are strong enough, you can directly snatch other people's food, but if you are not strong enough, you cannot protect your own food. Moreover, medicinal materials are more rare than food. Planting these medicinal herbs is a long-term thing. If you master the method of growing medicinal herbs, you can get a large amount of them over a long period of time, which is crucial for the long-term development of a force. While Yi Hao was busy with these things, another thing happened ahead of time. Chapter 60 Discovery of Rare Metals. On this day, all major newspapers and magazines published a piece of news. During an unexpected expedition, Chung Fei Group discovered a meteorite that had fallen from outer space not long ago and extracted precious metals made of elements outside the periodic table from it. According to experts, this metal is related to space, and Kyushu may become the first country to research folding space. Major discovery: Chung Fei Group found a meteorite from outer space and successfully extracted a rare metal from it. According to experts, the discovery of this rare metal will likely revolutionize the field of drones, and Kyushu technology may be able to surpass America in one fell swoop. According to rumors, Changfei Group will make a big move and may hold an enlarged shareholder meeting in the near future. It is suspected that they are contacting the largest mysterious shareholder. News related to Changfei Group spread everywhere, and this also triggered another incident. Changfei Group, which had been hitting the daily limit for more than a month, made a stunning turnaround since the day before yesterday, hitting the daily limit for several consecutive days, and its stock market value recovered rapidly. Now it has risen from more than $1 per share to more than $2 per share, which means that the market value has doubled than before. Especially when these related reports came out, countless Kyushu stock investors went crazy. Fuck it, damn it. I've long said that Changfei Group won't go bankrupt, and there's no need to sell the shares in my hands. But now I can't even buy in. I started buying Changfei Group stocks when they hit the daily limit the day before yesterday, but there has been no transaction to date. The stock has been trading at the limit down for over a month. There must be someone behind this. It's either those bastards from the private alliance or some big financial group that has given birth to a son, but no asshole. It seems like it was last week a big boss spent $1 billion to buy Changfei Group. I should have followed suit at that time. How stupid. They dare to invest $1 billion. So why shouldn't I follow suit? Fuck, I won't play stocks again next time. Please hurry up and complete the transaction of the 10,000 shares of Changfei Group that I bought yesterday. Fuck. The entire securities exchange was in an uproar, and countless investors were furious. Especially those old stock addicts who have been in the business for many years were all furious. I have been playing stocks all my life, but in the end I got blinded by a chicken. As soon as these reports about Changfei Group came out, they understood what had happened, but it was too late. Now Changfei Group's shares were hitting the daily limit, and they couldn't buy into the stock at all. At the same time, Li Rushuang, the CEO of a certain group far away in Taiwan, also had an unhappy look on her face. I invested $1 million, but how come I only get back such a small amount of shares? Zhou Jinxin, general manager of the finance department, was standing in the huge office with cold sweat on his forehead, his whole body shaking. Previously, Yihao suddenly spent $1 billion to buy Changfei Group stocks, becoming the largest shareholder of Changfei Group and completely disrupting their plans. Originally, they planned to directly acquire Changfei Group, but Yihao intervened. Not only did they add a large amount of funds, but they have only recovered a portion of the shares. The total number of shares ranks third in Changfei Group, and it can't play a decisive role at all. According to the original plan, with the shares that Yihao originally held that should have belonged to them, they were able to directly acquire Changfei Group. But now they only own a part of the shares, and even the total amount of shares ranks only third, which is of no substantial use to them. This means that their previous investment was basically a complete failure, and Yihao directly stole the fruits of their victory. Now the result has been determined, especially since Changfei Group has been reported to have discovered that rare metal. Its stock price has been hitting the daily limit. In this situation, they no longer had any other way to change the outcome. Zhou Jinxin held it in for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Cold sweat kept coming out of his body, and all his clothes were wet. He knew very well how much money the group had lost this time, hundreds of billions. Even if he bought him thousands of times, it would not be enough to make up for the loss. Li Rushuang snorted coldly, her eyebrows twisted into a ball. Zhou Jinxin was definitely in trouble, but she also had to be responsible for this in advance. After all, hundreds of billions was not a small amount. Moreover, she had been eyeing this project for a long time and had invested a huge amount of money, but now it had ended in a miserable failure, which had a huge impact on her position in the consortium. Hasn't the man named Yihao been found yet? He is so powerful and dares to go against us. Aren't there just those immortal families in Jojo Kingdom? Why does it take so long? Li Rushuang said in a cold voice. A pair of cold eyes looked at the other person standing in the office. The coldness in his eyes was so captivating that it seemed as if it could freeze the person directly. The person she was staring at was none other than the head of her intelligence department, a man named Zhao He. He had people in both the black and white worlds and was best at gathering information. Being stared at by Li Rushuang's cold eyes, Zhao He really felt like he had entered an ice cellar and shivered involuntarily. This time, he failed when trying to find out information about Yihao, and until now he has not found out the specific identity and background of that person named Yihao. The person who had sent a text message to Li Rushuang and told her that the person who bought 550 million shares of Changfei Group was named Yi Hao was him. However, after that incident, the commercial spy he had planted in the bank was discovered, and he was fired by the board of directors in the afternoon. As a result, he only found Yi Hao's name and did not find any other information. Then, they checked the families in Kyushu that had the ability to do this, but after a round of investigation, they still didn't find the desired results. Mr. Lee, the person who took action is not from one of the major families in Jiuzhou. In addition, through special means, we found that the 1 billion yuan was poured into the stock market from the F-City Securities Exchange, and we are now vigorously investigating it. Zhao Yi said tremblingly. Although Li Rushuang is a young woman, the aura of a superior is extremely strong. Even Zhao He, who is familiar with both the black and white worlds, has to bow his head in front of her. Of course, this is also because he did not do a good job this time. It took up too much time, and it was difficult to report back. F-City? I remember it was a small city, and there weren't many people with this kind of talent. I'll give you 3 days to find him for me, otherwise. Li Rushuang didn't say the rest, but everyone knew what it meant otherwise. Chapter 61, Acupuncture and Moxibustion to Open the Meridians. In H-City, Yi Hao walked out of the welfare home. At the end of the day, he had visited 3 cities and found an orphanage in each city. After spending some money, he reached relevant agreements with the directors of the 3 orphanages, and he could take the agreed children away tomorrow. Each orphanage will adopt 100 children, with 3 orphanages adopting 300 children. Adding the previous 100 children, a total of 400 children will survive on the independent island. Among the children in Angel Hall Welfare Home, Yi Hao estimated that 3 to 5 children would eventually be selected. Adding the children from these 3 welfare homes, using the same calculation method, 12 to 20 children will eventually be selected. 12 to 20 children can form a group, and there will be a sharp knife for Yi Hao to dominate the Doomsday. This matter has basically come to an end. The next step is to let them train on the independent island, and when the opportunity comes, it will be their time to show their prowess. After leaving H-City, Yi Hao took a bus to F-City. He needed to go to the pharmacy to recruit Mr. Hong. In addition to purchasing another batch of medicinal herbs and learning how to grow them, he suddenly remembered another thing. Before his rebirth, Chinese medicine had many more uses than just this. It was more commonly used either to be eaten raw or to be refined into pills. It's not the amazing elixir as said in the legend. It's just several kinds of precious medicinal materials put into the medicine furnace in batches to burn them in order to maximize the medicinal effect. However, this method is mostly used by the consortiums. Most of the survivors found the medicine and ate it raw, otherwise it would be snatched away by others soon. Yi Hao accidentally obtained some methods of refining medicinal herbs in the Doomsday, but he never had the chance to refine them. He could only eat raw the medicinal herbs that he had found with great difficulty, so he had ignored this method of refining medicine before. Now that he has money, medicinal materials, and the relevant refining methods in his mind, he could try to refine the medicinal materials to maximize their efficacy. This is undoubtedly a method that can help him improve his strength more quickly. However, he has no foundation in this area and needs to question Mr. Hong, because he found that those refining methods were very similar to the methods of traditional Chinese medicine to refine various medicinal materials into pills, and were far from being as exaggerated as described in those fantasy novels. Maybe Mr. Hong knew this refining method. 2 hours later, Yi Hao returned to City F and went directly to Mr. Hong's pharmacy without hesitation. The pharmacy was still the same as before, with many people seeking medical advice inside. Mr. Hong was giving acupuncture to a woman in her 60s. Acupuncture is a general term for acupuncture and moxibustion. Acupuncture is the process of inserting needles, usually filiform needles, into the patient's body at a certain angle, using twisting, lifting, and inserting techniques to stimulate specific parts of the human body in order to achieve the purpose of treating diseases. This is a very common way of treating diseases in traditional Chinese medicine, but few people are proficient in it. Many patients come to Dr. Hong for acupuncture, so he should have some knowledge about acupuncture. Yi Hao had often come to the pharmacy before, and the clerks all knew him. When they saw him come in, they smiled and nodded, said hello, and then went to greet other patients. Yi Hao also has a certain interest in acupuncture, an ancient traditional Chinese medicine skill of Kyushu. In the apocalypse, it is said that 2 innate warriors would spend a certain amount of time every day asking a famous Chinese medicine doctor to to help them with acupuncture, which is said to be able to dredge the meridians and promote the improvement of their cultivation. Yi Hao immediately came to Mr. Hong and watched him give acupuncture to people. Xiao Yi is here. I haven't seen you for a while. Why are you interested in acupuncture again? When Mr. Hong saw Yi Hao standing aside and watching, he was not angry, but said with a smile. Before, Yi Hao often questioned Mr. Hong about issues related to traditional Chinese medicine. As time went by, Mr. Hong was almost considered half of his master in traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Hong's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine really made Yi Hao respect him. Yi Haoqing even thought about bringing Mr. Hong to Independence Island to become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, serving him exclusively. In the Doomsday, most of the big forces have many Chinese medicine practitioners who are honored as guests. Yi Haoqing even suspected that the methods of refining pills were researched by these Chinese medicine practitioners. Well, I heard that acupuncture can be used to dredge the meridians and collaterals, which can help improve training. Does Mr. Hong know anything about this? Yi Hao said to Mr. Hong in a rare, more gentle tone. The reason why he was able to sweep up so many rare treasures at the auction was because of the recommendation of Mr. Hong. So he really respects old Chinese medicine practitioners like Mr. Hong who have medical ethics. As for taking Mr. Hong to Independence Island, now is not the right time. First, Mr. Hong may not necessarily believe that the end of the world is coming. Second, Mr. Hong is quite famous in this area, and if he leaves suddenly, it will attract some people's attention. Therefore, Yi Hao planned to send Old Hong to Independence Island sometime before the end of the world. Acupuncture can indeed dredge the meridians and unblock the collaterals. Xiaoya, do you need me to help you with the acupuncture? Old Hong said with a smile. He knew that Yi Hao was a martial artist and was very strong, at least stronger than him. So as soon as Yi Hao said this, he understood Yi Hao's thoughts. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Hong. Yi Hao nodded and said, haha, it's a small matter. In fact, in the past, those escort agencies or martial artists would often ask my grandfather for acupuncture. One was to help them treat their injuries, and the other was to help them dredge their meridians and increase their practice speed. Old Hong explained with a smile. As he was talking, the patient in front of him had finished his acupuncture treatment, paid for his medicine, and left the pharmacy. Mr. Hong gestured to Yi Hao to take off his shirt and lie on the bed. Then was Mr. Hong's acupuncture skills also passed down from that time. Yi Hao did not act pretentiously and acted as he was told, while continuing to inquire. Is your body? Mr. Hong, who had originally looked calm, cried out in shock when he saw Ye's upper body. Chapter 62, Breakthrough Zero. Xiao Yi, tell me honestly, who did you learn from? How can you train a body like this in this world? Yi Hao originally thought that there was something wrong with his body, but after hearing what he said, he felt relieved. My master doesn't allow me to tell you his name. Mr. Hong, will acupuncture and moxibustion help me increase my strength? Yi Hao said something confusing and brought the topic back to the topic. Of course, when I give you this injection, you will know the magic of it. This body is really amazing. It is actually possible to cultivate such a body. Old Hong responded in a decisive tone, and then looked at Yi Hao's body with great interest. Even someone as mentally strong as Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he was treated like this by him. However, he knew that Mr. Hong had no ill intentions and was just lamenting that his body was well trained. Xiao Yi, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me where your master is, but when I'm acupuncturing you, you'd better practice your skills so that I can follow the laws of your meridians and the effect will be doubled. When the acupuncture started, Mr. Hong's expression finally became serious. Okay, thank you. Yi Hao nodded in agreement and began to practice his skills. There is actually such a way of running meridians in the world. The small circulation runs 36 times, the big circulation runs 72 times, and then reincarnation again. Old Hong's face changed again, and he shouted in a lost voice. Mr. Hong, do you know my martial arts? Yi Hao's face changed, and he asked. He only learned this technique at the end of the world, and he had no idea who created it. As for the small and large circulations, Yi Hao didn't know how to distinguish them. At least he was not practicing according to the description in exercises. Now, after listening to what Mr. Hong said, he suddenly had an idea. Can this technique be upgraded? Before rebirth, everyone practiced this technique. However, it is said that after reaching the level of innate warriors, the effect of this technique seems to be greatly reduced, and it is suspected that it is no longer suitable for the practice of innate warriors. Therefore, the strongest survivor in the world at that time was only at the level of innate warriors. No one entered the next level, and no one knew whether there was a next level. I don't know, but I can roughly understand how it works. Your set of skills is in line with the mysterious principles of the universe. It's the most profound set of skills I've ever seen. Old Hong shook his head and explained. The original meaning of the small circulation refers to the Earth's rotation once, that is, one cycle of day and night. Later, it was used as a metaphor for the practice of internal alchemy, in which the internal energy circulates along the run and do meridians in the body. That is, the internal energy starts from the lower dantian, passes through the perineum, over the anus, and along the due meridian of the spine to the three gates of the coccyx, the jiaji and the yuzhen, to the naiwen on the top of the head, and then goes down through the two ears and cheeks to the tip of the tongue, connects with the rim meridian, and returns to the dantian along the center of the chest and abdomen. Because its range is relatively small, it is called the small circulation. The original meaning of the Great Zodion refers to the Earth's rotation around the sun, which is 1 year. It is also borrowed by some exercises and is called the Great Circulation because the internal energy circulates along not only the run and do meridians, but also other meridians. The technique that Yi Hao practiced was a relatively perfect execution of the small and large circulations of the human body and was in line with the wonderful principle of the universe's circulation. Okay, I'm going to start acupuncture. It will be a little painful for the first time to clear the meridians, so just bear with it. After carefully observing the trajectory of the running of Yi Hao's internal energy for a long time, Old Man Hong said in a serious tone. This was his first time to use this kind of technique to clear the meridians, and there was no room for righteousness. If anything went wrong, it would be easy to go astray. Yi Hao hesitated slightly, with various thoughts running rapidly through his mind. Riches and honor are dangerous things to seek. If the method of acupuncture to dredge the meridians is really effective in increasing strength, it will undoubtedly make him stronger more quickly before the end of the world. Another thing is that he has so many rare treasures at home. Even if something goes wrong accidentally, he won't have any big problems with those rare treasures to support him. He nodded firmly at that moment. It is not easy to succeed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Mr. Hong did not hesitate any longer and began to give Yi Hao acupuncture. The places in the body where the internal energy was originally blocked are now unobstructed, and the places that were originally comfortable are even more spacious. To use a vivid metaphor, the originally muddy road has now become a road. What was originally the width of one street has now become the width of 3 or 5 streets, and the speed of the exercise has suddenly increased a lot. Originally, Yi Hao had reached the peak of the second-level warrior. With the stimulation of acupuncture and moxibustion, he instantly broke through to become a third-level warrior, and his strength is still increasing. The spiritual substances floating in the air around him seemed to be attracted by something and all rushed into his body quickly, strengthening his physique. A tingling sensation spread throughout the body. Yi Hao finally couldn't help but shout out these words. Yi Hao felt comfortable, which meant that there was nothing wrong with the acupuncture. Otherwise, Yi Hao would have vomited blood. As for what he said before, that there would be a little pain when clearing the meridians for the first time, for Yi Hao, who undergoes extreme training every day, he has long been immune to that level of pain. At this moment, the acupuncture needles in Master Hong's hands were inserted faster and more firmly. Once the acupuncture needle method is determined, there will be no changes afterwards. Chapter 63, A Great Harvest. Okay, get up. Old Hong slapped Yi Hao in the back. Although the martial arts were still running, Yi Hao had fallen asleep comfortably. When he was slapped by Old Hong, Yi Hao woke up instantly. His head was a little dizzy, as if he was drunk. But soon, he fully recovered after practicing the technique again. Mr. Hong, how long does it take to learn acupuncture? Yi Hao stood up and asked. He has already experienced the benefits of acupuncture in unblocking the meridians. If he learns it and does acupuncture on himself every day, his strength will surely increase rapidly, and he will also be able to help Ollie and others improve their strength. Of course, even if he learned it, he would not dredge the meridians and unblock the collaterals for everyone. He would only give this treatment to a limited number of confidants, such as Ollie. You have to know that the acupuncture and moxibustion just now took a full hour. If he wanted to give acupuncture to others to open up their meridians, he would have to spend this time, which he naturally didn't want to do. Ha! You want to learn acupuncture? It takes 3 years to get started and 5 years to become a master. If I want to teach you acupuncture and meridian opening skills like this, you need at least 10 years of experience. If you fail to grasp the essence of acupuncture and meridian unblocking, you are undoubtedly committing suicide. After all, the same technique will vary greatly under different external environments and physical conditions. So, do you still want to learn it? In addition, acupuncture and moxibustion for unblocking meridians are not equivalent to other things. You can't do it every day. Once every half a month is enough. If you do it more often, it will have the opposite effect. So don't think about coming here for acupuncture and moxibustion every day, said Mr. Hong with a smile. Yihao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Let alone 10 years. The end of the world would come in less than half a year. How could he have so much time to study this? In addition, it is convenient that the meridians can be unblocked only once every half a month. Otherwise, he would have to run here every day to ask Mr. Hong for help with acupuncture and unblocking the meridians. However, the idea of taking Mr. Hong to Independence Island became even more determined. If you can't learn it yourself, can't you just bring what you know over there? In addition, Yihao also thought of Situ Linglong, whom he met at the auction house last time. He heard that she was from the Situ family. The Situ family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Their level of traditional Chinese medicine must be very good. It would definitely be a good thing to capture them and take them to the Independence Island to serve as our subordinates. After all, there are enough traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to help Ollie and the others with acupuncture and meridian unblocking, and their strength will improve rapidly. The improvement of their strength also means the improvement of Yihao's strength. After all, they all serve Yihao. At that moment, Yihao started to think about it in his mind, but he would not say it out loud. At least the time was not right yet. Mr. Hong, do you know how to make Chinese medicine pills? Yihao did not mention learning acupuncture again, but asked another question. Traditional Chinese medicine pills? I understand, but the process is a bit complicated and almost no one uses this method now. Old Hong said thoughtfully, I have a prescription here. Mr. Hong, please take a look and see if you can make it. When Yihao heard this, he knew there was hope. He immediately found a pen and paper and wrote down the prescription in his mind. This is Xiaoya. How come you have this prescription? Old Hong looked at Yihao suspiciously and asked. It was an accident. What's wrong with this prescription? Yihao responded. He was telling the truth. This prescription was indeed something he came across by chance. Besides this prescription, there were many other similar ones. Of course, this is called a pill recipe in Doomsday. This is a prescription for increasing the medicinal value. Why do you want this? That one won't work, old Mr. Hong said with a surprised look on his face. Puff! Yihao almost couldn't catch his breath. Even he could hardly bear it. This misunderstanding was too big. Well, what about this prescription? Yihao coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment and quickly wrote down another prescription. He memorized all these prescriptions when he was bored, but he had never used them, so he had no idea what their specific effects were. This prescription is quite clever. If we use it, perhaps the effect will be better than my medicinal bath, but it will be more time-consuming. Old Hong said after looking at the prescription and thinking for a while. Yihao immediately had an idea and asked, Mr. Hong, can you help me refine a few doses? Also, can the herbs in this prescription be replaced with precious herbs, such as goblin or Tianshan snow lotus? You still have goblins? Oh yes. It is said that you swept up all the treasures at that auction. I heard that the Sidu family was also in your hands. You are really rich. After teasing Yihao for a while, Mr. Hong continued. With goblins, the efficacy of the medicine can naturally be increased by dozens of times. The efficacy of Tianshan Snow Lotus is not quite consistent with this prescription. If you want, I will help you refine a few doses later when I have time. Yihao was immediately delighted. In his mind, anything that can enhance strength is a good thing and should never be wasted. As for the time-consuming and laborious process, for some people at the bottom of society in the Doomsday, the most they have is boring time and free labor, which can be easily obtained if they have the ability. Mr. Hong, do you still have the herbs I need for the medicinal bath? A friend of mine wants some and asked me to help him load a truck over. Also, how do you grow this medicinal herb? Are there any special requirements? Yihao told the last thing he came here for today. What kind of friend is that? Are medicinal materials counted by truckloads? When Mr. Hong heard this, he was furious. He still remembered that not long ago, Yihao had done something similar, which caused him to run out of stock at the time. If he hadn't replenished the stock in time, His pharmacy might have had to close for a while. Now that he heard Yi Hao talking about this matter again, it would be strange if he was not angry. Forget about giving your friend a truckload of herbs. The most I can give him is the amount of herbs you took away last time. As for the planting methods of these herbs, there is nothing special about them. These two herbs like the sun, so it is best to plant them in places where the sun can shine. These two herbs like the shade, so they should be planted in a slightly humid place. After roaring for a while, Old Hong finally gave in and agreed to give Yi Hao the same amount of medicinal herbs as last time. He also told him the planting methods of several medicinal herbs. Yi Hao was not pretentious and paid the money on the spot, saying that he would come tomorrow to pack up the herbs. Overall, he gained a lot today and finalized several things. Then he said goodbye to Mr. Hong, left the pharmacy, and began to prepare for tomorrow's affairs. Chapter 64. The end is near. On the second day, the sun was shining brightly with rare blue sky and white clouds. In the Doomsday, such weather is even rarer. The sky is always gray and gloomy, and even days when you can see the sun are rare. Yi Hao got up early as usual and meditated to absorb the most abundant essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the day. The concentration of spiritual matter has increased again. After the meteor shower arrived early, Yi Hao discovered that the concentration of spiritual substances on the earth was increasing rapidly. Overnight, it surged from the original 0.01 to 0.1, an increase of nearly 10 times. I just compared it carefully again and found that the concentration is gradually approaching 0.12, and it increases by 0.01 almost every day. You have to know that only a few days have passed. According to the current growth rate, it won't be long before the concentration of spiritual substances in the air will reach 1, reaching the concentration of spiritual substances at Doomsday. According to Yi Hao's estimation, when the concentration of spiritual substances in the air reaches 1, that will be the moment of Doomsday. If the current growth rate continues, the end of the world will most likely come in less than 100 days. Thinking of this, Yi Hao frowned unconsciously. Doomsday has been weighing on his heart like a mountain. For him, facing the terrifying Doomsday, no amount of preparation time is too much. After all, more preparation means more chances of dominating the Doomsday. You have to know that his competitors are either the world's top conglomerates, mercenaries, or countries around the world. Although these forces suffered the greatest losses in the Doomsday, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. They are so tall that they are likely to become the overlord even in the Doomsday. This is indeed the case. Before Yi Hao's rebirth, the most powerful leaders were countries around the world and a few of the world's top conglomerates. They already have money, equipment, people, and even exclusive armed departments. Even if they retain 1% or 1,000th of their strength in the Doomsday, it will still be a behemoth. If Yi Hao wants to dominate the Doomsday, he will inevitably have various conflicts with these beings, so the pressure on him is greater than he can imagine. It is precisely because of this tremendous pressure that he dares not relax at all. After finishing my morning exercise and simply washing up, I went out and quickly bought a lot of food to fill my stomach, and then started to act according to my plan. First, they went to Mr. Hong to load half a truck of medicinal materials on an 8-wheeler and had the vehicle deliver it directly to the port. Then they went to the 3 welfare homes agreed upon yesterday, picked up 300 teenagers, and headed to Independence Island together. By the time he had finished all these things, brought the medicinal herbs, and led the 300 young men to Independence Island, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The first group of nearly 100 teenagers who arrived had already lived on the island for 3 days. They were all teenagers around 18 or 19 years old. After 3 days, they were all starving and their eyes began to glow green. The island was filled with shouts and cries of people fighting for food. At first glance, the Independence Island now has some of the scenes that resemble the survivors after the end of the world. Yi had already gotten used to all this, but the 300 young men following him were all stunned. They had never seen such a horrific scene. Even in the welfare home, conflicts would only occur from time to time over grabbing some candies. But those conflicts were nothing like what they were seeing now. They saw many young men fighting desperately with blood all over their bodies. There was no one around to try to stop the fight. Some were even fighting with others or staring at others with extreme vigilance, as if they were ready to pick up weapons and start fighting at any time if they disagreed with something. Many of the 300 teenagers were frightened and cried on the spot, demanding to be sent back to the orphanage. At the same time, they all subconsciously moved closer to Yi Hao, as if they would feel safer next to him. After all, among the people present, only Yi Hao and the others were slightly familiar with him, and he was the only adult. This was indeed the fact. No matter how fiercely the fight was between those mad teenagers, none of them dared to approach them, and some even stayed away from them intentionally or unintentionally. Ollie, what's going on the island these 2 days? Ignoring the teenagers who were fighting for food and the 300 frightened teenagers behind him, he glanced at Ollie, who was sitting there leisurely enjoying the food, and asked, 5 people who tried to escape from the island were killed by me, and 7 people died while fighting for food. Ollie responded in a cold voice, as if he was narrating a common occurrence. At this time, Ollie had already begun to possess the posture of a leader in the Doomsday. He is indifferent to life, fearless, and at the same time able to control his subordinates. Hearing his words, Yi Hao nodded without blaming Ollie at all. It was just a death, so fresh, as if people died everywhere, whether it was the end of the world or now. This was a normal thing, but one was done openly and the other was done secretly. Well done, this is Goblin Fan. I reward you. As he spoke, Yi Hao took out a small bag of goblin powder that he had packed long ago from his backpack. The amount was about 1/10 of the goblin powder he used before. Goblin powder is a kind of natural treasure that is very valuable to the hands of the weapon, whether in the Doomsday or now. Yi Hao doesn't have much left now, and there is no stable replenishment channel, so he has been using it sparingly. Of course, this is for others. They can absorb it themselves and won't feel bad if they use it all up in a day. After all, no matter how good something is, it's useless if it's not used. But he is still very harsh on others. Before coming, the original bag of goblin powder had been divided into small bags of 1/10 and 1/20 as a reward. No matter when, it is necessary to reward people according to their merits. As a boss, if you want to lead your subordinates well, you must be clear about rewards and punishments. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Hao's words, Ali's expression immediately changed. He rolled over and caught the small medicine bag thrown by Yi Hao. He even fell to the ground himself, unwilling to let this medicine bag get any damage. For him, there is no need to worry about food. He can go hunting by himself or collect it directly from other teenagers on the island. At least no one dares to refuse to give him food. Therefore, compared to those teenagers who are still fighting for food, Ollie values things like goblin powder that can enhance strength more. He deeply understood a truth. On the Independence Island, if you have strength, you can easily possess everything. If you don't have strength, no matter how much you have, it will be taken away. However, Yi Hao and Ali's actions completely shocked the 300 young men behind him. Chapter 65 takes shape. The 300 young men were all dumbfounded. In their previous 20 years of life experiences, they had all been instilled with a truth. Fighting is something bad kids do, and anyone who fights will be punished. At their current age, they're unable to understand the underlying reasons behind this matter, and they're even less able to guess why Yi Hao did this. But they all realized that the Yi Hao in front of them might not be as amiable as they imagined, nor was he the big brother who would protect their safety. Woo woo woo, I want to go back to the orphanage. It's so scary here, Brother Yi Hao. Can you take us away from here? I won't come here to study anymore. This is not the place of hope that I want. No one knew which boy started crying out first, but then all 300 boys started making a fuss. The looks they gave Yi Hao were complicated, containing awe, hope, fear, and pleading. Now on the entire independent island, the person they are most familiar with is Yi Hao. They hope that Yi Hao can take them out of here. At the same time, they are also extremely scared because of what Yi Hao said just now. Ollie, let them understand the rules here within 5 minutes. Yi Hao glanced at the hundreds of young men behind him, ignored them, and spoke coldly to Ollie. Once these young people enter the Independence Island, they will have no chance of leaving before the end of the world. And when the Doomsday comes, they definitely don't want to leave here. The real Doomsday will definitely be 100 or 10,000 times more terrifying than here. Therefore, Independence Island will be their survival base for a long time in the future. As for teaching the rules to these 300 teenagers, it would naturally be best to let Ollie do it. Ollie is the leader of Independence Island, and all of them will have to obey Ollie's orders in the future. So it is most appropriate for Ollie to be the one to show their strength when they first enter Independence Island. At the same time, Yi Hao did not have the experience to discipline so many teenagers. He only needed the strongest 10 to 20 of them to listen to him. Hearing his words, Ali quickly put away the goblin powder in his hand and put it carefully into his pocket. Then his eyes froze and a cold aura emanated from him. Obviously, these four people are Ali's recent subordinates. Yi Hao glanced at Ali, somewhat surprised that he had recruited his men so quickly. Then he turned his gaze towards the four young men. A boy who was so dark that he was almost as dark as an American. One of them was of burly build, half a head taller than the other teenagers, and looked extremely strong. With a bulging eye and a signature big mouth, it looks a bit like a toad. The last one was about the same size as Ali, and was playing with a Ruishi military knife that he had found from somewhere, spinning it around on his fingertips very skillfully. These four teenagers originally wanted to kill Ali and become the leaders of the independent island themselves, but after being beaten up by Ali, they all became his subordinates. Their real names are not these. These are nicknames given to them by Ali. However, they're very vivid and can be recognized at a glance. When Xiao He and his four companions walked towards the 300 teenagers, the rest of the teenagers who were fighting for food all stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch, looking as if they were enjoying a good show. After 3 days, they had fully understood the rules on Independence Island, which was completely the bloody and brutal law of the jungle. The most important thing here is to do everything possible to keep yourself alive. At this time, Xiao He finally spoke. He imitated Yi Hao, glanced at the 300 young men, then smiled wickedly and shouted, "Stop the noise. You new guys, listen up. This place is called Independence Island. There are two bosses here. One is the general boss Yi Hao, and the other is the leader Ali. Everyone, including us, has to listen to them. As for the rules of Independence Island, they are very simple. 1. Try your best to survive. 2nd, you're not allowed to leave the island without permission. These are the rules. If any of you are dissatisfied, please stand up." It's just that his age of only 18 or 19 and his immature face don't match his words at all, and his aura is also much weaker. But it still frightened the 300 young men who had not seen much of the world. For a moment, they all fell silent, and no one dared to stand up and express their dissatisfaction. Xiao He was very happy to see this, and turned to look at Ali with a smile, indicating that it had been done. "I am Ali. There is no need for me to introduce Yi Hao to you. Did you all hear what Xiao He said just now? If you don't agree, stand up now. Is there anyone who doesn't agree?" Ali was like a local boss, standing in front of 300 people without any fear, looking down on everyone present. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and seeing that no one dared to respond, he finally spoke again. "If you don't obey, follow the rules. If you break the rules, you will be beaten up at the very least or killed directly at the worst. If you doubt whether I will kill people, you can try." After saying that, he glanced coldly at the 300 teenagers, and seeing that no one dared to say anything, he turned around and left with a lack of interest, cursing them a few times, calling them cowards. Yi Hao, who was standing aside, glanced at Ali, Xiao He, and the others, and nodded secretly in his heart. Although they are still teenagers around 18 or 19 years old, they have already begun to possess some characteristics of ruthless people and can be considered to be beginning to look like Doomsday survivors. After all, facing 300 teenagers of the same age, not many people would dare to make such harsh remarks. As for the 300 young men who were already stunned, Yi Hao ignored them. After staying here for a few days, they will deeply understand the rules of survival here. "Ali, come with me. I have something to tell you." After the voice fell, he walked in one direction without caring whether Ali heard it or not. Ali was stunned and looked at Yi Hao with some fear. On the entire independent island, the only person who could make him afraid was Yi Hao. After a slight hesitation, he finally followed. Chapter 66, CEO of Chungfei Group. "Ali, do you hate me?" Arriving at a secluded place, Yi Hao stopped, looked at Ali with emotionless eyes, and asked. Hearing this, Ali was stunned again, took a step or two back, gritted his teeth, and said, "Hate. Why didn't you kill me that day?" Yi Hao continued to ask, still showing no emotional fluctuations in him. "That day, you knew I was hiding behind the boulder." Hearing his words, Ali was startled and said subconsciously. He thought he was hiding well, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Yi Hao. Then he felt relieved again. Although he was young, he was not stupid. Especially after experiencing life on the independent island in the past few days, he understood a lot more things. Since Yi Hao had said this, he was obviously well aware of the fact that he had hidden behind the boulder that day and secretly observed him doing extreme training under the waterfall, and he also knew that he had wanted to kill him. I can't do it, Ollie said frankly. He knew that there was no need to explain any further. If Yi Hao wanted to kill him, he would definitely not survive. Yi Hao glanced at him before speaking again. I have brought the herbs you need for the medicinal bath. Find a place to hide these herbs and distribute them according to the dosage every day. In addition, I need you to train 10 to 20 strong and fearless people from these 400 people. After saying this, Yi Hao turned around and left. There are many things that are not the right time to tell Ollie now. When the time comes, Ollie will naturally understand. Looking at Yi Hao leaving alone, Ollie suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He was perceptive and realized that Yi Hao must have a lot of things in his mind, but he couldn't tell anyone, including himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about those things. He didn't know what was in Yi Hao's mind, but he knew that if he wanted to help him, he just had to do what he said. I will listen to you until I lose the confidence to kill you. Ollie suddenly shouted at Yi Hao's departing figure. Yi Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not respond to Ollie. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, is this Chairman Yi Hao? I am Chung Fei, CEO of Chung Fei Group. Is it convenient for you to talk now? The phone was connected and a very calm voice came. Yi Hao has been busy with various things these 2 days and has not paid attention to the situation at Chung Fei Group. So he doesn't know that Chung Fei Group has been reported to have discovered rare metals, and its stock price has been hitting the daily limit for consecutive days. I'm Yi Hao. What's the matter? Yi Hao responded in a cold voice. Chung Fei on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard the voice. No matter how cold Yi Hao's voice was, it was still easy to distinguish as the voice unique to young people. In fact, for an old hand like Chung Fei, he was quite sensitive to these subtle things. And Yi Hao's youth obviously exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, anyone who could be so generous as to spend $1 billion to buy the stock of a company that was about to go bankrupt at such a critical moment must be an old man who had been in the business world for many years, or at least the CEO of a company similar to his. However, Yi Hao's youth did not make Chung Fei underestimate Yi Hao at all. On the contrary, he treated Yi Hao with more respect. The older generation can make such accurate decisions due to their rich life experience, but it is not easy for young people to do this, or they must have a strong background. In reality, most of these situations are due to the latter with a strong background. When Chung Fei called Yi Hao today, he had mixed feelings. Originally, he was the chairman of Chung Fei Group, but due to the intervention of unknown forces, the market value of their company kept falling. If he hadn't been reluctant to give up the foundation he had worked so hard to build, he would have declared the company bankrupt long ago. However, although the company has turned around and does not have to declare bankruptcy, he has become the second largest shareholder of the company. The position of the first shareholder has been taken over by Yi Hao, which can be regarded as transferring the company to others. Moreover, according to the data from the economic department, the third shareholder is also eyeing his position and may exceed his shares in Chung Fei Group at any time. This made him very anxious. After discussing with some company veterans, it was decided to hold an enlarged shareholders meeting first to meet the first and third largest shareholders who had appeared inexplicably and see what the situation was between the two parties. If possible, try to take back some shares from the largest shareholder so that Chung Fei Group is still under their absolute control. Otherwise, if Yi Hao, as the largest shareholder, wanted to declare the company bankrupt, they would have no ability to object, unless they can get the support of the third largest shareholder. But until now, they don't know who the largest and third largest shareholders are, let alone what their ideas are. So Chung Fei immediately used his connections to find the largest and third largest shareholders. Fortunately, he is the CEO of Chung Fei Group, so it is relatively easy for him to obtain information about the two major shareholders. After some twists and turns, I finally got Yi Hao's contact information through the F-City Securities Exchange. Then he immediately called. This is roughly the current situation of the company. When Chairman Yi has time, we can hold an enlarged shareholders meeting to explain the situation in detail. After briefly telling Yi Hao about the current situation of the company, Chung Fei finally told Yi Hao the purpose of his call. Yi Hao thought about it for a while and finally nodded in agreement. His schedule was very tight, and he had not wanted to attend this kind of expanded shareholder meeting, but this meeting was related to rare metals. The rare metal is most likely the meteorite iron needed to build the Doomsday Chariot, so he had to attend this enlarged shareholders meeting. At the same time, you can also take the opportunity to absorb the meteorite from outer space through the Doomsday Chariot blueprint. This way he can focus on finding the other materials he needs. Yi Hao always had a feeling that the Doomsday Chariot in his mind was very important to him, and even affected how he would face the Doomsday in the future. In addition, the funds he has are becoming less and less. After spending them in the past few days, he only has less than 50 million left. This amount of money is far from enough for him to stock up on various materials for Doomsday. So after absorbing all the meteorite from outer space, he can cash in the shares of Changfei Group. That is a huge amount of money. The stocks purchased with 1 billion have doubled to nearly 3 billion with a continuous daily limit in the past few days, and the number is still skyrocketing every day. If nothing unexpected happens, Changfei Group stock will continue to hit the daily limit for nearly 2 months, and by then his 1 billion will become 100 billion. Okay, Chairman Yi, I look forward to your on-site guidance of our work tomorrow. Changfei responded respectfully. The two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Chapter 67. Multiple Clouds Moving, Refining Pills. After Yi Hao decided to go to Changfei Group tomorrow to attend the enlarged shareholders meeting, Li Rushuang, who was far away in Wanwan, also got the news. Yi Hao, I want to see who you are. Li Rushuang hung up the phone and said with a gloomy expression. Zhao He, the head of the intelligence department standing in her office, was covered in cold sweat. After much investigation, he finally found out Yi Hao's background. He was a freshman at a university in City F. Both his parents had passed away, and he managed to go to college with the help of his parents' compensation money. There's only so much background information that can be found, but who would believe such background information? How could a freshman with no background who could only go to college with the help of compensation money from his parents have 1 billion in funds and boldly invested all of it in the stocks of Changfei Group? This is obviously unreasonable, but this is the final result after his repeated investigations. Li Rushuang glanced coldly at the trembling Zhao He, pressed the phone a few times, and said a few words. Soon, several burly men walked in. They first saluted Li Rushuang, and after Li Rushuang waved her hand, they dragged the limp Zhao He out to deal with him. 3 days ago, she had warned Zhao He to investigate Yi Hao's identity and background thoroughly, otherwise he would die. Now the 3 days are up, and Zhao He has given her background information that even a fool would not believe. If she doesn't kill him, she will be doing herself a disservice. You have to know that if someone like Zhao He has no ability, he will only die because he knows too many secrets of the consortium. Similarly, when Zhao He entered this line of work, he already knew that he would end up like this sooner or later, and he did not dare to resist. If he doesn't resist, and is the only one who dies, his family will get a large sum of money and live a peaceful life. If he resists, he will die, and his entire family will die too. This may be the tragedy of intelligence personnel, who have always lived in darkness, and whose final ending is also very miserable. Ignoring Zhao He's affairs, Li Rushuang began to plan the enlarged shareholders meeting of Changfei Group tomorrow. If Zhao He dies, Li He, Huang He, and Bai He will immediately appear. It's no big deal. However, she needed to be extremely careful with Yi Hao, whose background even their consortium could not investigate. She deeply understood that the power behind this kind of person whose background could not be investigated was definitely more terrifying. She even wanted to inform the shareholders of the consortium about this matter and discuss whether to cancel the plan of Changfei Group. After all, once you fight with someone like Yi Hao, whose background even the consortium cannot find out, a battle of an extremely high level will break out. But in the end, Li Rushuang suppressed it and planned to attend the enlarged meeting of shareholders of Changfei Group tomorrow to determine whether it was necessary to inform the shareholders of the consortium about this matter. After all, they have not taken any action against Yi Hao yet, so at least they will not anger the forces behind the other party for now. While the outside world was in turmoil, Yi Hao didn't pay any attention to it. He found a place and began to try to refine pills. Last night, he brought the medicinal materials needed for the pill recipe in his mind to Old Master Hong. Watch how Old Master Hong made the pills and also tried it himself. The so-called refining is actually not that difficult. The main thing is to pay attention to the time of adding various medicinal materials into the medicine furnace, as well as the corresponding fire. After all are processed, knead them into a pill shape, continue to quench them with fire for a period of time, and the pill will be successfully refined. This method has been passed down from ancient times. Few people use it now. Only Chinese medicine practitioners use pure manual refining. When Western medicine doctors or pharmaceutical companies really want to make pills, they usually use machine processing directly, which is faster, more convenient, and suitable for mass production. However, the machine processing method requires the process to be programmed in advance and is generally used to make a single medicine. Once the year or type of the medicinal material is changed, it is necessary to change the process in a very cumbersome manner. However, the effect of the refined pills is not much different from those made purely by hand. Therefore, Yihao thought about introducing a batch of pill production lines so that he could produce medicinal materials in large quantities. After the Doomsday, these medicinal materials would be sold at a sky-high price. In fact, before he was reborn, there were people above him who specialized in doing this kind of thing, relying on selling pills in exchange for various necessary survival materials and armaments to consolidate his own power. However, it is still a bit too early to do this now. Introducing a production line requires a lot of money. In addition, the relevant programming talents are not suitable for control for the time being. After all, the Doomsday has not yet come, and they will not easily obey Yihao's orders. So Yihao decided to put this matter on hold, select a few targets first, and then bring them directly to the Independence Island when the Doomsday comes. By then, in order to survive, they will only obey orders and will not have any other ideas. One of the targets he selected was the Situ family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine. The Situ family has all the talents and relevant equipment in this area, and they're also a family of traditional Chinese medicine and have done in-depth research on Chinese medicine, which will be of great use in Doomsday. Retracting his thoughts, Yihao began to refine the pills independently according to the method taught by Master Hong. Although the refining process is very complicated, fortunately, the pill recipe in Yihao's mind has detailed records of each step, so it is sufficient to make it according to the above method. After deciding on a recipe for a body-tempering elixir, he began refining it. Last night, Yihao not only learned how to refine pills, but also asked Old Hong to help him determine the efficacy of several prescriptions. In addition, he also bought Old Hong's family medicine furnace, which is said to increase the success rate to a certain extent. Body-tempering pill tempers the body, strengthens the cervical vertebrae, and has the effect of significantly improving cultivation. Yihao had many prescriptions similar to the body-tempering pill in his mind, but in order to avoid raising suspicion among Old Hong, he did not reveal them all at once. Refining pills is like practicing cultivation. There is no sense of the passage of time, and Yihao is completely immersed in it. The first time I refined a herb, I didn't control the temperature of the fire well, so I failed. During the second refining, there was a deviation in the time of refining medicinal materials, and it failed. Since this was the first time that Yihao started to refine the pills independently, he tried 10 times in total, but only succeeded 3 times in the end. However, his technique became more and more skilled, and he succeeded twice in a row. The success rate of refining in the future will definitely exceed 30%. Chapter 68: Advancement to the 4th Level Warrior. After successfully refining 3 body-tempering pills, Yihao shook his dizzy head and did not continue refining the pills. Refining pills is different from extreme physical training. It consumes the mind and spirit, which needs to be restored through rest. Otherwise, the whole person will feel dizzy, and continuing to refine will affect the success rate. Yihao took out 3 body-tempering pills and the 2 body-strengthening pills that he and Old Hong had refined last night and swallowed them in one gulp. Boom! As the 2 pills entered his body, it was like a match igniting a gasoline barrel, and the medicinal effects instantly exploded in Yihao's body. Immediately, a dizzying feeling came over me. Yihao quickly crossed his legs and closed his eyes, trying his best to absorb the powerful medicinal effects of the pills in his body. At the same time, the technique began to work rapidly, and the medicinal effects in the body finally began to work along the trajectory of the technique, and visible changes occurred in the body wherever it passed. Aged cells die quickly, and tough new cells are born. This cycle repeats over and over again. Yihao's body becomes stronger and stronger, and every muscle in his body contains explosive power. Another body-tempering pill. Yihao, who was originally concentrating on absorbing the medicinal power, suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed another body-tempering pill, because just now he actually vaguely felt a sign of a breakthrough. This made him very happy. Yesterday, thanks to the help of acupuncture and meridian unblocking by Elder Hong, Yihao broke through from the late stage of the 2nd-level warrior to the middle stage of the 3rd-level warrior. As soon as the 2 pills entered his body, the powerful medicinal effect instantly made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds again, and he reached the late stage of the third-level warrior almost in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for these 2 pills, Yi Hao guessed that it would take him at least 10 days to cultivate to the late stage of the third-level warrior. As for breaking through to the 4th-level warrior, it will take at least nearly a month. And this is the result of his extreme daily exercise and the addition of goblin powder to the medicinal bath. Otherwise, the time would be greatly extended. What is the most important thing for Yi Hao now? Time. He lacks it too much. There's still many things that have not been completed, and his cultivation is still a long way from reaching the 10th level warrior. Therefore, every time his strength improves, he will be very happy, because it means that he is one step closer to achieving his goal of dominating the Doomsday, and he has a greater chance of surviving the Doomsday. Especially when the end of the world is likely to come early, strengthening your strength is definitely the most joyful thing. So as soon as he felt that there was a possibility of breaking through to the 4th level warrior, he immediately took another body-tempering pill. After the elixir entered his body, his cultivation, which had been stagnant, began to grow rapidly again. Yi Hao put all his strength into activating his skills and began to train his mind, trying to break through to the 4th level warrior in one fell swoop. There is no time during cultivation. When Yi Hao opened his eyes again, it was already early morning of the next day. He practiced mind training for a whole night, and fortunately, hard work paid off, and he finally achieved his wish and advanced to the 4th level warrior. A long-lost power. A slight arc appeared on Yi Hao's lips. Before his rebirth, he was at the peak of the 5th level warrior. Now, he has successfully broken through to the 4th level warrior. It is just a matter of time before he can restore his strength to the 5th level warrior, which makes him very happy. Wow, this smell is really good. Yi Hao suddenly noticed a strong smell of sweat coming from his body. Just now, when he broke through to the next level, many filthy things were excreted from his body along with the sweat. Although the effect was not as obvious as a complete transformation, it had the same effect. But this stench is indeed a bit unpleasant. He immediately rushed to the edge of the pool, took off his clothes, and dived into the water. Hiss, I'm starving to death. After washing in the puddle, an unprecedented feeling of hunger suddenly came over me. With every successful breakthrough, my strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and at the same time, the feeling of hunger would become more intense, as if it were a routine. Without stopping for long, Yi Hao rushed into the dense forest ahead like a gust of wind. There are all kinds of treasures in the dense forest, and what attracts Yi Hao the most are the various game in the mountains. Not long after, Yi Hao ran out of the dense forest carrying a sick deer, 3 rabbits, and 5 pheasants in his hands. Light a fire, start grilling, and soon the aroma of meat wafts out. The conditions on the independent island are indeed much worse than those in the outside world. There are no seasonings such as salt, chicken essence, cumin, and crushed black pepper. Fortunately, these wild animals themselves have their own unique, delicious taste. After a simple grilling, they're also a delicacy. As the fire burns, the aroma becomes more and more tempting. Soon, some children came over following the scent. The first group of children who arrived at Independence Island had not eaten properly for 4 days. Many of them had only eaten some wild fruits in these days. The prey they had finally hunted was snatched away by other children. They were also most sensitive to this kind of smell. The 300 children who arrived at Independence Island yesterday also felt hungry after a day. This unique meaty aroma is so lethal to children like these. However, when they found out that the person who was grilling the food was Yi Hao, the first group of children who arrived at Independence Island shook their heads and left to look for food. They knew clearly that Yi Hao would never give them any food, and they also felt that they could not defeat Yi Hao and could not snatch food from him. However, none of the 300 children who had just arrived at Independence Island yesterday left. In their opinion, Yi Hao had so much food that he definitely could not finish it all by himself. After Yi Hao was full, perhaps they would be able to beg for some. So, a strange scene appeared. Hundreds of children stood in a circle far away, staring at Yi Hao in the middle, who was enjoying the delicious food, their saliva flowing all over the ground, and gathered together to almost form a small stream. But will Yi Hao give them food? The answer is obviously no. To get food on the independent island, you have to find and steal it by yourself. It is impossible to beg for food from others. This is the law of survival in the Doomsday, and it is also the law on the independent island. So under the expectant gazes of all the children, Yi Hao stuffed a whole sick deer, 3 hares, and 5 pheasants into his stomach, even chewing up the bones and swallowing them. Finally, he patted his full belly and burped comfortably a few times. Many children cried when they saw it, especially when Yi Hao ate a pheasant leg at the end. A large group of children all burst into tears as if they had suffered a great injustice. Yi Hao naturally ignored them, pushed aside a few crying children, walked out of the crowd, and found Ollie, who had just returned from hunting. Chapter 69, Arrival at Chung Fei Group. Ollie, how is the training of the 300 children going? Yi Hao directly handed over the 300 children he brought yesterday to Ollie for training. He did not plan to spend too much time on this. The reason why we focused on training Ollie and his group of children first was to make it easier for the children brought over later so that they could be directly handed over to Ollie and his group for discipline. Anyway, what he needed were the 10 to 20 strongest children among the 400 children. He didn't care too much about how many of the rest of the children could survive. Although the Doomsday has come and caused a sharp drop in the population, there are still relatively many humans who survive in the end, especially those survivors at the bottom of the society, who are as numerous as cattle and horses and are all struggling to survive. If these children died, Yi Hao could easily recruit a large number of survivors from the Doomsday to serve as free labor, and he only needed to provide a relatively safe shelter and a little food. Just like he did before, I taught them the practice method and let them try the benefits of the medicinal bath. Ollie responded in a cold tone. His emotions towards Yi Hao were very complicated. There was extremely strong hatred, a hint of dependence, and many confusions. It was the appearance of Yi Hao that completely changed the trajectory of his life. This change cannot be said to be good or bad, but it is definitely cruel. In just a few days, he has killed several people. If this happened somewhere else, even if he was just a child, he would have been shot several times with weapons. At the same time, he was not sure whether his current situation should be considered good or bad. Sometimes he would even be awakened by nightmares at night, dreaming that the children he had killed came back to take their lives. All this was caused by Yi Hao. If he didn't do this, he would die. Yi Hao didn't give him any choice. Well, I'll leave them to you. I'm going to be out for a few days. Yi Hao ignored his attitude, nodded, turned around, and left. This time he left Independence Island, not only to deal with the affairs of Chung Fei Group, but also for some other periods. For example, the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron previously ordered from the steel plant is almost due within the originally agreed 5-day delivery time. It seems that the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron should have been produced by now. This time he will find an opportunity to absorb the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron into the Doomsday blueprint. Of course, he planned to do this secretly. Purchasing 10,000 tons of gray cast iron would definitely be a huge amount of money, at least tens of millions. With tens of millions, wouldn't it be good to buy more medicinal materials and store more food? Another thing is that he had no place to store 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, so secretly absorbing it directly using the Doomsday drawings in his mind was definitely a very good choice, saving both money and trouble. However, he did not know that it was his idea that led to the robbery of 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, which shocked the whole country. In addition to this, there were also gold mine robberies and rare metal robberies, all of which occurred one after another in a short period of time, causing a huge sensation in Kyushu. After leaving Independence Island, Yi Hao returned to the villa. After breaking through to become a 4th-level warrior, Yi Hao was covered in sweat. Although he had recovered briefly on the Independent Island, the strong smell of sweat still remained on his clothes. On the way back just now, many passers-by covered their noses and quickly dodged to the side. Yi Hao completely ignored these strange looks. After all, once the matter is over, no one will remember it. And it's just a little sweat smell. People in the Doomsday have long been used to it. Many survivors even drink sewage and urine directly in order to survive. This is the most normal thing. If he had stayed on the Independent Island, Yi Hao would not bother to care about these things, but he would be attending the enlarged shareholders meeting of Chung Fei Group later. Not to mention that he had to dress up elaborately, but he still had to pay attention to his personal hygiene. After all, this enlarged shareholders meeting may very likely affect whether he can obtain the meteorite. Not long after, Yi Hao changed into a set of clean and tidy clothes and went directly to Chung Fei Group. The head office of Chung Fei Group is not in City F, but in City N in the neighboring province. Taking into account Yi Hao's special identity, Chang Fei originally planned to hold a shareholders' meeting in City F, but was rejected by Yi Hao. The purpose of his attending this meeting was to scout the Chang Fei Group headquarters to facilitate his theft of those rare metals. Chang Fei also considered that Yi Hao would probably visit the Chang Fei Group on site, so he didn't say much and decided to hold the meeting inside the head office. When Yi Hao took the high-speed rail to the designated location, Li Rushuang also took a special plane to the headquarters of Chang Fei Group. Li Rushuang is the CEO of their consortium, so naturally he has his own private jet. Moreover, this time he will be meeting with Yi Hao, whose background is unclear, so he has to show off his momentum and pomp. However, she didn't know that Yi Hao didn't care about these things. Yi Hao, today I want to see how realistic your acting is. Li Rushuang closed the information in his hand and said to himself. Just now, she checked the information collected by Zhao He again, but still didn't find anything suspicious. Finally, she stared at Yi Hao's photo for half a minute. The photo shows the scene when Yi Hao was in school. Li Rushuang stared at it for a long time and found that Yi Hao in the photo really looked like an ordinary college student. A pair of willow-shaped eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. She thought she had a sharp eye, but she couldn't find any flaws in Yi Hao, which made her judgment of Yi Hao even worse. "Boss Li, we're here." A pretty female assistant spoke up. The female assistant's name was Bai Ying. She was about 1.67 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body and curvy figure. Even in front of Li Rushuang, her brilliance was not completely overshadowed by her. However, if someone treats her as a vase, they will definitely die miserably because she has received professional special forces training and has also mastered Taekwondo and Judo. No less than 10 people have died at her hands. At the same time, Yi Hao also got out of the taxi. Chapter 73 Party Meeting. Yi Hao did not spend his time on ostentation. For him, instead of spending money on buying Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Lamborghini, it would be better to stock up more medicinal materials and food. This can be seen from the fact that he rented a villa. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Yi Hao came here by taxi and was unable to drive directly into the Chang Fei Group, so he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. "My name is Yi Hao, looking for your boss Chang Fei," Yi Hao said calmly. The security guard looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. He naturally knew that a big boss named Yi Hao would come to inspect the company today. A huge banner had been hung in the conference building, and even salutes had been prepared. President Cheng was personally standing in front of the conference building waiting. But no one expected that the person who had to be personally greeted by the company's boss would actually come by taxi. According to his idea, such a big boss must come in a row of neatly arranged cars, just like in the movies and TV, followed by a large group of bodyguards in black uniforms. As a result, Yi Hao had nothing here. He was completely not on the same level as Mr. Li, who had just entered in a special plane. However, he did not dare to offend Yi Hao, so he said hello to his colleagues, rode a cool motorcycle, and took Yi Hao to the conference building. Yi Hao naturally understood what the security guard meant, but he ignored it. All the pomp and circumstance are imaginary. There is no need to waste money on it. Only things that are useful for the coming Doomsday are the real good things. Chang Fei Group is very large, and no one knows how much land it covers. However, Yi Hao can't see the end at a glance. Led by the security guard, we drove for more than 10 minutes and finally arrived at the conference building. In front of the conference building, Chang Fei was having a conversation with Li Rushuang that was not very meaningful. Compared to Yi Hao's background, which is hard to find, Li Rushuang's background is easy to know. After all, she is the CEO of their consortium and the top decision-maker of their consortium, and she has long been famous. In addition, through some clues, Chang Fei discovered that the mysterious force that previously controlled their company was most likely the consortium to which Li Rushuang belonged. He couldn't find out before because he didn't see any results. Now the net has been closed, and everything has become a foregone conclusion. If he still can't find out, he won't have to continue to hang around in the mall. After all, a mall is like a battlefield, or even more dangerous. If you're not careful, you will be ruined and your family will be destroyed. However, Chang Fei and Li Rushuang did not point out these things, and they even looked like they were having a very pleasant conversation. Of course, Chang Fei wanted to kill Li Rushuang in his heart, but he didn't dare to. The background behind Li Rushuang was too powerful, and he couldn't contend with it. The sudden arrival of the taxi finally ended the awkward conversation between the two. They all looked towards the taxi at the same time, with a flash of doubt in their eyes. They're all people who have experienced many ups and downs, and the first ability that needs to be perfectly mastered is to keep their emotions hidden. Being able to make them show a hint of doubt is already a rare thing. Hey, how could you bring someone here? Neither Li Rushuang nor Chung Fei spoke out, but this was Chung Fei Group after all, so a senior executive of Chung Fei Group stepped forward and questioned the security guard with a hint of anger on his face. Obviously, once things here are dealt with, the security guard will definitely be fired. The person in the car said he was Yi Hao. The security guard almost cried when he finally finished his sentence stutteringly. He felt bitter in his heart. He didn't want to do it, but people had already revealed Yi Hao's name. If he was not allowed to come in, he would be doomed. You stupid. Just when the executive was about to scold the security guard, Yi Hao got out of the car. The reason he was delayed just now was because he was paying the taxi driver. After all, he came here by taxi, so he had to pay. After all, the taxi driver doesn't care who Yi Hao is. However, everyone present had heard Yi Hao's name, but only a few people, such as Li Rushuang and Chung Fei, had seen Yi Hao's photo. As soon as Yi Hao walked down, he was recognized by them at a glance. When the executive noticed the movement behind him, he immediately stopped what he was about to say. Bossy, we have known each other for a long time, and now I am honored to meet you today. Your reputation is well-deserved. The old fox Chung Fei walked up quickly and spoke from a distance with a smile on his face. In one sentence, he revealed the fact that Yi Hao came here by taxi. Li Rushuang also followed, and a look of surprise appeared on her face again. She found Yi Hao more and more interesting. Even at this time, he was still acting and pretending to be a grassroots. But with so many people present, who doesn't know that you, Yi Hao, spend 1 billion at a time? It's useless to pretend. It will only become a joke behind others' backs, which is definitely not something a smart person would do. But is Yi Hao not a smart person? The answer is obvious to everyone. Those who think Yi Hao is a fool are the real fools. Moreover, Yi Hao's behavior does not rule out the suspicion of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. So the group of people have different feelings about Yi Hao's behavior. Anyone who can do things that others cannot do is a master, and Yi Hao is the master in their eyes. After all, if they had the same generosity as Yi Hao, they would definitely not come by taxi. Just by such a coincidence, everyone became very interested in Yi Hao, even more than the ostentatious Li Rushuang. Mr. Chung, thank you for the compliment. Yi Hao responded calmly, completely ignoring the thoughts of those old foxes. At the same time, he glanced at everyone present, and finally his gaze stayed on Bai Ying for a few seconds. The reason why he stopped for a few seconds was because he recognized Bai Ying standing behind Li Rushuang. She was the cold-faced female killer from a powerful force in the Doomsday. At that time, Yi Hao only caught a glimpse of her from distance. He saw her sitting on a mutant beast, watching coldly as a group of her subordinates and another force fought for a rare treasure. Finally, when she made her move, the remaining dozen or so 6th-level warriors of the opponent were all slaughtered by her within a minute. The leader of the 7th-level warriors of the opponent could only barely last 3 moves in front of her. Then her head was chopped off and eaten by her mutant beast. What's the matter, Mr. Yi? You like my assistant? Xiao Bai, come here. Let Mr. Yi take a good look at you. At this time, Li Rushuang came over and spoke with a faint smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ying immediately walked forward a few steps, smiled, and nodded to Yi Hao, saying hello. If Mr. Yi likes Xiao Bai, I can consider giving her to you with great reluctance. Li Rushuang said with a smile again, and even reached out to pat Xiao Bai, deliberately teasing Yi Hao. It implies that if Yi Hao accepted Bai Ying, he could also slap her like this. Bai Ying immediately lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Yi Hao. Doing this is completely to test Yi Hao's strength. See if Yi Hao is a person who is easily controlled by external things. Of course, if Yi Hao really dared to accept Bai Ying, she would really let him, but it was not certain whether Yi Hao would be lucky enough to enjoy it in the end. Bai Ying is not an ordinary assistant. She won't even blink if she wants to kill someone. Moreover, Li Rushuang was not worried at all that Bai Ying would betray her. Anyone who could stay by her side was firmly controlled by the consortium and would not betray her even if they were offered enormous benefits. What if I'm attracted to both of you? Yi Hao's expression was calm, his eyes wandering over every part of Li Rushuang's body, his slightly upturned mouth corners revealing a hint of teasing. Chapter 71, Is there anyone else who knows that the end is coming? Since Bai Ying is Li Rushuang's personal assistant, it is very likely that the force that Bai Ying is loyal to at the end of the world is exactly the consortium that Li Rushuang belongs to. Of course, It is also possible that after the Doomsday, the surviving Bai Ying will turn his allegiance to other forces. If it was the latter, it would be fine, but if it was the former, the force that Bai Ying was loyal to was exactly the consortium that Li Rushuang was in, and Yi Hao smelled something different. It's very simple. Why would Li Rushuang and the others target Cheng Fei Group? Yi Hao targeted Cheng Fei Group because of his rebirth, and he knew that Cheng Fei Group would discover rare metals. Moreover, if he had not spent 1 billion to buy shares of Cheng Fei Group, it is very likely that Cheng Fei Group would have been directly acquired by Li Rushuang using this method. If it was just a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. The most reasonable explanation is that Li Rushuang and her group also knew about this, and even knew that the end of the world was coming. Yi Hao knew about the Doomsday because of his rebirth, but this does not mean that he is the only one in the world who knows that the Doomsday is coming. It is very likely that some powerful forces have noticed this situation through some clues. For example, the gradual increase of spiritual matter in the air or the sudden arrival of a meteor shower. Yi Hao is able to discover these changes, but it is possible that other forces could also discover them. Perhaps they don't know that the end of the world is coming, nor do they know what the Earth will look like after the end of the world, but they are very likely to guess some general situations, such as that this planet will usher in a huge change. Before his rebirth, Yi Hao was just an ordinary freshman, so it was normal that he did not realize that the end of the world was approaching, but this did not mean that everyone did not realize it. Especially those top powers in the world, the information they hold is absolutely terrifying. This is like a disaster blockbuster, 2012, that Yi Hao had watched before. Most people in the world did not realize that the end of the world was approaching, but many countries had secretly united to prepare for the coming Doomsday. For example, they made every effort to build several huge Noah's Arks and sold tickets to some of the top forces. The more Yi Hao thought about these things, the more shocked he became. He was just an ordinary man with no background, and all he could rely on was his rebirth from the apocalypse. If the world's top forces also knew about this situation, it would undoubtedly create huge obstacles for him to dominate the Doomsday. So after hearing what Li Rushuang said, Yi Hao followed her words and teased her in return. Because once people get angry, they tend to reveal some hidden information. So is Li Rushuang angry? The answer is no. Li Rushuang is able to become the CEO of one of the world's top financial groups. So how could she be easily angered? Instead of being angry, she smiled even more. She also imitated Yi Hao's appearance and looked him up and down. Finally, she stared at Yi Hao's sensitive parts for a long time before finally speaking. Boss Yi is really generous. He actually took a fancy to both of us sisters. However, Boss Yi's body shape may not be able to control us sisters. Yi Hao naturally understood what she meant by this. Looking at your sensitive parts for a long time, and finally saying that you can't control them, this is just saying that you are not good enough. However, Yi Hao was not overwhelmed by her simple words. He immediately dodged and put his arms around Li Rushuang's slender waist. He smiled against her cheek and said, "How do you know if you don't try?" Because they were too close, the warm breath from his mouth when he spoke directly onto Li Rushuang's cheek. It was obvious that Li Rushuang's body trembled violently. Yi Hao's sudden action shocked everyone. The bodyguards brought by Li Rushuang had already put their hands into their pockets, as if they were going to take out weapons. Bai Ying was also stunned, then quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab Yi Hao's arm. Just at this moment, Li Rushuang finally reacted from her dazed state. Yi Hao's bold and presumptuous behavior was completely beyond her imagination, and Yi Hao's skills also surprised her. Although she had not received any professional training in martial arts, she was quite familiar with Bai Ying's skills. Even if the person standing opposite was a special forces soldier with extremely strong physical fitness, he would not be able to get close to him under Bai Ying's protection, let alone hug him. But Yi Hao did it. This shows that Yi Hao's skills are better than Bai Ying's. And this is definitely not a strength that a college student can possess. You have to know that Bai Ying is the one who has passed numerous tests and survived among the children that their consortium has trained since childhood. Her strength far exceeds that of the so-called special forces. But Yi Hao's strength is even higher than this, which means that the strength behind Yi Hao is definitely even more terrifying. In an instant, Li Rushuang understood a lot of things and also understood why Yi Hao dared to come here alone. It's just like the old saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. So Li Rushuang immediately stopped Bai Ying and the others' actions. They must not touch Yi Hao before finding out the power behind him. Besides, this is Kyushu, with so many people present. If they start fighting and use weapons, even for their consortium, it will be difficult to end the situation, and they may not be able to return to Taiwan alive. In Kyushu, weapons are always a red line that cannot be crossed. Of course, if the senior executives of Chung Fei Group were not present, Li Rushuang might have made a different decision. After all, if they fired weapons, killed people, and ran away directly back to Taiwan, no one would be able to find them. But that's definitely not the case now. Li Rushuang spoke with a calm expression, without any trace of panic. Mr. Yi, there are too many people here. We can try again later in a deserted place. Chung Fei on the side also noticed that something was wrong, especially when he saw Li Rushuang's bodyguards reaching their hands into their pockets. His face changed drastically, and he quickly spoke to smooth things over. Haha, Director Yi, Director Li, the way you young people greet each other is really unique. But everyone, please don't stand outside. Please come in. His words were obviously trying to give Yi Hao a way out. After saying that, he nervously looked at Yi Hao, waiting for him to express his opinion. Chapter 72, Undercurrent. Of course, Yi Hao was also very clear about the current situation. As soon as those bodyguards reached into their pockets, he knew that they had weapons on them. From Bai Ying's reaction at that moment, he knew that Bai Ying was definitely a professionally trained person with very good skills. Come on, Mr. Li, let's go inside and talk. Yi Hao smiled indifferently, still holding Li Rushuang's hand, and walked inside with her in his arms, not paying any attention to Bai Ying and the group of bodyguards. The expression on Li Rushuang's face was extremely gloomy. From the time she was born till now, no one had ever made her suffer such a big loss as today. However, she was very clear about Yi Hao's skills. If she did anything extreme, she would probably be killed on the spot. Finally, she gritted her teeth. Her expression returned to calm, and she let Yi Hao embrace her and follow him into the meeting room. But he secretly swore in his heart that if he got the chance, he would put Yi Hao's hand into the meat grinder, grind it into a pile of minced meat alive, and then throw it out to feed the wild dogs. Bai Ying and the bodyguards behind her did not dare to act rashly when they saw that Li Rushuang did not give any orders. In the end, they stared at Yi Hao and followed them in. Chung Fei and others were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. If these two groups fight here, no matter what the final result is, he will not have any good ending. Li Rushuang's background is not just talk. It is definitely not difficult for the other party to kill her. As for Yi Hao, whose background cannot even be found, he is even more impossible to offend. After all, he even dared to provoke Li Rushuang, let alone Chung Fei. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and followed quickly, worried that something unexpected would happen. After entering the meeting room, Yi Hao very gentlemanly helped Li Rushuang pull out a chair and then sat down next to her. People who don't know might think that they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but everyone present knew that there was a hidden murderous intention in this. If they were not careful, someone would die here. Someone would ask Yi Hao if he was afraid. The answer is not to be afraid. Although a 4th-level warrior cannot avoid the attack of weapons, he can definitely kill Li Rushuang the moment the opponent draws his weapon. So as long as Li Rushuang is controlled, there is no need to worry about others. Li Rushuang was very clear about this, and Bai Ying and others also understood it. So even if they hated Yi Hao in their hearts, they did not show it on their faces. They just wanted this damn meeting to end quickly. Especially Li Rushuang. She felt uncomfortable if she stayed with Yi Hao for one more second. Director Yi, Director Li, this is the current situation of the group. This rare metal is still under development, but I believe it won't be long before it can be used in drones. Chung Fei was also very clear about the current situation. The meeting, which was originally planned to last 1 to 2 hours, was completed in just half an hour. He was really scared. If anything happened to these two ancestors today, he would not be able to bear it. As for the matter of rare metals, he knew he couldn't keep it secret as it had already spread to the outside world. So he spoke out directly and frankly. Yi Hao and Li Rushuang had no interest in what Chung Fei said. The only thing that interested them was rare metals. Mr. Chung, can you take us to visit the research base? Let's see what's so special about this rare metal. Almost at the same time, Yi Hao and Li Rushuang both expressed their desire to visit the rare metal research and development base. Then the two looked at each other again and sized each other up again. Sure, Director Yi and Director Li, please come this way. Since both major shareholders had spoken, how could Chung Fei refuse? On the way to the visit, Yi Hao still naturally put his arms around Li Rushuang's slender waist. Li Rushuang was so angry that her face turned pale and blue, but she couldn't say anything. She could only curse Yi Hao's dirty hands countless times in her heart. Fortunately, Yi Hao did not do anything more extreme. Otherwise, she really couldn't guarantee that she would not get so angry that Bai Ying and the others would kill this bastard who took advantage of her. The scientific research base is a high-rise building covering an area of 400 square meters. It contains a lot of equipment with a very high level of modernization. Many of the equipment Yi Hao has never seen before, but he didn't show it because that would have shown he was cowardly. So he has only one expression when he sees anything, which is no expression. There was no expression on Li Rushuang's face. She was tired of these devices. The only things that interested her were rare metals. Soon the group arrived at the Rare Metal Research and Development Department, where many scientific researchers in dust-proof suits were busy conducting research. Seeing Cheng Fei and others coming in person, the project leader finally came over to greet everyone, and then introduced the current status of the research. Yi Hao and Li Rushuang listened attentively, which was rare for them. After some research, we only know that this rare metal involves folded space and has super high hardness, and other aspects have not yet been researched. After listening to the person in charge's introduction, Yi Hao took a look at the laboratory and found that there was only a small piece of rare metal in it, which was constantly being tested on the instrument. Mr. Cheng, has the group only discovered such a small piece of rare metal? Just as Yi Hao was thinking, Li Rushuang suddenly spoke. Well, the rest of the rare metals are placed in the warehouse and are under the care of a special person. Cheng Fei said after a moment of hesitation. Rare metals are the core of their group now, and the control is very strict. It is because Yi Hao and Li Rushuang are shareholders, otherwise he would never disclose this information. In particular, he was very wary of Li Rushuang. Previously, their group was under the control of Li Rushuang's consortium. If Yi Hao had not intervened, their group would have been acquired by Li Rushuang. If it weren't for the timing discrepancy, Cheng Fei suspected that Li Rushuang might have deliberately done that little trick just because of this rare metal. However, Cheng Fei's intuition still made him doubt Li Rushuang's motives. Now that they met, he began to doubt Yi Hao again. It is obvious that Yi Hao's interest in rare metals far exceeds other things. However, Yi Hao had not specifically targeted their group before, which made him a little less wary of Yi Hao. After all, everyone would be interested in something as exotic as rare metals. Mr. Cheng, can you take us to visit the rare metals in the warehouse? Sure enough, Li Rushuang's voice was heard again. Cheng Fei immediately showed an embarrassment on his face. Chapter 73 Riot. Let's go and have a look. Just when Cheng Fei was hesitating, Yi Hao also spoke. The purpose of his coming to Cheng Fei group today was to find rare metals and find the right time to steal them. Seeing that both of them said so, Cheng Fei had no choice but to nod and agree. At the same time, he was secretly calculating in his mind that after Yi Hao and Li Rushuang left, he would immediately transfer the rare metals and send more personnel for protection, or ask the country to go out for protection. Cheng Fei Group is originally a military-industrial enterprise, and its predecessor even specialized in manufacturing for the armed forces. It is now transforming into a social enterprise, but it still has a certain relationship with the armed forces. Moreover, the country has already shown interest in rare metals and is prepared to invest in cooperative research and development. It was just that Cheng Fei was still hesitant before because he was very clear about the development potential of rare metals. But now seeing that Li Rushuang and Yi Hao were very interested in rare metals, he knew that he could not keep these rare metals by himself. After making the decision, Cheng Fei felt relieved. As long as the country intervenes, he believes that even Li Rushuang and Yi Hao will not be able to get their hands on rare metals. He then generously took Yi Hao and Li Rushuang to visit the warehouse. The warehouse where the rare metals are stored is very secret. It is actually located under a large warehouse. One needs to press an inconspicuous mechanism on the wall to enter. If Cheng Fei hadn't led the way, I'm afraid no one would be able to find this place. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the underground warehouse, and there are a lot of security guards. You can encounter a team of patrolling security guards every 3 minutes at most, and there are secret posts in many places. It is extremely difficult to sneak in here without knowing it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Hao and others finally saw the rare gold locked in a huge iron cage. In addition, the iron cage seemed to be electrified. There were 8 security guards standing in pairs in 4 directions around the cage, looking around vigilantly. Along the way, Yi Hao was observing the distribution of these guards unnoticeably and keeping them in mind. Li Rushuang and his group were also constantly looking at the surrounding situation. Director Li, this is the meteorite we found. Rare metals are mined from it. This iron cage is surrounded by high-voltage electricity. If someone gets close to it, they will be stunned or even electrocuted to death. Cheng Fei introduced with a smile. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this arrangement and didn't think anyone could steal the rare metals here. Of course, this does not include directly sending a large force to rob. This is also the reason why Cheng Fei is afraid of Li Rushuang. He knew very well that with Li Rushuang's background and strength, he could send people to snatch the rare metals. As for Yi Hao, he was not sure, but since he dared to go against Li Rushuang, he probably had the ability to snatch rare metals. Yeah, that's right, the control is very strict. Li Rushuang nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Li, thank you for your compliment. Compared with the methods of Mr. Li's consortium, I am nothing. Cheng Fei smiled and said politely, then raised his hand to look at the hand at hand, and said, Mr. Li, it's almost time for dinner. Shall we go back and eat while we talk? Boom! As soon as Cheng Fei finished speaking, a group of burly men in uniform suddenly rushed in and knocked the patrolling security guards to the ground. The remaining security personnel discovered the situation and immediately rushed over to provide support. Some security personnel also went to sound the alarm to report the situation. Boss Yi, I didn't expect you to bring so many men with you. I really underestimated you. Suddenly, when everyone was in chaos, Li Rushuang stared at Yi Hao with her eyes fixed and said with a cold expression, What? Mr. Yi, is this the person you sent? Cheng Fei was shocked and immediately distanced himself from Yi Hao and Li Rushuang. A group of security personnel quickly protected him and several senior executives. However, he has not yet completely believed Li Rushuang's words, and now he can't tell who sent these people. At the same time, he quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Before convening the shareholders' meeting, he had taken this situation into consideration and asked the Wu Wei battalion from a nearby military subdistrict to come for help. Now they are hiding in another warehouse. As long as Cheng Fei calls, they will rush over immediately. Hello. Why is there no signal on my cell phone? Suddenly, Cheng Fei became even more panicked because he found that the mobile phone signal in the warehouse was blocked, which meant that he could not pass on the news here. At the same time, the alarm in the warehouse was not sounded. The security guards who rushed over and the security guards who were already inside were all controlled by the group of burly men who suddenly rushed in. Mr. Yi, Mr. Li, no matter whose men these people belong to, stop now while there is still room for maneuver. I can guarantee that we will pretend that nothing happened. Cheng Fei said to Yi Hao and Li Rushuang with a grim expression. I came here by taxi. How do my people sneak in? Yi Hao said lightly, and at the same time grabbed Li Rushuang's arm even harder, holding her firmly in front of him to block the weapons that her bodyguard were pointing at him. The other hand pinched her neck. If Bai Ying and others made any move, Yi Hao would strangle her to death. Li Rushuang said that just now because she wanted to distract Yi Hao so that she could escape from Yi Hao, but she was caught tightly by Yi Hao. When Cheng Fei heard it, he reacted instantly and stared at Li Rushuang with a grim expression. If these people were brought by Yi Hao, they would have been discovered long ago. Only Li Rushuang, who came here on a special plane, could have brought in so many people. Director Li, please stop now while the situation is still under control. To be honest, there was a Wu Wei battalion station next to this warehouse. Although you have blocked the cell phone signals now, it is impossible to transport the rare metals without making a big noise. By the time the Wu Wei battalion arrives, you still won't be able to transport the rare metals. If you retreat now, I can pretend that this incident never happened, and I will ensure that you leave safely and I will not pursue any responsibility for this incident. Cheng Fei persuaded with a flushed face. It's not that he was really kind enough to pretend that this incident never happened, but he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Li Rushuang. Besides, the current situation is not favorable to him, and those security personnel will not be able to hold on for long and will all be knocked down. Moreover, once the people from the Wu Wei camp rush over, there will be no room for maneuver, and both sides will definitely go to war. He knew clearly that Li Rushuang and her men were armed, and if a fight broke out, there would be heavy casualties. Moreover, Li Rushuang might very likely take him hostage, and by then he might not be able to keep Li Rushuang and her men. Boss Chung, I knew you hid a Wu Wei battalion in the warehouse next to you. But if they don't come out, it's fine. If they do, they will all die. Li Rushuan snarat. When her people came in, they had already buried explosives outside the warehouse where the Wu Wei battalion was located. Once they rushed out, they would be blown to death. After saying this, she spoke to Yi Hao, who was holding her hostage. Yi Hao, I don't know what kind of power you have behind you, and I don't want to conflict with you. If you let me go, I will let you leave here. We can still be friends when we meet in the future. After saying that, she turned her gaze towards Yi Hao, waiting for his reply. Chapter 74, Confrontation. Li Rushuang's words already showed her willingness to give in. She didn't want to offend the forces behind Yi Hao. Moreover, her goal has always been rare metals. Once she gets the rare metals, she will lead her people to quickly evacuate Kyushu and return to Taiwan. Once they left Kyushu, they had no worries about being caught again. These are just some rare metals. It is impossible for Kyushu to send armed forces to Taiwan to arrest them. The most they can do is strongly condemn and protest, and issue a few explicit statements and orders. The Taiwanese authorities will definitely not touch their consortium because of this matter. Another thing is that there have already been various problems between the Taiwanese authorities and Kyushu, so this little friction will not have much impact, even if Li Rushuang and her team succeeded in obtaining the rare metals. This plan was not the first one they had decided on. They originally wanted to acquire Chung Fei Group and then naturally own the rare metals. After all, they don't want to come into conflict with the Kyushu government. Once a conflict occurs, too many aspects will be involved. But no one expected that Yi Hao would suddenly appear and disrupt all their plans. In the end, they had no choice but to take the risk and make this plan. But plans still cannot keep up with changes. Li Rushuang did not expect that she would be caught by Yi Hao and taken hostage. This made her very angry. It could be said that all her plans were disrupted by Yi Hao, and she wanted to kill Yi Hao. But now was definitely not the right time. The best option was to take the rare metals away from here first. However, she didn't know that Yi Hao's target was also rare metals. Could he just watch the rare metals being taken away by Li Rushuang's men? The answer is obviously no. He loosened his grip on Li Rushuang's hand, and then slapped her hard on the face, which was very elastic. At the same time, he said, I don't accept any threats. Li Rushuang's teeth were grinding, and her pretty face turned purple from anger. Yi Hao, you will definitely regret your actions today. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Hee, that's a matter for the future, Yi Hao said as he slapped her hard on the face again, almost making her go crazy. Bai Ying and the others also had their eyes blazing with fire, staring at Yi Hao. If looks could really kill, Yi Hao would have died hundreds of thousands of times. Ignoring the resentful looks from Li Rushuang and the others, Yi Hao glanced at Chung Fei, who was still standing there stupidly, and said, Why are you standing there? Hurry up and call for help. Hearing this, Chung Fei immediately reacted. This place was not far from the warehouse where the Wu Wei camp was hidden. If a phone call didn't work, shouting loudly might be of some help. Chung Fei and the others immediately started shouting at the top of their lungs, but the sound stopped abruptly before it could be fully uttered. Several hand weapons with silencers were pointed at them. Bai Ying flashed behind Chung Fei and put a dagger flashing with cold light against Chung Fei's throat. If Chung Fei dared to move again, the dagger would definitely end his life. At the same time, the security personnel in the warehouse were all knocked down by the burly men who suddenly broke in, and none of them could stand up. After dealing with these security personnel, the big men from the escort company quickly gathered together and surrounded Yi Hao and others, all holding cold weapons such as electric batons, sharp knives, and machetes in their hands. It's not that they don't have weapons, but if something can be solved with cold weapons, they must not use weapons. It's summer here, so cold weapon fights can still be suppressed. But once weapons are used, things will get out of hand, and it will be impossible to suppress it. This is also an unspoken rule in the underworld. Yi Hao, I'll give you one last chance. Let me go, and I'll let you go. A bone-chilling voice came out of Li Rushuang's mouth, and at this moment her pretty face was already covered with frost. Obviously, her hatred towards Yi Hao has reached its peak. If the rare metals were not too important and she could not figure out the forces behind Yi Hao, she might really act regardless of the consequences. Bang! There was another crisp sound, and Yi Hao slapped Li Rushuang's, but again, and this time it seemed that he was particularly hard. Li Rushuang's pretty face turned pale with pain. As a hostage, you must know your own limitations. Yi Hao said coldly in her ear. Then he glanced at the group of people surrounding him and said coldly, "If you don't want your beautiful boss to die, get out of my way. You idiots, ignore this guy and load the rare metals onto the plane first. If he dares to kill me, you'll just beat him to pieces." Li Rushuang was completely furious and roared at the group of men from the escort company. Now it's a sure-win situation. I can't just throw away such a good situation just because I'm being held hostage. At the same time, she didn't believe that Yi Hao really dared to kill her. As long as she died, Yi Hao would never be able to get out alive. I have to say that Li Rushuang is indeed a very smart woman. Even in this situation, she can analyze everything so thoroughly. After hearing this, the big men from the escort company immediately took action. They seemed to be well-trained and would take action immediately once Li Rushuang gave the order. This also put Yi Hao into a completely passive position. With so many people and weapons on the opposite side, if Li Rushuang really died, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even if he escaped, he would have missed the best opportunity to obtain rare metals. He was waiting for the people from the Wu Wei camp to notice that something was wrong here. Time passed minute by minute, and with the joint efforts of a group of escort men, the iron cage around the rare metal slowly rose up. At the same time, the high-voltage electricity on the iron cage was turned off, and the rare metal appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Just as the escorts were preparing to carry out the rare metals, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. The Wu Wei battalion hiding in the warehouse next door finally realized that something was wrong and rushed out. Chapter 75, Who Stole the Meteorite? Chapter 75, Who Stole the Meteorite? The violent explosion in front of the door of the warehouse next door caused the factory warehouse where Yi Hao and his colleagues were to shake violently. Especially the wall close to the neighboring factory warehouses, a big hole was blown out directly. The warehouse where Yi Hao and his team were located was originally underground, and all kinds of rocks immediately fell down from above. The huge iron cage that was pulled up suddenly fell from the air, and a group of burly men who were preparing to transport rare metals immediately fled in all directions. Bai Ying and the others were also busy dodging the rubble, and finally all fell to the ground. Yi Hao pressed Li Rushuang under him and also fell to the ground. Of course, he was not helping Li Rushuang out of kindness, but the best opportunity to steal the rare metal had finally arrived. He immediately activated the Doomsday Chariot blueprint in his mind and absorbed the rare metal placed not far in front of him. Everyone else was dodging the rubble and paid no attention to what was happening on his side. Of course, no one would have thought that such a huge amount of rare metal would be stolen directly. Time passed minute by minute, and the shaking warehouse finally returned to calm again. Bai Ying and the others pushed aside the rubble that was pressing on them and stood up. Li Rushuang also struggled to push away Yi Hao, who was pressing on her. At that critical moment, just now, she didn't expect that Yi Hao would use his body to help her block the rubble. At that moment, her resentment towards Yi Hao was reduced a lot. However, she would not develop any girlish feelings for Yi Hao because of this matter. People in her position have already become hard-hearted. What about rare metals? Suddenly a shout was heard, and everyone subconsciously looked towards the place where the rare metals were originally placed. But there was nothing there. That was a meteorite weighing dozens of tons. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Find it. Hurry up and find the rare metal for me, or you will all die. Li Rushuang was completely out of her mind. She had spent a lot of money, time, effort, and even her life, but someone had stolen the rare metal right in front of her. Cheng Fei on the side was also dumbfounded. That was a meteorite weighing tens of tons. They took a lot of effort to drag it back with the rear 8 wheels. Now it was stolen in the blink of an eye, without even a trace left. Also, none of the soldiers from the Wu Wei battalion who were hiding in the warehouse next door survived the explosion just now. They were all killed. He knew very well that today's incident had become a complete escalation and could not be suppressed at all. At this time, Yi Hao shook his dizzy head and slowly got up from the ground. Using the Doomsday Chariot blueprint to absorb dozens of tons of meteorites at once consumed a large amount of his mental energy. However, he had the soul of a peak 5th-level warrior, and his own strength had reached that of a 4th-level warrior. He recovered in a short time. Yi Hao, you're the one who caused all this trouble. I will kill you. At this time, Li Rushuang had gone completely crazy. He snatched the silenced weapon from a security guard next to him and fired at Yi Hao. She was really crazy, otherwise she would never fire a weapon herself. After all, there were so many subordinates here, and her weapon skills were not as good as those of her subordinates who robbed people every day. Another thing is that if she kills someone with her own hands, she will be responsible for the death. If she is caught, she will still be executed with weapons. But she has lost her mind now. She has spent so much manpower and resources, but to no avail. How can she remain calm? And this also gave Yi Hao a chance to survive. Li Rushuang fired her weapon in anger. She fired without even locking the crosshairs on Yi Hao. The first two weapons didn't even hit Yi Hao. When the next few weapons were about to hit Yi Hao had already dodged to the side. In the end, all the bullets in the pistol were used up, and not a single shot hit Yi Hao, and not even his clothes were scratched. Boss Li, it's enough. Let's evacuate quickly. There was such a violent explosion here. The security and armed forces of Kyushu will be here soon. If we are any later, we will not be able to leave. At this time, Baiying suddenly rushed over and stopped Li Rushuang, who was still desperately pulling the trigger, but no bullet was fired and had a ferocious look on his face. Humph! Yi Hao, remember this. Sooner or later I will kill you. Li Rushuang has always been the person in charge of a top financial group and has outstanding self-control. After venting his emotions, he recovered from his rage and spoke coldly to Yi Hao, who was hiding behind the rubble. After saying these harsh words, he did not hesitate any longer and immediately led his men out of the warehouse and returned to his private plane. She knew very well what would happen to her if she was caught by Kyushu. Even if the consortium behind her came forward, they would not be able to save her. Not only will he not be able to be saved, but there is a high possibility that he will send someone to kill him. She knew the consortium's way of doing things very well. Someone like her, who knew so many secrets, would have no chance of survival if she fell into the hands of other forces. Check for me. Who is this reckless guy who dared to take advantage of my leak and steal the rare metals in front of me? After successfully evacuating to the plane, Li Rushuang's face was still ashen and his lungs were almost exploding with anger. After going through so much trouble, they still failed to get the rare metals and also caused a lot of trouble. At least to Kyushu country, they can no longer come here easily. The funds for the factory, originally jointly built in Kyushu, also had to be withdrawn immediately. It is a peaceful time now, but an entire Wu-Wei battalion was killed in the explosion. This is a huge matter. Li Rushuang knows very well that the Jojo Kingdom will probably launch a retaliatory action immediately. After taking a few deep breaths, she took out her satellite phone to make a call. She needed to report the matter to the consortium and make various corresponding arrangements. She will be busy for some time to come. But no matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not imagine that the person who stole the meteorite weighing dozens of tons was Yi Hao. At that time, Yi Hao was pressing on her body. According to common sense, he had no time to steal a meteorite weighing dozens of tons. Moreover, it was impossible for one person to carry the meteorite away. So she ruled out Yi Hao as a suspect first. After ruling him out, how could she find the real culprit behind the scene? And not only Li Rushuang thought so, Cheng Fei also thought so. After Li Rushuang and others retreated, Cheng Fei was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He was just an ordinary businessman, but he experienced a day more exciting than a movie, which made him still unable to recover. He also witnessed what happened with his own eyes and completely believed in Yi Hao. Even if he had to doubt, Shuang's suspicion was far greater than Yi Hao's. After all, Yi Hao was the only one who appeared from beginning to end. Mr. Yi, are you okay? After a long while, Cheng Fei finally found Yi Hao, walked over and asked, I'm fine, but this matter cannot be told to anyone. Yi Hao said coldly with a gloomy face. Chapter 76 begins to build the Doomsday Chariot. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Cheng Fei was stunned, then suddenly understood. The reason why Cheng Fei group stocks were able to hit the daily limit was because they discovered rare metals. Now the rare metals have been stolen. If this matter were reported by the media, Cheng Fei Group would really have to declare bankruptcy this time. After understanding the key, Cheng Fei immediately ordered his men to block the news of the rare metals being stolen. Mr. Yi, you said that the rare metals were stolen in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Li Rushuang and the others did it? In the end, they deliberately put on such a show for us in order to get rid of suspicion. After explaining various things without stopping, Cheng Fei found Yi Hao again to discuss with him. After what happened before, Cheng Fei now trusts Yi Hao very much. At the same time, he also wants to use the power behind Yi Hao to suppress Li Rushuang's group. I can't rule out this possibility. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Yi Hao responded with a livid face, looking very angry. Of course, he was acting for Cheng Fei by doing this. There was chaos at the time, and all surveillance was destroyed. No one saw him put the rare metals into the Doomsday Chariot blueprint. And after what Li Rushuang did, she is now the most suspicious. Yi Hao naturally will not miss the opportunity to escape. He will definitely throw all the suspicion on Li Rushuang and the non-existent shocking thief. In addition, this matter cannot be carried out. One reason is that Cheng Fei is considering the stock issue, and the other is to make it convenient for Yi Hao to continue stealing other materials needed to build the Doomsday Chariot. Therefore, the smaller the noise caused by this incident, the better. Anyway, he has already got what he wanted. However, Cheng Fei didn't know about his thoughts. He was extremely happy when he heard that he would investigate the matter personally. Until now, Cheng Fei still believes that the power behind Yi Hao is very terrifying, especially since Li Rushuang expressed several times in the end that she was very afraid of the power behind Yi Hao, which made him believe it even more. He was also aware of the gap between himself and Li Rushuang, and did not have the courage to seek revenge on Li Rushuang privately. The confrontation between Yi Hao and Li Rushuang is what he most wants to see. Moreover, Yi Hao's trouble with Li Rushuang was also in the past. After all, Yi Hao is now the largest shareholder of Cheng Fei Group. Thinking of this, Cheng Fei immediately said various words like, "Thank you for your hard work," and "please," and at the same time kept expressing his apologies, worried that Yi Hao would cause trouble for him. "Mr. Cheng, I'll leave the matters here to you. It's not convenient for me to meet with people from the military. Also, don't tell anyone about my appearance here," Yi Hao said with a dark face. It has to be said that Yi Hao's acting skills at this time are completely comparable to that of an Oscar winner, but no one gave him the award. The reason he was able to do this was because he had no second chance. "I didn't handle today's matter well. I will apologize to Director Yi another day. As for the fact that Director Yi appeared here, I will tell everyone not to spread the news and just pretend that Director Yi has not been here today." Cheng Fei nodded and agreed. Although he didn't know why Yi Hao asked him to do this, he didn't ask. He was very clear that people of Yi Hao and Li Rushuang's level would be involved in many aspects of their interests in everything they did. Especially considering that Yi Hao has been wandering around in the outside world in an extremely low-key manner, there must be other deeper reasons. Considering Yi Hao's background that is completely unknown, people dare not reveal Yi Hao's existence to the outside world. Yi Hao had no idea what Cheng Fei was thinking, but since he had agreed, Yi Hao believed that he would definitely not reveal to others that he had been here. He nodded immediately and left Cheng Fei Group before the security and military arrived. Sitting on the high-speed train back to City F, Yi Hao observed the changes in the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot. Gray cast iron, 0.999.9 tons. Gold, 0 tons. Titanium alloy, 0 tons. Meteorite iron from outer space, 23 tons. Sure enough, the rare metal is meteorite iron, but I didn't expect there would be 13 tons more. Looking at the drawing, Yi Hao showed a rare smile on his face. The meteorite iron needed to manufacture the Doomsday Chariot has exceeded the standard, and the gray cast iron will be completed in a short time. Finally, only gold and titanium alloy are left, and the Doomsday Chariot can be manufactured. In addition, Yi Hao discovered that the chariot on the Doomsday Chariot blueprint seemed to be much more solid than before after absorbing 23 tons of meteorite iron from outer space. Yes, it is indeed much more solid. Yi Hao has a good memory. After a careful comparison, he found that the Doomsday Chariot, which was originally just lines, now actually has a little bit of the feeling of a real object. It seems that after absorbing all the necessary materials, the Doomsday Chariot can be manufactured. Yi Hao thought to himself, of the remaining materials, gold is not difficult to find. It is only the titanium alloy that takes a little time. However, the amount of titanium alloy needed is not very large, only 50 tons. Yi Hao believes that he should be able to get it. Building Doomsday Chariots has always been another major way for Yi Hao to dominate the Doomsday. He could even imagine how comfortable and cool it would be when the Doomsday comes, riding his Doomsday Chariot through the crisis-ridden world, sweeping away zombies and mutant beasts. Maybe we can build the Doomsday Chariot first. As he was thinking, Yi Hao with his heart pounding, suddenly decided to put everything else aside and make the Doomsday Chariot first. He always felt that the Doomsday Chariot would be a great help in his domination of the Doomsday. The reason why we had not started to build the Doomsday Chariot before was that meteorite iron was difficult to find on the entire Earth before the meteor shower arrived. Now that the problem of meteorite iron has been solved, the only things left are a few materials that can be found on the Earth. Naturally, there is no reason to delay any longer. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Yihao immediately began to look for relevant information about gold and titanium alloy. 100 tons of gold certainly cannot be purchased from gold shops, such as Chow Tai Fook and Jean Lu Fook. It would cost a huge price, and it would be too scary. It would easily attract attention from many parties and bring you a lot of trouble. What Yihao hates most is trouble, so he set his target as the gold mine. Some of the larger gold mines in the country are basically controlled by the state, but it is not difficult to sneak in. You can conduct on-site inspections as a businessman or enter as a gold miner. The management is definitely not as strict as Chung Fei Group's control over rare metals. At most, they will check whether anyone is hiding gold on their person when they enter or leave. This was obviously not a difficult task for Yihao, who directly absorbed the gold into the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot. As for strategic reserve materials such as titanium alloy, forget about it in China, as they are all firmly controlled by the military. Yihao once bought a ton of low-strength titanium alloys available on the market, such as titanium wires, titanium rings, titanium cakes, etc., and tried to activate the Doomsday blueprint to absorb them, but there was no reaction at all. After some searching on the internet, I found that titanium alloys are divided into many grades. The titanium alloys available on the market are all the lowest grade titanium alloys, which contain only a very small amount of titanium element. They cannot even be called true titanium alloys. Titanium alloys that truly have ultra-high strength, ultra-high corrosion resistance, and ultra-high heat resistance are used to make aircraft engine compressor components, rockets, missiles, and high-speed aircraft structural parts. And these are all strategic reserve resources and cannot be circulated on the market at all. But this is not difficult for Yihao. During the time since his rebirth, he has been thinking about this problem, and now he has found a solution. Chapter 77, What Doomsday Survivors Miss Most. Just because ultra-high performance titanium alloys cannot be purchased domestically does not mean that they cannot be found abroad, especially in places where wars are ongoing, such as Syria. Therefore, the chances of success in purchasing ultra-high performance titanium alloy in Zulia are very high. After all, they produce a large number of weapons, such as missiles, every day. Perhaps some missile fragments picked up on the road contain ultra-high performance titanium alloys. However, there's a bad situation when going to Syracuse. Yihao does not know much about Syria. Relatively speaking, he would rather find Syria's war dealers and buy ultra-high performance titanium alloy from them. However, he hasn't found anyone in this area yet. Fortunately, we don't have to collect titanium alloy immediately. The most important thing now is to collect gray, cast iron, and gold, which are relatively easy to find. Collecting titanium alloy can be left for the last. By the time I had sorted out my thoughts, the high-speed train had already arrived in City F. After a busy day, Yihao didn't even have lunch. Fortunately, he was used to being hungry in the Doomsday and didn't feel that bad. But there is nothing to do now. Even if we want to steal the 10,000 tons of gray, cast iron, we have to wait until night. Yihao immediately started looking for a place to eat on the road. After all, he couldn't treat himself badly no matter what. Amazon self-service grilled steak. Soon he chose a buffet restaurant. Yihao was very happy that he was able to collect meteorites so perfectly today, and that someone was taking the blame for him. He would definitely have a big meal to celebrate. After paying the bill and entering the buffet restaurant, Yihao's eyes suddenly lit up. If you ask a Doomsday survivor what they miss most before the Doomsday, it must be the buffet. You pay the entrance fee, go in, and eat as much as you want. How happy is that? Today, Yihao finally fulfilled the wishes of those Doomsday survivors and had a big buffet. Steak, chicken lefts, chicken wings, pudding, beef roll, lamb roll, pork roll, egg tart, pizza. In the buffet restaurant, Yihao was like a hard-working little bee, constantly shuttling between various counters. No one noticed him at first, but when he was seen picking up food at various counters every few minutes, people started to take notice. When Yihao went to restock the dishes for about the 50th time, he finally attracted the attention of the restaurant manager. The buffet does allow for unlimited refills, so the manager did not make a fuss but just followed Yi Hao quietly to see where he hid the dishes. He didn't think that Yi Hao had eaten all the dishes. He guessed that he must have hidden them somewhere and was going to find an opportunity to take them out. He had actually encountered such a thing before and immediately paid attention to Yi Hao. Yi Hao had naturally discovered that someone was following him, but he ignored it. Dealing with such things was far less interesting to him than eating the delicious food. He immediately returned to his seat. The food he had placed on the stove before leaving was now cooked. He sat on the chair and devoured the dining table in no time. Soon, all the food on the table was gone. Then he put the things he had just loaded on the stove and grilled them with great skill, and then got up to add more food. The manager standing behind him was completely dumbfounded. This buffet restaurant has been open for several years, and the management has also been here for several years. He has seen many people who can eat a lot, but this is the first time he has seen someone who eats as voraciously as Yi Hao and eats with such relish. However, his surprise was just beginning. After adding the dishes, Yi Hao sat on the chair again. He ate in no time at all and stuffed all the food into his stomach. Then he put the dishes he had just brought back on the stove to grill and then added more dishes. This was repeated over and over again, and the manager's eyes were dazed. "Brother Liu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the guests here?" Just then, a waiter came over and spoke to the manager. "Huh? No problem. No, there's a problem. You stay here and watch. I'll go call the boss." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Just then he met Yi Hao, who had returned with another refill of food. He was so startled that he almost fell to the ground. The manager, called Brother Liu, left in a panic, as if he had lost his soul. When he came back, he was accompanied by several middle-aged men in suits and ties. "Oh my God, what's going on? There are so many people." Brother Liu brought the boss over, but saw that Yi Hao was surrounded by people, all of whom looked stunned. The boss's face immediately darkened, and he walked forward quickly, just in time to meet Yi Hao, who had gone over to order more dishes for who knows how many times. Not long after, Yi Hao came back again and acted out the scene that Brother Liu had just said to him in front of the boss. Suddenly, the boss's face turned green, really green. The boss is him. "What should we do? Should we kick him out?" Brother Liu said, stutteringly. He was really shocked by Yi Hao's appetite. The boss glanced at Brother Liu with an unpleasant expression, then glanced at the crowd and said in a very low voice, "Find out for me which idiot took his money and let him in, and make that idiot get out of here now." The boss was really shocked by Yi Hao's appetite. If every person who came to the buffet was like Yi Hao in front of him, he would have to close the restaurant in a few days. In fact, he also wanted to kick Yi Hao out, but there were so many guests around, and Yi Hao did not violate their rules. He did eat everything. It was just that his appetite was astonishingly large. There was no reason to kick Yi Hao out, but if he didn't release this evil fire, he would suffocate to death. At that moment, the waiter who took Yi Hao's money was killed. At the same time, the boss had someone take a photo of Yi Hao and told the other waiters that if Yi Hao came again, they should say there was no seat left. After that, he left angrily. Yi Hao completely ignored all of their concerns. Today, he ate to his heart's content. He didn't even know how many people he ate. He only knew that he stayed in the buffet for 3 hours from the time he entered the restaurant to the time he left. He stretched his limbs, ate a lot, and replenished all the mental energy he had previously consumed in absorbing the meteorite iron from outer space, and reached his best condition. I'm full, time to work. Chapter 78. Now You See Me Zero. In the early morning, Yi Hao, dressed in night clothes, appeared in the warehouse where gray cast iron was stored at the F-City steel plant. With his current skills, as a 4th-level warrior, sneaking into the steel plant is a piece of cake for him. Neither the patrol officers nor the cameras captured him. Start absorbing. Avoiding the cameras in the warehouse, Yi Hao sat cross-legged in the middle of the pile of gray cast iron, using all his strength to activate the Doomsday Chariot blueprint in his mind and absorb the gray cast iron around him. 1 ton, 10 tons, 30 tons, 100 tons. Yi Hao discovered that this was different from absorbing meteorite iron from outer space. After absorbing only 23 tons of meteorite iron from outer space, he felt dizzy. But now, after absorbing hundreds of tons of gray cast iron, he still feels refreshed and not at all listless. Does absorbing different metals consume different amounts of mental energy? Yi Hao frowned and thought. In order to avoid dizziness and mental fatigue when absorbing meteorite iron, He specially brought with him the 30-year-old Tian Shan snow lotus bought at the last auction and other natural treasures that can significantly help restore mental strength. However, it seems that this is of no use now. Hundreds of tons of gray cast iron were absorbed into the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot without any feeling of mental fatigue. Never mind, let's just concentrate on absorbing the gray cast iron first. Shaking his head and stopping thinking about it, Yi Hao once again concentrated on absorbing the gray cast iron beside him. The warehouse was originally like a dense primeval forest, with neatly stacked gray cast iron rapidly decreasing like melting ice and snow. More and more gray cast iron is being absorbed into the Doomsday Chariot blueprint. At the same time, Yi Hao clearly observed that the Doomsday Chariot on the drawing became more and more solid, as if it really had a physical entity. At this moment, Yi Hao absorbed the mountain of gray cast iron even more frantically. 1,000 tons, 1,200 tons, 1,700 tons, 2,100 tons. Yi Hao quickly absorbed an astonishing amount of gray cast iron in the warehouse. The security personnel patrolling outside the warehouse did not notice anything unusual. No one had expected that the gray cast iron in their warehouse was disappearing rapidly in a way beyond their imagination. 5 minutes later, a whole warehouse of gray cast iron was finally absorbed by Yi Hao, leaving only a tiny bit of residual gray cast iron blocking the camera's view. At the same time, on the Doomsday Chariot drawing in his mind, the gray cast iron column had undergone tremendous changes. Gray cast iron, 10,211 tons. The Doomsday vehicle on the drawing is becoming more and more solid, and its external frame is basically complete, almost exactly the same as the real vehicle in real life. It seems to be missing a little bit of charm. There are still some key parts that have not changed. After carefully disassembling and comparing each component on the Doomsday Chariot drawing, Yi Hao finally discovered that there were still some imperfections in the Doomsday Chariot. For example, the engine, shafts, bearings, internal wiring, and other parts are still lines, while other places that have become solid lack some charm, as if something is missing. It seems that we must gather all the materials. After sighing, Yi Hao left the warehouse silently like a puff of green smoke without making any sound. Just like what Su Jima wrote in A Farewell to Cambridge. Quietly I leave, just as quietly I came. I waved my sleeves, and the entire warehouse was empty. After a busy day, Yi Hao returned to the villa. He sat cross-legged on the bed as if nothing had happened and began to practice mind training. The end of the world may come at any time, and any improvement is the greatest reliance for survival in the end of the world. While he was practicing, the outside world was in complete chaos. 2 warehouses of Chung Fei Group collapsed, rare metals were stolen, and an armed battalion was killed in the explosion. This was already a major event that broke the law in the peacetime Kyushu Kingdom. Soon after Yi Hao left, the military, security, and reporters all swarmed to the scene, and a cordon was set up at the scene. As the CEO of Chung Fei Group and an eyewitness to the incident, Chung Fei was investigated from noon to evening. Several groups of leaders from the city and province came. This matter is indeed too serious, and it involves a top consortium in Taiwan. The North and Taiwan are now in a period of sensitivity. Provincial and municipal leaders unanimously stated that this information must be blocked and all media are prohibited from reporting this matter in any way. Chung Fei also kept his confession to Yi Hao and did not reveal that he was also at the scene. Otherwise, the military, security, and other forces would have certainly investigated Yi Hao. Perhaps no problems can be found in the rare metals investigation, but the huge amount of money on Yi Hao will definitely attract their attention. No matter how lucky a person is, it is impossible for him to go from a pauper to a billionaire in just a few days. Even if he explains it by saying luck, probably no one will believe it. At least it is impossible for a normal person to put all the money he has into doing something. What's more, Yi Hao is also responsible for the tragic murder of the rich second-generation Li Wei's family and more than 20 hooligans. Although Yi Hao handled the matter very cleanly at the time and left no traces, all these things were concentrated on him, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Moreover, he would be pushed to the forefront, which would be very detrimental to his future actions, and he might even be able to find the independent island by following the clues. Once the independent island was exposed, it would be a disaster. There were hundreds of children there, fighting each other without any rules. It was a complete doomsday scene. Once this matter is discovered, Yi Hao has no choice but to run away. After all, the end of the world has not yet come, and he alone has no way to fight against a behemoth like the country. In fact, Yi Hao once thought about killing Cheng Fei and others to silence them, but then he changed his mind and realized that killing Cheng Fei would only cause more trouble. With the country's full efforts to track him down, he won't be able to hide for long, and once he's discovered, it'll be the end of him. Fortunately, everything went according to his idea. Cheng Fei did not reveal his existence, so his influence in this incident was minimal. But even so, this incident still caused a huge uproar within the company. Chapter 79, Trapped to Death. The intervention of the military and security authorities and the involvement of the Taiwanese consortium resulted in such a big incident happening to the Cheng Fei group, but the outside world did not get any information at all, and the media did not dare to report on it. However, another incident has aroused heated discussion among countless people. Have you heard? The largest steel plant in our city was robbed last night. More than 10,000 tons of gray cast iron were emptied out overnight without a sound. Magical things happen every year. Why do I feel that the plot of the steel plant being robbed is so similar to the movie Now You See Me? 10,000 tons of gray cast iron were stolen, and the many security personnel patrolling the factory didn't even notice it. Why do I feel like they're patrolling by a bunch of pigs? It must be that one of their own internal staff stole the money, or they were caught for corruption, so they deliberately did this to falsify the accounts. We've seen this happen many times. Early in the morning, the news of the theft at the steel plant spread throughout the streets and alleys. The news that the real-life version of Now You See Me appeared in City F instantly flooded the entire internet, and countless people were discussing this incident. At the same time, Wu Ingwei, the deputy factory director who was the real boss, had a face that was darker than the bottom of a pot. 10,000 tons of gray cast iron were stolen overnight, and no trace was left. Several groups of security guards came in the morning, and he even invited a well-known detective agency to come over, but they all looked at him with suspicion. Either they're cooking the books, or it's the work of supernatural forces, like the Yellow Eyebrow King in the TV series Magic Phone, who traveled here with his Chinquan bag and stole 10,000 tons of gray cast iron. This was the response given by the security guards and the detectives. Obviously, the following paragraph was mocking Wu Ingwei and treating them as fools. So after Wu Ingwei reported his safety, not only did he not get any clues about the suspect, but he also attracted the Procuratorate and the Economic Management Bureau to check their company's accounts. Some problems were indeed found, including tax evasion and poor product quality. Wu Ingwei was required to be fined 2 million yuan and to make corresponding rectifications to the company. This made Wu Ingwei very angry. Not only did he fail to find the whereabouts of 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, but he was also found to be covered in dirt. It was like buying a piece of tofu and hitting yourself to death. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as I saw the incoming call reminder on my phone, I groaned inwardly. The person who called was Yi Hao. Wu Ingwei could guess what it was about without thinking. It must be the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron that had been ordered long ago. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I believe you also know about the matter of the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron. Our steel plant was really patronized by damn thieves. Can you extend the delivery date of the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron by a few days? Why do we emphasize that the thieves really stole the iron? That's because no worker in the steel mill believes that thieves really stole 10,000 tons of gray cast iron. Wu Ingwei felt that he was more wrong than Do Yi, more bitter than bitter gourd, and his heart was cold. No, that won't work. Mr. Wu, I'm in urgent need of this batch of goods, so I paid you the deposit first. Now that you've done this, I can't explain to the company. Yi Hao said righteously. He had to make this call to add insult to injury. Otherwise, after such a big incident, and now the time for picking up the goods has been announced, if he, a customer who paid a deposit of 1 million, does not ask about it, it will definitely attract the attention of the security department. So he estimated a time and called on purpose. But this made Wu Ingwei suffer. Now he really couldn't get any help from heaven or earth, and he didn't know who to talk to about his grievances. However, he was also very clear that he was completely wrong in this matter with Yi Hao, and the other party still had a contract in hand. If he really sued him, he would definitely win. At that moment, Wu Ingwei was complaining and pleading with Yi Hao on the phone. After arguing for more than 10 minutes, Yi Hao thought the show was almost over, so he finally gave in and asked Wu Ingui to compensate him for his economic losses of 3 million yuan, including principal and interest, and not to publicize what happened here. Hearing that Yi Hao finally gave in, Wu Ingui was overjoyed. He readily agreed to all of Yi Hao's requests and thanked Yi Hao profusely. Why? Because according to the contract he signed with Yi Hao at that time, he would have to pay Yi Hao at least tens of millions in compensation to settle the matter. But now Yi Hao only asked for 3 million in compensation. For him, less loss is equal to profit, so there is no reason for him to refuse. As for Yi Hao's other requests, he just had to do them. It didn't cost any money. He just didn't reveal Yi Hao's information. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. However, if he knew that the 10,000 tons of gray cast iron was stolen by Yi Hao, he would probably want to die. I have seen people being cheated, but I have never seen someone cheating like this. This is really a scam to death. In the end, Wu Ingui agreed to all the conditions proposed by Yi Hao, and the matter between them was settled. Yi Hao once again got out of this matter perfectly. Not only did they successfully obtain 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, but they also made an additional profit of more than 3 million. The reason why he only asked for 3 million was because he didn't want to make the matter worse. He would not really sue Wu Ingui. Besides, it would be unreasonable to refuse the 3 million, as no one would refuse the money. Moreover, although more than 3 million is nothing to him now, it can at least allow him to buy some rare treasures. Moreover, he does not have much available funds now, only tens of millions. Although his shares in Changfei Group are worth more than 3 billion, he does not want to use the money for the time being. Because if there are no major problems, Changfei Group stocks will continue to hit the daily limit for a long period of time, and by then, what you will get will not be more than 3 billion, but 30 billion or even 300 billion. After hanging up the phone, Yi Hao put away his phone and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The matter of gray cast iron has come to an end, and the next thing is to collect 100 tons of gold. Collecting materials one by one means that the day of successfully manufacturing the Doomsday Chariot is getting closer. After packing up a bit, Yi Hao got up and headed to the location of a gold mine that he had finally found, City C. Chapter 80: The Real Gold Mountain. City C is a city district in Shandong Province, Kyushu. The gold mine output in Shandong region has always accounted for the majority of Kyushu's gold production, and even now, it still has great development potential. Although the gold production in several other major producing areas has continued to increase in recent years, it is still difficult to replace the old gold producing areas in Shandong. The gold mine that Yi Hao found was in a mountainous area in City C, Shandong Province. Compared with other places, gold mines in Shandong, which has always been a rich gold producing area, are much easier to find, and many of them are large gold mines with very high gold output. The gold mine that Yi Hao found was in a gold belt, similar to an earthquake belt. According to the collected data, the average grade of the gold mine is 2.45 grams of gold can be extracted from 1 ton of, or on average. The submitted gold resource is 127 tons, and the prospective resource reserves are more than 200 tons. There are not many gold mines that can produce more than 100 tons. Yi Hao spent a lot of trouble and inquired from many sources before he found this gold mine. In fact, if you want to know information in this regard, Yi Hao has a simple method. For example, he could get information about this by asking Changfei or Wu Ingui, but he didn't want to have too much interaction with these two people. One is to avoid exposing his background. The more contact he has with them, the more Changfei and others will know about him. This is a very bad thing for him. It is far better for him to remain mysterious. Secondly, since Changfei and others knew this information, if Yi Hao didn't know about it, it would easily arouse their suspicion and he might even be implicated in other things. So he would rather spend more time and money than ask them. Of course, doing so also has other benefits. The amount of information obtained will be more and more comprehensive, including some of the information he needs. For example, the gold mine we are heading to has accumulated hundreds of tons of gold, which will be transported to a certain place for further processing and then sold to the market. It was because of this news that Yi Hao finally decided to go to this gold mine. According to his original idea, 100 tons of gold would have to be collected from several gold mines. But if the news is true, this gold mine will be able to collect enough gold. Of course, Yi Hao is very clear that with so many gold reserves in this gold mine, the management would definitely be stricter, and it would be more difficult to obtain gold than from other gold mines. But now the end of the world may come at any time, and what Yi Hao lacks most is time. So even if it is a little dangerous, as long as he can achieve his goal quickly, he is willing to try it. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. This is exactly the truth. Any opportunity is accompanied by danger. Soon, Yi Hao arrived in City C. He had found the address before coming, so he quickly arrived at his destination, Daxing Gold Mine. In places like gold mines, new employees are often hired and old ones are replaced in order to improve safety. Yi Hao applied for the lowest level position of miner, which was also the most relaxed position. It was open to the whole society and could be applied by anyone who was not afraid of hardship or fatigue and who had strong strength. With Yi Hao's current physical fitness, he quickly passed the recruitment process and successfully sneaked into the gold mine. The management in the gold mine is very strict. After a week of training, Yi Hao was finally allowed to go down to the mine and mine gold. The gold mine he mined was called a gold mine, but in fact it was just a pile of ore. Sometimes, after breaking up more than a ton of ore, he could only find 1 or 2 grams of gold. It was normal to not find even a little bit of gold. Yi Hao was lucky. He found 3 grams of gold after mining 1 ton of ore. The foreman praised him for this and asked him to work hard. He also promised to make him a regular employee and increase his salary. In response to all this, Yi Hao just smiled fakely and ignored it. After staying there for a few days, he had basically figured out the layout of each place in the gold mine. However, the management of the area where the gold was stored was very strict. There were people guarding it 20 hours a day, and there were also people patrolling everywhere in the gold mine. There was even one time when Yi Hao just stayed there for a while, and the person in charge urged him to leave quickly with a serious face. However, this just proves indirectly that the gold is likely stored in it, and the amount is not small. Tonight, Yi Hao decided to take direct action, because if he waited any longer, the more than 100 tons of gold might have been transported away, and then all his work would have been in vain. Besides, even if we wait any longer, we won't be able to get more information. It was a dark night with strong winds, and everything was quiet, making it the perfect time to steal. A very agile figure successfully avoided the sentries and patrol personnel and approached the gold hiding place quietly. In fact, the skill of stealing was also learned by Yi Hao during the Doomsday. In the Doomsday, all kinds of natural treasures are guarded by mutant beasts, and sometimes they even attract a large number of survivors. If you want to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth, you must hide it from them. Otherwise, you will be attacked by mutant beasts, and the other survivors will also follow suit. It is very likely that the treasure will be snatched away by others as soon as you get it, and you may even be beaten to death. In such an environment, Yi Hao's stealing skills are unique, far surpassing those of ordinary thieves. As the saying goes, when the work is done, I will leave, hiding my body and name. This is what it means. If you can steal without getting caught, you're a good stealer. Found it. After some twists and turns, Yi Hao finally succeeded in entering the place where the gold was stored, and turned off and covered all the monitoring and anti-theft equipment, and also knocked down more than a dozen security personnel. With Yi Hao's current skills, he killed all the security guards with one strike of his sword, before they could even fart. He won't hold back at this critical moment. He would not allow the situation in the movie where the theft failed because the security guard woke up. As for these security personnel, they can only blame their bad luck. Who made them block Yi Hao's way? Besides, if you don't die now, you will have to die when the Doomsday comes. It may be a good thing to die early, so that you won't be scared by the Doomsday. After dealing with these people, Yi Hao went straight inside. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. What is Jinshan? What Yi Hao saw before his eyes was the real Jinshan. It is nearly 10 meters high and is piled with golden gold, a mountain of pure gold. There's a world of difference between this and gold mines, where only a few grams of gold can be found in tons of ore. Daxing Gold Mine, thank you. A smile appeared on Yi Hao's lips. It took him so much time to finally find the gold, so he would not be polite. He immediately activated the Doomsday Chariot blueprint in his mind and tried his best to absorb the mountain of gold in front of him. 500 kilograms, 1 ton, 10 tons, 50 tons. As the Doomsday Chariot blueprint continued to absorb, the gold mine, which was originally nearly 10 meters high, was disappearing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot in my mind changed again. The chariot in the picture became more solid, as if it would burst out of the blueprint at any time. Chapter 81, The Great Gold Robbery, Not Like a Human. In just a few minutes, a gold mine nearly 10 meters high was completely absorbed by Yi Hao into the Doomsday blueprint. At the same time, the column for the required quantity of gold mine also underwent a huge change. Gold, 127 tons. Done. Just need 50 tons of titanium alloy. Without staying for long, Yihao left from here like a puff of green smoke, without attracting anyone's attention, and his figure was not captured by the surveillance cameras. After getting the gold, he did not leave immediately, but returned to his residence quietly. If you leave the gold mine at this time, you will undoubtedly be listed as the first suspect and will definitely be the focus of attention and investigation. Moreover, when the employment contract was signed, the gold mine took his photograph. Once a nationwide search for him is conducted, his photograph will definitely be posted and he will be found soon. Especially since this incident is very similar to the steel theft case in City F, Wu Ingwei will definitely pay attention to it, and even the security department will come to him for questioning. So before leaving here, Yihao must clear himself of suspicion. In fact, it is not difficult to clear suspicion. Just continue to get off work as usual. Once the suspicion is cleared, no one will suspect you when you leave here. After all, they were just there to mine, or, compared to these miners, the most suspicious people should be the security personnel and company executives. You have to know that most people in this world don't believe in the existence of demons and monsters. If you want to transport hundreds of tons of gold out of the mine quietly, since there are no demons and monsters, there must be internal personnel to assist, and there must be internal personnel of a certain weight, otherwise there is no possibility of completing it. But no matter how you calculate it, you can't suspect that it's an ordinary worker who goes down the mine to mine gold. So the next day, Yihao continued to go to work at Daxing Gold Mine as usual. Hey, what's wrong? Don't you have to go to work today? What are you doing here? You don't know yet. Security is here. It seems the gold in our mine has been stolen. Really? Has the person been caught? Could it be another dishonest guy who did this? No, what's the connection? The gold we handle is so small. Even if someone stole it, we wouldn't alert the security guards. We can just deal with it internally. The gold in the vault was stolen. It is said that more than 100 tons of gold disappeared overnight. As soon as Yihao arrived, he saw that the mine was surrounded by people, all talking about the gold theft. As a notorious thief, he acted like a completely ignorant person and even laughed it off with other workers and made various guesses. Not long after, the gold mine owner and the security manager came out, all with gloomy faces. Judging from their extremely ugly expressions, this matter must be very tricky. Mr. Huang, we will continue to investigate this matter. Also, can you show me the personnel transfers in your mine during this period? Especially those who resigned in recent days. Zhou Huayuan said with a frown. Zhou Huayuan is an experienced special security manager who has solved numerous major cases and unsolved cases. But this time the gold theft case made him feel unprecedented pressure. After investigating the scene, they didn't find any clues. It was as if the more than 100 tons of gold disappeared out of thin air, and it didn't even seem like a human being committed the crime. Otherwise, with more than 100 tons of gold, even if a truck came to load and unload it, it would take a long time, and there would be no way that there would be no trace left. The only thing about the whole case that seemed like it was committed by humans was that the dozen or so security guards were all killed with sharp blades. If it were really a demon or monster, it would not have committed a crime in this way. But there are only so many clues available, and we can only guess that this case was committed by humans. Such a result was hard for him, an experienced special security manager with rich experience in handling cases, to accept. How ridiculous that we can't even be sure whether the suspect is human or not. Okay, please, Captain Zhou. I will do my best to cooperate. Mr. Huang nodded. It was as if he had become a dozen years more haggard overnight. He was so bright and beautiful yesterday, but now he looks like an old man. More than 100 tons of gold. How much would that cost? 1 gram costs more than 300 yuan. 1 kilogram costs 300,000 yuan. 1 ton costs 1,000 kilograms. And more than 100 tons costs more than 30 billion yuan. Who can afford such a huge loss? Just now, when he was cooperating with the investigation inside, his legs collapsed and he fell to the ground several times. This is simply not a blow that a human can bear. And this matter is not over yet. Various problems will follow one after another, and the huge compensations are completely beyond imagination. Even though the gold mine belongs to the country, as the operator, he cannot shirk his responsibility. To put it bluntly, it is like working for the country for free all his life. Mr. Huang, don't worry too much. As long as it is a crime committed by a human, there will be some clues left behind. We will solve the case as soon as possible. Zhou Huayuan comforted Mr. Huang. However, I'm afraid he himself wouldn't believe what he said, otherwise he wouldn't say it. As long as it is a case committed by a human, there are really too few clues, and it is too unbelievable. Captain Zhou, I heard that a similar case happened at a steel plant in City F. More than 10,000 tons of gray cast iron disappeared overnight, and not a single human clue could be found. Do you think there is any connection between the two cases? Mr. Huang suddenly spoke with an excited look, as if he had grasped something. Well, it's possible. I will contact the security department of City F to see what the specific situation is over there. After saying that, Zhou Huayuan got into the car and left. This case is too big, with the amount involved reaching tens of billions. Zhou Huayuan feels unprecedented pressure and needs to report to the city and the Provincial Ministry of Internal Affairs immediately. Watching Zhou Huayuan leave, Mr. Huang remained silent for a long time. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and turned back to the mine. At the same time, the internet has exploded. Fuck. Not long ago, there was a case of 10,000 tons of steel being stolen, and now there is a case of 100 tons of gold disappearing. Why do I feel like the Earth might be stolen tomorrow? Let's be frank. I just want to ask if the brothers in Now You See Me are still recruiting. I'm good at opening all kinds of safes, so I beg to join the group. Upstairs, your package has arrived. Come out and pick it up. It's fucking amazing. I heard there was no trace left. Even the movie version of Now You See Me wasn't that amazing. Do you think these two cases are not man-made, but some kind of monster that eats metal? Just like the monster in the East Continent's Ultraman. Draw your sword. It's definitely the monster from Rim of the Central Ocean. Chapter 82 Boom 0. The theft of 10,000 tons of gray cast iron and the theft of 100 tons of gold were finally investigated together, and Wu Ingwei was finally cleared of the suspicion of falsifying accounts. Everyone knows that such a group of thieves does exist, and many people suspect that some kind of supernatural force may be at work. Apart from the joint investigation, there has been no substantial progress in the case. Countless steel mills, gold mines, metal processing plants, and other factories related to steel in Kyushu are all in a panic, worrying that the steel in their factories may be the next target to disappear. The number of security personnel at the steel plant has increased several times, and some superstitious people have even invited Taoist priests to perform rituals to exorcise evil spirits. In the end, even the top management was alarmed and personally ordered a large number of experts to investigate the matter. There are also some informal professionals among them. For example, someone once took a photo of a Taoist priest performing a ritual at the Daxing mine, and even tomb thieves were invited to come. This time the country really put in a lot of effort and sent all the useful people to investigate the matter. But in the end, there was still no substantial progress, and the case was once again at a stalemate. This information is just circulating on the internet, and no TBEV has reported on this matter. It's not that they don't want to report it, but they dare not. In order to avoid causing social unrest, the state has issued relevant instructions, and news media are not allowed to report on this matter until the case is investigated thoroughly. The case has remained unsolved, and all sorts of bizarre rumors have arisen about it. There are all kinds of weird and supernatural stories, such as metal monsters, the yellow eyebrow king's Chinkoan bag, etc. In addition, there are many things that people don't know. This case is not actually two cases merged together, but the case of the inexplicable disappearance of rare metals of Chung Fei Group. All three cases were handled together, which is why it attracted the country's attention. Because the three cases are so similar, it's possible that some metal monster is at work. If that's the case, then things will get really serious. The appearance of metal monsters in civilized society is like the appearance of Godzilla in America. It must be discovered immediately and resolved as soon as possible. In addition, Chung Fei and Li Rushuang are also paying close attention to this matter. The rare metals suddenly disappeared right in front of them, and they were most aware of that extremely strange situation. Send everyone out to investigate this matter thoroughly. I always feel that there is some internal connection between these three things. A key person or key thing has been overlooked by us. Li Rushuang frowned and said to Wang Xiang, the new head of the intelligence department. Wang Xiang nodded, left the office directly, and started to deal with the matter. He didn't want to be like the previous head of the intelligence department, Zhou Jinxin, who was sealed in a concrete pillar and sank to the bottom of the sea. After Wang Xiang left, Li Rushuang frowned and thought again. Because of the Cheng Fei group's affairs, her head has been in a mess these days. Not only did they fail to bring back the rare metals, they also angered the Kyushu officials, causing their consortium to suffer heavy losses this time. Many people in the family and the consortium expressed their intention not to allow her to continue serving as the consortium CEO. In the end, it was the head of the family, Li Rushuang's father, who personally came forward to support her and suppress the matter. Otherwise, she would really lose her position as CEO of the consortium and would also be severely punished. In fact, they have been severely punished. An entire battalion's armed forces were killed and newly discovered important metals were stolen, causing Kyushu officials to become furious. Although Li Rushuang asked their consortium to immediately evacuate all of their factories in Jiuzhou, there were still some that were slow to act. As a result, they were taken over by the Jiuzhou officials and all their funds, equipment, and personnel were detained. 2/3 of the undercover agents and commercial spies planted in Kyushu were eliminated, almost paralyzing their intelligence network in the north. The retaliation from Kyushu Kingdom swept through their consortium like a storm. If Kyushu had not taken into account the influence of their consortium in Taiwan, they might have directly destroyed their consortium. The occurrence of these things has caused Li Rushuang's status in the consortium and the family to plummet. Many people no longer support her, and some people even continue to impeach her. After all, many people have been eyeing her position. This incident caused Li Rushuang to pay a huge price, and she finally managed to temporarily calm things down. Yi Hao, the next time we meet, it will be the day you die. As she thought about it, Li Rushuang's face turned pale. The reason why she is experiencing what she is experiencing now is entirely because of Yi Hao's appearance. If he hadn't intervened in Cheng Fei Group stocks, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened later. In Li Rushuang's heart, her hatred for Yi Hao even exceeded that of the group that stole the rare metals. However, she couldn't find out what kind of power was behind Yi Hao. She was filled with resentment, but couldn't find a place to vent it. The outside world was in turmoil and undercurrents, but Yi Hao didn't care at all. Today, he finally quit his job at the Daxing mine and escaped from the $1 million gold theft case relatively perfectly. We are only 50 tons short of titanium alloy. Do we really have to go to Syria? Sitting on the high-speed train back to City F, Yi Hao fell into deep thought. All he needed to successfully build the Doomsday Chariot was the last 50 tons of titanium alloy, but he was unable to collect these 50 tons of titanium alloy in the country. But traveling to Syria is time-consuming and dangerous. Fourth-level warriors are indeed much stronger than normal humans, far surpassing the so-called A-special forces in the army. But it still cannot compete with things like missiles. Once hit by the bomb, there is no chance of survival. Moreover, Yi Hao really doesn't like taking planes. He always feels that if he gets into trouble in the air, he will have nowhere to escape. This is also the reason why he always chooses to take the high-speed rail. Even if the entire high-speed rail overturns, he can ensure that he will not be seriously injured. At least his life will be saved. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Just as Yi Hao was thinking, the phone rang. It was Cheng Fei calling. Hey, Mr. Yi, do you have time to meet and talk? I have a big project that I need to discuss with you. The call was connected, and Cheng Fei's voice came out. Yi Hao is now the largest shareholder of Cheng Fei Group, and any major move of Cheng Fei Group does need to be discussed with him. Just call me. I have something else to do. Yi Hao responded coldly. He has no time to care about the affairs of Cheng Fei Group now. 50 tons of titanium alloy is his most important thing right now. All it takes is 50 tons of titanium alloy to successfully manufacture the Doomsday Chariot. How can he not be excited? No, Mr. Yi, this matter involves arms. Cheng Fei's embarrassed voice came from the phone. Hearing his words, Yi Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 83, Business Zero. Where shall we meet? Yi Hao asked directly. Cheng Fei on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, but then he reacted quickly and told Yi Hao the meeting address. Arms not only involve weapons and explosives, but also various strategic reserve materials, including ultra-high performance titanium alloys. In fact, Yi Hao knew that Cheng Fei Group had titanium alloys. After all, it was a military-industrial enterprise, but the quantity was not that large. At most, he could only find less than 1 ton of titanium alloy, which was a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, due to the theft of rare metals, Cheng Fei Group has now been targeted by many forces. If Yi Hao continues to make small moves in Cheng Fei group, he will easily expose himself. So Yi Hao has been refraining from contacting Cheng Fei. But he didn't expect that Cheng Fei also had connections in the arms industry. At that moment, Yi Hao began to think about how he could get those 50 tons of titanium alloy from the arms dealer. Time passed quickly while he was thinking, and soon Yi Hao arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Cheng Fei. Mr. Yi here. When Yi Hao arrived, Cheng Fei had already arrived and was sitting in a business car. When he saw Yi Hao coming, he immediately greeted him. Nodding, Yi Hao walked over quickly. In addition to Cheng Fei, there was another man in military uniform sitting in the driver's seat. Mr. Cheng, what exactly happened this time? Yi Hao asked with a frown. Originally, he thought that the person Cheng Fei took him to meet would be an arms dealer, but he didn't expect it would be someone from the military. To be honest, he was not willing to have too much contact with people in the military. The military has weapons and cannons, which are things that can threaten his life and make him feel very insecure. Mr. Yi, you'll know when we get there. Mr. Cheng shook his head at Yi Hao, indicating that now was not the time to speak. Yi Hao stared at him and finally chose to remain silent. He didn't believe that Cheng Fei had the courage to harm him. First, Cheng Fei must not be clear about his own background. Otherwise, he would not have met with him in this way, and he would not have concealed his involvement in the rare metal theft from the military and security authorities. Second, Cheng Fei was very clear about his skills and had witnessed with his own eyes how he had held Li Rushuang hostage. Now that he dared to sit with him, it was obvious that he had no intention of being on guard against him. For a moment, the car fell into an unusually silent and awkward atmosphere. The vehicle sped along and soon entered the deep mountains where there were few people. After driving for a while, the car drove into a certain military subdistrict. Crunch! The sound of brakes was heard, and the business car that had been driving for more than an hour finally stopped. Mr. Yi, let's get off the car, Cheng Fei said to Yi Hao with a smile. He seemed to be used to this situation. Without saying anything more, Yi Hao nodded and got out of the car. Ah, Mr. Cheng, long time no see. I heard that your Cheng Fei group is very popular now. I often hear the name of your Cheng Fei group in the camp. As soon as Yi Hao and Cheng Fei got out of the car, a man in military uniform, with a strong build and the gait of a dragon and a tiger walked over. He had a very loud voice, and his voice arrived before he even arrived. However, Yi Hao finally let go of his anxious heart. Judging from the appearance, Cheng Fei did bring him here to discuss business, but the target was not the arms dealer as he had imagined, but the military. Ah, Captain Li, please stop making fun of me. I won't talk about my little things. Cheng Fei laughed at the armed man, then pointed at Yi Hao and said, This is the largest shareholder of our Cheng Fei group, Mr. Yi. Hello, Captain Li. Yi Hao nodded to Captain Li. Ah, Mr. Yi is very young. He looks about the same age as the boy in my family. I didn't expect that he is already the largest shareholder of Cheng Fei Group. It's true that heroes emerge from youth, Captain Li said to Yi Hao with a smile, without putting on airs. As the saying goes, flattery never wears out, and a flatterer never smiles at all. Yi Hao immediately complimented Captain Li. For a while, everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Captain Li's name is Li Yunfei. He is the highest-ranking officer in the military subdistrict. He has 3 battalions and a fighter platoon under his command. This time, Yi Hao and Cheng Fei were invited to discuss the manufacture of fighter jets. Mr. Cheng, we're old friends. I'm a rough man, so I won't be polite with you. I need 10 drones that can carry missiles. Name your price. Led by Captain Li, several people came to the command center, where there were several leaders from the military branches who seemed to be discussing some kind of exercise. Captain Li, along with Yi Hao and Cheng Fei, greeted them. Then he found a few stools and motioned Yi Hao and Cheng Fei to sit down and chat. 10 drones capable of carrying missiles? No, we only have 1. As soon as Li Yunfei finished speaking, Cheng Fei immediately shook his head to express his opinion. No, Mr. Cheng, you are being unkind. I know you bought 8 planes for old Chu some time ago, but how come I only have 1? Do you look down on me, old Li or Jadi? Li Yunfei waited for a pair of bull eyes to roar, and it looked like it wanted to eat people. However, Cheng Fei was not at all nervous and said with a serious face, It is because I sold it to Captain Chu that I don't have any remaining missile-carrying drones. Who made you, Captain Li, slow down? Besides, Captain Chu made an exception and lent me a Wu Wei battalion for this matter, and he told me yesterday that he was being scolded. Let's put it this way, Captain Li, let's not mince words. I'll give you 3 missile-carrying drones, but you have to give me a few days' grace. I'll work overtime to make them for you. Is that okay? 3? No, at least 5. Otherwise, you'll have to live in the camp. Prepare a room for Mr. Chung and Mr. Yi. Li Yunfei didn't buy it all and even started to act lively. Captain Li, this is really unfair of you. We're not going to make a deal. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I need to ask our CEO Yi about this matter. Chung Fei said speechlessly, then pointed at Yi Hao beside him, indicating that this was the one who really kept his word. At this point, Yi Hao also understood that Chung Fei was simply using him as a shield. He was the one who did the bargaining at the beginning, and he made the final decision. After a little thought, Yi Hao spoke. Chapter 84 Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Well, Captain Li, this is our first meeting, and I can't refuse your honor. We can work overtime to manufacture 5 missile-carrying drones for you, but there is a condition. Captain Li, you have to help me get 60 tons of ultra-high-performance titanium alloy. When Yi Hao's voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to him. Even several instructors who were discussing the exercise in the camp stopped what they were doing and stared at Yi Hao. Ahem, Captain Li, this is the first time that Director Yi is managing the group, so he doesn't know much about the situation inside. Chung Fei coughed a few times, winked at Yi Hao, and began to explain. However, before he could finish his words, Li Yunfei interrupted him with his hand. Ultra-high-performance titanium alloy is a strategic reserve resource. What does Mr. Yi want this for? Li Yunfei stared at Yi Hao with his eyes like an eagle, as if he wanted to see through his heart. I'm useful. Yi Hao was not at all nervous and looked back at him calmly. The two looked at each other for more than a minute, and Li Yunfei suddenly burst into laughter. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. It's amazing that Mr. Yi has such aura at such a young age. I can indeed get 60 tons of ultra-high-performance titanium alloy, but 5 missile-carrying drones are a bit too few. I want 7. In addition, if Mr. Yi wants to obtain the 60 tons of titanium alloy, he has to pass a small test. Before Yi Hao could speak, Chung Fei on the side suddenly spoke again. Captain Li, we really can't make 7 missile-carrying drones in a short period of time, otherwise. His words were interrupted again by Captain Li. Captain Li rolled his eyes, stared at him with his huge bull eyes, and shouted, Boss Chung, is it you who makes the decision, or your boss Yi? Chung Fei blinked a few times, but ultimately could not utter a word. He retreated behind Yi Hao angrily and sulked alone. Okay, 7 is fine, but what exactly is the test that Captain Li is talking about? Not to mention 7 missile-carrying drones. He would agree even if it was 10 or 100. Now he only needs 50 tons of titanium alloy to successfully manufacture the Doomsday Chariot. So in order to obtain these 60 tons of titanium alloy, as long as the request is not too excessive, he can agree to anything. Moreover, he doesn't need to worry about the manufacturing of missile-carrying drones. Naturally, Chung Fei will have to worry about this matter. It has nothing to do with him, the first shareholder being a hands-off manager. As for asking for 60 tons of titanium alloy, it was because they were worried that Captain Li would bargain, so they left room for negotiation for 10 tons. Haha, you say it's a test, but actually I just want to ask Mr. Yi for a favor. I heard that Mr. Yi is very skilled and was able to hold Li Rushuang hostage despite the fact that there were so many bodyguards around her. It just so happens that I have a few guys with good skills under my command. They usually act like big shots and dare not listen to me. So I would like to ask Mr. Yi to teach them that there are always people better than you. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, let's just have a fight. As long as you can beat them, I promise to deliver 60 tons of titanium alloy to Chung Fei Group within a week. Captain Li said with a smile, looking at Yi Hao without blinking. In fact, today's meeting was a setup by Chung Fei and Li Yunfei. The purchase of the missile-carrying drone was just a cover-up. The real purpose was that Chung Fei wanted to test Yi Hao's skills. Otherwise, cooperation between military-industrial enterprises and the military is a very common thing, so there is no need to invite Yi Hao over. To be honest, it was because of a series of thefts that occurred in the past few days. Hundreds of tons of gold and thousands of tons of gray, cast iron, were inexplicably stolen without leaving any trace. This made Chung Fei alert. He always felt that this matter was related to Yi Hao and Li Rushuang. He even guessed that Yi Hao was very likely Li Rushuang's subordinate. Li Rushuang was held hostage by Yi Hao just to put on a show to cover up the theft of rare metals. After all, there were only 3 forces present at the time, and Cheng Fei himself would definitely not steal the rare metals. So only Yi Hao and Li Rushuang were left. If Yi Hao and Li Rushuang are hostile forces, Yi Hao really has no suspicion. But if Yi Hao and Li Rushuang were in the same group, then they were just acting and the hostage-taking was all fake. It is very likely that they stole the rare metals, and this theft that shocked the whole country might have been done by them together. After all, the rare metals were inexplicably stolen after Yi Hao and Li Rushuang entered the warehouse. Another thing that made Cheng Fei suspicious was that he knew very well that the strength of Li Rushuang's bodyguards was not weaker than that of the special forces. As for Bai Ying, she was even more skilled. 7 or 8 special forces could not get close to her. As a result, Yi Hao directly took Li Rushuang hostage in front of them, which was too unbelievable. In his opinion, if Li Rushuang was so easy to be held hostage, she would have died long ago. However, all this is just his personal speculation, and there is no evidence to prove that Yi Hao and Li Rushuang are in the same group. So he came up with what happened today. If Yi Hao's skills were really that good, he would definitely be able to defeat the special forces under Captain Li. If Yi Hao and Li Rushuang were acting, then Yi Hao's skills would definitely not be that good, and he would be exposed as soon as he was tested. So everything that happened today was prepared by Cheng Fei in order to test Yi Hao's skills. As for Yi Hao's additional request, it was something they did not expect. It was only 60 tons of titanium alloy, which was no big deal. Li Yunfei in particular has a very clear understanding of this aspect. Although ultra-high performance titanium alloy has always been a strategic reserve resource, it is just a metal. It cannot be used to make super weapons, and it can also be sold from black market arms dealers. In fact, this kind of material is strictly managed for ordinary people, but those who have real strength and superiors in arm departments can sell it through various channels. However, it is indeed difficult to purchase 60 tons of titanium alloy at one time through general channels. So Li Yunfei wanted to use this condition to negotiate with Yi Hao and encourage Yi Hao to agree to take action with his men. As the saying goes, life is like a play, and it all depends on your acting skills. Who among those who can reach the level of Cheng Fei and Li Yunfei doesn't have some skills? People without real ability will never reach their level. After Li Yunfei finished speaking, everyone looked at Yi Hao, waiting for his answer. Chapter 85, Fighting 10. Will Yi Hao agree to compete with Li Yunfei's men? The answer is obviously yes. If a competition of martial arts equipment is carried out, Yi Hao may really not be able to beat those well-trained special forces. After all, he seldom touches weapons. But it was just a competition of skills. Yi Hao, who is already a 4th-level warrior, was not afraid of anyone at all. He nodded and agreed immediately. At the same time, he finally understood the real reason why Cheng Fei asked him to come here today, which was to test his skills. It's very simple. Li Yunfei said he heard that Yi Hao was very good at martial arts. But who did he hear that from? The only people present at the time were him, Cheng Fei, Li Rushuang, and others. Obviously, Li Yunfei would not listen to what Li Rushuang said, so there was only one answer, which was to listen to what Cheng Fei said. Moreover, what Li Yunfei asked was too far-fetched. He was the regiment commander and the highest-ranking officer in the entire military subdistrict. It was impossible for anyone to disobey him. And even if there really are such people, Yi Hao believes that Li Yunfei definitely has 10,000 ways to make those troublemakers obedient. Thinking in this way, the whole thing becomes clear. At the same time, Yi Hao was very clear that if he did not show his skills today, he would encounter similar things again. Instead of endless troubles later, it would be better to solve this problem now. Besides, if someone gives it to you to fight, it will be useless even if you fight. So why not? It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. Seeing Yi Hao nodded in agreement, Li Yunfei and Cheng Fei both laughed. This smile comes from their heart. First, their goals were achieved. Second, since Yi Hao dared to agree, it meant that he was very confident in his skills, which indirectly proved that there was no relationship between him and Li Rushuang. However, the competition between Yi Hao and the special forces must still go on, because speculation is just speculation after all, and facts are the only truth. However, they can put their minds at ease about the next competition and just watch the excitement. After all, it is definitely a rare thing for a billionaire with a known net worth to compete with special forces. Under their expectant gazes, Yi Hao arrived at the training ground. Opposite him stood 10 burly special forces soldiers. One look at the calluses on their hands reveals that they are all veterans with rich combat experience. Captain Lee, are you sending so many people? Seeing this situation, Chung Fei was a little confused. Not to mention 10 veterans with extremely rich combat experience. If he were to face any one of them, he would be completely defeated. Haha, it's okay. If he can really deal with Li Rushuang's men, he can deal with these 10 people as well. What's more, this is a camp. If I let him win so easily, where will I put my old face? Li Yunfei said with a smile, sitting on a chair nearby, looking like he was enjoying the show. There were some new recruits who wanted to come and see what was going on, but they found Li Yunfei sitting nearby, and several instructors were also there, so they immediately ran away in a panic. They are indeed wise. Regardless of whether he wins or loses this competition, Li Yunfei doesn't want too many people to know. So even if they gather around him, Li Yunfei will drive them away with various reasons. The most common method is to run 5 kilometers of cross-country with a weight. By the time they finish running, the competition will definitely be over. Just start when you're ready. Don't embarrass me. Li Yunfei shouted towards the martial arts arena. As soon as the voice fell, the 10 special forces standing opposite Yi Hao rushed towards Yi Hao at the same time. These 10 people were indeed extremely experienced special forces, completely different from the 20 hooligans Yi Hao had met before. When they rushed towards Yi Hao together, they had already coordinated with each other very tacitly. They advanced in unison, but they attacked Yi Hao's head, chest, abdomen, stomach, thighs, and other key parts respectively, and at the same time blocked all of Yi Hao's retreat routes. Once Yi Hao went to resist 1 or 2 of them, the rest would immediately attack other key parts of his body. They are all special forces who have been trained for a long time. They can split bricks with their bare hands, and breaking 4 or 5 red bricks with one punch is definitely not a problem. Therefore, once the key parts of Yi Hao's body are attacked by them, he will be seriously injured if he does not go into shock immediately, which will seriously affect Yi Hao's subsequent fights with them. This can be regarded as a preemptive strike. It can even be said that they were ready to take down Yi Hao as soon as they made a move. After all, there are 10 of them, and they're all special forces. If they can't take down Yi Hao in one go, it would be an insult to them. Captain Lee, there's no need to be so ruthless. You're just testing your skills. Your men are using the same tactics as those used to subdue violent criminals. Chung Fei couldn't bear to watch any longer, as if he had already anticipated Yi Hao's tragic end of being pinned to the ground by these 10 Special Forces soldiers. Ah, that's right. They are here to deal with violent elements, and their requirement is to kill them with one strike. They're holding back now, otherwise Mr. Yi would have been either dead or disabled in their hands. Li Yunfei smiled calmly. This kind of fighting takes place every day in their camp. It is all direct combat and will not end until the opponent is completely subdued. It is much better to shed blood and sweat in the training room than to lose your life on the battlefield. However, a scene like this where 10 special forces fight one has basically never happened. At the moment, he looked at Yi Hao with great interest to see how strong this legendary man who could easily subdue Li Rushuang was. But the next second, his expression changed instantly. Stop! Save people! Li Yunfei lost his composure and quickly rushed to the training ground. Yet the words he shouted out were still slow. When those 10 special forces rushed towards Yi Hao, he should have shouted to stop. Now that Yi Hao has taken action, there is no point at all. Because just a moment ago, Yi Hao was like an extremely ferocious lion. Without dodging at all, he pounced on the 10 special forces soldiers. Once he starts fighting, he will never show mercy. And how could those 10 special forces soldiers be in any good situation in front of him? A 4th level warrior? Yi Hao didn't even put up any defense, and he smashed the skull of the Special Forces soldier who was rushing towards him with his head. Immediately, bright red substance spurted out of the Special Forces soldier's head, and he fell directly to the ground, his life or death unknown. At the same time, Yi Hao clenched his hands into fists and smashed them on the heads of the 2 Special Forces soldiers closest to him. Chapter 86, Furious Li Yun Zero. Yi Hao, a 4th level warrior, can now punch with a force of over 140 kilograms, which is almost as heavy as Mu Zilong's. A person's weight is only about 50 kilograms. If a person is hit in the face with a weight of over 140 kilograms, which is nearly 3 times the weight of an ordinary person, how can it be good? There was an immediate click, and the 2 Special Forces soldiers fell to the ground, blood gushing out of their mouths, noses, and eyes. They lay on the ground with no idea whether they were alive or dead. The remaining special forces were all frightened by Yi Hao's extremely ferocious attack. They had been in the army for so many years. What kind of ruthless people have they not seen? But they had never seen a fighting style like Yi Hao's, where every move was aimed at taking lives. Moreover, they found that Yi Hao's eyes were extremely cold, without any emotion, and he was extremely indifferent to living lives. It seemed that killing was just an ordinary thing in his eyes, and it would not make his heart tremble even a little. This is a survivor who has experienced countless life and death battles and finally survived. In an instant, this thought appeared in the minds of all the special forces. There were also people walking on the edge of life and death. Although they were not as good as Yi Hao who returned from Doomsday, their eyesight was still quite sharp. They immediately understood that in a competition with this man named Yi Hao, there would be no winning or losing, only life or death. Thinking of this, the remaining special forces began to consider retreating. They knew very well that if they continued the competition, people would definitely die, but they just wanted to test Yi Hao's skills, so they immediately did not want to continue the competition. However, after a successful strike, Yi Hao would not stop. While several special forces soldiers were stunned, he kicked one of them in the ribs with a whip kick. Immediately, several cracking sounds were heard, and it was unknown how many ribs of the special forces soldier were broken in an instant. He was kicked away by Yi Hao, and at the same time, a special forces soldier beside him was kicked back 4 or 5 meters. After kicking 2 people away, Yi Hao still did not stop. Then he made another spinning kick and kicked a special forces soldier in the chest. At that time, the special forces soldier's chest sank down a lot, and then a lot of fluid spurted out of his mouth. The whole person flew backwards quickly and fell to the ground, motionless. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yi Hao was about to make a side kick and kick another special forces soldier in the face, several sounds of weapons were heard, and only then did Yi Hao finally stop. The special forces soldier's eyes widened with fear because Yi Hao's kick stopped less than 2 centimeters in front of his face. The strong wind brought by the side kick made his face and hair fly backwards like waves. He had no doubt that if Yi Hao did not stop kicking, his brains would definitely be kicked out. The force of this kick was so great that not only a person, but even an extremely solid wall would be shattered into pieces. "I'll kill you. I told you to stop. Why didn't you stop?" Li Yunfei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What just happened in the blink of an eye. 5 of the 10 special forces soldiers were killed or injured. If he hadn't acted decisively and fired several shots into the sky, these men would definitely have died. "Captain Li, didn't you say these guys don't even listen to you?" According to military law, armed personnel who dare to disobey the orders of their superiors should be killed directly. I am helping you deal with them so that these guys won't stay and make Captain Li angry. How can I do anything wrong? Yi Hao said this calmly, not at all intimidated by Li Yunfei, who had already entered a furious state. Because Li Yunfei is now less than 2 meters away from him, Yi Hao is fully confident that he can subdue him the moment the other party raises his weapon. I'm letting you guys compete here." Li Yunfei was almost going crazy. He did say before that these people did not obey his orders, but that was not what he meant at all. He just wanted to find an excuse to let Yi Hao take action. He didn't expect that because of this sentence, almost 10 of his men were beaten to death by Yi Hao. These 10 people were his elite subordinates, all of whom were his favorites. Now that 5 of them had fallen, how could he not feel heartbroken and angry? "Hey, Captain Li, save the people first. We can talk about these things later." Cheng Fei, who was standing by, noticed that the atmosphere was not right and quickly changed the subject. Now that he has confirmed Yi Hao's skills, he has completely ruled out the possibility that Yi Hao and Li Rushuang are in the same group. He immediately spoke to Yi Hao. After all, they are all from Cheng Fei group, and Yi Hao is the largest shareholder of their group, making him his immediate superior. Li Yunfei must speak for Yi Hao. Besides, what he said was not wrong. It was too late to say anything now. The most important thing was to rescue people. Li Yunfei was also very clear about this. He looked at Yi Hao with a sinister expression, then turned around and took his 5 men to rescue them immediately, hoping that they could still be saved. "Hey, Mr. Yi, why are you so ruthless? Didn't we agree that this was just a competition?" After Li Yunfei left, Cheng Fei looked at Yi Hao with a frown, complained a few words, and then spoke again. "Mr. Yi, please go back first. You can't stay here any longer." However, Yi Hao shook his head and said, The 60 tons of titanium alloy he promised to give me has not been finalized yet. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about titanium alloy. It would be great if he can kill you with a single weapon when we meet. Cheng Fei shouted anxiously, urging Yi Hao to leave. However, no matter how he persuaded, Yi Hao still refused to leave. Finally, Cheng Fei was forced to nod and said, "All right, I'll ask him for the titanium alloy for you. Is that okay? Let's go now, my ancestor. I beg you." He was really a little scared, worried that things would get worse. Since Yi Hao and Li Rushuang are not together, the power behind Yi Hao is obviously not small, at least not worse than the consortium that Li Rushuang belongs to. Otherwise, Yi Hao would never dare to confront Li Rushuang head-on. But Li Yunfei didn't know about this situation. If he really killed Yi Hao in anger when he came back, the forces behind Yi Hao would definitely disagree, and it is estimated that they would really make a big fuss. "Mr. Chung, if you can really help me get those 60 tons of titanium alloy, I will sell all my shares in a month." Yi Hao looked at Cheng Fei seriously and said very seriously. In fact, if it weren't for the 60 tons of titanium alloy, he wouldn't want to stay here any longer. After all, this was Li Yunfei's territory, and they had weapons and cannons. If they really did something in anger, no one could predict what would happen. So it is naturally the best-case scenario that Cheng Fei is willing to help him solve this matter. But to be on the safe side, he gave Cheng Fei a sweet treat. Chapter 87 come out, Doomsday Chariot 0. Cheng Fei is now the second largest shareholder of Cheng Fei Group. If Yi Hao buys all his shares, he will become the largest shareholder, and Cheng Fei Group will return to his hands again. And at that time, he will be able to take the opportunity to take back part of the shares and firmly control the Cheng Fei Group in his own hands. Yi Hao knew very well that this was definitely what Cheng Fei thought about day and night. After all, Cheng Fei Group was founded by him, which was like a child he had carefully raised for many years. Now that the child he had raised so carefully for so many years suddenly belonged to someone else, it would be strange if he didn't feel sad. At the same time, he definitely wants to take back Cheng Fei Group more than anyone else, but he hasn't figured out his own background yet. Otherwise, he would have taken action to rob it long ago. None of those who can get to his position are good people, and they all got there by stepping on the dead bodies of others. The smiling tiger refers to people like Cheng Fei. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Hao's words, Cheng Fei was stunned at first. Then he became excited and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth?" Yi Hao didn't say anything and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry. I will help you get those 60 tons of titanium alloy back, even if it costs me my life. You leave first, and let me handle the things here." Cheng Fei said this with great excitement and a very serious look on his face. He was even so excited that he actually used a respectful title to address Yi Hao. After all, being able to get Yi Hao to give up his shares voluntarily is definitely much better than seizing them by force, especially since he still doesn't know Yi Hao's background. Seeing him like this, Yi Hao knew what was going on and knew that he would definitely get this done. He nodded immediately, turned around, and left the camp. Cheng Fei looked at his departing figure, still extremely excited, and kept muttering to himself, "A blessing in disguise, a blessing in disguise." However, he didn't know that even if this incident didn't happen, Yi Hao would still buy Cheng Fei Group's shares a month later. After all, the meteorite has been obtained, and there is no point for Yi Hao to continue keeping Cheng Fei Group shares in his hands. And once the Doomsday comes, all these so-called stocks worth so much will become a pile of waste paper, a meaningless number. However, even the old fox Cheng Fei could not have predicted this. When the Doomsday comes, he can only guard the Cheng Fei Group and watch it collapse in the Doomsday. After leaving the camp, Yi Hao no longer paid attention to the situation here. He believed that Cheng Fei would help him deal with these things. In fact, it was just as he expected. Cheng Fei had been busy with this matter for several days, spent a lot of favors, and made a lot of promises before he finally calmed down Li Yunfei's anger. By the time he contacted Yi Hao, a week had passed. When Yi Hao arrived at Cheng Fei Group and saw Cheng Fei again, he seemed to have aged 10 years in just a few days. His hair was messy, his eye sockets were sunken, and his dark circles were frighteningly heavy, as if he had not slept for the past 7 days. "Boss Yi, you're here? Sit down. I've been exhausted from worrying about you these past few days. You don't know, among those 5 special forces, 1 died, 3 were disabled, and 1 was seriously injured. If I hadn't stopped him, that guy Li Yunfei almost rushed here with his men and weapons to arrest people Fortunately, I had some relationship with one of his senior executives, and after much persuasion, I was able to finally calm the matter down. Look at the dark circles under my eyes. I haven't had a good night's sleep since that incident happened until now. As soon as Chung Fei saw Yi Hao, he started complaining, saying that he felt more wronged and more miserable than Do Yi, and he was just about to shed tears. By doing this, he naturally wanted to take credit and remind Yi Hao that he had promised him that he would sell all the stocks in his hands after a month. Yi Hao was naturally aware of all these little tricks of his. After he finished his performance, Yi Hao said a few words of thanks to him and promised to sell all the stocks of Chung Fei Group in a month. Only then did he become happy and smiled as he took Yi Hao to the warehouse where the 60 tons of titanium alloy were stored. Mr. Yi, the 60 tons of ultra-high performance titanium alloy are all here. I have checked every piece, and they are definitely of the best quality, Chung Fei said with a smile. As for what he said about checking every piece, that was of course bullshit. He checked every piece of 60 tons of titanium alloy, and it took him more than half a month to find the problem. He said this just to show his loyalty and hard work. Yi Hao ignored him. The 50 tons of titanium alloy needed to build the Doomsday Chariot were finally in his hands, and he was a little excited. He forcibly suppressed the urge to directly absorb the 60 tons of titanium alloy into the Doomsday vehicle blueprint. After exchanging a few polite words with Chung Fei, he directly asked the workers to load the titanium alloy and take it away. There are too many people here, so it is obviously impossible to absorb 60 tons of titanium alloy into the Doomsday Chariot blueprint here. Otherwise, the fact that he stole meteorite iron, 10,000 tons of gray cast iron, and 100 tons of gold would be known to others immediately. An hour later, 60 tons of titanium alloy filled up a semi-trailer, a truck with a container. After saying goodbye to Chung Fei, Yi Hao also followed the car to a warehouse he found the day before. The people and vehicles for loading and unloading all belonged to Chung Fei, so he naturally wouldn't be completely at ease. Once they were followed, the fact that he could absorb metal would be exposed, and he would definitely be in trouble. So Yi Hao hired people and trucks again and transferred the titanium alloy several times until it reached an abandoned warehouse in another province or city, where he finally temporarily placed it. When no one was around in the early morning, Yi Hao, dressed in a nightgown, quietly came to the abandoned warehouse and absorbed all 60 tons of titanium alloy into the Doomsday Chariot blueprint. At this time, the Doomsday Chariot has become completely lifelike. As long as Yi Hao is willing, he can summon it from the Doomsday Chariot blueprint at any time. Restraining his indescribable excitement, Yi Hao quietly left the warehouse and rushed back to City F overnight. Until he successfully returned to the villa, his heart was still beating wildly, all because of excitement. All the materials to build the Doomsday Chariot are finally complete. Gray cast iron, 10,211 tons. Gold, 127 tons. Titanium alloy, 59 tons. Meteorite iron from outer space, 23 tons. After taking a look at the various materials needed to build the Doomsday Chariot, Yi Hao shouted excitedly in his mind, "Come out, Doomsday Chariot! Boom!" As his shouting ended, the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot in his mind suddenly rushed out from between his brows, then quickly enlarged and floated in the courtyard of the villa. Chapter 88. The Evolving Doomsday Battle Zero. As the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot continued to enlarge in the villa's atoms, suddenly the stars in the sky and the bright moonlight all gathered together and rushed towards the rapidly enlarging blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot. For a moment, the bright light illuminated the area around the villa as if it were daytime. The stars and the moon in the sky seemed to be deprived of their light and became extremely dim. When the light faded, an extremely large chariot appeared in front of Yi Hao. In order to build this Doomsday Chariot, he had been running around for nearly a month, and now he had finally made it successfully. This excitement was so extreme that it was hard to express in words. Seeing it standing in front of me with my own eyes now is far more shocking and exciting than seeing it in the drawing. Oh my, you finally came out. Even Yi Hao couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this Doomsday Chariot. It was super big, super hard, and super cool. Even more cool and awesome than General Frankie in the anime Pirate King. Moreover, this is something that really appears before my eyes, something that I can see and touch. It is much more real than the empty imagination in my mind. Go in and take a look. Yi Hao walked into the Doomsday Chariot with excitement on his face. The tank looks nothing like it does from the outside. From the outside, the chariot is only a little over 10 meters long and about 3 meters wide, but the inside is as large as hundreds of square meters. And the decoration is extremely magnificent. It is real gold. All that meets the eye is gold. The table is made of gold. The wardrobe is made of gold. The door is made of gold. Basically, all the decorations and accessories inside are based on gold, and then embellished with some other unknown materials. Not to mention anything else, just the things that can be seen directly are worth more than 10 billion. Any pair of chopsticks is made of pure gold and is worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. The interior decoration of the Doomsday Chariot is definitely more luxurious than the central suites in those so-called 5-star and 7-star hotels. Are you calling me? Yi Hao, who was suddenly shocked by the unprecedented luxury of the Doomsday Chariot in front of him, felt a pull of his soul, as if the chariot wanted to communicate with him. Yi Hao, who was being pulled by the soul, walked into the control room uncontrollably. He then placed his hand on a screen in the control room, and then his whole body was shocked. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him was white, as if he was in another world. Hello, is anyone there? Where is this? Just as Yi Hao was shouting loudly, a piece of information appeared directly in his mind. Ding! The strongest base vehicle system in Doomsday is activated. Please note that the owner of this Doomsday station car is absolutely invincible inside the chariot. If anyone or any monster enters the chariot, the owner can decompose him into a ball of blood mist with just a thought, and then the chariot will absorb him. In addition, this Doomsday Chariot has the ability to continuously evolve, and its current state is the most basic form. This tank can evolve by continuously absorbing metals, unlocking more functions. By absorbing enough space metals, we can open up the folded space. For example, absorbing metals like meteorites that already have space properties can effectively open up the folded space. Currently, the folding space of this tank is level 1, with a folding space of 10 square meters. The items in the folding space are protected by freezing level. Currently, it is not possible to store living creatures in the folding space. Absorbing enough hard metals can enhance the chariot's protective capabilities. Among the existing stocks, absorbing titanium alloy has the best effect in increasing the chariot's protective capabilities, followed by gold, and the worst is gray cast iron. Currently, this tank has a level 1 protection level and has self-repair capabilities. It is immune to attacks from weapons with a lethality lower than the AWM sniper weapon. It can withstand attacks from 100 rockets and 10 ground-to-ground missiles. Absorb enough memory metal to unlock the ability to change form. Currently, this tank's ability to change form is at level 1, and it cannot change form. Absorbing weapons, ammunition, vibranium, adamantium, and other metals and equipment can unlock the weapon's arsenal ability. The current armory level of this tank is 0. A long string of information rushed into his mind. Even though Yi Hao felt a little dizzy, he was extremely excited. The strongest base vehicle system for the Doomsday? Right now, this Doomsday vehicle is only in its most basic state. Does it have the potential for unlimited evolution in the future? Yi Hao is almost going crazy with excitement. Folding space? Does it mean that the space can be infinite? Does that mean that it can store endless food? You know, in the end of the world, a bowl of white rice can make a top star bow down. Moreover, it is not possible to store living creatures in the folding space now. But will it be possible after the level is upgraded? Store a large number of beauties in the folding space and let anyone serve you? Protective abilities, shape-changing, arsenal of weapons. Could it be that the tank can transform like a transformer? Or turn into a Gundam? The more Yi Hao looked at the chariot's capabilities, the more shocked and excited he became. In particular, the function that can strengthen the chariot by killing zombies and mutant beasts. It can also provide feedback to the chariot owner and simultaneously enhance the chariot owner's strength. Made Yi Hao extremely excited. There are countless zombies and mutant beasts in the Doomsday. Killing them with a chariot will increase the strength of both the chariot and yourself at the same time. This method is so exciting. Just imagine that others are struggling to survive in the Doomsday, worrying about this and that, while you're setting up your Doomsday Chariot, eating and drinking delicious food, rushing around, eating fried chicken and drinking cola while easily killing monsters and leveling up. If he can't become the overlord of the Doomsday, it would be unforgivable. He was inflated. Ever since he learned that the Doomsday was approaching, Yi Hao had been making careful preparations to fight against it, purchasing medicinal herbs, performing extreme exercises, and training younger brothers. He had done almost everything he could, but now there is an even more awesome method in front of him, which makes it possible for him to defeat the apocalypse. How can he not be excited? At this moment, Yi Hao shouted excitedly, which was completely different from his usual taciturn and cold appearance. It's as if an ordinary person had won tens of millions or hundreds of billions of dollars for no reason. Yi Hao kept trying to communicate with the system in his mind, and as a result, he discovered that his system seemed to be different from the systems in other novels. After he input such a piece of information, there was no response at all. No matter how Yi Hao called out in his mind, the system ignored him. After a long while, Yi Hao finally calmed down and realized that in the end he still had to rely on himself. As the inexplicable excitement gradually subsided, Yi Hao began to think about the way forward. Chapter 89: Future Rules. Yi Hao had no idea whether the system would appear again in the future, nor did he care. He had long been accustomed to relying on himself for everything. As long as he had the Doomsday Chariot in his hands, it didn't matter whether he had the system or not. Anyway, he had already mastered the method to evolve the Chariot. The Doomsday Chariot is still in its most basic state. Although I am absolutely invincible in it, the Chariot's protection ability is still too weak. It can only withstand attacks from 100 rockets or 10 ground-to-ground missiles, intercontinental missiles, super weapons, and other weapons of mass destruction, and cannot withstand even a single attack. Therefore, the tank's protective capability must be improved. This is the prerequisite for the tank to dominate the Doomsday. In addition, the abilities of folding space, weapon storage, changing tank form, etc. also need to be strengthened. Before he truly has the power to defeat all enemies in the world, the Doomsday Chariot will be the safest place, and it will also allow him to maintain his pre-apocalypse living standard. In addition, the medicinal materials that were previously stored were not wasted, and more medicinal materials will be stored in the later stage. Having a Doomsday Chariot is good, but Yi Hao always believes that being invincible himself is the real invincibility. Therefore, he needs a large amount of medicinal materials to improve his strength. Moreover, those great medicines that are over 100 years old will play a life-saving role after the end of the world. Even those at the innate warrior level will bow down for such medicinal materials. Therefore, before the end of the world, we must collect more natural treasures. After the end of the world, they will play an unimaginable role. As for things like training subordinates, they still need to be continued. After all, once you have conquered the country, you need trusted people to protect it. In addition, a large amount of food and clean water resources need to be stored. Although the Doomsday Chariot has its own rainwater purification device, what if it doesn't rain for a year or even 10 years? You can't die of thirst. And such a thing has actually happened. During the 5 years of Doomsday struggle before his rebirth, Yi Hao experienced a period of time without a drop of rain for more than half a year. That unimaginable global drought killed countless people, but he still remembers the tragic scene of their death vividly. Well, if there is no food, you can still find a way. You can eat tree bark or mutated monsters. But if there is no water, you can only wait to die. Therefore, clean water resources must be reserved. Thinking of this, Yi Hao suddenly realized that there were many things that needed to be dealt with. The first was to enhance his own strength. The second was to evolve the Doomsday Chariot. The third was to store a large amount of natural treasures. And the fourth was to store a large amount of daily necessities. These are all necessary things to dominate the apocalypse. The goal was determined, and Yi Hao immediately made a new plan. Plans to stockpile various materials, enhance one's own strength, and train subordinates remain unchanged and proceed as usual. But in addition to this, you also need to collect a large amount of various metals to enhance the strength of the Doomsday Chariot. The plan in this regard is very simple. Steal whatever you can, buy whatever you can't steal, mark whatever you can't buy, and then just rob it when Doomsday comes. Soon a new plan was made. Yi Hao marked all the places with extremely rich mineral resources, such as the Daxing gold mine, that he had visited before on the map. In order to evolve the Doomsday Chariot, a considerable amount of metal is undoubtedly needed. Now is different from before. Yi Hao no longer has the blueprint of the Doomsday Chariot in his mind, and cannot absorb the metal directly. He needs to drive the Doomsday Chariot over before he can absorb it. In this situation, the method of continuing to steal large amounts of metal alone is obviously no longer feasible. After all, the Doomsday Chariot is too big a target, and the existence of the Doomsday Chariot must remain secret for the time being. Just imagine, if the Doomsday Chariot appeared directly in a bustling city, it would definitely be extremely eye-catching and attract a large number of eyeballs, followed by all kinds of troubles. At the same time, the Doomsday Chariot is a fairly large target, and its whereabouts can be easily tracked. Therefore, in the plan made by Yi Hao, the metal theft was postponed until after the end of the world. When the end of the world comes, everyone will be in danger, and no one will care if metal is stolen from somewhere. Moreover, by that time, all networks will be cut off, making it extremely difficult to transmit information, and it will be quite difficult to spread the news of metal theft. At that time, Yi Hao wouldn't even need to steal. No one would care if he just robbed. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was unknown whether those guarding the mines were still alive. And even if he survived by chance, it would be impossible for him to continue working for the mine. He would have escaped long ago. However, this does not mean that there is nothing to do now. On the contrary, there are many things to do. For example, Yi Hao is prepared to spend money to buy relatively cheaper metals, such as gray cast iron. Although absorbing these metals does not have much effect on the evolution of the Doomsday Chariot, any improvement counts. After all, money is of no use when Doomsday comes, and keeping it is just a pile of waste paper. As for those metals that are too difficult to purchase, such as buying a large amount of gold, which requires a lot of money, and titanium alloys that are difficult to purchase normally, it is far less convenient to drive a chariot to absorb them directly after the Doomsday comes. However, Yi Hao currently has very few gold mines and titanium alloy supply channels, and he needs to find out more relevant information to facilitate relevant actions after the Doomsday. In addition, the military subdistrict where Li Yunfei was located was also marked on the map by Yi Hao. Now he has no weapons in his hands, resulting in the failure to activate the Doomsday vehicle's arsenal ability. After the end of the world comes, it is natural to go to Li Yunfei's military subdistrict to plunder. Imagine that once the Doomsday Chariot activates its arsenal, multiple Gatling guns, Western artillery, and other heavy weapons of mass destruction will appear around the chariot, attacking groups of zombies and mutant beasts, killing them. What kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it is exciting. Alas, there is still too little information on this subject. We need to collect more. These will be free supply stations in the future. Yi Hao frowned and thought, and an evil smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. For all species on Earth, the end of the world is a massive reshuffle in which all identities, statuses, and food chain levels will be torn down and reorganized. Rich people, as well as poor people, can become ugly zombies. Powerful countries and weak countries alike will be destroyed at the end of the world. Humans are no longer the species at the top of the food chain. They may be infected and become zombies, or they may be eaten by mutant beasts. Of course, powerful humans can also kill zombies and eat mutant beasts. After the end of the world, everything will be decided by strength. All those damn rules are useless. The only rule is to survive. For Yi Hao, who has personally experienced the end of the world, the arrival of the end of the world will be the moment when he truly rises